Chapter 1: Death. In China, an unprecedentedly lavish wedding is underway. Attired in black, the waitstaff moves swiftly and silently, clearly exhibiting their professional training. Prominent wealthy figures and influential personalities gather to extend their congratulations, led to their seats by the attentive servers. The venue is adorned with a profusion of flowers, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Amidst this floral splendor, a server clad in black uniform crouches behind a floral arrangement, observing the glamorous guests arriving with a slight smirk. The performance is just beginning. What are you doing? The supervisor admonishes, eyeing the sneaky figure behind the floral display. I'm so sorry, supervisor. I simply adore these flowers, the server stammers, trembling as he explains. Enough. This is the Black Prince's wedding. Keep your wits about you. No slacking off. Hurry and serve the drinks. The supervisor warns sternly. The Black Prince, the groom of this wedding, is the heir to both the underworld and legitimate realms in China, wielding control over the economic lifeblood of the entire continent. He is a figure shrouded in mystery, known for his decisive actions and ruthless methods, leaving no room for mercy. Consequently, he has garnered countless enemies, and he is also the target of Mu Yanjiao's current mission. Understood, supervisor. Mu Yanjiao breathes a sigh of relief, feeling as though she has been granted a reprieve as she proceeds to pour the drinks. After she departs, a flustered individual rushes over and whispers urgently into the supervisor's ear. Supervisor, the bride collapsed after eating the hotel's food. We can't determine the cause. She hasn't regained consciousness. The supervisor's body tenses, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The wedding is set to commence in less than an hour, and with the bride incapacitated, their fates hang in the balance. There can be no mistakes at the Black Prince's wedding. The anxious man implores, supervisor, the ceremony is about to start. It absolutely cannot go awry, or we're all doomed. What should we do? Silence. What's there to discuss? Why are you panicking? The supervisor snaps irritably. The male server paces anxiously, sweat trickling down the supervisor's back. A minute later, supervisor, I have an idea. The male server's eyes light up with excitement. What idea? The supervisor asks, gripping the man's hand as if it were a lifeline. But I'm still uncertain of its success. The server's enthusiasm wanes, leaving his expression ashen. The supervisor, growing impatient, bellows, we're on the brink of disaster. And you're hesitating? Just tell me your idea. I need to assess its feasibility. Very well. The male server hesitates. I just noticed that Xiao Jio and the bride have similar figures. If the bride's face is obscured by the red veil, we could easily pull off a switch. We could place the real bride in the bridal chamber, creating the illusion that she is merely intoxicated and asleep. His tone is earnest, persuasive, and captivating. The supervisor pinches the bridge of his nose, appearing aged by years as he murmurs, "This may be our only option, so let's proceed as you suggest." As the wedding march plays, the newlyweds traverse the aisle adorned with layers of lilies, moving slowly toward the altar. What a match made in heaven. Indeed, a woman exclaims, marveling at the Black Prince's choice show. The more you know, the quicker you will perish. The crowd hushes, their expressions filled with awe when the silver-masked Black Prince is mentioned. Bride, do you vow to love the groom forever, through prosperity and adversity, in health and sickness, in joy and sorrow? I do. Her voice is light and tinged with shyness. Now, the bride and groom may exchange rings. The groom may now kiss the bride. A cheer erupts from the youthful crowd, eagerly anticipating this moment. Just as their breaths entwine, a glint of steel appears from an unknown source, a dagger flashing through the air. Thud! It plunges directly into the groom's chest, blood gushing forth. The events unfold with such swiftness that no one has time to react. Fearing he might not be dead, Mu Yanjiao swiftly withdraws the dagger, preparing to strike again when the man embracing her suddenly shifts their positions. Thud! A long blade pierces the man's body, driving into Mu Yanjiao's abdomen. She stares in disbelief at the server in black who had come to inform his supervisor. This man is Su Chu's, her colleague for 9 years. Su Chu's, tell me why. Mu Yanjiao's gaze is fixed on him, her voice low and heavy with unspoken emotions. Su Chu's chuckles softly, slowly peeling away the human mask from his face, madness gleaming in his eyes as he exclaims, "Why? Because if you die, the one completing this mission will be me." The position of the first in command, will also be mine. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a chilling sound fills the wedding venue. Beep beep, it's a timed bomb. Panic ensues as guests flee in all directions, but within half a minute, the venue is left desolate, a scene of devastation. A powerful gust sweeps through, lifting light objects and flowers into the air, while Su Chu's, grasping a ladder lowered by a helicopter, gazes scornfully at the chaos below, his eyes brimming with insatiable madness. Mu Yinjiao lowers her gaze, reaching to unveil the groom's mask, a perplexing smile gracing her lips. Thud without hesitation, she plunges the dagger into her own heart. Blood staining the pristine wedding gown, she slowly bends down, inching closer to the man's lips, ultimately bestowing a gentle kiss. After spending so much on this wedding, it must be completed perfectly, thank you. It seems that 9 years of camaraderie pale in comparison to a fleeting encounter, a droplet of blood glimmers between their lips collapsed on the ground. The two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, appear to slumber amidst a sea of white flowers when viewed from above. In the next instant, boom, a colossal mushroom cloud erupts, nearly obliterating the entire island. The guests who managed to escape gaze at the once vibrant floral sea, now reduced to ruins. Some express regret, others revel in triumph, while some feel heartbroken, and others find solace. Su Chu stands aboard the helicopter, watching the black cloud rise into the heavens, a broad smile adorning his handsome face as he sincerely declares, "Farewell, my friend Mu Yinjiao." Chapter 2. Rebirth in the Land of God. Within the spiritual kingdom, a cave nestled in the Yin Mountains. A frail Mu Yinjiao succumbed to a deep slumber in the dimly lit cavern. 5 days later, Miss, please wake up. Mu Yinjiao was overwhelmed by the cacophony in her ears, a buzzing sound that jolted her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a maid with delicate features. Clad in an ancient garment that had faded and been crudely patched, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Hurry, miss, change your clothes. The madam and second miss are looking for you." Seeing Mu Yinjiao awaken, the maid hastily thrust a set of garments into her hands, her gaze darting nervously towards the cave entrance. Mu Yinjiao had no time to respond as she was urged to change. She glanced down at her own tattered attire, which barely covered her, and felt a sharp pain when she touched her neck. Suddenly, memories of events leading to her awakening flooded back, prompting her to curse under her breath before turning her back to change. Just as she finished donning the new outfit, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance, followed by a commanding voice, "Mu Yinjiao, come out." In the brief time it took to change, Mu Yinjiao had pieced together the reality. She had been reborn into a different dynasty, though she did not yet know which one. The call from outside revealed that she had taken over the life of another person with the same name. Upon hearing the commotion outside, a twinge of pain coursed through her head, and she slowly stepped outside. "Is there something you need?" Mu Yinjiao raised an eyebrow, surveying the 5 individuals before her. The foremost was an elegantly dressed woman, accompanied by a young girl in yellow, who clung to her affectionately. Behind them stood 3 maids, all regarding Mu Yinjiao with disdain and an air of superiority. "You've been holed up in this wretched cave for days?" The girl in yellow scrutinized Mu Yinjiao with unmasked contempt, though the woman beside her remained oblivious. "What concern is it of yours?" Mu Yinjiao furrowed her brow, perplexed by the situation and her connection to these individuals. "Mother." The girl in yellow, noticing Mu Yinjiao's frown and her seemingly indifferent demeanor, pouted and tugged at the woman's sleeve, feigning hurt. "Look at her. What expression is that? It's terrifying. Yinjiao, how could you treat your sister this way? Apologize to her." The woman affectionately patted the girl's head, casting a disapproving glance at Mu Yinjiao. "What have I done wrong? Why should I apologize?" "Oh, so these people are her mother and sister." Mu Yinjiao found their absurdity laughable. "Miss, the madam has been worried sick searching for you these days. Now that she has finally found you, please do not make things difficult for her. It's just an apology to your sister. Surely it won't ruin your sisterly bond." One of the maids behind the girl interjected. "Xiaoqing, how can you say that? The eldest miss has done nothing wrong. Why should she apologize?" Pear Blossom, the maid who had roused Mu Yinjiao, protested angrily from behind her. "Silence. The mistress is speaking. As a maid, do you not think you overstep?" The woman's face darkened, and she commanded, "Come here, slap her." At her order, 2 maids stepped forward, one seizing Pear Blossom, who was promptly kicked away by Mu Yinjiao, while the other rolled up her sleeves, raising her hand to strike Pear Blossom. only to have her wrist broken by Mu Yinjiao. Ah, ah, the piercing cries startled the birds and animals in the forest. The woman and the girl stared at Mu Yinjiao in disbelief. Was this the timid and ineffectual Mu Yinjiao they knew? You, have you rebelled? The woman pointed at Mu Yinjiao in fury. If you wish to keep your hand, do not point it at me, Mu Yinjiao retorted, disliking being threatened in such a manner. The woman recoiled, retracting her hand. You mother, don't be angry. It's not worth it to ruin your health. The girl in yellow expressed concern, gently patting the woman's back to soothe her. The woman lightly smacked the girl's hand away and, with a calmer demeanor, said, If you have the capability, then do not return to the Mu residence. Let us go? With a fierce glare at Mu Yinjiao, the woman turned to leave. The two maids hastily trailing behind, fearful of incurring Mu Yinjiao's wrath. As Mu Yinjiao turned, she noticed Pear Blossom, who remained frozen in shock, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Feeling a surge of pain in her head, Mu Yinjiao said, I'm feeling unwell. I need to rest. All right, miss, what ails you? Shall I fetch a doctor? Pear Blossom began, but then hesitated, knowing they lacked funds and that no doctor would venture into the mountains. No need. Just find something to eat nearby, Mu Yinjiao instructed, her head pounding. She wished for quiet. She realized she had not eaten in a long while, and after exerting herself, felt utterly drained, her heart racing unnaturally, and her mouth parched. Understood, miss. I'll go at once, Pear Blossom exclaimed, rushing outside in search of wild fruits. Once Pear Blossom departed, Mu Yinjiao collapsed onto the ground, her body weak and her headache intensifying. Despite lying there, she did not lose consciousness. She leaned against the cave wall, surveying her surroundings. The cave was of moderate size, with uneven walls. As her gaze wandered, it settled on the tattered garments she had discarded. Next to the clothing lay a fluffy white mass, curled up like a small ball. As if sensing Mu Yinjiao's attention, the white ball stirred, and when it stood, she realized it was a white fox. The fox stretched its paws, shook its body, and gracefully approached Mu Yinjiao, revealing its pristine, luminous fur, soft to the touch, with striking purple eyes. Unable to resist the urge, Mu Yinjiao reached out to caress the adorable creature, but before she could, it darted away, its eyes flashing a warning not to touch. Seeing this, Mu Yinjiao withdrew her hand, weakly murmuring, I want to touch you. Chapter 3. The White Fox. Upon hearing this, the fierce glint in the white fox's eyes dissipated. Yet it remained seated in place, devoid of any discernible emotion, continuing to gaze at Mu Yinjiao. Mu Yinjiao gently closed her eyes, attempting to alleviate the discomfort caused by her racing heart from overwhelming hunger. Observing her, the white fox elegantly stepped out of the cave, only to return moments later, clutching a vibrant red fruit in its mouth. Approaching Mu Yinjiao and halting at a short distance, it dropped the fruit into her lap. Startled awake, Mu Yinjiao opened her eyes to find the white fox illuminated by the light streaming in from the cave entrance, its entire form appearing alabaster. Following the fox's gaze downward, she noticed the red fruit that had rolled to her side. After a brief hesitation, she glanced back at the fox, which continued to fixate on her, as if daring her not to eat the offering. After a few seconds, Mu Yinjiao picked up the fruit, wiped it with her sleeve, and took a bite. The flesh was succulent, sweet, and delightfully crisp, a welcome relief to her parched mouth. However, as she continued to eat, an unsettling flavor began to emerge, increasingly pungent with each swallow. Blood? Mu Yinjiao cast a suspicious glance at the white fox, which had since laid down and curled up to sleep, no longer paying her any mind. After finishing the fruit, she noticed her headache had vastly improved, and the discomfort in her body was fading. Yet, a new discomfort arose. Her body felt as though it were on fire. The heat intensified, enveloping her like a furnace, and soon she found herself drenched in sweat. It felt as if her very bones were being dismantled and reassembled, her organs clamoring wildly, while her heart beat steadily, seemingly unaffected. This was not poison. So what was it? As this question lingered in her mind, Mu Yinjiao's weakened state soon overcame her, and she fainted. When Li Shuang returned, burdened with a collection of wild fruits, she was alarmed to find Mu Yinjiao unconscious on the ground. In her panic, she dropped all the fruits and rushed to her side, her voice laced with worry. Miss, please don't scare Li Shuang. A sharp, piercing sound echoed through the cave, forcing Li Shuang to turn and investigate its source. To her surprise, she saw the white fox, which approached her cautiously, pausing a short distance away. After a moment, it wandered off, and Li Shuang noticed words inscribed in the ground where the fox had just been. She is fine. Cleanse her. Momentarily stunned, Li Shuang blinked at Mu Yinjiao and recognized that her mistress was drenched in sweat, with dark grime clinging to her skin. Realizing what needed to be done, Li Shuang quickly retrieved the torn remnants of clothing, washed them outside, and returned repeatedly until she had cleaned Mu Yinjiao's body. She draped her own outer garment over Mu Yinjiao before wringing out the wet clothing and hanging it up to dry. After completing these tasks, she realized the white fox had vanished, but paid it little mind. By this time, autumn was deepening, and the air had turned cool. Without her outer garment, Li Shuang stayed by Mu Yinjiao's side, rubbing her hands together for warmth. Watching the darkening sky, she noted that rain was imminent, deciding against waking Mu Yinjiao. It would be safer to remain in the cave for the night, as her mistress had already spent 5 days there without encountering any wild beasts. Returning to the Mu residence would only lead to further turmoil. It was better to endure the cold than face scorn and humiliation. Reassuring herself, Li Shuang vowed to guard her mistress. As midnight approached, exhaustion overwhelmed Li Shuang, and she eventually succumbed to sleep beside Mu Yinjiao. Not long after, the white fox entered the cave slowly, observing the two sleeping figures with an unreadable expression. With a flick of its tail, it summoned several twigs from outside, arranging them a short distance from the slumbering pair. The fox then opened its mouth and expelled a small fireball. Moments later, a warm glow ignited, filling the cave with comforting heat. Having completed its task, the white fox curled up beside them, drifting off to sleep. Mu Yinjiao woke the next day, taking in her surroundings with careful movements. She donned the clothing that had been set aside, covering Li Shuang with her outer garment, prompting the latter to stir awake. "Miss, you're awake," Li Shuang exclaimed, her voice brimming with delight. Mu Yinjiao replied coolly, extinguishing the fire she assumed Li Shuang had kindled. As the flames died down, the white fox roused, its ears drooping but its gaze clear. Upon noticing that Mu Yinjiao had extinguished the fire, a flicker of surprise crossed its eyes. This was no ordinary flame. It was the most basic fire of the Fox clan. How could such a seemingly powerless human extinguish it? Aware that the white fox was now awake, but choosing not to engage, Mu Yinjiao moved to retrieve the fruits Li Shuang had gathered, distributing them between herself and Li Shuang, and tossing 2 toward the white fox. "Let us fill our stomachs before returning." "Okay, miss," Li Shuang replied, somewhat bewildered as she munched on the fruit. Her mistress seemed unchanged yet different. There was an unfamiliarity about her. The Mu Yinjiao of old would never have spoken so icily or resorted to violence. Nevertheless, her transformation appeared to be a positive development. Unbeknownst to Mu Yinjiao, as she swiftly resolved her hunger, she noticed the white fox had not touched the offered fruits. Approaching, she picked them up, intending to offer them again. However, upon seeing her approach, the fox retreated, clearly unwilling to let her get closer. Its disdainful gaze directed at the fruit was unmistakable. Mu Yinjiao couldn't help but chuckle, wiping the fruit clean before taking a bite herself and handing the other to Li Shuang. "Let us go?" "Right away, miss," Li Shuang replied, hastily swallowing her mouthful as they began their descent down the mountain. Not far behind, the elegant white fox trailed them, moving at a leisurely pace, embodying an air of noble grace. At the Mu residence, a sprawling estate exuding understated elegance with hints of golden embellishments, numerous servants bustled about. Upon Mu Yinjiao's return, they offered no greetings, instead whispering amongst themselves. Some, emboldened by their audacity, remarked openly, "Oh, look who is back. Couldn't he survive out there? Huh? Here she is, shamelessly returning to the Mu residence. What do you think she did while she was gone? I heard she left with nothing, not a penny to her name, a complete waste of space, and still a girl." Chapter 4. The Confession of the Mu Family. What else can we do? Isn't it just imitating the dance of the courtesans? How could she survive 6 days without food or water? This good-for-nothing cannot possibly dance. Could it be? How outrageous. Have you nothing better to do? Your tongues are far too loose. Even if the young lady is a concubine born, she is still more noble than you. Li Shuang scolded angrily. Do you want the Lord to find out about your antics? Upon hearing the term Lord, everyone fell silent and scattered like birds and beasts. Miss, do not mind them. After they left, Li Shuang turned back to look at Mu Yinjiao, offering her concerned advice. Let us go. Mu Yinjiao had no intention of paying them any heed. Qing Yuan. Mu Yinjiao surveyed the dilapidated courtyard before her. The door was in such disrepair that it creaked ominously in the wind, as if it could collapse at any moment. The characters Qing Yuan above the door were barely legible. Under Li Shuang's guidance, Mu Yanzhou entered the room, which was in even worse condition. A strong, musty odor assaulted her senses, and the bedding and curtains were riddled with holes. Mu Yanzhou couldn't help but twitch her lips. Was this truly a place for human habitation? Yet, it was still a vast improvement over the place where she had previously trained. At least it offered some shelter from the elements. Without waiting for Mu Yanzhou's instructions, Li Shuang hurried in to tidy up, hanging the bedding out to air in the courtyard before promptly bringing Mu Yanzhou a cup of tea. "Miss, please sit and enjoy your tea while I check the kitchen for something to eat." They had returned directly from the Shadow Mountain, having eaten nothing but wild fruits during their journey, and dinner time was fast approaching. Mu Yanzhou replied nonchalantly. Once Li Shuang left, Mu Yanzhou began to wander around the courtyard, passing by a large vat. She glanced down and was met with a reflection of a face she knew all too well. It was her own. Her face was clean, and as she tugged at her collar, she touched her neck. The pain from the previous night had vanished, and her smooth neck bore no scars. Was this young lady of the Mu family truly her double? Was it mere coincidence or something more? When Li Shuang returned with several black buns, Mu Yanzhou could not help but frown. Was this truly the treatment afforded to the young lady of the Mu family? "Miss, these were specially saved for us by the kitchen matron. Please eat quickly before they cool down." Noticing Mu Yanzhou's expression, Li Shuang hesitated briefly before adding, "Miss, is something wrong? These buns are perfectly fine. They were specially prepared for me to bring back. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to." As she spoke, Li Shuang, anxious that Mu Yanzhou might doubt her, tore away the outer layer of one of the buns and offered it to her for inspection. "Is there anything wrong? What is your name?" Mu Yanzhou asked, accepting the black bun and peeling away its skin. "I am your personal maid, Li Shuang." "Miss, have you forgotten?" "Surely not. Please don't scare me." Li Shuang exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that her mistress, having merely hidden in the mountains for a few days to escape marriage, could forget her. "Well, how shall I put this? I could say I've forgotten everything from before. Would you believe that?" Mu Yanzhou contemplated revealing the truth of the original owner's demise to her maid. However, seeing the panic in Li Shuang's eyes, she felt a twinge of compassion. Perhaps she shared a deep bond with the original owner. No way. Li Shuang was on the verge of tears. What had her mistress endured to forget everything? Looking at the obedient girl eating buns before her, Li Shuang could hardly believe it. "Miss, are you joking with me?" "I am not jesting. I possess no memories of the past, or rather, I am no longer the former Mu Yanzhou." Mu Yanzhou decided to subtly hint at her situation to Li Shuang, so as not to complicate matters later. It would be better for Li Shuang to gradually uncover the differences between her and the former Mu Yanzhou in the days to come. Miss, are you joking again?" Li Shuang laughed, believing her mistress was merely concerned that her amnesia would cause her distress. To her, nothing seemed more terrifying than her mistress losing her memory. However, perhaps it was for the best that she forgot the previous unpleasant memories. "What if one day you discover that I am not your mistress, but rather someone entirely different?" Mu Yanzhou asked tentatively. Li Shuang sighed in relief. Her mistress had indeed lost her memory, as even her manner of speaking had changed. How heart-wrenching it was to see her like this. In the next moment, tears brimmed in Li Shuang's eyes as she lamented, "Woo-woo. Miss, I am sorry. I should not have let you stay alone in that cave. I should have brought Madame and the others to find you sooner. Then you wouldn't have burned your brain out." Mu Yanzhou felt a twitch at the corners of her mouth. This made firmly believe she had a fever that had muddled her mind, causing her to forget everything and speak nonsense. Alas, Mu Yanzhou sighed, adding, "I did not have a fever. Drunk people seldom acknowledge their intoxication. Would someone with a fever claim their mind had been muddled by it?" "Miss, I shall fetch a doctor at once." Li Shuang sniffled, regaining her composure. Her mistress's mind may have been affected, but Li Shuang vowed to care for her well. "That won't be necessary. Come here." Mu Yanzhou beckoned. "What is it?" "Miss." Li Shuang rushed over, though her heart was still eager to seek a physician for her mistress. "Come sit down and tell me about this world and my past." Mu Yanzhou thought to herself that since she had taken possession of this body, she would take her revenge on those who had wronged her in the past as a form of retribution. With her gaze thoughtfully directed towards the broken door, she noticed a maid hastily departing. "Miss, what are you looking at?" Li Shuang followed Mu Yanzhou's gaze, seeing nothing outside the door. "Nothing. Please, continue." Mu Yanzhou redirected her attention to the bun, listening intently as Li Shuang recounted all that she knew. From Li Shuang's words, Mu Yanzhou gleaned some insights about this world. It was a realm where the strong ruled, where everything was dictated by power, a veritable survival of the fittest. Regrettably, the original owner was deemed a worthless individual, scorned by society, and ultimately met her demise, or rather, was cast aside by this world. Currently, she found herself on the Divine Continent, in the third-ranking Spirit Kingdom, with the two preceding dominant nations being the Fire Kingdom and the Golden Kingdom. The original owner, also named Mu Yanjiao, shared not only a name but also gender with her, being the daughter of the Prime Minister of the Spirit Kingdom, born of a concubine. The original owner had been granted the title of princess by the Emperor of the Spirit Kingdom, to facilitate a union with the ninth prince sent as a hostage from the Fire Kingdom. Chapter 5. The Young Boy This Year. The Emperor of the Spirit Kingdom welcomed the birth of a precious little princess. To fortify the empire, he was compelled to select a woman from the esteemed Prime Minister's residence to wed the ninth prince of the Fire Nation. Although the original body belonged to a young lady, she was of illegitimate birth, and thus it was appropriate for the legitimate daughter, Mu Yiling, to engage in this union. However, the situation unexpectedly fell upon the original host for two reasons. Firstly, it was undoubtedly Mu Yiling's doing. She was reluctant to marry someone of lowly status and without favor, even if he were a prince of the foremost nation. Mu Yiling's heart was set on the crown prince of the Spirit Kingdom. Secondly, the ninth prince of the Fire Nation had been frail and ailing since childhood. Even the daughter of a third-rank official would hesitate to marry him, as no one could predict the day she might become a widow. Moreover, the ninth prince was born of a concubine, rendering him no different from an illegitimate child, thus aligning perfectly with the status of the illegitimate Mu Yanjiao. The ninth prince was also intended as a hostage to foster friendly relations with the Spirit Kingdom, a testament to his perceived worth. It was said that following this marriage, the ninth prince would return to his homeland. From the moment the engagement was settled to the preparations for the wedding, the bride-to-be remained blissfully unaware. The night before the wedding, the original host learned of the union through unknown channels and fled to the Yin Mountains to hide, leaving Li Shuang behind as a decoy. She believed that by hiding, she could evade the impending nuptials. Yet little did she know that Mu Yiling had no intention of allowing Mu Yanjiao to fulfill the marriage contract, deliberately informing him of the matter and sending others to follow him. Once Mu Yanjiao took refuge in a cave, they dispatched someone to use a hallucinogenic incense, followed by another to commit an act of violation. Unexpectedly, Mu Yanjiao chose to suffocate rather than endure such humiliation. Thus, even after Mu Yanjiao's demise, those individuals still refused to relent and subjected her to indignities. Mu Yanjiao clenched her fists, resolved to find that man and ensure he faced dire consequences. However, from what she gathered from Li Shuang, there were multiple assailants. Yet upon awakening, she had only detected the presence of a single man. Even in the darkness of that cave, she could not mistake him. The man exuded a ferocious aura, and despite her inability to open her eyes, years of combat experience told her that he was no ordinary man. He was perilous. How could he possibly be a mere vagabond summoned by Mu Yiling? Who, then, was this man? Mu Yanjiao pondered in confusion. "Miss, what troubles you?" Li Shuang inquired, noticing her mistress's hands clenched tightly into fists, her palms punctured by her own nails, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. "Miss, you must release your grip." Li Shuang anxiously attempted to pry open Mu Yanjiao's fingers, frantic in her search for a remedy. Mu Yanjiao, glancing at her bloodied hand, was momentarily taken aback. She discovered a scar in her palm resembling a butterfly with tiny wings. This scar was a remnant from her days in the laboratory, acquired during a scuffle when an arrow had struck her hand. After hiding behind a boulder to tend to her wound, a young boy had appeared and offered assistance, stitching her up and assuring her that the scar would remain. But he had cleverly crafted it to resemble a butterfly on the verge of emerging from its chrysalis. Once the wound healed completely, the scar persisted. Yet the boy never returned. Were it not for this butterfly-shaped scar, she might have dismissed his appearance as a mere dream. Why did this scar now manifest on the original host? Li Shuang, what is the origin of this scar on your mistress's hand? Mu Yanjiao grasped Li Shuang, her urgency palpable. Huh, what scar? Li Shuang responded, bewildered, as she lowered her gaze to inspect her mistress's hand. The pale, delicate fingers bore a striking butterfly-like scar. Li Shuang's eyes widened in shock, her heart racing with concern. "Miss, when did you sustain this injury? It appears quite severe, leaving a scar." Upon hearing this, Mu Yanjiao recognized that the original host had not possessed such a scar. It was evident that this injury had been long-standing. They had been inseparable, making it implausible for her not to know. Was this scar a remnant she had brought with her? Did it indicate that she had truly been reborn? What then of the original host? With every passing moment, her confusion deepened. In the Spirit Academy, a maid rushed in, knocking hurriedly on the door. Upon receiving an invitation to enter, she pushed the door open and, after ensuring no one was around, closed it behind her. Servant greets the second miss. The maid knelt in greeting. Rise, Mu Yiling replied, seated gracefully in a chair, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Thank you, miss. The maid rose and relayed her report. Miss, I just heard a piece of news from Qingyuan. Mu Yinjiu has suffered a fever that has affected her mind. She has even forgotten the name of her personal maid. Upon hearing this, Mu Yiling smirked knowingly. No wonder Mu Yinjiu's demeanor in the cave had been so drastically altered. It all made sense now. Excellent. Let us go and pay her a visit. In Qingyuan, Mu Yinjiu, it is said that your mind has been compromised? As the voice echoed, laughter followed, and Mu Yiling entered, flanked by two maids. Mu Yinjiu regarded the newcomers, her gaze pausing momentarily on the maid beside Mu Yiling. The very same who had eavesdropped. The eavesdropping maid felt a surge of panic as Mu Yinjiu looked her way, fearing that she might have been discovered. But even if she was, what of it? After all, Mu Yiling was her backing. What are you staring at, you waste? The maid sneered, her tone dripping with disdain. Did you not hear the second miss address you? You. Li Shuang glared at the insolent maid, her anger simmering, yet she refrained from acting. Outnumbered. And with the second miss being a martial artist, they were vulnerable to bullying. Though they often faced such treatment, Mu Yinjiu was currently injured and could not afford to act recklessly. Do you dare to retort? Another maid chimed in, seizing the opportunity. Second miss. This one is persistently defiant. Allow me to teach her a lesson, so she understands the boundaries of status. The eavesdropping maid declared with righteous indignation. Mu Yiling remained silent, merely covering her nose with a handkerchief, repulsed by the stench of their malice. As the two maids advanced to seize Li Shuang by her clothing, intending to deliver a beating, Mu Yinjiu quickly pulled Li Shuang behind her, shielding her. As Li Shuang steadied herself, the sharp sounds of slaps echoed in the air, followed by the cries of the fallen. Mu Yinjiu had swiftly struck both maids, not allowing them a moment to react before sending them crashing to the ground with a single kick. Their cries of pain resonated, a testament to the severity of their falls. Mu Yinjiu's movements were fluid. After delivering blows to both, she sent them sprawling back to their original positions. Witnessing her two maids lying on the ground, wailing in agony, Mu Yiling staggered back, disbelief fetched across her face as she gazed at Mu Yinjiu. Had her mind truly been compromised, yet she now displayed such defiance? Second miss, you must avenge me, pleaded the eavesdropping maid, sprawled on the ground. Mu Yinjiu, you dare to strike my people. Mu Yiling glanced at the two maids writhing in pain on the ground, feeling a sense of shame. Angrily, she spoke. Chapter 6. Lessons. Do you now comprehend the distinction between hierarchy? Mu Yinjiu paid no heed to Mu Yiling, her frosty gaze fixed upon the two individuals on the ground. Their faces pale from pain. The two trembled under her piercing stare, which felt as if it were an actual icicle piercing their souls. We understand. They responded instinctively, a sense of dread overwhelming them. Mu Yiling, witnessing their terror, stomped her foot in frustration, kicking away the maid who clutched her garment and stormed off. The two on the ground, undeterred by their pain, scrambled to their feet and hurried after her, their steps quick as if pursued by venomous serpents. Li Shuang stared dumbfounded at the scene, a mix of excitement and disbelief washing over her. Miss, you are incredible. Are you now capable of martial arts? Does that mean you can cultivate? Perhaps, Mu Yinjiu replied uncertainly. In this world, the law of the jungle prevailed because it was a realm of cultivation. Some individuals needed to practice martial arts to develop a robust physique, enabling them to withstand the purifying effects of cultivation. One of the reasons Mu Yiling was so favored was that she already possessed the prerequisites for cultivation. Conversely, some were born with the innate ability to cultivate. With the Kingdom of Fire boasting 3 such individuals, and the Kingdoms of Gold and Spirit each having 1, the latter being the Prince of the Spirit Kingdom. I neglected to mention earlier that this world comprises 6 realms: the human realm, the nether realm, the immortal realm, the demon realm, the devil realm, and the divine realm. Mu Yinjiu currently resided in the human realm, where humans could ascend to the immortal or divine realms through cultivation. Mu Yinjiu was uncertain if she could cultivate, but surviving in the human realm was not difficult for her, especially since she emerged from a non-human laboratory, endowed with extraordinary abilities. Oh dear, miss, look at my foolishness. I shall fetch a doctor at once. Li Shuang exclaimed, tapping her head as she remembered she needed to find a physician to attend to her mistress's injuries. There's no need. I can manage myself. Mu Yinjiao waved her hand, intending to retreat to her room for rest. At the door, she paused, saying, Li Shuang, refrain from referring to yourself as a servant in the future. Understood, Mississippi, huh? What did you say? Li Shuang would agree to anything her mistress said, but after responding, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Mu Yinjiao chose not to answer and entered her room, closing the door behind her. Inside, the bed was already made, and Mu Yinjiao lay down, the covers still warm, imbued with a hint of sunlight. A sense of confusion washed over her. She had no memories of the original owner of this body. Perhaps she had entirely traversed to this realm. She could sense that Mu Yinjiao shared a genuine bond with Li Shuang, yet she could not empathize with it. At this moment, lingering fear still gripped her. Could she truly trust Li Shuang? She had relied on Su Chu's for 9 years, a bond that could hardly be understated, yet he had betrayed her. Even if she were not occupying this body, she now inhabited the identity of Mu Yinjiao. Thus, she resolved to protect those who were important to her. Mu Yinjiao wearily pressed her fingers to her temples, pondering what the white fox had given her. Although she had not slept well after fainting from agony, she was surprised to find all her injuries healed, and her body felt remarkably lighter. In the dead of night, Mu Yinjiao rose after a brief rest and scaled a wall to escape the backyard. Unbeknownst to her, the white fox quietly observed from the window. Upon seeing her leave, the fox transformed into a streak of lightning and quietly followed her. Under the cloak of night, Mu Yinjiao strolled along dimly lit streets, an unsettling sense of being followed tugging at her. No matter how many turns she took, the feeling persisted. She could not shake it off. Uncertain of her pursuer's intentions, she slipped into a tailor's shop. The dim interior, devoid of light, posed no obstacle for Mu Yinjiao, who had long been accustomed to darkness. She quickly grabbed several black garments and exited. The following day, Mu Yinjiao woke to the sun shining through her window, its rays indicating it was nearly midday. As she lazily opened her door, she noticed 2 figures seated at the stone table in the courtyard, Madame Mu, Li Yin, and the second miss of the Mu family, Mu Yiling. A considerable number of people filled the courtyard, a throng of maids and servants standing behind them, while in front knelt Li Shuang, her complexion notably poor. Though Li Shuang appeared pale, she bore no visible wounds. Yet, Mu Yinjiao detected a familiar faint scent of blood in the air, an aroma she had been acquainted with in her past life, impossible to forget. Miss, you have finally awakened. We have been waiting quite long. Li Yan's maid, who had just poured her tea, spoke with a mocking tone. I hear you injured your sister's maid yesterday. Is that true? Li Yan elegantly adjusted her sleeves, inquiring nonchalantly. Mu Yinjiao seemed to take no notice of their words, walking straight to assist Li Shuang. Noticing she could barely stand, likely having knelt for a long time, she attempted to help her onto a stone bench. However, someone objected. Miss, I hear your mind has been addled. It appears to be true, for you dare to sit with a servant. The maid sneered, clutching her handkerchief tightly. Li Shuang, terrified of implicating her mistress, hesitated to sit, well aware that even though her mistress could now cultivate, she would still be outmatched by such a crowd. Mu Yinjiao firmly pressed her hand down on Li Shuang's shoulder, compelling her to sit. Mu Yinjiao, do you know what you are doing? Mu Yiling observed with delight, turning to her mother. Mother, look at sister. Does she not hold you in disdain? Xiao Qing. Li Yin could no longer tolerate Mu Yinjiao's actions and called for assistance. Yes, madam, the maid responded promptly. Immediately, all the maids surrounded Mu Yinjiao and Li Shuang, while Li Yin and Mu Yiling stepped aside, quietly observing the unfolding scene. The maid named Xiao Qing, whom Mu Yinjiao remembered as the one she had kicked across the cave, now stood before her, her hand bandaged from a prior injury. Mu Yinjiao glanced at the two and calmly remarked, What? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being kicked away or having your hand broken once more? The maid, Yin'er, felt a surge of pain in her injured hand at Mu Yinjiao's words, instinctively drawing it behind her back. Xiao Qing, however, was familiar with such threats. After all, the last time had caught her off guard, and she dismissed Mu Yinjiao as merely a worthless nuisance. Furthermore, with Madame and the second miss present, along with so many others, she felt no fear. Come, teach this ill-mannered young lady a lesson on propriety. Chapter 7. Inquiring for news. Yes, Madame Qing. A group of maids obediently stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves while mockingly exclaiming, Ha! What a lady! Nearly a waste of life. They chastised her for disrespecting the madam, and the second Mississippi Mu Yinjiao shielded Li Shuang behind her, casting a cold gaze at the approaching crowd, particularly at Madame Qing, who brandished a whip. Miss, what should we do now? Li Shuang was on the verge of tears. Usually, She was only bullied by the second miss or her maidservants. But now they faced Madame Qing herself. Known for her brutality, Madame Qing could easily inflict severe harm, and with Mu Yinzhou's frail condition, she was no match for Madame Qing's whip. In a panic, Li Shuang turned to Li Yin, pleading, "Madam, I beg you to spare the miss. Please. She is still weak and cannot withstand Madame Qing's punishment. If anyone must be punished, let it be me. I implore you, madam." As she attempted to kneel before Li Yin, Mu Yinzhou stopped her, compelling her to remain seated. "Do not fear. There is no need to plead," Mu Yinzhou reassured, then glanced at the advancing figures. As they reached for her, she leaned back and executed a swift kick, striking them in the abdomen. Before they could react, she dashed past them and confronted Madame Qing, seizing the whip from her grasp. "You." Before Madame Qing could retaliate, Mu Yinzhou delivered a powerful kick, sending her flying. Turning around, she deftly swung the whip, ensnaring the necks of 3 maidservants and yanking them back. The trio fell beside Madame Qing. Utilizing the momentum of the whip, Mu Yinzhou switched places with them, retracting the whip only to launch it again, capturing the waists of 4 maidservants and pulling them backward. The first 4 maidservants who had fallen were knocked unconscious by the force. Li Shuang stared in disbelief. It all happened so swiftly. In less than half a minute, her lady had resolved the entire situation. Li Shuang's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. Mu Yiling, astonished, felt a flicker of malice. Mu Yinzhou was no longer the useless girl she once believed. What then was her own purpose? Li Yin clutched her chest, trembling with rage. This waste had become so formidable. How dare she harm her? How utterly disrespectful. Mu Yinzhou, is this how you treat me? Li Yan's finger trembled as she pointed at Mu Yinzhou, who seemed oblivious to her fury. Without a glance, Mu Yinzhou flicked the whip, sending it hurtling towards Li Yin. Startled and furious, Li Yin shrieked, "Ah!" Mu Yiling furrowed her brow, pulling Li Yin behind her and catching the whip. However, the whip's end instinctively struck her arm, causing her to drop it in pain. "Indeed, she is no longer a waste," Mu Yiling lamented, her face a mask of disappointment and sorrow as she looked at Mu Yinzhou, a flicker of amusement crossing her features. Turning to assist Li Yin, her heart ached at Mu Yinzhou's actions. "Mother, let us leave. Mu Yinzhou must have lost her mind, even striking you." Supporting the trembling Li Yin, Mu Yiling departed, while the 4 startled maidservants scrambled to recover their fallen companions. Once the commotion subsided, the air in the courtyard felt refreshingly clear. Mu Yinzhou approached Li Shuang, inquiring, "Are you injured?" Li Shuang tensed, hesitating. "Miss, I am fine, truly. Uninjured." "You better clarify," Mu Yinzhou warned, her expression frosty, causing Li Shuang to tremble. "This morning, when I went to the kitchen for food, I encountered Madame Qing. Upon learning that the madam had saved good food for us, she attempted to punish the cook. I intervened," Li Shuang recounted, her sleeve already lifted by Mu Yinzhou, revealing multiple whip marks on her arm, one of which had broken the skin. "Very well, Madame Qing. I shall remember this transgression." Noticing the tea and refreshments Li Yin had left on the stone table, Mu Yinzhou invited Li Shuang to share a meal. It turned out to be a delightful lunch. As Li Shuang recovered, wishing to alleviate Mu Yinzhou's worries, her earlier admiration resurfaced, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, Miss, you were incredible just now. Absolutely marvelous." Mu Yinzhou, observing the exuberant girl, felt her spirits lift slightly. Perhaps having this girl by her side was beneficial, especially in this unfamiliar world. She posed no threat to her. "Sit properly and eat. Once finished, we shall go out," she instructed, offering Li Shuang a pastry and pouring her a cup of tea. "Yes, Mississippi." Li Shuang obediently sat down, savoring the treats she had never tasted before. After devouring 2 pieces, she offered them to Mu Yinzhou, saying, "Miss, please eat. I am full." The pastries were a rare delight, and she feared they would not come by again after today. Mu Yinzhou frowned at Li Shuang's reluctance, feeling a warmth in her heart. This girl was far too kind. "Eat quickly, or you shall not accompany me," she teased. Li Shuang, feeling bashful, immediately stuffed her mouth with pastries, devouring them with great speed. "Miss, is it truly appropriate for us to be dressed like this?" Li Shuang felt peculiar in her outfit, transformed by Mu Yinzhou into a young man. She had never worn male attire before. "Indeed," Mu Yinzhou replied, satisfied with her handiwork. Li Shuang was clad in a blue garment Mu Yinzhou had procured from the tailor, fitting her quite well, accentuating her delicate features. Mu Yinzhou donned a black outfit, her hair casually tied back, revealing an elegant visage akin to a refined gentleman. Li Shuang gazed in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, miss, you look so handsome. Address me as young master when we step outside," Mu Yinjiu instructed, donning a hat she had fashioned, obscuring her striking face beneath its veil. "Let us depart," Mu Yinjiu commanded. Li Shuang bounced along, seemingly unaffected by her earlier distress. "Remember to call me young master," Mu Yinjiu reminded her. Li Shuang straightened, responding earnestly, "Of course, young master." They exited through the back door, unnoticed in the dilapidated courtyard. Once the door closed, a white fox perched atop the roof observed the two figures moving along the street, deep in thought. Outside, the streets were alive, bustling with activity, a stark contrast to the previous night's stillness. As they stepped onto the thoroughfare, Mu Yinjiu immediately led Li Shuang to find a doctor. After the doctor bandaged Li Shuang's wounds, Mu Yinjiu realized the dire straits they were in financially. After assuring the doctor they would return in a few days with payment, he reluctantly agreed to their arrangement. Returning to the vibrant marketplace, Li Shuang, who had initially been troubled by their lack of funds, was now captivated by the lively atmosphere, gleefully exploring her surroundings, filled with wonder. In the past, the young lady rarely ventured outside, remaining in the Qingyu Inn, with little opportunity to explore. She had attended only one banquet, which she hurriedly passed through. "Be careful," Li Shuang, Morongjiu cautioned, fearing she might become too absorbed and neglect her surroundings. "Understood, young master." Li Shuang promptly retracted her wandering gaze and obediently followed Morongjiu. The pair arrived at a bustling tea stall, where a diverse crowd engaged in animated discussions. To uncover more information, they had to delve into the throng, as Li Shuang's knowledge was merely a broad overview. Chapter 8. The Married Woman Upon Settling Down. Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang were promptly greeted by a waiter who enthusiastically served them tea, exclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please enjoy the tea." "Thank you," Mu Yinjiu replied politely. "If you require anything, please call for me," the waiter said, wiping the sweat from his brow with an innocent smile. Mu Yinjiu nodded in acknowledgement. Once the waiter departed, Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang quietly sipped their tea. Though Li Shuang was somewhat puzzled, she obediently remained silent. The voices of four burly men at the adjacent table grew increasingly boisterous, catching Mu Yinjiu's attention. "Hey, have you heard?" one of them exclaimed. "Heard what? Pray enlighten us." Another urged. "I've heard that the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister's household has eloped." "Oh," came the collective sigh of the others. "Everyone in our line of work knows this. What is there to be curious about?" No. I also heard that Miss Mu fled to a cave in the Yin Mountains with several men." "Is that true?" "Indeed it is. But wait. There is something even more perplexing. Don't keep us in suspense, spill it." Their voices lowered slightly. Yet Mu Yinjiu's keen hearing allowed her to catch every word. "This is indeed a significant matter. It concerns the dignity of both Ling Nation and Fire Nation. You see, the wedding was about to commence, but when the bride was missing, the Prime Minister's wife arranged for someone of similar stature to marry the Fire Nation's ninth prince. However," he paused dramatically, observing the eager expressions on his companions' faces, and with a knowing smile, continued, "To their astonishment, the representative from the Fire Nation, the Crown Prince, discovered that the one marrying the substitute was not the ninth prince. Those who had come with the Fire Nation dignitaries maintained their composure. Yet the astute Crown Prince of Ling Nation immediately sensed something amiss. After the ceremony, an investigation was launched, revealing the truth. The incident, while not widely publicized, reached the ears of the influential, and the Fire Emperor, upon learning of it, was furious. The neglected ninth prince was punished by being forced to remain in Ling Nation for an additional year, and in a bid to salvage their reputation, the Fire Nation sent an abundance of gold and jewels as compensation. Why didn't anyone realize the bride was also a substitute? One man pondered. After a lengthy discourse, another took a sip of tea and cryptically replied, therein lies the intrigue. Firstly, it is said that Miss Mu has been secluded, rarely appearing before the public except during grand banquets held by the emperor, and often skipping even those. It has been nearly a decade since anyone has laid eyes on the eldest daughter of the Mu family. Were it not for this union, the world might have forgotten her existence. Secondly, it is undoubtedly due to the remarkable intellect of our crown prince. The knowledge of the bride being a substitute is confined to the emperor, the crown prince, and the prime minister's family. Your assertion seems flawed. How do you know this if only those you mentioned are privy to it? The man smiled mysteriously. Such secrets must not be divulged. Upon hearing these revelations, Mu Yinjiu furrowed her brow. By this implication, she was now a married woman? Li Shuang, though not fully grasping the situation, sensed the connection to her mistress and tightened her grip on her teacup. Last night, when her mistress sought to inquire about her escape, the second miss had interrupted their conversation. Relieved, Li Shuang understood her mistress did not wish to enter this union. However, the situation had solidified, and she believed her mistress had suffered greatly to avoid the marriage, even if she would soon move to the ninth prince's residence. Li Shuang wished to keep her mistress unaware, hoping to bring her a measure of joy before the transition. Now, she was uncertain whether her mistress had overheard the conversation. She could only hope that upon learning the outcome, her mistress would come to terms with it. After all, leaving the Mu household would spare her from further suffering. Li Shuang, tell me about what transpired after I fled my marriage. Mu Yanjiu observed the tension in Li Shuang's demeanor and began to understand the gravity of the situation. What they spoke of was indeed true. Li Shuang, caught off guard by her mistress's request, trembled, causing her cup to drop, which Mu Yanjiu swiftly caught, spilling tea across the table. Mississippi. What did you just say? Li Shuang stammered, momentarily dazed. Please recount my circumstances following my elopement. Mu Yanjiu reiterated patiently. Do not fret, just speak freely. Very well, Mississippi. Li Shuang relaxed her posture and sighed. The emperor granted half a month for the prime minister's household to locate you. If you were not found, he would compel your father to publicly acknowledge the substitute as his daughter, thus erasing your existence. Therefore, I was fearful and disclosed your whereabouts to the second Mississippi. However, I did not anticipate that she would keep it from the madam and send people to disgrace you, which is utterly despicable. As Li Shuang spoke, she suddenly recalled the wounds and tattered garments she had seen on her mistress in the cave, having never experienced such a violation. She feared that her mistress had indeed suffered greatly. Mississippi, what did you endure during those days? Seeing the anguish on Li Shuang's face and the redness in her eyes, Mu Yanjiu was taken aback, realizing the significance of a woman's virtue in ancient times. Yet, as a modern assassin from the 21st century, she held little regard for such constraints. Throughout various assassination missions, she adapted to assume different identities, her persona shifting with each role. I am unscathed. Please continue, Mu Yanjiu reassured, pouring herself another cup of tea. Miss, you. Li Shuang hesitated, wishing to comfort her mistress, but upon hearing her words, she swallowed her sentiments and continued. 2 days later, when I noticed you still had not returned, I grew anxious and approached your father to reveal your whereabouts. He then dispatched someone to escort the madam and the second miss to retrieve you. Perhaps due to their disdain for Mu Yanjiu, Li Yin and Mu Yiling had no intention of bringing her back. Thus, after provoking Mu Yanjiu, they left without her. It remained uncertain what narratives they concocted to persuade the prime minister. Chapter 9. S-Class Mission. Mu Yanjiu gently swirled the teacup in her hand, continuing to listen. You are aware of the events that transpired afterward, Mississippi. After Li Shuang finished speaking, she cautiously stole a glance at Mu Yanjiu, unable to see her face. However, she sensed that her mistress seemed utterly unconcerned, as if she were merely listening to a tale where the protagonist was not herself. The transformation in her mistress was truly remarkable. Had she endured such experiences, she would have crumbled under the weight of it all. Yet, here was her mistress, calmly savoring tea. Li Shuang felt an increased admiration for her mistress, never doubting that this person was indeed the lady she had served for many years. She could not fathom the existence of two identical souls in the world, much like there are no two leaves that are precisely alike. From now on, she resolved to learn from her mistress, to become as resilient as she was. Li Shuang thought to herself. Let us go, Mu Yanjiu said, glancing at Li Shuang, who was gazing at her with admiration, her tone nonchalant. On the bustling street, a throng of people gathered. Hey, have you heard? The Mercenary Guild has released another S-Class mission. The individual who issued the task is quite distinguished. Oh, really? Who is it? The person's identity is of the highest nobility. Quit the suspense, just tell us. Otherwise, I might just hit you, exclaimed an impatient individual. It is our esteemed Crown Prince. The informant revealed without hesitation. Wow, it's truly the Crown Prince. How much is the reward? 500 taels of gold. Then let us hurry. What are we waiting for? Shall we form a group to accept this mission? The reward is substantial, but one must also consider their life. Exactly. This mission is S-Class, undoubtedly requiring S-Class mercenaries from the guild. We scattered mercenaries should refrain from trying. One individual muttered, how would we know unless we try? This mission involves perilous challenges and an abundance of mystical beasts in the Nightmare Mountain, not to mention the difficulty of reaching the summit to obtain the Yuling flower. Just gaining entry to Nightmare Mountain from the outskirts is already a daunting task. As for plucking flowers from the guardian beast Chiu-Chang, you must be dreaming. Even S-class mercenaries would think twice before undertaking this mission. What are you, a mere scattered mercenary, even thinking? The individual was rendered speechless, promptly lowering his head and turning to leave, only to collide with Mu Yanjiu, who had been eavesdropping behind them. Young master, are you all right? Li Xuan anxiously looked at Mu Yanjiu. My apologies, young sir, the individual said, his tone becoming somewhat dismissive upon hearing Li Xuan's address. Realizing it was merely a young master out for a stroll. Yet, there remained a flicker of chivalry within him, regardless of who he bumped into. An apology was in order. Mu Yanjiu adjusted her hat, her voice calm. No harm done. The individual regarded Mu Yanjiu with newfound respect. He did not resemble those debauched scions who would have toppled over at such a collision. He mused that despite the impact, Mu Yanjiu had remained steady and had not pursued the matter further. As he departed, the conversation continued. How did you manage to scare him off? What will we do if we lack personnel for the mission now? Fear not. We can still complete the task without him. Those who had mocked him waved their hands confidently. Let us head back and prepare. We'll act tonight. Observing them about to disperse, Mu Yanjiu promptly inquired of the one who had dismissed the crowd. Could you tell me more about this S-class mission? How does one accept it? The individual cast a glance at Mu Yanjiu and Li Xuan, his tone impatient. If you are interested, sir, you may check the notice board ahead. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot linger. With that, he departed. Li Xuan, feeling disgruntled, muttered, What kind of people are these? How dare they treat my lady with such disdain? Enduring bullying from the second miss at the Prime Minister's residence was one thing, but now, in public, these people showed no respect for her mistress. Truly outrageous. All right, stay close to me. Let us not get separated. Mu Yanjiu sighed, finding the girl's protectiveness amusing. As the crowd thickened, all drawn by rumors of the Crown Prince's mission, Mu Yanjiu guided Li Xuan deftly through the throng, avoiding collisions until they reached the notice board. Standing tall amidst the crowd, she, like many others, gazed at the announcements. Li Xuan, not very tall, found her view obstructed by those in front. So she vigilantly watched for potential collisions, politely warning others to avoid Mu Yanjiu. The two stood out in the crowd, one tall and the other short. With the shorter one protecting the taller, the latter remained oblivious to the world around her, wholly engrossed in the notice board. In a windowed loft, a man clad in dark robes gently swirled a jade teacup. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the happenings below with keen interest. That one wearing the hood seems rather exceptional, he remarked. Oh? The man seated opposite him followed his gaze toward the crowd at the notice board. Among them stood a lone figure, tall and elegant, dressed simply, the long veil of their hat obscuring their features. Yet their innate aura set them apart from the throng. Xiaohan glanced at the man in dark robes, reclining languidly in his chair, as his languid voice emerged. Crown Prince, if you find him intriguing, why not invite him up for a discussion? Feng Zhenyi chuckled softly, exuding the regal air of royalty as he prepared a pot of tea with grace. Explaining as he poured, That isn't necessary. I merely find him quite different amidst the crowd, which may amuse you, Ninth Prince. In his hand, Xiaohan conjured a delicate fan, gently wafting the rich aroma of tea toward him. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he caught the teacup that Feng Zhenyi had just filled to 7/10 full, taking a sip and praising, Quite delightful. Truly, the Crown Prince has an exquisite taste in tea. To any onlooker, this scene would surely be astonishing. The Crown Prince had publicly exposed the truth behind his stand-in during the Ninth Prince's wedding, leading to repercussions that resulted in a year's exile. How could these two now appear as if they shared the camaraderie of longtime friends? Were the rumors they had heard all along misguided? While the world may praise me, please spare me your courteous words. Feng Zhenyi replied with a resigned shake of his head, smiling. Were it not for you, how could my Ling Kingdom have acquired such immense wealth? This is merely a matter of mutual benefit, Xiaohan replied. Chapter 10. Undertaking the mission. Qiang, this was merely a matter of mutual needs. Xiaohan paid no heed, as if the immense wealth sent from the Fire Nation had no bearing on him whatsoever. In the crowd, Mu Yanjiu was not as engrossed as others appeared to be. Even in this foreign realm, her innate vigilance remained undiminished, perhaps even heightened. As she swiftly scanned the contents of the notice board, she sensed two pairs of eyes fixated upon her. However, they withdrew their gazes almost immediately. The shift in attention was swift. Mu Yanjiu noticed it, but could not pinpoint their location. She lingered in the crowd for a while longer, expecting the gazes to return. But they did not. Let us go, Li Xuan. Observing this, Mu Yinjiao decided not to dwell on it any further. Upon their return to Qingyuan, Mu Yinjiao and Li Xuang each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. After lying down for a spell and recalling the black bread from the previous night, Mu Yinjiao rose and headed to the kitchen. If the inhabitants of this household were unwilling to make her comfortable, why should she impose upon others? After procuring some pots, bowls, and rice, she noticed a few fish swimming in a tank. With a swift motion, she caught one, along with some seasonings and ginger, before departing. At that moment, the kitchen was empty, as the staff had gone out to purchase supplies, making it easy for Mu Yinjiao to take what she needed. Upon returning to Qingyuan, she set about establishing a modest kitchen in the backyard, sufficient to shield against the wind and rain. Once this was accomplished, Mu Yinjiao stretched her weary limbs, only to suddenly notice a white fox lounging atop the roof, fast asleep. Ah, so this white fox has not departed. The fox seemed to sense someone observing it. Lazily opened its eyelids, and upon seeing the disheveled Mu Yinjiao, promptly closed its eyes and resumed its slumber. Unperturbed, Mu Yinjiao washed herself and busied herself in the small kitchen. An hour later, the white fox, having caught a whiff of something delightful, opened its eyes slowly. Spotting the dishes laid out on the stone table in the courtyard, it leapt gracefully down, landing deftly atop the stone surface. The white fox fixated on the steamed fish, its flesh glistening in the afternoon sun, exuding an irresistible allure, while the garnish of green onions further stimulated the salivary glands. Mu Yinjiao called for Li Xuang to join her for dinner, and upon returning, she found the white fox eyeing the fish hungrily, its paw inching towards it, yet hesitating, seemingly conflicted about how to partake. Wow, the white fox is so adorable, Li Xuang exclaimed in awe. Let us eat, Mu Yinjiao announced, as it was time for supper. Li Xuang nodded, taking her seat. Once Mu Yinjiao began to eat, Li Xuang promptly picked up a piece of fish, cooled it, and offered it to the white fox. Yet the fox turned its head away, exuding an air of disdain. Li Xuang felt disheartened and quietly resumed her meal. Mu Yinjiao, seemingly understanding the situation, used a serving chopstick to present a piece of fish with fewer bones, allowing the steam to dissipate slightly before offering it to the fox. Go ahead and eat. At last, the white fox elegantly opened its mouth, savoring the fish, chewing slowly and spitting out the bones, placing them aside. What a noble and graceful creature. Li Xuang blinked in astonishment, realizing this was how one should feed it. Li Xuang attempted to feed the fox once more, yet was met with a cold rejection. Heartbroken, she continued to eat in silence until a realization struck her. The food was simply exquisite. Surely, it was the same fare enjoyed by the lady and the second young miss. How could such splendid dishes appear here? Moreover, tonight's meal was not something she had fetched from the kitchen. Li Xuang's eyes widened in worry as she looked at Mu Yinjiao. Miss, did they mistreat you when you fetched the food? Mu Yinjiao raised an eyebrow, sensing that this master-servant duo had been subjected to their fair share of bullying. No, I made this myself. Miss, when did you learn to cook? Where did these dishes come from? Li Xuang had never seen her mistress in the kitchen before. Despite having faced considerable adversity, a lady was still a lady, untouched by the mundane toil of the kitchen. I learned today. The food was taken from the kitchen, Mu Yinjiao replied, wishing to say little more, leaving Li Xuang to believe she had just acquired the skill. Li Xuang sniffled, touched. Oh, you are too kind, miss. You learned to cook just to spare me from the kitchen staff's bullying. Mu Yinjiao simply thought. She merely wished to avoid consuming any more black bread and nothing more. After satisfying her hunger, Mu Yinjiao began to feed the white fox. Once the fox was full, it vanished, and she did not pursue it. As night fell, Mu Yinjiao sent Li Xuang back to her room for rest before returning to her own chamber, retrieving the night attire she had brought from the tailor. After donning the outfit, she quietly slipped out through the window and scaled the back wall. The notice board the night had deepened, and the bustle of the day had vanished from around the notice board, leaving only 2 guards standing silently on either side. Holding lanterns, the guards remained motionless, akin to statues, and even as they spotted Mu Yinjiao's arrival, they did not stir. Mu Yinjiao glanced at the notice detailing a bounty of 500 taels of gold, delicately pinching it with her slender fingers, tearing it down. She then picked up the sword hanging beside the notice and inscribed 2 characters on the task column, Wang. The guards, witnessing Mu Yinjiao tear down an S-level mission notice, could not help but steal a few glances. After her departure, they checked her signature, Wang. In Mountain. Mu Yinjiao stood aside, surveying the terrain. In Mountain was not merely a mountain. Surrounding it lay a vast expanse of dense forest, with numerous traps set by hunters for their quarry. Navigating the periphery required utmost caution. A careless step could lead one into a trap, and those lacking strength would face a grim fate if no one came to their aid. Deeper within resided aggressive creatures, and further in still lay the realm inhabited by the so-called mysterious beasts. At the furthest point was the territory of Qiuqiang, a domain that even the fiercest beasts dared not approach. Entering Qiuqiang's domain significantly reduced the risk of being attacked by other mysterious beasts. Yet it posed a far greater peril, Qiuqiang itself. Throughout her journey, Mu Yanjiao had slain countless wild and mysterious beasts, evaded numerous traps, until she finally reached the vicinity of Qiuqiang. However, she dared not linger. The scent of blood clung to her, a remnant of the beasts she had vanquished. Breathless, Mu Yanjiao stood at the foot of the mountain, gazing up at the peak rising approximately 1,000 meters above sea level. After taking a moment to collect herself, she began her ascent. The mountain was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves beneath her feet, echoing through the stillness. As she climbed higher, the temperature dropped and the winds grew stronger. Although the trees remained motionless, the chill carried by the wind was palpable. Chapter 11. Confrontation with Qiuqiang. As Mu Yanjiao ventured into the mountains, she cast aside her veil hat. The biting cold wind stung her face, awakening her to the realization that this was no ordinary breeze. If her instincts were accurate, it was the breath of Qiuqiang, striving to shield herself from the gusts. She walked against the wind, raising her gaze to the heavens, where the moon appeared strikingly close, indicating her imminent arrival at the summit. With a deep exhalation, Mu Yanjiao pressed onward, her footsteps growing increasingly muted until they faded entirely. The mountaintop was enveloped in tranquility, were it not for the persistent cold wind. She would have deemed it an idyllic rendezvous spot for lovers. A vast expanse of grass swayed gently in the breeze, under a sky adorned with scattered stars and veils of mist, punctuated by a small lake that mirrored the luminous moon. It was a scene of serene beauty. Yet, the more tranquil the surroundings, the less inclined Mu Yanjiao felt to relax. As she moved, the wind intensified. She traversed the mountaintop, but failed to locate the elusive Lu Linghua. Her gaze fell upon the only area she had yet to examine, the lake. Cautiously approaching its edge, a thunderous bird call shattered the silence. A powerful gust surged towards her. Quick as a flash, Mu Yanjiao sought refuge behind a massive boulder beside the lake. Qiuqiang's immense wings beat the air, creating violent currents. After circling above in search of its target, it descended, the scent of blood thickening in the air, and landed heavily on the grass, creating a noticeable depression in the ground. Following the trail of blood, Qiuqiang advanced towards Mu Yanjiao's position. Boom, boom. With each step Qiuqiang took, the mountains seemed to tremble. An instinctive alarm rang in Mu Yanjiao's mind. This creature, known as Qiuqiang, was perilously dangerous. Yet, danger only fueled her resolve. She would rise stronger against adversity. Sensing Qiuqiang's approach, she pressed against the boulder, ever ready to strike. Qiuqiang craned its neck to peer behind the rock, and in that fleeting moment, Mu Yanjiao seized her opportunity. Bracing herself against the boulder, she leaped, landing deftly atop Qiuqiang's head. As the creature thrashed about in an attempt to dislodge her, she spread her arms and, with a light touch of her feet, glided down its neck to its back. Qiuqiang soared into the sky, its wings flapping with growing frequency, the force of the wind nearly wrenching Mu Yanjiao from her hold on its feathers. A few of its plumage were almost torn from the creature by her reckless grasp, and Qiuqiang's icy blue eyes turned a blood-red hue. Ah! A piercing cry echoed through the heavens. Qiuqiang twisted its head, attempting to peck Mu Yanjiao off its back. Just as its beak came within a meter of her, she executed a roll, landing once more atop its head, clutching a bloodied ice feather she had just wrenched from its body. Qiuqiang's eyes glowed a deeper crimson, driven by instinct to rid itself of the audacious intruder on its head. It flapped its wings furiously, heading towards a distant mountain range, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Realizing the peril, Mu Yanjiao gripped the ice feather tightly, inching closer to Qiuqiang's most vulnerable spot. During her initial landing, she had noted a depression atop its head, obscured by feathers. Had she not fortuitously landed there, she might never have discovered it. Chapter 12. The Oak Blossom. As Mu Yanjiao drew closer to the mountains, she resolutely parted the feathers obscuring the sunken area of Qiuqiang, gripping a few of them like reins and coldly threatening. If you wish to live, halt. Qiuqiang's pace indeed slowed, yet the crimson hue in its eyes thickened ominously. Mu Yanjiao glanced at the indentation, evidently inflicted by injury, where a faint glimmer of red light emanated from the deepest point. It was Chiao Chang's essence crystal. Once a mystical beast loses its essence crystal, it is akin to a human devoid of a heart. However, this was not the gravest concern. A mystical beast can survive without its essence crystal, yet without it, they cannot cultivate or advance, rendering them powerless and akin to mere fodder, easily slaughtered by ordinary beasts. Chiao Chang had developed its own consciousness, which equated to possessing its own thoughts. As a creature of such noble lineage, it could not endure the humiliation of being vanquished by lesser beasts. If it were to perish, it must be at the hands of a true warrior. Mu Yinjiao understood that Chiao Chang was issuing a warning. She refrained from rash actions, merely tapping gently beside the sunken area with her foot, her tone soft as she spoke. Return to Yin Mountain. Procure the oak blossom for me, and I shall heal your old wounds. The audacious minion speaks. How could my injury be so easily mended? The one who harmed me is leagues more powerful than this insignificant creature. Trust me, and you shall live. Defy me, and you shall die. Her indifferent tone betrayed no concern for Chiao Chang's reaction. She could dispose of it in an instant, should she choose. Mu Yinjiao settled beside the indentation, her legs resting within the hollow, still grasping the feathers of Chiao Chang gently, while her other hand soothingly caressed the feathers beside her. Upon hearing her words, Chiao Chang's heart quivered, sensing the formidable nature of this woman. Despite her lack of discernible power, she could effortlessly seize its lifeline. Atop Yin Mountain, Mu Yinjiao reclined comfortably within Chiao Chang's hollow, observing as Chiao Chang approached the lake, extracting the water and spraying it onto the adjacent grass. The lake's surface was smooth, with a diamond-shaped indentation at its center where the moonlight had previously reflected, but it was now empty. Both Chiao Chang and Mu Yinjiao squinted their eyes, and in the next moment, Mu Yinjiao rose, brandishing the plucked ice feather and casting it towards a certain direction. Poochie! The feather pierced flesh, blood spraying forth. A figure collapsed to the ground, clutching a diamond-shaped ice crystal. Within the azure ice crystal lay the oak blossom, as proclaimed in the announcement. Mu Yinjiao leaped forward, landing before the fallen individual. Peering down at the one who clutched the ice crystal desperately, the person gazed back at Mu Yinjiao, a flicker of recognition crossing their face. Mu Yinjiao noted that this was the individual who had collided with her on the street earlier that day. Hand it over. Her voice was cold and devoid of warmth. Huang Shanqing squinted at the sound, a mix of reluctance and unwillingness washing over him, yet he ultimately released his grip. He was astute enough to understand that as long as Mu Yinjiao desired the oak blossom, it would be beyond his reach, and he could very well lose his life. If he had not misjudged, she had descended from Chiao Chang. Had she tamed it? Unaware of the shock etched upon Huang Shanqing's face, Mu Yinjiao bent to retrieve the ice crystal and made her way towards Chiao Chang, for she had promised to aid in its healing. Though Chiao Chang held little regard for this seemingly powerless minion, it could not dismiss the fact that it had just been defeated. Its pride compelled it to honor the agreement. Thus, when Mu Yinjiao had stepped away from its head, it refrained from attacking, allowing this insignificant creature a chance to prove its worth. Let us see what abilities she possesses to mend its wounds. Chapter 13. Abilities. Mu Yinjiao leaped onto Chiao Chang's head, plucking a feather from it and drawing a line across her palm. As the blood flowed forth, she mingled the blood from Chiao Chang with her own, letting the mixture drip into the hollow cavity. Those who emerged from the laboratory possessed unique abilities, each distinct from the other. Mu Yinjiao, however, was a dual ability wielder, one of which allowed her blood to heal any wound. The mingled droplets fell into the hollow, visibly accelerating the healing process, while the crimson light emanating from Chiao Chang's core crystal grew ever more radiant. A tempest of emotions surged within Chiao Chang. How could this woman possess such prowess? It had guarded the Yuling flower precisely because the powder it released when absorbing moonlight at night could aid its wounds. Previously, it had been compelled to concede to her demands due to the knowledge that, even if she failed to heal it, the Yuling flower could regenerate, while its own life was singular. Yet, to its astonishment, this woman exhibited remarkable skill, not only healing but also enhancing its power significantly. Chiao Chang had not felt such a surge of strength in ages, having been unable to cultivate since its injury. With cold, azure eyes, Chiao Chang cast a disdainful glance at Mu Yinjiao, who appeared pale from excessive blood loss, gradually relinquishing its contempt. Just as the deep cavity was on the verge of complete healing, Chiao Chang suddenly took flight, causing Mu Yinjiao to lose her balance and tumble onto its back. In that moment, she grasped her bleeding hand, smiling softly, realizing that only the blood from her own body could heal the wounds. With her pallid face tilted upwards, She gazed at Qiuqiang and inquired, "What? Do you no longer wish to heal? Ugh, if you continue to bleed like that, you'll lose your life, foolish woman." Qiuqiang's cold gaze lingered on the frail figure upon its back. This person was indeed peculiar. Unlike those who sought to harm it, she honored her promises and was, in fact, rather admirable. Mu Yinjing met Qiuqiang's gaze with a calm demeanor. "Extend your head, we are almost there." Qiuqiang complied, albeit with a swift motion, pecking at the palm of Mu Yinjing, from which blood flowed profusely. This sudden action rendered her complexion even more ghastly, as pale as a corpse. In the next moment, a blue light enveloped Mu Yinjing, lifting her into the air, her injured hand extending uncontrollably towards Qiuqiang. Immediately, Qiuqiang expelled a droplet of blue blood, which swiftly merged with Mu Yinjing's red blood. A flash of golden light ensued, and the combined essence fell upon the wound etched in her palm, vanishing instantaneously. At that moment, Mu Yinjing sensed an additional presence of mental energy in her consciousness, alleviating somewhat the dizziness brought on by her blood loss. "Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" A cold voice echoed in her mind. It was Qiuqiang's voice. Mu Yinjing had no time to respond before the blue light enveloping her dissipated, and in her weakened state, she began to plummet. Observing this, Qiuqiang swiftly soared to catch her, and Mu Yinjing landed securely upon its back. "Thank you," she expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks," Qiuqiang retorted with a haughty glance. "I merely wish for you to linger a while longer. Your blood is indeed a valuable asset." Chapter 14. A life not worth losing. There is no need for that. "I merely wish for you to linger a bit longer, for your blood is indeed quite precious." Qiuqiang cast a disdainful glance at Mu Yinjing, her tone revealing that her sole interest in saving her stemmed from the allure of her blood, nothing more. "If I am not mistaken, did you not just forge a contract with me?" Mu Yinjing recalled the recent events and the contents of a book she had chanced upon during a prior mission, which described occurrences akin to those that had just transpired. Contracts come in various forms, the master-servant contract being the most inequitable, wherein the contracted beast must unconditionally obey its master's commands, devoid of any freedom. Another type is the ordinary contract, which allows for a relationship akin to that of regular friends between the contracted beast and its human. However, most individuals refrain from signing such contracts, for humanity often perceives itself as superior and thus unworthy of friendship with beasts. There exists yet another form, a life and death contract, wherein both master and beast perish together, while the beast alone meets its demise if the master survives, resulting in a backlash upon the master. Yet, the contract formed between Qiuqiang and Mu Yinjing was neither of these three types, but rather a summoning contract. This particular contract allows humans to summon their contracted beasts at will. However, the beasts retain the right to choose whether or not to heed their master's commands. Humph. It is merely a summoning contract. Do not take pride in it. "I shall not be bound to your whims," Qiuqiang declared with pride, unwilling to admit that her decision to contract was influenced by Mu Yinjing's insistence on treating her wounds, even at the cost of her own life. "Oh, is that so? Who is it that obeyed my summons to fly back to the Nightmare Mountain?" That was before any contract was established. Mu Yinjing arched an eyebrow, her tone suggesting that she could command Qiuqiang even without a contract, let alone with one in place. Qiuqiang averted her gaze, defiantly retorting, "That was solely due to your cunning threats. In battle, the one who first seizes the opponent's weakness claims victory. No one will claim it was through cunning threats." "A loss is a loss," Mu Yinjing replied coolly. "Are you insinuating that I cannot bear defeat?" Qiuqiang was nearly exasperated to the point of collapse. "Well, you are somewhat astute," Mu Yinjing remarked, glancing at her hand, now staunching the bleeding. She tore a strip from her garment to bandage her wound, adding, "I have no desire to keep a foolishly incompetent contracted beast." Qiuqiang. Deciding to cease communication with this infuriating woman, Qiuqiang resolved to remain silent. Knowing she had succeeded in aggravating Qiuqiang, Mu Yinjing instructed, "Take me to the outskirts of the Nightmare Mountain. Afterward, you are free to go wherever you please." Without uttering a word, Qiuqiang lifted Mu Yinjing and soared toward the periphery of the mountain. A minute later, Mu Yinjing safely touched down, clutching an acorn flower. Before departing, she plucked a feather from Qiuqiang. "Qiuqiang." This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. Do not assume that just because she was now her contracted master, she could act with impunity. After plucking the feather, Mu Yinjing waved her hand and declared, "I am leaving." Ugh, Qiuqiang had no desire to hear her speak any longer. With a cry, she ascended into the clouds, disappearing from sight. The Moon Pavilion. The autumn wind whispered through the trees, scattering leaves that danced gracefully in the breeze, while the melodious sound of a guqin captivated the heart. Upon his arrival, Feng Zhani beheld a gentleman clad in a delicate azure robe, gracefully playing the instrument alone within the pavilion. The beauty of the scene was such that it felt almost sacrilegious to disturb it. A figure as refined as jade. A gentleman unparalleled in the world. This aptly described the man within the moon pavilion. Feng Zhani chose not to interrupt, instead listening quietly for a while to the enchanting melody. Chapter 15. Morning. Feng Zhani remained undisturbed, quietly listening to the melody for a while. Just as he was about to leave, the last note of the tune fell. Xiao Han, with a hoarse voice, said, "Since you have come, why leave? Ha ha ha, it has been ages since I last heard you play. I couldn't bear to disrupt such beauty." Feng Zhani exclaimed, clapping his hands in praise. "Truly, the world's foremost musician lives up to his reputation. If you so desire, I shall play for you every day," Xiao Han replied as he descended from the pavilion, brushing his sleeves and speaking in a low voice. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I have just received word from the Mercenary Guild that someone has accepted the task I posted." Feng Zhani expressed keen interest, noting that this individual had come alone to take on the mission. "Oh, who is this person?" A flicker of curiosity crossed Xiao Han's eternally cold expression. This task was no simple matter. To undertake it alone implied considerable confidence. "This individual is certainly extraordinary." The name left was Wang. Feng Zhani remarked, "I suspect this person is a formidable figure, one who shuns fame and fortune." Xiao Han nodded in agreement, seemingly recalling something. He said, "Just moments ago, a golden light appeared near Yinshan, seemingly a summoning light. If what you say is true, this person must have formed a pact with Qiu Chang. The appearance of such a golden light can only occur when a powerful contract beast and its master enter into a contract." "Oh, is that so? I am most eager to meet this Wu Wang." Feng Zhani's interest deepened. In Qingyuan, Mu Yanjiu hastily changed out of her clothes and donned a clean outfit. After removing the makeshift bandage, she was about to redress her wound with fresh gauze when a white fox suddenly appeared at the window. Surprised, Mu Yanjiu glanced twice before concentrating on bandaging her injury. The white fox frowned, wondering what had befallen this woman to render her so weak. The blood she had provided earlier seemed wasted. "What have you done?" A cold voice rang out in the room, startling Mu Yanjiu. After finishing her bandaging, she turned to the white fox that had leaped through the window, exclaiming, "So you can speak. I merely accepted a task." Overestimating oneself, the white fox sneered, casting a glance at Mu Yanjiu's pale countenance. Unfazed by the fox's disdain, Mu Yanjiu inquired, "Tell me, what is the story behind that red fruit?" "It is merely an ordinary wild fruit," the white fox replied, surprised by Mu Yanjiu's insight. Had this woman tasted its blood? "An ordinary wild fruit would not cleanse the toxins accumulated within me over the years or heal my wounds," Mu Yanjiu asserted. She had no intention of dancing around the topic. She had heard that a fox's heart blood could purify an entire being, dispelling poisons and healing injuries. The toxins within her stemmed from years of being injected with various substances in the laboratory, making their removal a daunting task. "Since you are aware, why ask?" The white fox huffed, turning its head away. "Why help me?" Mu Yanjiu pressed. "You need not concern yourself with that. Do not squander my blood." The white fox warned, its eyes glimmering with caution against any recurrence of tonight's events. With that, the white fox vanished. Mu Yanjiu stood in stunned silence, pondering the intentions of this fox. Was it urging her to take care of her health? What was its ulterior motive? As the sun reached its zenith, Li Shuang ventured to the kitchen to retrieve the meal prepared by the old woman for her and her mistress. Returning to Qingyuan, she awakened Mu Yanjiu. "Ah, mistress, what has happened to your hand?" Li Shuan exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern and confusion as she gazed at Mu Yanjiu's heavily bandaged hand. Chapter 16. His Royal Highness meets the unexpected. "It's nothing," Mu Yanjiu replied, retracting her hand as she settled onto a stone bench, indulging herself in a meal. "Li Shuang, come and eat. Let us converse once you are satisfied." Li Shuang, suppressing her myriad of doubts and heartache, ate in silence, feeling increasingly useless for allowing her mistress to suffer. After finishing her meal, before Li Shuang could speak, Mu Yanjiu left a single remark and retreated into her room. "Do not seek me today. Do not worry. I am well." Understood. Mississippi. Li Shuang, defeated, returned to her stone bench. At the Mercenary Guild, the daylight brought a throng of people. Mu Yanjiu approached the task submission area, presenting the notice she had torn down the previous night to the inspector. Just as she was about to hand over the Yuling flower, The inspector abruptly stood, filled with excitement, and respectfully beckoned, "Lord Wu Wang, this way, please." Confounded, Mu Yinjiu followed him into a private chamber, where the inspector formally knocked on the door and announced, "My lord, Lord Wu Wang has arrived. Who seeks her?" Upon the conclusion of his words, the door swung open, and the inspector gestured for her to enter. Once inside, Mu Yinjiu discreetly surveyed the room through the veil of her hat. "Are you Wu Wang?" Feng Zhani poured a cup of tea and gestured for her to take a seat before inquiring. "Yes," Mu Yinjiu replied, unable to discern their faces through the veil. Yet sensing their extraordinary presence, her tone remained composed and unyielding. "Why the veil?" Xiaohan reclined on a chaise, his long fingers tapping rhythmically against the armrest. "Nothing to disclose," Mu Yinjiu frowned, uncertain of their intentions. Feng Zhani chuckled lightly and courteously remarked, "Young Master Wu Wang, how can we share tea if you do not remove your hat? I have come to submit a task, not to partake in tea." With the two still withholding their purpose, her vigilance intensified. Xiaohan let out a soft click of his tongue, his voice melodious. "Zhani, it appears you have faced rejection." "Ah, no matter," Feng Zhani replied with another smile. Addressing Mu Yinjiu, "I am the one issuing the task. You may proceed with your submission now." The name Feng Zhani was well known throughout Ling Kingdom. The Crown Prince? Mu Yinjiu expressed her puzzlement at hearing the name, wondering what the Crown Prince of Ling Kingdom sought from her. Xiaohan, catching her murmured words, smiled lightly and teased, "You are rather intriguing, knowing his identity. You do not bow immediately. Are you not afraid of his wrath?" In this setting, there were only the issuer and the task submitter, devoid of courtly formalities. Mu Yinjiu remained steadfast, neither subservient nor arrogant. "Ha ha ha." Feng Zhani laughed heartily. "Bring forth the reward." Soon, the door opened, and two individuals entered, shouldering a large wooden chest, which they placed before Mu Yinjiu. Upon opening the chest, the gleam of silver reflected the sunlight streaming in, dazzling Mu Yinjiu's eyes. Without needing to look, she knew where Feng Zhani was, tossing the Yuling flower to him. She said, "Your Highness is quite generous. Are you not concerned I might abscond with the silver without delivering?" "I trust you are not of such character," Feng Zhani assured, deftly catching the flower she had thrown. Inspecting it with satisfaction, noting its perfect condition, confident in his judgment of character. "Thank you, Your Highness." Mu Yinjiu bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude for Feng Zhani's trust in her. Chapter 17. Repayment. There's no need for formalities, Feng Zhani remarked appreciatively as he regarded Mu Yinjiu, his voice imbued with delight. "If there are no matters to discuss, then I shall take my leave." Mu Yinjiu, wishing to minimize interaction with this individual, recognized the complexity of the two individuals before her. At this moment, she felt quite isolated and vulnerable, unaware of their intentions. It was prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles where possible. "Oh," Xiaohan expressed growing admiration for Mu Yinjiu, his voice low and teasing. "Is this gentleman refusing the prince's invitation? How rare it is for someone to decline the gracious overtures of a noble prince." Countless individuals outside yearned to curry favor with Feng Zhani. Feng Zhani waved dismissively, chuckling. "Xiaohan, do not tease our guest." He turned to Mu Yinjiu, adding, "Might you join us for tea? I hold you in high regard and wish to cultivate a friendship." Acknowledging the bonds among the capable, Feng Zhani was a man who cherished talent and sought alliances with the strong. "Thank you for your kind invitation, Your Highness." Having been invited to tea multiple times, it would be inappropriate for Mu Yinjiu to continue declining. Stepping forward, she lifted the teacup, slightly raising her veil to sip, and remarked, "This is excellent tea." The two men who had entered with a wooden chest exchanged glances, silently affirming, "Of course. Just look at who she is." Feng Zhani, somewhat regretful, gently shook his head, sensing Mu Yinjiu's reluctance to form a deeper connection, leaving him a touch disheartened. However, he was not one to impose upon others. All his guests had come of their own volition. "Thank you for the tea, Your Highness. I must take my leave." Mu Yinjiu set down her cup, bowed slightly, and exited the room. In response, Feng Zhani instructed the two men, "Ensure you deliver the reward to Mu Yinjiu. Do not neglect her." "Yes, Your Highness," they replied, bowing respectfully. Ultimately, heeding the advice of the individual overseeing her task, Mu Yinjiu took some silver and requested that the two men deposit the funds into a merchant establishment. It was impractical for her to carry such a sum, and placing it in a facility akin to a modern bank was the most convenient option. After leaving the mercenary guild, Mu Yinjiu sought a discreet location to change into a light blue outfit, still donning her hood. She visited the tailor's shop where she had borrowed clothing the previous night, retrieved several garments, and casually mentioned the items that had gone missing. The proprietor, upon inspecting, confirmed the absence of several outfits. With a calm demeanor, Mu Yinjiao inquired, "What is the total for the clothing, including the ones from that evening?" 90 taels. The proprietor grumbled, inflating the cost by a few taels to vent his frustration. "Here's 100 taels. Keep the change." With that, Mu Yinjiao departed. The tailor stood astonished, taken aback by the generosity of this seemingly simple individual, feeling his face flush with heat as he rushed after her. Yet, amidst the bustling street, Mu Yinjiao had already vanished from sight. At the marketplace, Mu Yinjiao returned to the apothecary where she had previously incurred a debt, repaying the money owed. She perused the stalls of vegetable vendors, contemplating the ingredients for her afternoon and evening meals, and purchased a selection of provisions to bring back to Qingyuan. As she entered the courtyard, Li Shuang was startled by her sudden appearance, arms laden with packages. Chapter 18. An Unexpected Visitor, Mississippi. Pear Blossom inquired uncertainly. Although she had seen her mistress wearing a veil yesterday, many others donned veils as well, and furthermore, this attire was unfamiliar to her mistress. "Yes, it is I," Mu Yinjiao replied, choosing not to remove her hat. Upon hearing this, Pear Blossom hurriedly approached to take some items, realizing that they contained an abundance of ingredients. Alongside a bag of clothing. "Take the clothes back to your room. They are for you. Come to the backyard later," Mu Yinjiao instructed, before proceeding into her modest kitchen with the ingredients. Pear Blossom nodded, somewhat dumbfounded, as she was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding her and her mistress. Where did her mistress acquire the funds to purchase such an array of items? Moreover, to buy her clothing, her mistress was exceedingly kind. She vowed to repay her mistress's generosity in the future. After processing the purchased ingredients, Mu Yinjiao noticed a shortage of wood. Remembering a dead tree in the yard, she resolved to cut it down. However, upon arriving at the yard, she was met with an unwelcome sight. A middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, clad in a deep blue embroidered robe, sat on a stone bench, his countenance radiating fury. Beside him stood Li Yin, elegantly dressed. Upon seeing Mu Yinjiao, he exclaimed, "Humph! How dare you return? Do you realize how you have tarnished my reputation?" With a moment's reflection, Mu Yinjiao surmised that this man was the prime minister of the court, the lord of the prime minister's residence, and her so-called father, Mu Yinjiao. "Oh, pray tell, what transgression has my daughter committed to incite such wrath?" Mu Yinjiao remarked, casually brushing dust from her sleeve. "You know full well what you have done." Mu Chongshan slammed his palm against the stone table, his tone rife with discontent over Mu Yinjiao's demeanor. "I am unaware." Mu Yinjiao raised an eyebrow, looking at Mu Chongshan with a flippant tone. "Unrepentant, kneel before me at once." Mu Chongshan bellowed. Mu Yinjiao was not the true Mu Yinjiao connected by blood to Mu Chongshan. Setting aside how he had treated the original Mu Yinjiao, she was acutely aware that he did not regard this Mu Yinjiao as his daughter. Given this, she felt no hesitation, maintaining her light-hearted tone. "I have done nothing wrong. Will I kneel simply because you demand it?" At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from outside. "Mother, what brings you here?" "Do not worry, dear. Everything is fine." Li Yin affectionately stroked Mu Yiling's head. "But you should not have come here. Have you forgotten how your sister treated you last time? If I had not been present, you would have been bedridden for half a month." Mu Yiling's expression was one of concern, clearly anxious for Li Yin. "Dear, what do you mean?" Mu Chongshan questioned, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Father, how did you end up here?" Mu Yiling gasped, as if just now noticing Mu Chongshan seated on the stone bench, her attention previously solely on Li Yin. "Explain what you just said. What do you mean your mother would be bedridden for half a month?" Mu Chongshan's tone softened as he addressed Mu Yiling. "This, I dare not say." Mu Yiling stammered, her gaze darting nervously, occasionally landing on Mu Yinjiao, as though fearful of her presence. Chapter 19. Shouldering all the blame. "Dear daughter, do not be afraid. Speak your truth. I will ensure that no one can harm you." Morong Chongshan spoke solemnly, his affection for Morong Yiling evident in his tone. "Thank you, father," Morong Yiling replied, casting a glance at Morong Yinjiao, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Yesterday, mother and I visited my sister, but I am uncertain if I inadvertently upset her, leading to her venting her frustrations on my maid. Mother felt compelled to teach my sister a lesson, yet my sister retaliated by striking mother with a whip. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and intercepted the blow. Otherwise, mother would not be standing here today." With that, Morong Yiling cast a provocative glance at Morong Yinjiao. "Is this true?" Murong Chongshan believed Murong Yiling's words, but sought confirmation from Li Yan. Li Yan gazed at Murong Chongshan with eyes full of emotion, as if he were her hero, and nodded gravely. Murong Yinjiao quietly observed the unfolding drama, at a loss for words. Murong Yinjiao, why have you not yet knelt to apologize to your mother and sister? Murong Chongshan demanded again, his voice stern. I have but one mother, and her name is Lin Shi. Murong Yinjiao articulated each word clearly, ensuring her meaning was unmistakable. Lin Shi was the biological mother of the person whose identity Murong Yinjiao had assumed, being Murong Chongshan's ninth wife. You. Murong Chongshan was visibly enraged. I shall ask once more, will you kneel and apologize or not? As Li Xuang was happily making her way to the backyard, she was startled by the sudden furious shout, her heart sinking with dread. Oh no, the master has returned. Mississippi. With this thought, Li Xuang rushed into the courtyard. Upon seeing the furious Murong Chongshan, she immediately knelt, insisting on taking all the blame. Master, every fault lies with this servant. It has nothing to do with the young lady. I implore you, do not vent your anger on her. Murong Yiling couldn't help but scoff. Do you think that by shouldering all the blame, this will simply conclude the matter? She stepped forward, attempting to soothe Murong Chongshan's temper. Father, you must not let your anger harm your health. Here, have some water to calm yourself. I believe that sister did not act with malice. She has already recognized her mistake, so please, do not remain angry. As she poured a cup of tea for Murong Chongshan, her hand trembled, causing the delicate cup to crash to the ground, shattering into pieces. Pale-faced, Murong Yiling dropped to her knees, weeping softly. Father, I did not mean to break your favorite cup. I am so sorry. It was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Li Xuang, kneeling beside her, could not bear to watch and averted her gaze. Li Yan also knelt, her face still radiant yet filled with concern as she grasped Murong Yiling's hand. Rolling up her sleeve to reveal a vivid bruise on her arm, swollen to an alarming degree. Tears flowed freely as she cried, Husband, you must forgive Yiling. She truly did not intend this. She suffered this lash in an effort to save me. Look at her arm, it is swollen. How could she possibly hold a teacup? The two women sobbed together, evoking deep sympathy. Crash! The stone table shattered under Murong Chongshan's fury. It was evident how furious he was at this moment. Yet, all present understood that his wrath was not directed at Murong Yiling, who had shattered the teacup, but rather at Murong Yinjiao, who stood unmoved and impassive. Li Xuang trembled at the sound of the shattering, kneeling on the ground, afraid to utter a word. Chapter 20. The low-level cultivator Mu Yinjiao furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction. With the table shattered, there was no place left to set the dishes for a meal. Noticing that Li Xuang, the young maid, was greatly frightened, Mu Yinjiao approached her and gently pulled her up, saying, From now on, no one is permitted to kneel without my consent. Understood, Li Xuang acknowledged. Having come to realize that within this vast estate, only the young lady treated her with kindness, while the master had never regarded her as his daughter. Her life was saved by the young lady, and she did not belong to the prime minister's residence. She merely needed to heed her lady's commands. Once Li Xuang stood up, she steeled herself, vowing not to falter. She must be strong. She could not be a burden to her lady. Regaining her composure, Li Xuang turned her gaze towards the family, only to be taken aback by Mu Chongshan's complete disregard for familial ties as he swung a whip with fierce momentum towards Mu Yinjiao. Believing the whip was indeed aimed at her, Mu Yinjiao leaped swiftly, landing beneath a withered tree. Yet, she was unprepared for Mu Chongshan's feint. The whip gracefully flicked, leaving an afterimage as it hurtled towards Li Xuang's eyes. This was in retaliation for Li Xuang's earlier glance. He intended to ruin her vision. A flicker of anger ignited within Mu Yinjiao. Gripping the ice feather tightly, she exerted her strength, sending it hurtling straight towards the whip, grazing it until it reached the hand of its wielder, causing the whip to veer off course. With a sharp sound, the ice feather lodged itself between Mu Chongshan's fingers, inflicting a pain that made him wince, causing him to loosen his grip and let the whip fall to the ground. Li Xuang watched in horror as the whip drew nearer. Feeling the rush of wind it created, she instinctively shut her eyes tight, yet the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she heard the thud of the wooden handle hitting the ground, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of something being pierced. Slowly, Li Xuang opened her eyes, staring blankly at the scene before her. At that moment, Mu Yinjiao stood protectively in front of her, her petite figure unwavering. Tears welled up in Li Xuang's eyes. Her lady had saved her once again. Mu Yinjiao extended her hand, fingers curling slightly as the ice feather returned to her grasp. where she coldly wiped the blood from its surface as if the stains were mere impurities. Mu Chongshan clutched his injured hand, his face darkened, while a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The servants present were utterly bewildered, as were Li Yin and Mu Yiling, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. They knew Mu Chongshan was not only one of the foremost martial artists in the spirit kingdom, but also a low-level cultivator. Cultivators in this world were rare and elusive. Even low-level ones commanded respect and reverence. Hence, upon learning that Feng Zhani was a direct cultivator, the emperor was overjoyed and promptly appointed him as the crown prince. Such direct cultivators were exceedingly rare, a once-in-a-century phenomenon in the spirit kingdom. All the servants present, could this truly be the wasteful young lady they had known? Surely, they must be dreaming. Leave. Her voice remained calm as a placid lake, yet it carried an undercurrent of chilling authority. Chapter 21. Injured and distressed, the gentle utterance of a single word from Mu Yenji echoed in the ears of all present, causing their hearts to tremble and a chill to creep in. Li Yansheng, fearing that Mu Yenji might succumb to another fit of madness, immediately rose to her feet. Producing a handkerchief to tend to Mu Chongshan's wounds, her voice laced with concern. "Husband, you are bleeding. We must seek a physician at once." Her words were artfully spoken, embodying both her gentle demeanor and providing a graceful retreat, preventing their departure in a fit of fury. Accompanied by Mu Yiling and Li Yin on either side, Mu Chongshan led the group out of Qingyuan in a grand procession. "Close the door," Mu Yenji commanded coldly to the last servant exiting. The servant, pale with fright, hurriedly shut the door, only to stumble and fall as he descended the steps in his haste. Yet, he quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed to rejoin the departing group. Finally, tranquility enveloped them. "Let us proceed," Mu Yenji said, taking hold of the still-dazed Li Suang and guiding her toward the backyard, where her modest kitchen awaited. Li Suang gazed in astonishment at the compact yet fully equipped kitchen, brimming with fresh ingredients. "Miss, am I dreaming?" she asked incredulously. How could it be that she had not been harmed? That the detestable individuals had been dismissed, and now she possessed a kitchen filled with provisions to prepare her own meals? Free from the disdain and humiliation of the kitchen staff? Mu Yenji chuckled at the bewildered girl, washed her hands, and rolled up her sleeves, her voice lighthearted. "This is no dream. Come, lend a hand and stoke the fire." "Oh, certainly, miss." Li Suang, albeit still a bit dazed, instinctively complied with her mistress's request. Thus, a simple meal consisting of a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soup was completed through their collaborative efforts. However, they encountered a minor dilemma during their meal. The stone table was destroyed, leaving them without a surface for their dishes. Without a second thought, Mu Yenji tidied her dressing table, moving it outside, and wiped it clean to serve as a makeshift table. Li Suang observed, hesitating as if to speak, contemplating the loss of the dressing table and how her mistress would prepare herself in the future. "Did you not say we would be moving to the 9th prince's residence soon?" "These will no longer be necessary," Mu Yenji reassured her. Realization dawned on Li Suang. Her mistress was indeed clever. Midway through their meal, a soft yet audible cough emanated from Mu Yenji's room. Li Suang, engrossed in her food, paid it no heed. However, Mu Yenji, having honed her acute hearing and night vision through numerous tasks, discerned the sound clearly, quietly setting down her chopsticks. She instructed Li Suang to continue eating and made her way back to her room alone. Upon opening the door, she was met with a pungent scent of blood, unmistakably strong, indicating a severe injury. Her gaze fell upon the floor beneath the window, where a white fox lay sprawled. An arrow, glowing a deep crimson, was lodged in its hind leg. The earlier noise must have been caused by the fox inadvertently knocking over a wooden stick as it entered through the window, resulting in the sound of impact against the wall. Upon hearing the commotion, the white fox turned its head slightly. Upon recognizing Mu Yenji, the crimson hue in its eyes faded, replaced by a mesmerizing shade of purple, akin to the dawn's light. "What have you done to sustain such grievous injuries?" Mu Yenji inquired as she approached, crouching down to examine the arrow embedded in its leg. Chapter 22. Removing the arrow from the white fox remained silent, recoiling slightly as Mu Yenji reached out to embrace him, his expression one of resistance. However, after a moment of contemplation, he withdrew his claws and allowed her to lift him. Mu Yenji seated the white fox upon her lap at the edge of the bed, bending down to rummage through a tattered wardrobe for a clean garment, tearing off a strip of fabric. As the white fox rested on her thighs, her chest occasionally brushed against him, causing him to stiffen involuntarily. Embarrassment flickered across the white fox's face. How could this woman be so oblivious? Unbeknownst to Mu Yanji, she perceived the white fox merely as an animal, despite his ability to speak. Addressing him, she declared, "I shall remove the arrow, bear with the pain." Just as the white fox nodded, Mu Yanji swiftly extracted the arrow, blood splattering across her face. Unfazed, she hastily applied medicine and bandaged his wound. Fortunately, the arrow did not damage your bones. Otherwise, your leg would be rendered useless. In light of the red fruit, you must remain here to recuperate for the next few days. After placing the white fox on the bed, she washed her face and returned to the courtyard to continue her meal. The white fox gazed meaningfully at her departing figure, sensing the rapid cessation of bleeding from his wound. The arrow that had struck him was no ordinary object. What kind of medicine could halt the bleeding so swiftly? While washing the dishes, Li Xuang noticed dried blood at the bottom of a bowl. She bore no injuries on her hands or body. It could not be her blood. It must belong to the young lady. Had she been injured while rescuing her earlier today? A pang of sorrow gripped Li Xuang. The young lady had been hurt, and she remained oblivious. Moreover, it was due to her own injuries that the young lady had concealed the truth to spare her worry. Resolutely, Li Xuang vowed to grow stronger, determined to protect the young lady in the future. Meanwhile, the injured individual in the room examined the arrow he had extracted from the white fox. Blood from his fingertip having dried after he had pricked himself to draw a few drops for the white fox. In the dead of night, the white fox stirred awake, feeling something soft and warm beneath him. Startled, he opened his eyes to discover that this oblivious woman had placed him upon her abdomen while she slept. Glancing around, he noted the bed was small, and Mu Yanji's presence nearly consumed all available space. Reluctantly, the white fox accepted her decision to let him sleep upon her. Inhaling the faint, delightful scent of milk emanating from Mu Yanji, he settled back down and soon drifted into slumber once more. As the white fox closed his eyes, Mu Yanji opened hers, uncertainly observing the creature nestled in her embrace. Years of living on the edge had instilled in her a habit of awakening at the slightest disturbance. After a considerable pause without any movement, she finally closed her eyes again. Chapter 23. The Dowry Gift. Upon concluding the reading of the book, Mu Yanzhou gently tapped the rolled-up pages with her fingers. Initially, she believed she had occupied Mu Yanzhou's body to accomplish something on her behalf. But she has since realized that she did not inhabit her body, nor did she need to assume her identity. With her skills, departing from this place and surviving in this world posed no challenge. However, she harbored some concern for Li Xuang, the maid. Through their recent interactions, she perceived that Li Xuang had treated her with remarkable kindness, despite the latter's internal acknowledgement of her merely as the young mistress of the household. Those who have dwelled in the shadows of despair become hopelessly addicted to even the smallest semblance of warmth. The betrayal by Suchu's initially instilled a sense of wariness in Mu Yanzhou towards Li Xuang, yet as days passed, she discovered that Li Xuang was indeed quite admirable. She was not the type to condemn everyone based on a singular experience. After much contemplation, Mu Yanzhou resolved to retain this identity, as it would facilitate her understanding of the world around her. In the midst of her thoughts, Mu Yanzhou observed Li Xuang rushing back, face concealed and eyes reddened. Frowning, she inquired, "Li Xuang, what has transpired?" Li Xuang hesitated, taken aback by the sight of her mistress, who typically remained indoors, now seated in the courtyard. Anxious, she was reluctant to share the troubling news, fearing it would displease her mistress. Yet, the formidable aura emanating from Mu Yanzhou was intimidating, leaving Li Xuang to ponder whether withholding the truth would only exacerbate her mistress's displeasure. After considerable hesitation, Li Xuang finally relayed the events. Earlier that morning, individuals from the Ninth Prince's residence had delivered exquisite silks and precious jewelry, nearly reaching Qingyuan when they were intercepted by Li Yin and Mu Yiling. Li Xuang had witnessed the incident and, disregarding everything else, knew she could not allow her mistress's possessions to be taken. She rushed forward to intervene, but was scolded by Li Yin and Mu Yiling, ultimately rendered powerless as she watched the items being carried into Lingyuan. Overcome with frustration, Li Xuang lamented her own inadequacy in safeguarding her mistress's belongings. It was one thing for previous possessions of her mistress to be seized, but this was the dowry gift. Upon witnessing Li Xuang's plight, Mama Qing, recalling her previous humiliations at the hands of Mu Yanzhou, seized the opportunity to unleash her anger on the defenseless maid, striking her twice. Fortunately, Li Xuang's wit prevailed as she invoked Mu Yanzhou's name, declaring that her mistress would undoubtedly seek retribution. Perhaps the fierce resolve in Li Xuang's eyes, coupled with her defiance, momentarily intimidated Mama Qing, who retreated with a few scornful remarks. Thus, the situation unfolded. Once Li Xuang finished recounting the events, she stood quietly, furtively glancing at Mu Yanzhou, fearful of inciting her anger, and quickly averted her gaze. "Let us go." Mu Yanzhou rose, placing the book upon the stone bench, a glimmer of coldness flickering in her eyes, her tone laced with inscrutable emotion. Li Xuang, momentarily bewildered, wondered whether her mistress was pleased or enraged. "Mistress, where are we headed?" "To Lingyuan." Without waiting for Li Xuang to comprehend her statement, Mu Yanzhou strode purposefully out of Qingyuan. Li Xuang, startled, hurriedly followed in pursuit. Chapter 24. I would rather destroy my belongings than give them to you in the courtyard of Li Yuan, the maid Xiaoyan was fervently praising. "Second miss. You look absolutely stunning in this outfit. Giving it to that useless person would be a sheer waste. It fits you perfectly." "Indeed." The other maids chimed in unison. Naturally, Ear was the most exquisite. Li Yan, sipping her tea, admired her graceful daughter and complimented her. Mu Yiling glanced at her own captivating reflection in the bronze mirror, a smile gracing her lips as she relished their words, shyly responding, "Mother, please don't say that." "Very well, I shall refrain. But do try on this golden lianing hairpin." Li Yan selected a pin from the array of accessories, demonstrating its beauty before delicately placing it in Mu Yiling's hair. She praised her daughter. "My dear, you are truly beautiful. Of course, just look at who her mother is." Mama Qing, standing nearby, flattered them with a simple remark that delighted both. After all, the lady was a true beauty, and the second miss was undoubtedly born with exquisite grace. Xiaoyan added enthusiastically. Suddenly, a chilling ice feather shot through the air, piercing the delicate lianing pin and embedding itself into the wall behind them. The scene left everyone in shock, their hearts racing at the thought that had the ice feather deviated even slightly, it could have struck Mu Yiling directly between the brows. Mu Yanzhou retrieved the ice feather, causing the lianing pin to clatter to the ground, the sound snapping everyone back to reality. Mu Yiling was the first to react, her hair now disheveled, she exclaimed. "Mu Yanzhou, have you lost your mind?" "Ah, second miss, their essay fire." A maid suddenly screamed in panic. At that moment, a box filled with luxurious silks and brocades was engulfed in flames, the fire spreading rapidly towards Mu Yiling's wardrobe. No one understood how Mu Yanzhou had instigated such chaos. Everything unfolded so swiftly, leaving them utterly unprepared. "Quick, extinguish the fire." Mu Yiling, incredulous, glanced at Mu Yanzhou and immediately called for help. This lunatic. Does she even comprehend the value of these garments? She gazed mournfully at the burning clothes. The scene descended into chaos, each moment more frantic than the last. And Li Yan clutched her chest, her heart racing as she struggled to find her voice amidst the turmoil. The flames grew fiercer, and black smoke filled the room. Meanwhile, Mu Yanzhou sat leisurely in the courtyard, observing the maids rushing about in search of water. "Madam, second miss. The fire is intensifying. We must escape." One maid splashed a basin of water, coughing as she covered her nose. As the occupants of the room rushed out, Mu Yanzhou chuckled softly, patting the approaching white fox. "Go, add to the flames. I assure you, your injury will heal by tonight." The white fox snorted, dubious of Mu Yanzhou's claims. Yet, recalling her past assistance, it complied. Just as Mu Yiling and Li Yan exited the room, the flames erupted violently, black smoke billowing and flames reaching for the sky. "My room," Mu Yiling cried out, her disheveled hair and heart-wrenching wails evoking sympathy as she lamented. "Mu Yanzhou, before you take my belongings, you should consider the consequences. I would rather see my things destroyed than relinquish them to you. Consider this the interest I demand." Mu Yanzhou's words dripped with sweetness, yet the chilling undertone sent shivers down everyone's spine, her laughter echoing like that of a malevolent spirit. Chapter 25. One person, one slap. Mu Yanzhou. Do not go too far. Mu Yiling's face twisted in fury as she angrily wiped the tears from her cheeks, her eyes filled with deep resentment. "If each of you gives old Madame Qing a slap, I shall extinguish the fire," Mu Yanzhou proposed amicably. Upon hearing this, Li Xuang felt a surge of emotion. Was the young lady standing up for her because of her previous words? Everyone believed that the fire could be doused with water, requiring only a little time. And thus they were reluctant to heed Mu Yanzhou's request, for they did not wish to offend the favored old Madame Qing. "If you refuse to listen, the fire shall continue to burn, and should it consume the entire courtyard, it will not concern me," Mu Yanzhou stated, waving her hand in resignation. Mu Yiling, now in the midst of her training, sensed that this fire was different from the hearth fire. She understood Mu Yanjiu's words to be true. With her eyes reddened from crying, she glared fiercely and cried out, "Are you all deaf? Hurry up!" Even with Mu Yiling's command, the group of maidservants hesitated. Li Yan, witnessing Mu Yiling's distressed expression for the first time, felt a mix of anger and pity. She knew Mu Yiling would not easily allow Mu Yanjiu to dictate their actions, and it seemed the situation was indeed as Mu Yanjiu had described. Resolutely, she turned to old Madame Qing, offered her apologies, and delivered the first slap to her wrinkled face. The sound echoed loudly. Seeing this, the others quickly followed suit. Each maidservant softly murmured, "I'm sorry, old Madame Qing," before delivering their slaps, some with extra force to vent their frustrations from past grievances. Mu Yanjiu listened, entranced by the cacophony of slaps, while Mu Yiling's resentment deepened, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Li Yan dared not look at old Madame Qing, leaning against Mu Yiling for support as she struggled to stand upright. Old Madame Qing was momentarily stunned by the first slap, filled with resentment towards Mu Yanjiu, and cast a discontented glance at Mu Yiling and Li Yan. With each slap that landed, her mouth filled with blood, and ultimately she could no longer bear it. She spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. As the last maidservant delivered her blow, Mu Yiling immediately exclaimed, "Mu Yanjiu, they've all finished." Mu Yanjiu, covering her ears from the piercing sound, cradled the white fox in her arms and pulled Li Xuang, who was still eagerly watching the spectacle, out of the courtyard. The moment Mu Yanjiu exited the yard, the flames within extinguished, thick black smoke billowing upwards, catching the attention of many onlookers. However, such matters were far from Mu Yanjiu's concerns. With the incident behind her, she lost her appetite for cooking and headed to the kitchen with Li Xuang. In the kitchen, the staff were all gazing in astonishment at the direction of the smoke. When they saw a radiant young lady holding a white fox, followed by a maidservant, they paused in surprise. Many of the maidservants had been bullied by them before, so they recognized who it was, yet they had never encountered such a beautiful girl. They began to whisper amongst themselves. Who else could it be? Li Xuang is the personal maid of the useless young lady. Chapter 26. Wrong he. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. An elderly woman, slightly hunched, stepped forward and respectfully saluted. The servant greets the young lady. There's no need for excessive formalities. Is there anything to eat here? Mu Yanjiu inquired pleasantly. Not yet. It's not time for meals. A maid retorted sarcastically. Please return, young lady. We wouldn't want the kitchen smoke to dirty you. Just a waste of a good berth. These women spent their days in this courtyard, preparing meals for the esteemed young ladies and matrons, and if they failed, they faced punishment, all while being dreadfully picky about the food. She detested such individuals the most. Now, this so-called waste of a young lady dared to come to the kitchen to give orders? Enough. How dare you speak to the young lady that way? Li Xuan exclaimed angrily. The elderly woman, slightly anxious, steadied herself and addressed Mu Yanjiu. There are some freshly baked pastries. I shall fetch them for you, young lady. The maid, infuriated by the elder's words, fell silent. She did not stop the elderly woman from retrieving the pastries from Mu Yanjiu. She merely shot an angry glare at Li Xuan before returning to her duties. The other maids, clearly allied with the disgruntled maid, resumed their tasks, indicating that this elderly woman commanded considerable respect in the kitchen, as the maids treated her well. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Xuan quietly introduced. This is the elder I mentioned, who has always treated us kindly and ensured we have meals. Her name is Ronghe. Everyone calls her elder. Mu Yanjiu nodded in acknowledgement. After receiving the neatly packaged box from Ronghe, she glanced around the bustling kitchen and then at Ronghe. After Mu Yanjiu and Li Xuan had their fill at Qing Yuan, they disguised themselves and exited through the back door. Not long after Mu Yanjiu's departure, outside, Mu Chongshan learned of the fire at his residence and hurried back. Upon seeing the once exquisite Ling courtyard now reduced to ruins, with charred wood emitting thick plumes of smoke, he felt his temper flare. Who did this? He bellowed in rage. At Hongxiang courtyard, upon his arrival, he found his wife, weary, propping her chin with one hand, her expression filled with disdain, while their precious daughter, disheveled, wept with red-rimmed eyes. The side door was ajar, revealing the doctor diagnosing Elder Qing. As soon as Mu Chongshan appeared in the courtyard, Li Yan and Mu Yiling stood up, hastily adjusting their appearances, lifting their heads and forcing smiles. Darling, what brings you here? Li Yan's voice was soft and graceful. Seeing his wife and daughter feigning cheerfulness, which only pained his heart further, he stepped closer, embracing them gently, patting their backs to suppress his fury, and softly asked Mu Yiling, Please tell father what happened. Why was your courtyard set ablaze? It was Sister, Mu Yiling sobbed. Today, gifts from the ninth prince's residence were delivered. But you know, father, sister refuses to marry the ninth prince, so she rejected the gifts and sent them to my courtyard. However, for some reason, she suddenly went mad and burned the gifts. The flames got out of control and burned my courtyard. Mu Yiling's stuttering sobs broke Mu Chongshan's heart. Do not cry, my dear. Father is here. I will ensure justice is served, Mu Chongshan declared, his face a mask of restrained fury. Chapter 27. A grand arrival, yet a fruitless return once Li Yin and Mu Yiling had adorned themselves. The group set forth with great enthusiasm towards Mu Yanjiao's Qingyuan. Being mindful of his injuries, Mu Chongshan had summoned several highly skilled guards to accompany them. However, upon their arrival at Qingyuan, the only response they encountered was the startled chirping of birds fleeing from the gnarled tree. The courtyard was utterly desolate, save for a weathered vanity. The remnants of the stone table, shattered by Mu Chongshan's earlier wrath, lay undisturbed, unchanged. Upon entering the chamber, they found only a few patched garments. Everything else remained untouched and remarkably pristine. The group lingered in the courtyard for an extended period. Yet Mu Yanjiao and Li Shuang did not return. Inquiring with all the household staff yielded no information regarding their whereabouts. Frustrated and disheartened, Mu Chongshan could only return empty-handed. Li Yin, Mu Yiling, and the others were nearly beside themselves with rage. They had anticipated administering a proper reprimand to Mu Yanjiao, only to discover she was absent. Surely, she must be hiding out of fear. When they eventually located those two, they would ensure they faced the consequences. Mu Yiling glared resentfully at the dilapidated courtyard, her hand nearly shredding the handkerchief she clutched. Mu Yanjiao, just you wait. Within an inn. Miss, we've been out for quite some time. When shall we return? Li Shuang inquired, savoring a mouthful of delectable dishes. These meals were simply exquisite. Mu Chongshan must have returned home. Perhaps we should remain here to avoid the commotion that would spoil our appetite, Mu Yanji replied. Indeed. Li Shuang pondered over her rice, suddenly recalling their lack of funds. What would they do about their lavish meal if they couldn't pay? And where would they stay for the night? Miss, where shall we run to later? Li Shuang asked. Mu Yanjiao remained silent. This girl still believed they were broke. She had already purchased clothing and meals for her. No need to run. We shall stay here tonight as I have reserved 2 rooms. Li Shuang was astonished. Miss, where did you acquire such funds? I earned it. You need not worry about money anymore, Mu Yanjiao stated, not intending to divulge the source of her earnings, lest it cause Li Shuang undue concern. Understanding her mistress's reluctance to elaborate, Li Shuang ceased her inquiries. She toyed with her rice, contemplating. Miss had bought her clothes, treated them to a meal last time, and now ordered an entire feast while securing accommodation. Surely, it amounted to a considerable sum. How could her mistress have earned so much? Noticing Li Shuang's contemplative demeanor, Mu Yanjiao guessed her thoughts and chose to remain silent. After finishing her meal, she tossed a pouch of silver to Li Shuang, instructing her to settle the bill for their meal and lodging before retreating to her room upstairs. Li Shuang caught the hefty pouch and, upon opening it, was momentarily stunned by the gleaming silver that dazzled her eyes. It was the first time she had ever seen such wealth. She couldn't help but marvel at her mistress's prowess, her admiration for Mu Yanjiao growing exponentially. After finishing her meal and paying, Li Shuang was escorted to her room by a waiter. In the dead of night, at the Prime Minister's residence. Crash. The exquisite tea set was sent crashing to the ground by a careless shove. Useless. Mu Chongshan bellowed. What am I sustaining you for? You can't even manage this simple task. He kicked a man, who stumbled into a pillar and, with a spurt of blood, collapsed. Chapter 28. Biological daughter, it is my subordinate's failure to act effectively. Please forgive me, my lord. The man, disregarding his injuries, knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against the ground, bowing his head in submission as he accepted blame. Find her. Search meticulously. That worthless girl is certainly still in the capital. If you cannot bring her back, do not return. In a fit of rage, Mu Chongshan hurled the teacup in his hand violently at the man's head. Understood. Without tending to his wounds, the man accepted the order and exited the room. Mu Chongshan clenched his fists and struck the table with a heavy blow. Since returning from Qingyuan today, he had dispatched individuals to locate Mu Yanjiao and Li Shuang. However, due to Mu Yanjiao's current unique status, they could not search overly, as it would expose the matter of the substitute. The individuals he sent were only those he deeply trusted, tasked with discreetly investigating. Regrettably, The vast expanse of the capital made the search challenging, and he had dispatched only 8 people. If someone chose to hide, finding them would prove to be a formidable task. Almost a day had passed, and those sent out had yet to bring back any news. Not only did he seek to recover his daughter to seek justice for his wife and child, but he also needed to deliver her to the 9th prince's residence, to exchange the substitute, thus concluding the matter of the alliance. That substitute was merely a lowly wretch from the slave market. Mu Zhongshan had no inclination to acknowledge such a person as his daughter. Regardless of his feelings towards Mu Yanjiao, she would always remain his biological child. The following day, after Mu Yanjiao and Li Suang had visited the tailor to order several outfits, the two disguised as young men arrived at the notice board. With Mu Yanjiao still wearing her hooded cloak. "Young master, why have we come here again?" Li Suang asked, still somewhat unaccustomed to addressing her mistress as young master. She was puzzled as to the purpose of their visit. "Let us see if there are any tasks available," Mu Yanjiao replied. Glancing at the notice board, finding no lucrative tasks, she decided to leave. Just as she was about to pull Li Suang away, they were unexpectedly intercepted by members of the mercenary guild who had been waiting for Mu Yanjiao's appearance. "Lord Wuwang, please follow me." It was the individual named Lan Qing, who had attended to her during her previous task. Li Suang, perplexed upon hearing the title Lord Wuwang directed at her mistress, wondered what was happening. Once Lan Qing led them into the mercenary guild, she noticed the respect afforded to him by others. After entering a hall, Lan Qing clarified his intentions. "Lord Wuwang, our guild currently has a rather challenging task. We specifically requested your presence today to inquire if you would be willing to collaborate with us to accomplish this task." "What task?" Mu Yanjiao inquired. Lan Qing's eyes brightened, sensing hope. Li Suang listened to their dialogue, feeling somewhat confused. Yet, she began to piece things together. Her mistress suddenly had a considerable sum of money. Had she accepted a task? This task must be arduous and perilous. Otherwise, it would not reward such wealth. But when had her mistress taken on this task? Was it during their last visit? She recalled seeing her mistress's hand heavily bandaged that day. Could it be that her mistress had undertaken the task then? For once, Li Suang had a moment of clarity, yet her concern for her mistress deepened, intensifying her desire to grow stronger. Lan Qing invited Mu Yanjiao and Li Suang to take a seat, poured them tea, and left with a polite, "Lord Wuwang, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly," seemingly to fetch someone. Chapter 29, New Mission, Young Master. "Was your last injury due to taking a task from the mercenary guild?" Li Suang gazed at Mu Yanjiao with eyes filled with discontent. She felt quite upset that her mistress had engaged in such perilous undertakings without her knowledge. Was she no longer the one favored by her beloved mistress? "Yes," Mu Yanjiao replied nonchalantly, sensing Li Suang's grievances even through her veil. A smile involuntarily graced her lips as she thought, "I apologize for not informing you. I feared it would cause you worry." Li Suang's nose tinged with emotion. Her mistress truly treated her with utmost kindness. "Then, young master, will you promise to tell me whenever you undertake anything dangerous in the future?" she pleaded softly, aware of her own frailty and refraining from asking to accompany Mu Yanjiao on her missions, not wanting to become a burden. "No need. I will take you along on future missions, so you won't have to worry while waiting here," Mu Yanjiao assured her. The first half of the statement nearly brought Li Suang to tears. Did her mistress truly find her so bothersome? Yet, the latter part filled her with joy, nearly lifting her spirits to the skies. Her beloved mistress indeed cherished her. To ease her worries, she was willing to bring along this burden. Before long, Lan Qing entered with 6 men clad in black. One of them wore a collar embroidered with the goldens, and soon 2 more men appeared behind them. "Young Master Wuwang, these 6 are our guild's SSS-level mercenaries, forming an elite S-level team. This is their captain, Ling Xing," Lan Qing introduced, gesturing towards the man with the golden embroidery. As for the 2 men behind, he assumed they were already familiar with Mu Yanjiao from their previous encounter. Ling Xing stepped forward and clasped his hands together, introducing himself. "I am Ling Xing." Mu Yanjiao stood in response, nodding slightly and offering a brief self-introduction. "Wuwang." She noticed that 2 individuals had not been introduced, yet she could faintly perceive an elegant fragrance of tea emanating from one, whose noble demeanor was unmistakable. It was the Crown Prince Feng Zhan Yi of the Spirit Kingdom. The other man beside him, she surmised, was the one with whom she had shared tea on a prior occasion. After acknowledging Lan Qing's introduction, Mu Yanjiao inquired, "What is the nature of this task?" "The mission involves retrieving an ancient zither named Huan Yu from an elite army of 200 soldiers from the Fire Nation. The escorting army will depart from the Fire Nation passing through several small nations before entering the border region between the Spirit and Gold nations. On the northern side of Nightmare Mountain, this location will offer us a more advantageous position, but their numbers are considerable, and the commander is one of Fire Nation's 4 generals, Zhuwu. Although the terrain favors our mission, it also poses significant dangers. Thus, this team has been dispatched by the guild to assist you in completing the task. Mu Yanjiu nodded in understanding, initially wishing to assert that she could manage the task alone. After all, she had successfully completed a mission in the United States single-handedly against a 1,000-strong army, fully armed with weapons and ammunition. Now faced with merely 200 soldiers lacking heavy firearms, she felt no fear. However, recalling her earlier words to Li Shuang, she refrained from voicing her confidence. The 6 men could be tasked with ensuring Li Shuang's safety. In this mission, Lan Qing's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Mu Yanjiu, eager to learn the outcome. He had awaited her arrival for several days, not only because of her remarkable strength, but also due to her unparalleled familiarity with Nightmare Mountain, thanks to their previous mission. Chapter 30. I accept this task thus. The most suitable candidate for this mission must undoubtedly be Wu Wang. With the assistance of an S-rank team, the successful completion of this task is assured. Should he successfully undertake these 2 significant assignments this year, a promotion would certainly follow. Lan Qing's gaze was intensely eager, and everyone could sense it. His eyes seemed almost capable of boring a hole through Mu Yanjiu. Mu Yanjiu, I accept this task. She felt that if she remained silent any longer, Lan Qing would indeed pierce her with his gaze. Excellent. Lan Qing nearly clapped in delight, swiftly producing an announcement and a contract from his sleeve. The contract was, in essence, a life-and-death agreement. Signing it meant that the mercenary guild would bear no responsibility for any outcomes during the mission. As for the announcement, it served as proof for claiming the reward upon successful completion. The contract already bore the signatures of the 6 mercenaries. Only Mu Yanjiu's signature was missing. Mu Yanjiu took the pen but did not write her name. Instead, she inquired, "May I bring companions?" Of course. Lan Qing was eager to have Mu Yanjiu's signature. He would agree to anything. Mu Yanjiu handed the pen to Li Shuang, who eagerly signed her name, writing the character for Frost. This was the name she adopted when her mistress disguised herself as a man. After Li Shuang had signed, Mu Yanjiu took the brush and swiftly inscribed 2 powerful characters, Wu Wang, as Lan Qing took the signed contract. His joy was palpable as he led the 6 individuals out of the room. Instantly, only Mu Yanjiu, Li Shuang, Feng Zhani, and Xiao Han remained in the chamber. The 4 exchanged glances, maintaining a considerable distance, reminiscent of their last meeting. Behind her veil, Mu Yanjiu could not discern the faces of the 2 men. "May I inquire as to the purpose of His Highness's visit today?" Mu Yanjiu was the first to break the silence. Li Shuang, His Highness the Prince. Upon hearing her mistress mention the title of the prince, Li Shuang felt a tempest of emotions rising within her. Despite her efforts to suppress her astonishment, it was clear who Feng Zhani and Xiao Han were. At last, one person's reaction was somewhat normal. Xiao Han raised an eyebrow. Feng Zhani, noticing Li Shuang's reaction, grew increasingly intrigued by Mu Yanjiu. He candidly remarked, "I heard you are back to undertake another mission. Since I happen to be here, I thought I would come and see. After all, everyone knows I enjoy forming friendships with formidable individuals, yet you are the first to reject my overtures, which only piques my interest further." Mu Yanjiu was taken aback by Feng Zhani's frankness, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Shuang, hearing Feng Zhani's words, grew even more perplexed. The prince had indeed played a role in the matter of alliances, and now, with such interest directed toward her mistress, she found Feng Zhani increasingly detestable. She longed to voice her disdain but was restrained by the prince's esteemed status and formidable power. Thus, Li Shuang, protective as a mother hen, cast a wary glance at the 2 distinguished gentlemen standing 2 meters away. Beneath her veil, Mu Yanjiu's lips curled into a subtle smile as she gently pulled Li Shuang back, neither yielding nor compromising. "In that case, I am most honored to count you, Your Highness, as a friend. However, I have matters to attend to today and must take my leave." Chapter 31. The rescue. It seems this trip was not in vain. Xiao Han patted Feng Zhani's shoulder, stifling a yawn as he departed the room. Feng Zhani offered a brief smile and nodded. Once everyone had left, he sought out Lan Qing. Meanwhile, Mu Yanjiu and Li Shuang had just exited the mercenary guild, with Li Shuang joyfully bouncing around Mu Yanjiu, eagerly inquiring about the preparations for their mission. Perhaps influenced by Li Shuang's exuberance, Mu Yanjiu felt her spirits lift, causing her vigilance to wane. Just then, Li Shuang approached a nearby stall adorned with masks, picked up a white fox mask, and turned to Mu Yinjiao, exclaiming, "Young master, look, this mask. Doesn't it resemble that white fox?" Before she could finish her sentence, a swift black horse galloped past her with astonishing speed. Li Shuang's heart raced. Her breath caught in her throat, paralyzed by the shocking sight before her. "Move aside," shouted the rider, a man clad in black. All the onlookers hurriedly stepped aside, leaving Mu Yinjiao standing alone in the middle of the street, gazing tenderly at Li Shuang, whose demeanor was akin to that of a frightened child. As the horse approached ever closer, the impending danger loomed large. "Whoa!" The black-clad man attempted to rein in the horse, but it was too late. Mu Yinjiao's pupils constricted as she prepared to evade the oncoming peril, yet she felt an arm encircle her waist, pulling her into the embrace of a man. The faint yet exquisite fragrance of plum blossoms enveloped her senses. The man leapt aside, the gust of wind blowing her veil aside, revealing half of Mu Yinjiao's face, allowing her to glimpse the man's features. He was strikingly handsome, his chiseled visage reminiscent of a masterful sculpture. Beneath elegantly arched brows, his elongated eyes sparkled like gentle spring waters, imbued with warmth akin to a soft breeze. His high nose and subtly rosy lips completed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Once they landed, the man released her, and after Mu Yinjiao steadied herself, she clasped her hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your rescue." "No need," he replied, brushing off the dust from his sleeve with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing his voice, Mu Yinjiao was momentarily taken aback. It was him, Xiaohan, the one by Prince Fengzhani's side. "Your reflexes are rather sluggish. I truly wonder how you managed to complete the task involving the Yuling flower. To be more cautious next time," Xiaohan remarked with a hint of playful sarcasm before waving his hand and departing. On another street, Li Shuang, witnessing her young mistress being rescued by the prince's companion, felt her heart race with anxiety. She immediately discarded the mask and rushed over. "Miss, are you all right? Is anything wrong?" Li Shuang's face turned pale with worry, her hands fidgeting as she longed to check for any injuries, yet hesitated for fear of causing pain. "I'm fine. Don't worry," Mu Yinjiao reassured her, even spinning around to demonstrate her well-being. Relief washed over Li Shuang, her eyes brimming with tears as she exclaimed, "Miss, you scared me to death." "All right, I'm fine now, aren't I? Stop worrying. If you keep this up, everyone will find out we are women," Mu Yinjiao said, patting Li Shuang's shoulder with a hint of exasperation. Li Shuang immediately covered her mouth, glancing around to find several people regarding them with curious expressions, her heart sinking at the thought. Chapter 32. The performance. Mu Yinjiao gazed at Li Shuang, whose mouth was covered and eyes wide with innocence, and couldn't help but smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly noticed a figure in black, who had initially tried to pull the horse but failed, returning after running a short distance. Turning around, she discovered a yellow piece of paper lying on the ground just 2 steps away from her. It had fallen from the black-clad individual. Mu Yinjiao approached and picked it up, her lips curling into a slight smile upon reading its contents. The paper bore an illustration of Mu Yinjiao herself, accompanied by a request for the mercenary guild to discreetly assist in locating a missing sister. She surmised that the figure in black was a trusted confidant of Mu Chongshan, likely anxious after failing to find her in recent days. Glancing at the bounty, which amounted to 100 taels of gold, she mused that Mu Yinjiao was indeed valued at such a sum in Mu Chongshan's eyes, a rather impressive amount. The man in black, who had been present in Mu Chongshan's room that night, approached her with a wound on his forehead, still unhealed from being struck by a teacup. He dismounted and addressed Mu Yinjiao, saying, "I kindly request that you return the item in your possession to me." "Is the drawing of your sister?" Mu Yinjiao feigned ignorance. "Indeed, I implore you to return the paper." The man extended his hand. Mu Yinjiao handed the drawing back to him. He bowed slightly in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." He then mounted his horse and departed swiftly, appearing quite anxious. At the Prime Minister's residence, Li Shuang stood outside, glancing nervously as she tugged at Mu Yinjiao's sleeve. "Miss, must we truly return? Will we be punished by the master?" After all, the fire that day had been truly devastating. For the past couple of days, discussions of the Great Fire at the Spirit Institute had echoed throughout the streets, likely known by everyone in the imperial capital. "Fear not. With me around, you shall be safe," Mu Yinjiao reassured her. After changing into women's attire at the tailor's shop, Mu Yinjiao and Li Shuang, accompanied by the shop's owner, arrived at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, they found themselves being escorted by 2 rough-looking men. who had been hastily recruited from the streets. The tailor, appearing rather shrewd, approached the guards and declared, "Quickly, summon your master." The guards, reluctant to comply, did so, having been explicitly instructed by their master to be summoned if anyone requested an audience. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Chongshan hurriedly arrived with his guards. Upon seeing Mu Yanjiao and Li Xuang being restrained by the two burly men, his anger flared, yet he restrained himself from making a scene, settling for a stern whisper to those beside him, "Go, fetch 100 taels of gold." The tailor, feeling a surge of fear, suppressed it at the thought of the 100 taels, his face filled with visions of wealth. Mu Chongshan scoffed, muttering about the common folk. Little did he realize that the so-called commoners were merely acting for his benefit, adding a touch of realism to the performance. Indeed, it was all a charade. Mu Yinju was determined not to let the gleaming silver slip away. After sharing her plan with the tailor, he readily agreed, with Mu Yinjiao promising him a quarter of the earnings once the deed was accomplished, contingent upon Mu Chongshan parting with the gold. Thus, the two strong men were employed by the tailor from outside. Chapter 33. 100 taels of gold. Mu Zhongshan observed Mu Yanjiao, who was now devoid of any rebellious spirit. In stark contrast to the proud demeanor she once exhibited, a sense of satisfaction welled up within him. What of her martial prowess? She was still firmly within his grasp, subject to his whims. Was she not once so arrogant? Let her display that arrogance now. Li Xuang, in an effort to enhance the drama, wore a haggard expression, her eyes red-rimmed and weary as she looked at Mu Zhongshan, lacking the confidence she had displayed previously. This only fueled Mu Zhongshan's conviction that the individuals before him were genuine in their plight. Had he been more composed, he might have detected subtle inconsistencies. For instance, the person he had dispatched would, despite their speed, have only just begun to issue an announcement. Even if someone had witnessed the event and taken up the task, they could not possibly have apprehended her and brought her to the residence so swiftly. In the future, when Mu Zhongshan reflected on this, he would be infuriated, lamenting his own oversight. Yet, alas, that individual was now beyond his control. Oh no, it was never within his control to begin with. Mu Yanjiao had returned to assert her rightful place within the residence of the ninth prince, intending to have a serious discussion regarding their divorce with the neglected ninth prince. Though their marriage was but a facade, it still bore their names, and since Mu Yanjiao was unwilling, no one could compel her otherwise. Soon, the guard retrieved 100 taels of gold and presented it to the tailor shop's owner. With a wave of his hand, the owner, ever agreeable, ordered the release of Mu Yanjiao and Li Xuang, ingratiatingly remarking, "My lord, I have brought your guard's sister here." "Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now." With a gesture, Mu Zhongshan instructed the guards to escort Mu Yanjiao and Li Xuang, stepping into the residence ahead of them. As the guards approached to escort her and Li Xuang, a glint of coldness flashed in Mu Yanjiao's eyes, causing the guards to shiver in trepidation, reluctant to act. "We shall walk ourselves," Mu Yanjiao coldly declared, taking Li Xuang's hand and entering the prime minister's residence. Under the guise of escort, Mu Yanjiao and Li Xuang arrived at the red fragrance courtyard. At that moment, the elegantly adorned Li Yin and Mu Yiling were surrounding Mu Zhongshan with adoration, their words dripping with flattery, sending shivers down Li Xuang's spine. Mu Zhongshan relished the admiration directed at him. He announced, "Look, I have brought someone back for you." "Who is it, father?" Mu Yiling inquired sweetly. Li Yin was the first to notice Mu Yanjiao and Li Xuang, who approached with an air of nonchalance, as if unperturbed by their circumstances. This sight left Mu Yiling feeling vexed. Why were they not exhibiting fear and panic? It was utterly disappointing. Li Yan's expression soured, and she coldly confronted Mu Yanjiao. "You set fire to Er's courtyard and yet dare to return? Why should I not?" Mu Yanjiao replied, her tone unhurried. "The prime minister has sought me for quite some time and generously offered a reward of 100 taels of gold for my return. How could I not come back?" Each word she articulated further unsettled Li Yin and Mu Yiling. Having been brought back from the brothel by Mu Zhongshan, Li Yan's perspective had not broadened much over the years, maintaining a lofty self-regard. Upon hearing the mention of 100 taels of gold, her heart ached. 100 taels of gold, not merely 100 taels of silver. Chapter 34. Upbringing. Upon hearing Mu Yanjiao's words, Li Yan's complexion turned pale. Mu Chongshan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently embraced Li Yin and admonished, "Mu Yanjiao, silence yourself." At last, Mu Yanjiao ceased her chatter, yawned lazily, and remarked, "You all seem quite blissful as a family. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to avoid intruding upon your happiness." With that, she feigned departure, prompting Mu Chongshan to angrily command, "Stay right there. Who taught you such rudeness? You possess no decorum whatsoever. You did not greet me, and neither did your mother." At the mention of her mother, a chill flickered in Mu Yinjio's eyes. Even without the memories of Mu Yinjio, she could infer the nature of the life she had previously led. He was the last person qualified to lecture her on manners. What claim did she have as a mother? "My mother has long since passed, and you have no right to judge me," Mu Yinjio replied coldly. Mu Yiling was eager to witness such a scene, yet she had already crafted the persona of a good sister and could not afford to lose it now. Torn between her father and her sister, her expression was one of indecision as she stammered, "Father, sister, please do not act this way. I would be saddened." Yet her eyes betrayed no trace of sorrow. Mu Chongshan, feeling a mixture of pity and concern for his understanding daughter, patted Mu Yiling's head and sternly addressed Mu Yinjio. "You have yet to apologize to your sister for the previous incident." "Oh, my apologies," Mu Yinjio replied obediently. However, the insincerity in her tone was palpable. As Mu Chongshan's anger threatened to boil over, Mu Yiling quickly, with teary eyes, interjected, "Father, please do not treat my sister this way. Sister, do not be harsh with father. You both must coexist harmoniously. We are a family." With a pitiful tug at Mu Chongshan's sleeve, she continued, "Father, sister has already apologized. Please do not remain angry. I can see that sister is weary, likely exhausted from a sleepless night. Let her rest, shall we?" Before Mu Yiling could finish her plea, Mu Yinjio, unable to endure any longer, seized Li Xuan and departed, exuding an invisible pressure that rendered the guards hesitant to obstruct her. In the courtyard, Mu Chongshan glared at the retreating figure of Mu Yinjio, erupting in anger. "Yiling, behold, this is the sister you have defended. She possesses no upbringing and lacks understanding of hierarchy. Father, please calm down. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over this," Mu Yiling implored, anxious and worried. Li Yin looked on with concern for Mu Yiling, caught in her struggle to defend her sister. In Qingyuan, upon entering the courtyard, Mu Yinjio and Li Shuang found themselves surrounded by dozens of guards, determined to prevent Mu Yinjio's escape. That night, as Mu Yinjio lay in bed, quietly closing her eyes to sleep, she sensed movement at the window and rose to investigate. To her surprise, it was the white fox. After she had set it free from its torment, she brought it back to Qingyuan, allowing her blood to mend its wounds. Once healed, it had vanished from her sight. "Where have you been these past days?" the white fox questioned coldly. "Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? I have yet to inquire about your sudden disappearance post-recovery." Mu Yinjio raised an eyebrow, sensing that this fox was far more complex than it appeared. Chapter 35, The Price of Your Actions. The white fox did not respond, casting a cold glance at his previously injured leg. His tone less dismissive. "What is the nature of your blood?" He had never encountered such miraculous blood, capable of healing wounds at such an astonishing speed. This wound was inflicted by a ghostly arrow, imbued with the resentment of countless vengeful spirits, an overwhelming burden. Without expelling the accumulated malice, it was utterly impossible for the wound to heal. Yet this woman had done nothing, merely allowing a few drops of her blood to fall. And the wound began to mend at an observable rate. "I had assumed you discovered the toxin deeply embedded within me and would inevitably uncover the oddities therein. If I can survive such a plethora of toxins, surely my blood is no ordinary substance." Mu Yinjiao shot him a glance, sensing a shift in his perception of her. The white fox, whose emotions had long remained undisturbed for millennia, found himself inexplicably agitated by this woman's repeated intrusions into his composure. Realizing this, a flicker of danger flashed in the depths of the white fox's violet eyes as he regarded Mu Yinjiao. He keenly sensed something amiss in her words. A woman of such lowly status must have accumulated poisons from those who resented her. Yet, her words seemed to imply otherwise. "You are not Mu Yinjiao. Who, then, are you?" This statement was no longer a question, but an assertion. "You are indeed an exceptional white fox, capable of discerning nuances from a mere utterance." The white fox glared coldly at Mu Yinjiao, finding her words redundant. He was the supreme ruler of the demon realm. If it were not for her, the thought left him gritting his teeth in frustration. He was angry again. Unaware of the turmoil within the white fox, Mu Yinjiao pressed on, "Speak. What is your purpose in approaching me?" Having offered such vital blood, he would not wish for her to remain oblivious. She would not believe him if he claimed to have no ulterior motives or schemes. "You will come to understand in due time." Leaving behind a cryptic remark, the white fox vanished once more. He did not wish to be further swayed by this woman's influence. Otherwise, it might drive him to madness. Since the events of the previous night, Murong Chongshan sought to avoid entangling himself further with the burning of the Spirit Academy, wishing only to retrieve the substitute as swiftly as possible to avert further complications. The following day, he dispatched someone to the Ninth Prince's residence, arranging matters so that Murong Yinjiao would be delivered there that very night. Murong Yiling watched the departing figure heading towards the Ninth Prince's estate, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. Murong Yinjiao, you shall certainly pay for your transgressions. In the Qingyuan Hall, after hearing Murong Chongshan's words, Murong Yinjiao displayed no trace of dissatisfaction in her calm demeanor, which relieved Murong Chongshan. Should she continue her obstinate resistance, he would have no choice but to resort to more severe measures. However, after listening to him, Murong Yinjiao proposed a condition. I wish to take 2 people with me. Murong Chongshan exhaled slowly, suppressing his annoyance. Take whomever you desire. I require Matron Rongha from the kitchen and my personal maid, Li Xiang, to accompany me to the Ninth Prince's residence. Murong Yinjiao tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Very well, you had best comply, or I shall ensure you regret it. Murong Chongshan inhaled deeply, turning to his subordinate. Go, bring Matron Rongha from the kitchen. Chapter 36, is Wu Wang male or female? Thank you, my lord. Mu Yinjiao's tone was light and teasing. Although it was a respectful address, Mu Chongshan felt a surge of frustration upon hearing it. He could not comprehend how his previously timid and sheltered daughter, who had hidden away in the Yin Mountain for a few days, could return and infuriate him so effortlessly. Most astonishingly, she had even begun to cultivate martial arts. But what of it? His daughter, now on the path of cultivation, would soon reach the level of a low-tier practitioner, just like him. Yet, she had only just begun to grasp the basics. Little did Mu Chongshan realize that the rudimentary skills Mu Yinjiao had acquired were sufficient to deflect his energy-infused whip on that fateful day. Everything had been meticulously arranged by Mu Chongshan, and Mu Yinjiao, accompanied by Rong He and Li Shuang, smoothly entered the quarters of the Ninth Prince's consort. However, as they passed, Mu Yinjiao noticed a figure that bore a slight resemblance to her. The person, upon brushing past her, radiated a palpable sense of resentment and jealousy, so evident that it was impossible for Mu Yinjiao to overlook. After escorting Mu Yinjiao and her companions to the chambers, the guide discreetly exited through the back door to report back to the Prime Minister's residence, updating Mu Chongshan and Mu Yiling. They all believed their actions had gone unnoticed. The night was cool. In the Moon Pavilion, perched upon a modest hill within the Ninth Prince's estate, one could clearly observe the happenings at the back gate from this vantage point. With an air of satisfaction, Feng Zhani remarked, Your wife has returned. Aren't you going to take a glance? Xiao Han reclined, one hand resting on the zither table, supporting his head, while the other held the instrument, lost in contemplation. The youth he had saved today, Wu Wang, seemed to carry a subtle fragrance, one that felt delicate and faint, reminiscent of a lady's essence. Moreover, Wu Wang's waist was so slender that it felt soft to the touch with merely a gentle embrace. Xiao Han pondered. Was Wu Wang truly male or female? Startled by Feng Zhani's casual remarks, he asked, What did you just say? It was indeed rare, having known each other for years. This was the first time he had seen Feng Zhani so pensive. Do share with me what troubles your mind. Feng Zhani, sensing an intriguing discovery, found it remarkable. Xiao Han was a man whose slightest action could lead to significant losses for the Fire Nation. First, he had bestowed immense wealth upon the Spirit Nation, followed by the recent acquisition of the illusory zither. Such a cunning individual, who would dare pose a riddle for him to unravel? I was contemplating a person, Xiao Han replied, glancing at the figure he had become acquainted with since arriving in the Spirit Nation, and spoke candidly. Oh, who might that be? Feng Zhani inquired. His curiosity piqued. Xiao Han gently plucked the zither strings, exhaling the name, Wu Wang. Despite the distraction of the music, Feng Zhani caught those 2 syllables and laughed heartily. What is this? When I previously mentioned how interesting he was, you seemed utterly uninterested. What has changed now? A person like you holds him in such high regard. How could I not be intrigued? Xiao Han rose to a sitting position, meeting Feng Zhani's amused gaze. He had no intention of sharing the events that had transpired with Wu Wang earlier that day, nor the thoughts that had crossed his mind. He felt somewhat at a loss for words and preferred to keep those reflections to himself. Chapter 37. Xiao Han is the 9th prince in this scene. Mu Yinji savored the exquisite hospitality with Rong He and Li Shuang as they indulged in delectable dishes. Li Shuang, having dined alongside her esteemed mistress since childhood, felt entirely at ease when Mu Yinji invited her to sit down. However, Rong He remained quite reserved, hesitant to take a seat, burdened by the weight of social hierarchy. Despite Mu Yinji and Li Shuang's earnest encouragement, they could not persuade Rong He to join them. Ultimately, Mu Yinji, with a hint of playful threat, declared that if Rong He did not partake in the meal, she would abstain as well, compelling Rong He to sit down with utmost propriety, allowing the three to finally begin their meal together. After sharing a few words with Feng Zhani in the moonlit pavilion, Xiao Han escorted Feng Zhani back to the crown prince's residence. Upon returning alone to his quarters, a seemingly inconsequential thought struck him, the phrase Feng Zhani had uttered. "Your wife has returned." This prompted him to take the narrow path to the right. Upon arrival, he was met with the heartwarming sight of the three enjoying their meal together, illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight, creating an ambience of profound warmth. Strangely, he found it somewhat jarring. It reminded him of the sweet, tender moments he once shared with his mother and the palace maidens during their meals, where laughter and camaraderie flowed freely within the palace walls. Xiao Han approached silently and left just as quietly. Inside the room, Mu Yinji caught a glimpse of a pale blue garment disappearing from her line of sight, stirring her thoughts. The color and pattern seemed familiar. Having nearly finished her meal, Mu Yinji filled a container with leftovers, remarking to Li Shuang and Rong He to continue at their leisure as she had eaten her fill. She then proceeded toward the direction in which the garment had vanished. As she walked, Mu Yinji noted that the ninth prince's residence, though seemingly neglected, was surprisingly spacious and elegantly adorned, surrounded by picturesque landscapes, rockeries, ponds, and pavilions, an oasis of tranquility. Just as she contemplated retracing her steps, a haunting melody filled the air, tinged with nostalgia, emanating from the courtyard. Following the sound of the guqin, she approached the moonlit pavilion, where the soft moonlight seemed to meld seamlessly with a gentle figure clad in pale blue. The man's brows were laden with emotions, subtle yet palpable, his once serene eyes now glimmering with threads of sorrow, delicate as fine strands of silk escaping from his gaze. With long, fair fingers, he caressed the strings of the guqin, producing a series of enchanting notes that danced in the air. Upon discerning the man's face, Mu Yinji felt a moment of surprise, quickly replaced by understanding. Xiao Han was indeed the ninth prince, her nominal husband, Mu Yinji. It became clear that someone of Feng Zhani's noble and elegant stature would seek her friendship, just as he could form a bond with a refined man like Xiao Han. However, the rumors circulating outside were unfounded. The fact that he had saved her during a perilous moment attested to his formidable abilities. Yet, the outside world spoke of the neglected ninth prince as merely a practitioner who had inexplicably lost his path to cultivation, ultimately relegated to serve as a hostage in the spirit kingdom. Chapter 38. The higher the elevation, the greater the fall. It can be said that the adoration and affection that surrounded Xiao Han at the moment of his birth were immense. Yet his subsequent revelation as a mere fade of a cultivator led to a downfall of equal magnitude, rendering him utterly disregarded. As the saying goes, the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls. The once favored ninth prince has been reduced to a hostage, while the previously neglected second prince, who was destined to become a hostage, has suddenly ascended to the status of the most beloved prince. On the day the ninth prince departed for the spirit kingdom, he was proclaimed the crown prince of the Fire Nation, transforming from an inconsequential royal into a figure of lofty esteem. Such irony is indeed palpable. Mu Yinjiu recalled the gossip she had heard in recent days, eliciting a soft chuckle from her lips. Just then, the final note of the melody resonated. Xiao Han, caressing the gently vibrating strings of the guqin, cast a cold gaze towards the enchanting Mu Yinjiu, whose smile could outshine nations and dim the brilliance of all else. He was momentarily astonished by the existence of such exquisite beauty and only realized there was another in the moon pavilion after he had finished playing. The woman before him was a vision of unparalleled grace, leaning casually against the pillar of the pavilion, holding a red sandalwood food box, resembling a devoted lover delivering a meal. Each smile and frown she exhibited radiated an indescribable joy and elegance, her eyes crescent-shaped, sparkling like scattered stars, with a delicate nose and rosy lips. For reasons unknown, Xiao Han felt an involuntary stirring within him. Why does the noble ninth prince appear so melancholic? Mu Yinjiu inquired with a light laugh. Leaning against the guqin table, Xiao Han gazed at the luminous moon above, his voice languid. Every individual experiences the spectrum of emotions, joy intertwined with sorrow, a moment of despair. What harm does it bring? I had presumed that a gentleman as refined as the ninth prince would navigate life with composure, unaffected by worldly concerns, Mu Yinjiu remarked, placing the food box upon the guqin table. You ventured to my courtyard earlier and left in solitude, lost in your own melancholy. I brought you dinner. So indulge while it is still warm. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, not expecting her to discern his neglect of sustenance and to bring him a meal with such thoughtfulness. Ha ha ha, he chuckled softly, the tension in his brow easing significantly as his water-like gaze met Mu Yinjiu's. What if you have tampered with my meal? If you were to perish, what benefit would that confer upon me? Setting down the food box, Mu Yinjiu settled herself upon the railing nearby, lazily leaning against the pillar, her starry eyes observing the refined gentleman at the guqin table. Benefit? Xiao Han's gaze locked with Mu Yinjiu's, and after a moment's contemplation, he replied, I possess no riches. As a fallen prince, aside from this residence, I have nothing. You seem so disinterested in this union. Should I die, you would be a woman without a husband, free to be with your beloved, would you not? Ha ha ha. Mu Yinjiu laughed lightly from her throat. I suspect you possess more than just this estate, perhaps the mercenary guild as well? Xiao Han's expression shifted, intrigued by the extent of her knowledge. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a gentle smile, Miss Mu, what do you mean by that? Mu Yinjiu, unfazed, gazed at the moon, having not overlooked Xiao Han's reaction, indicating her deduction was indeed correct. When Lan Qing exited the room earlier, the wind had blown through the window, causing her veil to flutter. If she was not mistaken, Lan Qing had exchanged a knowing glance with the direction of Feng Zhani and Xiao Han. At that moment, she had sensed that one of the two must certainly be the founder of the mercenary guild. Now, she had confirmed her suspicions. Chapter 39. The northern side of Yin Mountain. It seems the emperor of the Fire Nation is truly blind to the truth. Mu Yinjiu gazed at the moon, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes for the emperor. Without uttering another word, she departed, leaving Xiao Han alone to silently contemplate the food container for a moment before ultimately opening it. Accompanied by the crisp autumn breeze, he consumed the warm meal entirely. The following day, Mu Yinjiu instructed the steward of her residence to arrange a guest room for Rong He, ensuring she would reside in her courtyard and forbidding her from undertaking any tasks. After giving her orders, Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang disguised themselves and stealthily exited the seldom-trodden northern gate of the ninth prince's residence, making their way toward the mercenary guild. According to their itinerary, in a few days, the army led by Zhu Wu, tasked with escorting the phantom loot, would reach the northern side of Yin Mountain. Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang headed to the mercenary guild to rendezvous with Ling Xing's team. After a brief preparation, the group mounted their horses and set off toward the northern side of Yin Mountain. Li Shuang, unable to ride, shared a horse with Mu Yinjiu. Upon witnessing this, many members of the team scoffed, unable to comprehend why the one who had taken on the formidable task of the Yilinghua would bring along a burden incapable of riding. However, given Mu Yinjiu's formidable prowess, none dared voice their discontent, though they privately grumbled. After 2 days and nights of arduous travel, they finally arrived at the northern side of Yin Mountain, seeking a relatively safe and concealed spot to rest. Mu Yinjiu pinched her brow, recalling how quickly Qiu Chang had flown her back last time. The exhausting journey had taken a toll on her, let alone on Li Shuang, who, upon finding a place to rest, collapsed into a deep sleep without a care in the world, leaving Mu Yinjiu completely at ease. Initially, the team had slightly revised their opinion of Li Shuang, as her presence had not hindered their progress. Yet, witnessing her now so obliviously asleep, they were at a loss for words. Perhaps the notion of jeopardizing their mission could be considered through the lens of that burden. Since Mu Yinjiu carried 2 of Qiu Chang's ice feathers, even the most aware of mystical beasts dared not approach their resting spot, leaving only some oblivious wild animals. This fortuitously provided sustenance for Mu Yinjiu and her companions. After resting for the night, as dawn broke the next day, the group began scouting for ambush points at the junction of the outer and inner territories. That evening, the sound of footsteps resounded through the forest, a peculiar echo in the night. Coincidentally, Zhou Wu's group had paused for rest in a relatively open area, positioned to the northeast of Mu Yinjiu and her team. Initially, the team expressed their disapproval of Mu Yinjiu's decision to hide in this location, deeming it remote and susceptible to discovery. However, since Captain Ling Xing had spoken, they reluctantly acquiesced to Mu Yinjiu's strategy. At that moment, Zhu Wu had commanded a fire to be lit. 100 men were on night watch, while another 100 rested. Each sentry held a torch, forming a protective circle around the resting group and a wooden box. The flames illuminated the surrounding area, but curiously, the light barely reached the cluster of grass in front of their ambush site. Thus, they had chosen what they believed to be a concealed yet strategically close hiding spot. However, if the fire illuminated sufficiently, even the slightest movement could lead to immediate discovery. Chapter 40. Advanced practitioners. The members of the team suddenly felt a profound admiration for Mu Yinjiu. Indeed, she was a formidable force. Li Shuang remained silent throughout, her emotions fully expressed in her eyes, which, apart from moments of slumber, were constantly fixed upon Mu Yinjiu, filled with reverence. Lingxing looked at the two with a perplexed expression, sensing an unusual dissonance in the atmosphere. The group endured until 1:30 in the morning, the time when people are deepest in slumber. Mu Yinjiu motioned to Lingxing, conveying with her lips, "I will divert a portion of them. The rest will be up to you to seize the zither, leaving one to protect Shuang." Lingxing, taken aback, pondered the incredible strength required to undertake such a task with a liability in tow. Nevertheless, as the guild's higher-ups had decreed that this mission was to follow Wu Wang's directives, he merely nodded in astonishment. Mu Yinjiu patted Li Shuang's shoulder. Though she could not comprehend lip reading, she sensed her mistress's concern for her safety and the instruction to keep her safeguarded. With a worried glance at Mu Yinjiu, she watched as she bent low, swiftly darting towards the due north, concealed by the grass. Mu Yinjiu rose and immediately stepped into the flickering light of the fire. "Who goes there?" The patrolling soldiers quickly spotted the veiled Mu Yinjiu. The entire battalion became alert, swiftly attempting to apprehend her. In that instant of discovery, Mu Yinjiu's movements were akin to lightning as she hurled 2 ice feathers at the 2 capable subordinates beside Zhu Wu. The ice feathers embedded themselves in their necks, silencing them instantly. Caught by surprise, the 2 men barely opened their eyes before their breaths ceased, collapsing with expressions of disbelief and terror. Upon awakening, they found the ice feathers mere arm's length away, too late to react before succumbing to death. Even Zhu Wu, a veteran of many battles, could not help but be astonished by her prowess. The golden light that marked Mu Yinjiu's completion of the task that night had caught the attention of many powerful beings. Ordinary folk merely interpreted it as thunder. However, practitioners understood the significance of that golden light. It signified the binding of a formidable high-level mystical beast, Qiuqiang. Thus, when Zhu Wu witnessed the fallen men, he felt that their demise at her hands was not undeserved. He immediately recognized the lethal instrument used and marveled at its design, his eyes reflecting the sharpness born from years on the battlefield. He spoke solemnly. "Young Master Wu Wang, what is your intent? You wish to engage me in battle, otherwise your subordinates may." Before Mu Yinjiu could finish, Zhu Wu grasped her meaning. He had sought to confront her since hearing of Qiuqiang's binding, and now that she had come to him, how could he refuse? His fighting spirit surged fervently. Zhu Wu, renowned as one of the 4 generals of the Fire Nation, surpassed others in various respects. Yet, one trait, both an asset and a flaw, though the latter outweighed the former, was his combative nature. The stronger the opponent, the greater his desire to engage them in combat. This aspect of Zhu Wu drew much admiration, yet it was also frequently exploited by others to ensnare him, proving to be a consistent strategy. The Emperor of the Fire Nation found this quite troublesome, yet due to Zhu Wu's formidable strength, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Once Mu Yinjiu recognized that Zhu Wu had taken the bait, she soared toward the inner depths of Yanshan. Being a high-level practitioner, Zhu Wu immediately pursued her. Chapter 41. A Close Call. All of Zhu Wu's subordinates watched the departing figures of the two with great trepidation. Within a few breaths, they vanished from sight. A few close aides, witnessing this, immediately dispatched 10 capable individuals to pursue and retrieve Zhu Wu. When those 10 also disappeared, Lingxing assigned a team member to safeguard Li Shuang, raising his hand slightly and then gesturing downwards. Action! Like phantoms, they sprang into motion, each targeting a patrolling soldier. Swiftly dispatching 5 intruders. Quickly, all units on alert. The trained soldiers responded at once, rushing towards the sound. 10 remained to guard the musical instrument case, while the others joined the fray. The scene was drenched in blood. The members of the S-rank mercenary team were not to be trifled with, each possessing at least mid-tier cultivation skills, and their captain, Ling Xing, was on the verge of breaking through to high-tier cultivation. As the squad seized their weapons, blood was drawn, when a blade slashed across a soldier's throat. Crimson droplets arched through the air, splattering against Ling Xing's face. His handsome visage, now stained with blood, appeared even more sinister and formidable, akin to a bloodthirsty blade unsheathed in an instant, radiating lethal brilliance. Li Shuang watched in awe. These 5 individuals were extraordinary, each capable of matching 10. Clang! A sword's edge sliced through Li Shuang's line of sight, aimed directly at Ling Xing's heart. Watch out! Li Shuang, disregarding everything else, rushed forward to pull Ling Xing away. However, the individual guarding her was quicker to sense the danger, swiftly yanking her back and snatching a blood-stained sword from the ground. Clang! The 2 blades clashed, emitting a piercing sound as sparks flew from their friction. Li Shuang exhaled in relief, softly sinking to the ground. What a close call! Ling Xing glanced at the individual who had intercepted the blade directed at him, his brow slightly furrowing. Turning back, he observed Li Shuang, who was sitting on the ground in a state of fright. He couldn't help but chuckle. Was that warning just now from her? In the heat of battle, he could barely make out a warning, but if he wasn't mistaken, that delicate voice was unmistakably feminine. Perhaps he had misheard? This was a gathering of men. How could a woman's voice be present? Ling Xing shook his head lightly and rejoined the fray. In no time, Zhu Wu's elite soldiers fell beneath the onslaught of swords. The grassy patch where they had rested was now a river of blood, the verdant blades stained with crimson. A haunting sight under the moonlight. Li Shuang's heart trembled, yet she repeatedly urged herself not to fear. Fortunately, their esteemed lady was not among them, but she had heard that the leader was quite formidable, and her concern for her lady was growing. However, a minute later, her worries for Mu Yanjiu subsided. The members of the squad bore varying degrees of injury, some light, some severe. Even Ling Xing's arm had been gashed by a sword, the flesh grotesquely exposed. Li Shuang released a breath of anxiety. She recalled the wild herbs they had spotted while resting. As the squad regrouped, she discreetly returned to gather them. However, from the corner of her eye, she noticed 2 corpses with glimmering ice feathers piercing their necks, and suppressing her fear, she cautiously approached. Upon returning with the herbs, Li Shuang took small steps, unsure how to present them to Ling Xing. These herbs are excellent for staunching blood flow. Simply crush them to extract the juice and apply it to the wounds. Chapter 42. May I use this? Each member of the team carried a healing ointment, an essential remedy. The individual assigned to protect the group displayed utter disdain for the herbal concoction. Tearing open his clothing and biting down on the collar where the medicine was applied, Ling Xing hesitated. Those capable of moving within the team had already begun to tend to their own wounds. The protector of Li Shuang, after applying his own remedy, proceeded to assist the 2 severely injured members. Li Shuang felt an inexplicable awkwardness in the atmosphere and was about to retract her hand holding the herbs, stating, "It's fine if you have medicine. These herbs are truly ineffective." To her surprise, Ling Xing took the herbs from her. Li Shuang was momentarily taken aback, only to see Ling Xing swiftly cut off half of his sleeve with his sword and begin to apply the ointment to himself. Observing him struggle to grind the herbs with one hand, she stammered, I can help you." Ling Xing, without pretension, handed the medicine to her. Li Shuang grasped the herbs, skillfully grinding them, and soon produced a potent liquid, forming the herbs into small, uniform pieces. As the remedy dripped onto the wound, Ling Xing's face paled. It stung painfully, but not as intensely as the previous ointment. Noticing this, Li Shuang became gentler with her application, utilizing half of the sleeve he had severed to bandage his arm. She was exceedingly familiar with these herbs, having utilized them effortlessly over the years. During her decade of service to her mistress, they had often been bullied, suffering greatly in their youth, when they would hide together in the courtyard, nursing their wounds. One day, she fortuitously discovered a certain herb growing on the back wall of the courtyard. She casually plucked a few leaves, crushed them, and to her astonishment, it staunched the bleeding remarkably well. In subsequent altercations, she relied on that herb to treat both her and her mistress's injuries, until one of Mu Yiling's maidservants discovered their secret and discreetly uprooted the plant. Ling Xing observed Li Shuang's adeptness in tending to his wounds with mild astonishment. She seemed a fragile figure, yet her proficiency in bandaging was remarkable. What surprised him further was that after the initial sting of the remedy, the pain subsided, replaced by a soothing coolness. After a while, the black bandage ceased to darken, indicating that the bleeding had stopped. This frost is impressive. Although the team members were preoccupied with their own injuries, they remained concerned about Ling Xing's condition. Their captain, how had he become so trusting of others? Did he not fear that this seemingly weak girl might harm him, exacerbating his wounds rather than healing them? However, as they witnessed Ling Xing's complexion gradually improve, they exchanged puzzled glances. One of the more gravely injured individuals shifted awkwardly and said to Ling Xing, "Captain, you still have 2 herbs left. Might I use them?" Ling Xing, with his fair complexion marred by blood, raised his gaze and arched an eyebrow at the requester, responding slowly, "No, you may." The group exchanged looks once more, their confusion about Ling Xing's actions palpable. The individual requesting assistance appeared quite embarrassed. Chapter 43. No different from those thieving rascals. Why did you refuse when I offered? Ling Xing seemed to grasp the thoughts of the team, speaking softly once more. The others remained silent. The man could only awkwardly scratch his head, retreating with a pale face, biting his collar in silence, applying medicine, and soon breaking into a cold sweat from the pain. Li Shuang cast a grateful glance at Ling Xing and murmured, "Thank you. Thank you for not allowing me to feel utterly humiliated just now, and for your protection now." Ling Xing's bloodless visage revealed a hint of a smile as he gently replied, "No need for thanks." Meanwhile, on the other side, as Mu Yanju steadied herself after landing, the figure of Zhu Wu appeared a meter in front of her. With a bold confidence, he declared, "If you have tamed a mystical beast like Qiu Chong, then surely you would not resort to such despicable tactics." The despicable tactics referred to Mu Yanjiu not intentionally luring him away to steal the loot. Since childhood, Zhu Wu believed that a true strong man should embody the grace and demeanor of strength, and that genuine power should disdain the use of underhanded methods. "Oh, what gives you such confidence?" Mu Yanjiu raised an eyebrow, speaking slowly. At this moment, she understood why Zhu Wu was so highly regarded, particularly by other strong individuals. He consistently exuded an aura and demeanor befitting a true warrior, looking down upon petty tricks and deceitful schemes. For him, being powerful meant acting with integrity, boldly engaging in battle when necessary, and never resorting to ambiguity. Zhu Wu stared incredulously at Mu Yanjiu. Even after realizing he had been deceived again, he did not resort to a secretive counterattack, perplexed by her actions. "Why would you do this?" "The reason is simple. I desire the illusion loot." Mu Yanjiu lowered her veil, revealing her face. Zhu Wu's conception of what it meant to be strong was once again shattered. Previously, he believed only the deceitful scoundrels of the Fire Nation would behave in such a manner. Yet now, beyond the borders of his homeland, he encountered someone of equal measure. The individuals from the Fire Nation were self-important, believing themselves to be powerful, and he scorned their company. However, the person before him possessed an incomparably superior strength. Yet she was no different from those petty thieves. "Come, let us have a match, to vent my frustrations." Mu Yanjiu's eyes sparkled with admiration. Seeing this, Zhu Wu unsheathed his sword without hesitation. However, upon noticing Mu Yanjiu bore no weapon, he immediately discarded his sword and struck with his fists. His speed was remarkable. His strikes were fierce, his punches precise. Mu Yanjiu, not daring to underestimate him, leaned back, her toes touching the ground, executing a swift 180-degree turn to evade the attack. Her hands, like a dragon, lunged toward Zhu Wu's chest, who reacted swiftly, retracting his fist to defend. Yet, he did not anticipate that Mu Yanjiu's strike was merely a feint. Her delicate hands, seemingly fragile, held immense strength, landing a blow to Zhu Wu's waist, sending the burly man flying. No wonder she is the master of Qiu Chong. A trickle of blood escaped Zhu Wu's lips as he spread his arms to stabilize himself. His feet scraped against the ground, sliding a considerable distance before he regained his footing and quickly regulated the chaotic energy within him, launching another attack. Mu Yanjiu was unaware of the formidable recovery capabilities of high-level practitioners. Even upon receiving Zhu Wu's praise, she remained on high alert. Yet Zhu Wu's counterattack came even faster. Chapter 44. A defeat earned with respect. Mu Yanjiu, caught off guard, swiftly extended her hands to seize the one that had approached her, exerting all her strength to halt the impending strike just a finger's breadth from her nose. In her heart, she could not help but marvel at Zhu Wu's formidable prowess. After intercepting the blow, she promptly deflected Zhu Wu's hand, propelling it backward, and launched a kick aimed at his chin. Zhu Wu, perceiving her intent, leapt into the air to evade the attack. The two engaged in aerial combat, each strike powerful and fierce, creating gusts of wind that sent leaves cascading to the ground. The flurry of punches exchanged was relentless, each party unwilling to yield, evenly matched in skill and strength. In an instant, they had exchanged over 50 blows. As they fought with fervor, their admiration for one another grew deeper. When a contingent of 10 soldiers finally arrived, shouting, "General Wu!" With a resounding clash, their palms met, sending tremors coursing through both, leaving their hands tingling with pain. The force of the impact caused them to slide backward. Mu Yinjiao halted her retreat only when her foot struck the trunk of a large tree. Standing firm as she observed Zhu Wu, who had fallen to the ground and was being assisted by his soldiers. She raised her hand slightly in respect, exclaiming, "General Zhu Wu, I concede." Zhu Wu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily. "Huh? You are quite strong. I hold great admiration for you. I have lost, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." Mu Yinjiao, equally impressed by him, cautioned, "General Zhu Wu, if you do not return soon, the Huan Yuqin may very well become mine." The two soldiers supporting Zhu Wu, upon hearing her words, exchanged determined glances and, disregarding everything else, quickly hoisted him and made haste back. At the northern exit of Yin Mountain, Li Shuang paced anxiously beside her horse. "Where is my lady?" The appointed time is fast approaching. If her lady did not return soon, they would have to adhere to their prior agreement and leave. The protector assigned to Li Shuang approached and said, "Captain, time is running short. We should head back." "Can we wait just a little longer?" Li Shuang implored, filled with worry at the absence of Mu Yinjiao. "Enough. If we delay any longer, none of us will be able to secure the Huan Yuqin. We are all injured, and once Zhu Wu regains his bearings, he will pursue us in no time. None of us can match him." The soldier coldly articulated the harsh reality. Li Shuang, on the verge of desperation, retorted angrily, "Did you not just say time is running short? Running short does not mean up. If the opposing force is so powerful that even the 6 of us cannot contend with him, how much more perilous is it for my lady? She has drawn away such a formidable opponent. What good will it do for us to wait here? Moreover, the time has not yet elapsed." The soldier deemed Li Shuang's concerns unreasonable and turned to seek Ling Xing's opinion. "Captain." Before he could finish, Ling Xing raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal, stating calmly, "Let us wait a little longer. The time has not yet come." The soldier, now feeling that Ling Xing was also being unreasonable, angrily turned away. A moment later, another soldier addressed Ling Xing, "Captain, Xiao Wu is right. If we do not depart soon, our previous efforts will be in vain, and besides, the time has indeed arrived." Xiao Wu was the one who had found Li Shuang and Ling Xing's concerns unwarranted. Ling Xing furrowed his brow, sighed softly, and approached Li Shuang, saying, "Let us go. The time has come. Just one more minute, please." Li Shuang pleaded desperately. "Fine, if you wish to wait, do so. We shall not accompany you in this folly." With that, Xiao Wu mounted his horse, looking down at Li Shuang with disdain. At that moment, a piercing and oppressive bird call resonated through the air. Chapter 45. I have taken the phantom harp. A distant sound drew closer, revealing a magnificent blue bird soaring rapidly towards their location. As it approached, the creature became distinct, a colossal avian with a red and blue beak and wings that seemed to rival the size of a small mountain. Beneath the moonlight, its azure feathers shimmered brilliantly, reminiscent of a beautiful ice lotus atop a snowy peak. Yet, none dared to admire its beauty, for this was Qiao. The bird's call bore an overwhelming pressure, causing the weakest member of their group, Xiao Lu, to spit blood in response. Li Shuang, somewhat oblivious to the concept of mystical beasts, gazed wide-eyed at the approaching blue bird, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength, majesty, and beauty emanating from it. She seemed to notice a figure standing atop the bird. As it drew nearer, Li Shuang discerned the identity of the individual. It was her young mistress. In a moment of exhilaration, Li Shuang exclaimed, "Young master." As her words fell, Qiao circled gracefully in midair, and Mu Yinjiao leapt down from its back, embracing Li Shuang's waist, lifting her onto Qiao's back. With an icy demeanor, she declared, "The time has come. I shall take the phantom harp, and it will not be in vain." This proclamation sent tremors through the hearts of the 6 onlookers, making it clear that her status was beyond their capacity to critique. The two who had spoken moments before wore expressions of embarrassment, yet Mu Yinjiao overshadowed them with her strength and with Qiao by her side. They dared not utter a word. From the moment they laid eyes on Qiao, they understood why she could so boldly carry a burden. Few in this world could match her extraordinary power. It was not arrogance, but rather a confidence rooted in her formidable abilities. As the 5 watched the blue silhouette fade into the distance, they collectively exhaled, settling down to regulate their disordered energies under Qiao's imposing presence. Only Ling Xing remained contemplative, gazing at the receding figure. Once the 5 had regained their composure, Ling Xing silently mounted his horse and departed with a flourish. Today, Qiao had detected Mu Yinjiao's presence nearby in the Nightmare Mountains. As her previous injuries had yet to heal, she required Mu Yinjiao's blood. Thus, in the realm of spirit, she inquired about Mu Yinjiao's whereabouts and, upon receiving a response, hurriedly made her way there, only to witness Zhu Wu being escorted away. After Mu Yinjiao healed her wounds, realizing she could not arrive in time, she requested Qiuqiang to take her along. However, upon hearing the earlier exchange, she decided to alter her approach, securing Qiuqiang's agreement to bring along Li Shuang and the Phantom Harp back to the imperial capital. In a secluded meadow, Mu Yinjiao and Li Shuang, with the Phantom Harp in tow, landed gracefully. Li Shuang stood in a daze, watching Qiuqiang ascend into the heavens, then turned her gaze towards her mistress, still struggling to comprehend the surreal experience, as if caught in a dream. During the swift flight, she had felt no harsh winds buffeting her, and she could behold the myriad lights of the grand imperial capital, a breathtaking panorama. Surely, seen by daylight, it would reveal rivers stretching for miles. Even more magnificent and picturesque, Mu Yinjiao stowed the Phantom Harp into her spatial bag, a gift from Lan Qing before embarking on her mission. She gently patted Li Shuang, who remained in a state of disbelief, and kindly inquired, "What is the matter? Were you frightened?" Li Shuang quickly waved her hands, her eyes reflecting a mixture of excitement, gratitude, and admiration. "Wow, mistress, you are truly remarkable. I feel that this day has been exhilarating. You have been so kind to me." Chapter 46. Only you shall marry. Mu Yinjiao smiled gently, appreciating the admiration of the little girl. It was a good opportunity. She could teach her some self-defense techniques. "Let us go. We'll walk a bit further to reach the imperial capital. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let us return to the 9th princess residence first and complete our task tomorrow." Pear Blossom nodded, suddenly recalling something. She pulled out 2 icy feathers from her pocket and said, "Miss, these are for you." Mu Yinjiao was taken aback as she accepted the very icy feathers she had used to kill someone. "Miss, when you swooped down to embrace me, it was truly magnificent. If you were a man, Pear Blossom would surely marry you." Mississippi. During their journey back to the imperial capital, Pear Blossom chattered incessantly, her praise for Mu Yinjiao never waning. Mu Yinjiao glanced at Pear Blossom and then at the pitch-black rural path ahead, finding the night walk rather pleasant. In the moon pavilion, the melodious sound of the qin resonated. "Young master, the task concerning the illusory qin has been completed," a servant reported. As the music came to a sudden halt, Xiaohan rose and departed. In the back courtyard, Mu Yinjiao and Pear Blossom stealthily entered. She looked up at the place where the lingering qin sound had come from, surprised. If they had been seen entering the moon pavilion, it would seem as though the music had just faded with their arrival. How delightful. Just as Pear Blossom was about to inquire why they had stopped, she noticed Mu Yinjiao moving forward and refrained from asking further. At the Mercenary Guild, upon arriving, Xiaohan witnessed the doctor tending to his team's wounds, while Ling Xing stood aside observing. Upon seeing Xiaohan, Lan Qing immediately approached, saying, "My lord, you have arrived." Xiaohan nodded slightly and inquired, "Where is the illusory qin?" Lan Qing glanced at Ling Xing. Ling Xing stepped forward and slightly bowed, explaining, "The illusory qin is with young Master Wu Wang. Why was it not brought back directly to the guild?" Seeing the displeasure etched on Xiaohan's brow, Lan Qing quickly probed for an explanation. "This." Ling Xing hesitated, while the kneeling Xiaowu, feeling guilty, interjected, "It was my disrespectful words towards young Master Wu Wang that displeased him. He took the qin and left, so the illusory qin will likely arrive at the guild tomorrow." Lan Qing frowned slightly but felt relieved. Wu Wang had the strength and the standing to do as he pleased. He understood well the caliber of his subordinates. Even in dissatisfaction, one would not speak excessively. He was mildly astonished that Wu Wang was such a protective individual, disregarding potential offense to the guild to take the qin with him. It seemed this was not merely a warning to those 6, but also a reprimand towards the guild for assigning such people to her. Xiaohan glanced at Ling Xing and stated, "He is unsuitable for Team S." Ling Xing and Xiaowu both felt a jolt at these words. Xiaowu, the reluctant, nodded in agreement, saying, "Understood." The following day, that night, Mu Yinjiao, having ascertained that Xiaohan was the master of the Mercenary Guild, realized that this individual was not as the outside world had portrayed. So, under the cover of darkness, she climbed over the wall from the back courtyard to submit the illusory qin at the Mercenary Guild. Upon seeing a figure clad in dark attire with a white veiled hat, Lan Qing recognized it was Mu Yinjiao and promptly approached her with a warm demeanor. "Young Master Wu Wang, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Someone, prepare tea." At the 9th princess residence, shortly after Mu Yinjiao's departure, a messenger arrived to convey that the 9th prince had invited the Wang Fei to the moon pavilion for a discussion. Pear Blossom, who had been left behind in Mu Yanjiu's room, paced anxiously. Chapter 47. The Visit of the Ninth Prince. Upon hearing the message, Li Shuang calmly instructed the messenger to return, assuring that the princess would make her appearance after a brief period of preparation. However, as time passed, her unease began to mount. "Miss, why has she not returned yet? The enchanting Huan Yuqin should not take this long. What if something has happened?" In the Moon Pavilion, the spot where the Qin table once stood had been replaced by an exquisite round table made of white jade, laden with delectable dishes. After summoning her, Xiaohan leaned against the railing, waiting patiently, yet no one arrived even as the dishes grew cold. The butler approached and inquired, "Young master, shall I call once more?" Xiaohan rose, adjusting his attire, and replied, "There is no need. I shall go and see for myself." The door was firmly shut, and through a crack, Li Shuang caught a glimpse of the figure outside, her eyes widening in terror. "Isn't that the person beside the crown prince, the one who saved our miss that day?" Seeing the courtyard enveloped in an eerie silence and the door tightly closed, Xiaohan furrowed his brow and knocked softly. Li Shuang's heart raced at the sound of the knocking. The butler, noticing the prolonged silence and the absence of a response, expressed his confusion. "Young master, it seems the princess may have fallen asleep. Shall we return?" Li Shuang was taken aback. The individual who had been with the crown prince and had rescued her miss was, in fact, the ninth prince, Xiaohan. At that moment, she fervently wished that Xiaohan would heed the butler's words and leave promptly. Just then, someone patted her back, nearly causing her to scream in fright. She swiftly covered her mouth and turned to see her Mississippi miss. Li Shuang gasped, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Mu Yanjiu. Mu Yanjiu placed a finger to her lips, signaling for Li Shuang to follow her into the bedroom. She quickly tossed her dark attire under the covers and lay down herself, gesturing for Li Shuang to kneel beside the bed and rest. A basin of water sat at the bedside, and Mu Yanjiu soaked a towel, placing it on her forehead, then handed another to Li Shuang. Just as she completed this task, the tightly shut door was forcefully kicked open. The two immediately held their breath, regulating their breathing and closing their eyes, feigning sleep as if they were utterly exhausted. Upon entering, Xiaohan was met with the sight of Li Shuang, startled awake by the noise. She quickly stood, clutching the towel and retreating to the side, her anxiety palpable. Xiaohan observed Li Shuang, whose face bore a hint of fatigue, before his gaze fell upon the figure lying on the bed. The person's cheeks were flushed, an unusual hue, and a white towel rested on her forehead. Her eyes were closed, with long, dense lashes resembling delicate brushes, and beneath her eyes were faint shadows. Her nose was slightly upturned, and her once rosy lips now appeared pallid, an air of sickly frailty enveloping her. Truly, she was a captivating beauty marred by illness. The butler could not help but steal a few glances, but upon meeting Xiaohan's cool gaze, he quickly lowered his head. "What has transpired here?" Xiaohan's voice was tinged with an icy chill. Li Shuang, trembling with fear, knelt down and anxiously explained, "Miss has recently caught a chill. When the summons came, I thought it best for her to rest longer, using the excuse of grooming to send the messenger away. I am aware of my mistake." Chapter 48. How strong is he? Li Shuang nearly stumbled over her own tongue. Having grown accustomed to addressing herself as a maid in front of the young lady, she found it difficult to revert back to her former self. A slip of the tongue almost occurred. Xiaohan did not pay attention to Li Shuang's choice of words. An icy aura radiated from him, exuding an unintentional sense of oppression. His voice remained steady. "Do you truly comprehend where you went wrong?" Li Shuang was startled, her body jolting as she realized this was no pretense. She innocently raised her gaze to meet Xiaohan's impassive expression and stammered, I do not know." Why had she not called for a doctor when she had caught a cold? A flicker of anger colored Xiaohan's water-like eyes. Li Shuang shivered slightly, casting a quick glance at Mu Yanjiu, noting that her mistress did not appear well. Could it be that her ominous words had come true? Was the young lady truly ill? Anxiously, Li Shuang exclaimed, "I shall fetch a doctor at once." Having overheard their exchange, Mu Yanjiu leisurely opened her eyes. Removing the towel from her forehead, blinking in confusion, she surveyed her surroundings, her gaze settling on the kneeling Li Shuang as she weakly inquired, "What has transpired?" After exchanging a glance with Mu Yanjiu, Li Shuang felt reassured. She had been overly concerned. Yet, her mistress's performance had been so convincing. From the very beginning, she had known it was an act, yet she had almost been persuaded otherwise. "Mistress, you have finally awakened." Li Shuang's joy was genuine. Had her mistress not roused, she would have struggled to maintain the charade any longer. The ninth prince was indeed quite fearsome. She seriously doubted the rumors circulating outside. Seeing Mu Yinjiu awake, Xiao Han felt a sense of relief wash over him. He lowered his voice to instruct the steward, "Fetch a doctor." "Yes, young master," the steward replied dutifully. Mu Yinjiu, overhearing, said with a hoarse voice, "There is no need. I am already feeling much better." With that, she attempted to rise from her bed. But sensing an unease in the room, she lay back down. Xiao Han, ever observant, noted this and advised, "If all is well, then rest properly." With that, Xiao Han departed with the steward. Once he had moved far enough away, Li Shuang quietly approached to close the door, only to be surprised by the sudden appearance of a white fox at the entrance. Without waiting for Li Shuang to react, the white fox darted into the room. After Li Shuang expressed her concerns and received satisfactory responses from Mu Yinjiu, she felt reassured enough to return and rest. The elegant white fox, seated regally, slowly spoke. "Did you go after the illusory loot?" Mu Yinjiu regarded the white fox with a scrutinizing gaze and nodded slowly, pondering how it was so well informed. The mission regarding the illusory loot had not been made public. It was announced only after Lan Qing had specifically summoned someone to the hall. How did this elusive little fox come to know? "You carry the scent of the illusory loot," the white fox explained. Furrowing her brow, Mu Yinjiu considered this. If she bore the scent, then Xiao Han would certainly be able to detect it as well. The white fox, sensing her thoughts, coldly remarked, "With his strength, he would not be able to smell it." The tone was laced with disdain, a clear indication of its low regard for Xiao Han's abilities. How formidable must the white fox be to hold such a dismissive view of Xiao Han's strength? Mu Yinjiu scrutinized the white fox once more, skepticism evident in her eyes. Chapter 49. Who wishes to harm the young lady of her family? The white fox remained silent, casting a few glances at Mu Yinjiu. Once assured of her safety, it leapt out of the window with the swiftness of lightning. Mu Yinjiu felt a peculiar concern from this fox regarding her well-being and wished to inquire about its reasons, but before she could, it had vanished from sight. Thus, she resigned herself to the thought of questioning it upon their next encounter. When Mu Yinjiu accepted the task involving the illusory spirit zither, she had no inkling that Xiao Han was the husband of Mu Yinjiu, nor did she perceive the complexities surrounding the rumored ninth prince. Consequently, after undertaking this mission, she refrained from seeking additional tasks at the mercenary guild to protect her identity. Moreover, the rewards from the two tasks she had accepted were substantial, comparable to the treasury of a small nation along the borders. Having moved to Xiao Han's estate, Mu Yinjiu found her days leisurely. Occasionally, she would converse with Li Shuang or venture into the kitchen to prepare meals. In the evenings, she instructed Li Shuang to tie sandbags in the courtyard for running exercises. Meanwhile, Ronghe would engage in casual conversations with Mu Yinjiu, and over time, their relationship became more familiar, shedding the initial rigid distinctions of status. After enjoying a few peaceful days, Mu Yinjiu sat in the courtyard, reflecting on how pleasant this existence had been. If only she could shed the title of Ninth Prince's consort, she contemplated discussing matters with Xiao Han soon. The reason for her delay was that Xiao Han had been absent from the estate for several days, his whereabouts unknown to anyone. Seizing the opportunity during Xiao Han's absence, Mu Yinjiu ensured that Li Shuang intensified her training, teaching her combat skills for self-defense. Following her experiences in 2 missions, Mu Yinjiu realized that aside from high-level cultivators, most individuals on this continent posed little threat. The combat techniques she imparted to Li Shuang would suffice to safeguard her against lower-tier cultivators. One day, as Mu Yinjiu and Ronghe prepared dishes in the kitchen, Li Shuang continued her practice of combat skills in the courtyard. Once the meal was ready, Ronghe handed a towel to Li Shuang to wipe her sweat. After changing her attire, Li Shuang joined them at the table, and the three shared their meal together. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, Mu Yinjiu tossed her chopsticks, which collided with a stone hurtling through the air. The chopsticks broke in two, while the small stone, having been deflected, landed on the ground and rolled to a stop. She shuddered at the thought of what might have transpired had that stone struck a person's head. Surely it would have resulted in a grievous injury. Li Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, glancing at her lady to ensure she was unharmed, then fixated on the stone that had been directed at her. Who could be responsible for this? Who wished to do harm to her young lady? Ronghe, startled, wondered how a stone could have flown through the air during their meal. She looked at Mu Yinjiu with concern, asking, "Miss, are you all right?" Mu Yinjiu shook her head, replying, "I am fine." Just then, 2 arrows shot in from outside the wall, not aimed at Mu Yinjiu, but rather at Ronghe and Li Shuang. "Li Shuang, get down." Mu Yinjiu's eyes narrowed as she observed the arrows cutting through the air with fierce velocity. She swiftly pushed Rong He down onto the table while reaching out to catch the shaft of the arrow aimed at her. Having undergone several days of training, Li Shuang's reflexes had significantly improved. Upon hearing Mu Yinjiao's command, she quickly crouched beside the table. Boom. Chapter 50. Do you acknowledge your mistake? Bang. The porcelain bowl in the middle of the table, filled with vegetables, was struck by an arrow, shattering with a resounding crash. The arrow pierced directly into the center of the wooden table, its tail tied with a piece of paper. Mu Yinjiao tossed the arrow aside and pulled up the startled Rong He, reassuring her, "It's all right." After speaking, she reached for the letter, which read, "Leave the ninth prince's residence immediately, or you shall regret it." The handwriting suggested it was penned by a woman. A chill coursed through Mu Yinjiao. She had never regretted anything. She was determined to uncover the identity of the person audacious enough to harm her. Li Shuang, witnessing the small cut on Mu Yinjiao's hand inflicted by the arrow's tip, felt a pang of pain for her and silently rose to fetch the medicine box. "Miss, let me tend to your injury," she murmured. Mu Yinjiao, momentarily taken aback, had grown numb to pain over time and had not even realized she was injured. After a brief pause, she slowly extended her hand for Li Shuang to bandage. Rong He gazed at the wound, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. "Eldest miss, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hurt. Both the madam and you have suffered because of me. You were so kind to rescue me from the Mu residence, yet I have caused you harm." "It is not your fault. You need not apologize," Mu Yinjiao replied with a gentle smile. 5 tranquil days passed. Since that incident, the trio resumed their ordinary lives. Li Shuang, with her lively disposition, devoted herself to her mistress wholeheartedly, easily dismissing the events of that day, while Mu Yinjiao and Rong He remained preoccupied. Mu Yinjiao pondered how to lure out the individual responsible, while Rong He, more attentive than before, frequented Mu Yinjiao's courtyard, spending nearly the entire day in her company. Mu Yinjiao, however, did not dwell on Rong He's behavior, interpreting it merely as growing familial affection. At the Mu residence, Mu Zhongshan hastily ordered the construction of a new spirit hall. Inside the hall, Mu Yiling gazed coolly at the figure kneeling before her, strikingly similar to Mu Yinjiao. "Yes, second miss," responded Rong Qing, bowing her head. "Do you acknowledge your mistake?" A flicker of disdain crossed Mu Yiling's eyes. This person's profile bore an unsettling resemblance to that wretched Mu Yinjiao. I acknowledge my mistake," Rong Qing stammered, her forehead pressed to the ground. "I should not have disregarded the second miss's orders and acted on my own, nearly ruining your plans. Well, as long as you understand where you went wrong. You know I despise disobedient dogs, do you not?" Mu Yiling leaned closer, whispering into Rong Qing's ear. I understand." Rong Qing quivered in fear. "Begone. If you thwart my plans, I shall make your existence a living hell." A sweet smile graced Mu Yiling's beautiful face, yet her words were laced with malice. "Yes, second miss," Rong Qing replied, rising and departing, her black garments blending into the night, her hands clenched into fists beneath her sleeves. Chapter 51. The defeated subordinate of Li Shuang. "One day, I shall make you wish for death." A fierce glint flashed across Rong Qing's eyes. In the final moments before disappearing into the night, she cast a perplexed glance at the beautiful woman in the spirit courtyard. Such individuals, lacking true strength yet relying on their influential connections to bully others, were the very ones she despised the most. Sooner or later, those who had tormented her today would pay dearly for their actions. On this day, Mu Yinjiao and her companions, feeling rather idle, decided to explore the bustling marketplace. As the hour drew near, the trio returned to their residence. "Aunt Rong, Li Shuang, please take the items inside first. Wait for me a moment. I believe I may have forgotten something." Mu Yinjiao spoke, her gaze fixed intently on a particular spot, her tone remaining calm and unperturbed. "Of course, miss," replied Li Shuang. "Yes, young miss," echoed Rong He. After ushering the two into her room, Mu Yinjiao feigned a search for her lost item, gradually drawing closer to the shadows. Before the figure lurking in the darkness could strike, Mu Yinjiao swiftly leaped forward, her ice feathers glimmering as she appeared behind the individual. The icy plume gently grazing their neck, causing a trickle of blood to flow forth. "You've trailed me this far without tiring. Who sent you?" Her voice was crisp and laced with danger. "Oh, instead of inquiring about that, you should be more concerned about the 2 weaklings in your room," the cloaked figure taunted. Their face obscured by a black veil, their gender indeterminate. Just as anticipated, a loud crash echoed from within the room. revealing that the arrows shot from two directions had indeed not come from a single assailant. Mu Yinzhou's eyes shimmered with a thin layer of frost as she executed her attack with precision, slicing through the assailant's carotid artery with her ice feather as easily as one would cut cabbage. Meanwhile, after entering the room, Li Shuang urged Ronghe to rest and not overexert herself, intending to place the newly acquired garments into the wardrobe. However, the angle of Ronghe's seated position proved fortuitous. As she settled down, she noticed a pair of black, dirt-stained cloth shoes beneath the screen. Remembering the earlier events, she was about to call for Li Shuang when suddenly, the hidden figure drew their sword, launching towards Li Shuang with alarming speed. Li Shuang's reflexes were commendable, yet by the time she reacted, the sword's gleam was already a mere meter away. Bang! It was Ronghe. Upon spotting the assailant, she swiftly seized the bronze mirror from the dressing table and hurled it with all her might at the intruder's head. The mirror shattered upon impact, but the assailant merely hesitated momentarily before continuing their assault on Li Shuang. Li Shuang sidestepped, executing a cleverly angled kick to the assailant's abdomen. The figure staggered back 2 steps before lunging again, intent on killing Li Shuang. Ronghe recalled the warning inscribed on the note. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Her body reacted faster than her mind, propelling her forward. Thud. The assailant's blade, aimed at Li Shuang, was unleashed too swiftly to be retracted in time, piercing Ronghe's right shoulder. Gasped. She coughed, blood spilling forth as she collapsed. Li Shuang's eyes turned red with fury. She charged at the cloaked figure, engaging in a fierce battle, refusing to allow the assailant any chance to withdraw their blade. Rongqing's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Dismayed, seemingly devoid of any martial prowess or internal energy, was managing to hold her ground against her. In that brief moment of distraction, Rongqing was struck in the face by Li Shuang's fist, the black veil falling away to reveal a visage strikingly similar to Mu Yinzhou's. Li Shuang had no intention of pausing to regard her face. She remembered her mistress's instructions to seize every opportunity and not grant the opponent a moment's respite, lest she herself be counterattacked. Seizing the chance, Li Shuang unleashed all the skills Mu Yinzhou had imparted to her upon Rongqing. Rongqing, on the verge of becoming a high-level practitioner, never anticipated that she would be so ruthlessly bested by an inconspicuous maid. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Rongqing retaliated swiftly. But Li Shuang's fist struck her shoulder, followed by a kick to her abdomen. Rongqing was sent crashing against a nearby pillar, blood spewing forth just like Ronghe. Fearing a swift counterattack, Li Shuang dashed forward, stepping on Rongqing's knee, bending down to twist her leg backward with force. At that moment, Mu Yinzhou entered. Witnessing Rongqing's momentary distraction, recognizing that her pupil would not disappoint her, she refrained from intervening. Instead, she rushed to support Ronghe, cradling her in her arms. Her heart aching at the sight of the sword still embedded in her shoulder, staining half her garment with crimson. Aunt Rong, how are you feeling? Mu Yinzhou inquired with concern. However, for the first time, Ronghe did not respond immediately. Her gaze was fixated on the fallen figure beside the pillar, the one whose leg Li Shuang had just broken. Rongqing, is it you? Rongqing was startled to hear her name from the lips of someone she did not recognize, a fleeting surprise crossing her features before she retorted with derision. Ah. It seems I was overconfident, believing my concealment technique was unparalleled, only to be discovered so swiftly. I am curious, wasteful young lady. How did you manage to cunningly send your maid to her demise? TSK, even at death's door, she still had the energy to sow discord? Mu Yinzhou's gaze was as tranquil as still water, yet when she looked at Rongqing, it bore the sharpness of ice, piercing her very soul with a chilling aura. Sensing Ronghe's breath growing weaker, Mu Yinzhou abandoned her intention to speak with Rongqing and turned her full attention to Ronghe, whose shoulder continued to bleed profusely, staining her garment red. Aunt Rong, I will pull out the sword. It will be painful, so bear with me, Mu Yinzhou said, reaching out to grasp the blade. But Ronghe seized her hand, her voice faint. No, it's not necessary. If you do, Mississippi, I want to see, if she can. Who was she referring to? Li Shuang felt perplexed, but before she could ponder further, her mistress's icy voice rang out. Bring your defeated subordinate over. Oh. Li Shuang immediately grabbed Rongqing, dragging her before Ronghe. Chapter 52. Past events. After casting Rongqing before Ronghe, Li Shuang stepped aside. Mu Yinzhou looked anxiously at the gradually weakening Ronghe, her voice trembling imperceptibly as she inquired, Aunt Rong, how do you feel? Ronghe's murky old eyes fixated intensely on Rongqing, her expression somewhat agitated. For the first time, she did not respond promptly to Mu Yinzhou's question. She reached out her calloused hand, yearning to touch Rongqing's face. But Rongqing coldly slapped it away and retorted, "Do not touch me." Mu Yinjiao's gaze towards Rongqing hardened, her eyes brimming with warning. Rongqing, undeterred, met her gaze defiantly. Unafraid of her. "Qing'er, is that you?" Ronghe weakly asked. As Rongqing drew closer, she felt an undeniable stirring arising from their blood connection. Rongqing was her daughter. "Who are you?" Rongqing squinted, her voice icy. The utterance of Qing'er momentarily disoriented Rongqing. She often heard it in her dreams, where a woman would embrace her and whisper in her ear, "Remember, your name is Rongqing, my dear Qing'er. I am sorry for what I have done." "Qing'er, it truly is you. I am your mother." Ronghe wept openly. "You claim to be my mother, so that makes you my mother? At your age, do you still dare to spout such nonsense?" Rongqing scoffed. You have a small purplish-red mole on your chin. It is your birthmark," Ronghe stated. Rongqing's expression faltered as she reached to touch the faint trace of the mole that had been removed before her marriage as a substitute. She had concealed it expertly, confident that no one knew of its existence. How did this woman know? At that moment, Rongqing's heart wavered, believing Ronghe's words to some extent. Hatred flickered in her eyes as she demanded, "Then why did you abandon me back then?" Upon hearing this, Ronghe's expression turned pained, realizing her time was short. She ceased to hide the truth and spoke. "Years ago, I succumbed to hunger and stole buns from a vendor. The vendor's associates nearly beat me to death, but it was the young lady who saved me. She is the 9th lady of the Mu family, Lin Shi. To repay her, I became her personal maid. And when she married, I served as her dowry maid. Though I was still a maid, she never treated me as lesser. We were like sisters. However, a later incident left me unable to face her. The young lady was stunningly beautiful, and all the maids around her were equally lovely, myself included. One day, when the young lady was away on a long trip, that scoundrel Mu Chongshan, intoxicated and desperate, came to her courtyard searching for her. When he did not find her, he violated me instead. Since then, I could not bear to face the young lady or reveal the truth, fearing it would create a rift between us. Eventually, I discovered I was pregnant. When the young lady learned of my condition, she did not inquire about the child's father, assuming I had been abandoned and was carrying a child. To spare my feelings, she asked no questions, concerned I would tire. She allowed me to stay in a house under her name, declaring it a gift for Qing'er. At that time, I felt immense guilt and wished to confess. Yet I feared losing her. Thus, whenever she secretly visited me, I would shut myself inside, too afraid to see her. Nevertheless, she never held it against me. Each visit brought me many nourishing supplements for my pregnancy, and she even left one of her maids to care for me. As my delivery drew near, the young lady ceased her usual visits, instead breaking into my home. I was terrified, thinking she had learned the truth, but that was not the case. She too was pregnant. It was only then I realized that shortly after discovering my pregnancy, she had become pregnant as well. She had come to see me, concerned for our impending deliveries. On that day, seeing her treat me as before, I recklessly revealed everything. Yet her first reaction was to embrace me with red eyes, saying, "I am sorry for the hardships you have endured." As we wept together, we were oblivious to the fact that the First Lady had sent someone to kill both our children. The First Lady, having married Mu Chongshan for many years without bearing a child, viewed the young lady as a thorn in her side. Therefore, she was well aware of what had happened to me and had been waiting for a chance to eliminate both the young lady and me. The person sent by the First Lady entered the room and, witnessing us in our embrace, seized the opportunity to strike me with a stick. However, the young lady noticed first. She pushed me aside and took the blow herself, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth. Though I hailed from humble origins, I possessed some strength, and in my rage, I struck the assailant with a teapot, rendering her unconscious. My fury overtook me, and in my recklessness, I ended her life. I then proceeded to assist the young lady in childbirth, but as it was my first experience, I caused her to bleed excessively, ultimately leading to her demise. After wrapping the young lady in a shroud, I could not bear her death, and in my emotional turmoil, I went into labor myself. I was fortunate to survive the ordeal, unlike the young lady. Knowing I could never repay her, after giving birth to you, I made a fateful decision. I set fire to the courtyard, and the young lady perished in the flames. I entrusted you to a neighboring couple, hoping they would raise you well, while I returned to the Mu residence with the young lady's remains. The First Lady obstructed my efforts, ensuring Mu Chongshan and the young lady's blood relationship was confirmed, thus allowing me to bring the young lady back to the Mu residence. I initially intended to leverage my appearance to seek revenge for the young lady. However, the grief of her death and our separation aged me considerably, and Mu Chongshan's disdain for me grew. I eventually withdrew to the kitchen to work, and when I could procure ingredients, I sought you out. Yet, by that time, 6 months had passed, and the couple had moved away. With no connections and feeling powerless, I found it exceedingly difficult to search for you. Moreover, I did not wish to disrupt your tranquil life, so I ultimately abandoned the endeavor. Chapter 53. The maternal slaughter. Ronghi exhaled deeply, recounting the events of that year. Her murky eyes filled with anguish as she gazed at Rongqing, tears shimmering as she softly lamented, "Qinger, my dear Qinger, I am so sorry for you. How have you fared these years? Have you been well?" Rongqing stared blankly at Ronghi, the coldness on her face having long since eroded. After a moment of dazed silence, she let out a low chuckle, which swiftly escalated into a frenzied laugh, echoing with madness. Listening to this, Li Shuang felt a pang in her heart and choked out, "Mama, so the first wife of the estate died a mysterious death from poison. It was your doing?" Ronghi weakly nodded, her eyes gleaming with a twisted satisfaction at the confession. "Ah-ha-ha-ha." Rongqing burst into laughter, as if she had just heard an absurd joke. Her eyes turned crimson as she tore into the truth. "Ha-ha-ha. How can you even claim to be my mother? If you didn't want me, why did you bring me into this world? You could have let me perish in that inferno. Do you even comprehend whose hands you entrusted me to? Knowing I was destined for obscurity, you should have terminated me before I drew breath. How have I survived all these years? Heh, you have no idea, do you? You certainly do not. I despise you. I loathe you utterly." Ronghi gazed sorrowfully at the seemingly deranged Rongqing, her face paling even further in her despair. Mu Yanjiu observed Ronghi's ashen complexion, her lips turning a deep shade of purple. She was poisoned. The sword is tainted. A thin veneer of ice covered Mu Yanjiu's eyes, her expression revealing no emotion. "Deliver the antidote." Her voice was frigid, as if one could plunge into the depths of an icy abyss. Rongqing raised her hand, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, and replied with a smirk, "This poison is incurable. Resign yourself to despair." Following this, she continued to laugh maniacally, spouting words filled with resentment. "Mississippi. Miss." Upon hearing Ronghi's call, Mu Yanjiu immediately returned to embrace her, her voice trembling. "I am here. I am here. Miss, I am very grateful for your care during this time. I am truly happy to have met you and the young lady. It feels like a blessing I earned over 8 lifetimes. I sincerely thank you, and I have no means to repay you. In the next life, I shall serve you as a beast to repay your kindness. Also, I do not blame her. Perhaps this is my liberation." Ronghi coughed up another mouthful of blood, this time black instead of crimson. With great effort, she turned her head to the side, looking at the weeping Li Shuang. Forcing a smile as she said, "Li girl, do not cry. Mama is merely tired. I just wish to sleep peacefully. Do not worry." Ronghi's words only intensified Li Shuang's sobbing, who cried out, "No, do not sleep, Mama. Please, do not sleep." Mu Yanjiu frowned and said, "Aunt Rong, I will remove the sword. It will hurt, but bear with it." As she reached to extract the blade, Ronghi desperately grasped her arm, shaking her head weakly. "Miss, do not waste your efforts. I am fully aware of my current condition." She was akin to a candle flickering in the wind, nearing extinction. Mu Yanjiu shook her head, disregarding Ronghi's protests, and forcefully drew the sword from her shoulder. Upon seeing Ronghi's pallor, Li Shuang rushed over to seize the weapon, hurling it aside. "Miss, you." Ronghi could not prevent this. After exhausting herself to speak her final words, she succumbed to unconsciousness, her breath faint. Yet Mu Yanjiu was oblivious to Li Shuang's pleas. Without the threat of the blade, she swiftly drew the ice feather and made a cut across her palm, blood splattering forth as she dripped it onto Ronghi's wound. The injury began to heal swiftly, closing completely in mere seconds, though a bruise remained on Ronghi's shoulder. Li Shuang was astounded. How could her lady's blood possess such power? Why had she never known before? Rongqing continued to rant incoherently, oblivious to the events unfolding beside her. Mu Yanjiu's hand was severely wounded, the cut nearly reaching the bone, blood flowing rapidly, her complexion paling in an instant. Suddenly, a white tail coiled around Mu Yanjiu's hand, binding it like a bandage. "Are you insane, woman? With so many people around, you dare to use your own blood? Do you wish to expose your secrets?" The sudden appearance of the white fox startled Li Shuang, even drawing the attention of the frenzied Rongqing. As Mu Yanjiu raised the ice feather to stab at the tail, The white fox erupted in fury. Do you have any idea how precious my tail is? Ignoring the presence of others, the white fox extended another tail, swiftly restraining Mu Yanjiu's attacking hand. Your blood is of no use to her. It can only heal wounds, not counteract poison. The white fox solemnly informed Mu Yanjiu. Mu Yanjiu was aware of this. She had always known, yet she could not accept it. No, it cannot be. Aunt Rong had treated her like family during this time. After 2 lifetimes, she had finally experienced a glimpse of familial warmth. Why must it be so fleeting? No, she would not allow it. I could endure solitude if I had never known warmth. But why? Why must it be like this? In an instant, Mu Yanjiu's gaze turned blood red. The white fox's purple eyes widened in surprise as they met her crimson ones. This is the eye of the scarlet thorn. How could she possess it? Yet in a fleeting moment, Mu Yanjiu's eyes returned to their normal hue, but the white fox was certain he had not been mistaken. This woman was far from ordinary. Release me. Mu Yanjiu's voice was colder than ever, shards of ice embedded within her tone. Seeing Mu Yanjiu regain her composure, the white fox relinquished his hold without her needing to ask. Li Shuang, unaware of the earlier exchange, felt a sense of unease at the sight of her lady's icy demeanor, yet dared not speak further. Mu Yanjiu rose to her feet and kicked Ronghe aside, her voice enveloping Rongqing with palpable chill, the antidote. Rongqing spat another mouthful of blood, her complexion ashen, doubled over in pain. Pressing her lips together, stained with blood, she coldly replied, I have told you, this poison is incurable. Even if you kill me, I possess no antidote. Li Shuang, hearing this, rushed forward and seized Rongqing by the collar, her eyes blazing with fury. Do you not comprehend whom you have slain? You have not killed me or my lady. You have murdered the mother who endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. You are committing matricide. Do you not realize this? Chapter 54. Wait for me. I shall soon come for you. Upon hearing the term matricide, Rongqing turned even paler, yet she coldly replied, this poison is incurable. There is no antidote. My intention has always been to kill you, to make that useless young lady regret her existence. How could I possibly leave a way out? Li Shuang had already discerned that Rongqing's target was her, but she could hardly fathom that the reason for Rongqing's desire to kill was merely to induce regret in her mistress. It was beyond her imagination that such a heartless and cold-blooded individual existed in the world, someone who would commit murder simply to evoke remorse in another. Moreover, the victim was her own flesh and blood, her biological mother. Li Shuang felt as though her heart had been doused in excrement. The disgust was overwhelming. How could such a person exist? She was certain that she and her mistress had never crossed paths with this individual, and there was no enmity between them. Why then was she so intent on their extermination? Mu Yanjiu, unable to ascertain the antidote, turned her gaze to the white fox and remarked, isn't your heart's blood capable of counteracting 100 poisons? The white fox, who had been watching the drama unfold, lazily stood up and replied indifferently, that is indeed the case, but the poison has already seeped into the marrow. Moreover, the toxins accumulated in her body over the years have also penetrated deep. This latest poisoning is merely the final straw. She is already at the end of her tether. In essence, even his heart's blood could not save Ronghe. Mu Yanjiu then seized Rongqing's hand, preparing to twist it forcefully, but Rongqing sensed her intention and immediately interjected, useless young lady, do not be so hasty. Do you not wish to know why I have come to kill you? Li Shuang retorted, you are the useless one. Your entire family is worthless. Although hatred flashed in Rongqing's eyes, it was not directed at Mu Yanjiu or Li Shuang. She continued, I still have unfinished business. Once I am done, I shall take my leave without troubling you further. How does that sound? Do you truly believe I would be so magnanimous? Mu Yanjiu shot Rongqing a frosty glance. Yet, Ronghe burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you certainly would not be so generous, but I can make those who wish to harm you suffer interminably. Afterward, whatever you choose to do will have no bearing on me. Besides, would it not be better for me to take my leave? Surely, you would not wish to personally slay the daughter of the one who brought warmth to your family? Rongqing was born of darkness, and as she observed their interactions, she felt an envy that even an outsider like herself could not suppress. What of Mu Yanjiu, who was also born in shadow? Rongqing's perception of darkness was limited to the life Mu Yanjiu had led in the Mu household, whereas Mu Yanjiu's darkness was unfathomable to her. Thus, when Rongqing uttered her final words, Mu Yanjiu's heart was filled with reluctance. She did not wish to commit murder. Yet, The desire to eliminate this person who had harmed her burned fiercely within her. Begone. Mu Yinjiu cast off Rongqing's hand as though it were filth. Rongqing ceased her verbal sparring and limped away. Mother, forgive me. Wait for me. I shall soon come for you. Li Shuang blinked her tear-filled eyes in disbelief. Mistress, how could you let her go? She will not escape. She cannot, Mu Yinjiu replied, not glancing back at Rongqing. She understood that Rongqing could perceive her thoughts, and in turn, she had gleaned some understanding of Rongqing. With gentle motions, Mu Yinjiu cradled Ronghe in her arms, feeling her life ebb away little by little, prompting her to hold her even tighter. Though Ronghe had lost consciousness, her heart remained tethered to the daughter she had just found, her mind still retaining a flicker of clarity, able to hear the sounds around her. She felt her life had been worthwhile, yet she harbored deep regrets towards Qing'er, hoping to make amends in her next life. Forgive me, mistress. I shall come to accompany you shortly. A single tear, as large as a bean, fell from the corner of Ronghe's eye, her hand slowly drifting down. Mu Yinjiu watched as the lifeless form in her embrace gradually grew cold and rigid, her own demeanor frozen in a state of despair, kneeling in silence. Her features obscured, appearing as though she were merely resting, her profile as frigid as ice. In her past life, she had taken countless lives, transforming from a girl who turned pale at the sight of blood into a ruthless killer. She had desensitized herself to the violence she enacted, witnessing the ebbing of life without flinching, believing her heart had become numb. Yet now, she felt a crushing weight in her chest, her breaths painfully swung. Observing from the side, had eyes red and swollen like a rabbit's, her shoulders trembling as tears cascaded down. She pressed her hands tightly over her mouth and nose, stifling any sound, fearful of disturbing Ronghe's eternal slumber. Since serving her mistress, Li Shuang had collected meals from the kitchen daily. Ronghe had always been considerate of her and the mistress, often preparing delightful dishes for them. During quieter moments, she would inquire about their well-being, sharing light-hearted conversations, which only deepened their bond. At this moment, she found it unbearable that the person who had been shopping joyfully with them just moments ago had now closed her eyes forever. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. None can foresee what tomorrow may bring or what unexpected events lie ahead. Mu Yinjiu, with extravagant generosity, purchased a mountain several miles outside the city. The owner, demanding an outrageous sum, found no negotiation from Mu Yinjiu, who, upon hearing the price, promptly paid in full. After acquiring the deed, Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang laid Ronghe to rest upon that mountain, conducting a simple burial ceremony. On the day of the burial, Rongqing arrived in the evening, having only just learned of the news. Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang had already departed. She knelt before Ronghe's tombstone, bowing 3 times with heavy heart, silently vowing, "Mother, forgive me for my tardiness. I have made that person pay the price. The rest is up to the young lady. I shall come to join you now." Kneeling before the tombstone, Rongqing showed no fear of death. Her gaze was clear and resolute as she unsheathed the curved dagger from her waist, closing her eyes and swiftly drawing the blade across her neck. Clang! The dagger was knocked from her grasp by a stone that had been flung from the side, clattering to the ground beneath the tombstone. Rongqing's eyes flew open, meeting the piercing gaze of a strikingly proud woman. "Why do you stop me?" she demanded coldly. "Would it not be too easy for you to die?" Mu Yinjiu's eyes were devoid of emotion, her expression frigid and detached. After delivering her words, she turned to leave, knowing that Ronghe would wish for her daughter to live on. Thus, she lingered, witnessing that Rongqing indeed harbored feelings for her biological mother, demonstrating loyalty and affection, qualities reminiscent of Ronghe. Consequently, Mu Yinjiu felt a slight reduction in her animosity towards Rongqing. Chapter 55. The greatest protection. Fearing that her wait would be in vain, Mu Yinjiu paused as her figure vanished, turning back to say, "Consider why she sent you away." Rongqing's hand faltered as she picked up the curved blade. Even after witnessing Ronghe depart from the wall that day, her eyes had not reddened, nor had a single tear fallen. Not even a hint of sorrow had graced her. Yet, upon hearing Mu Yinjiu's words, Rongqing crumbled instantly, weeping uncontrollably against the gravestone, clutching it as if embracing Ronghe herself, crying like a lost child unable to find the way home. In the past, Ronghe could have kept Rongqing by her side, merely claiming that she had given birth to twin daughters. After all, both children were the flesh and blood of Mu Chongshan. Even if others were skeptical, once the blood relationship was confirmed, everyone would believe they were the twin daughters of the ninth lady. Even if the first lady sought to interfere, the the ninth lady was deceased, and no one could disprove that Rong Qing was not Lin Shi's child. But why did Rong He not take Rong Qing to Mu Mansion? Rong He's return was driven by a desire for vengeance, a path shrouded in darkness where danger lurked unseen. As a mother, she naturally wished to shield her child from harm and did not want her offspring to witness the hatred that consumed her. All she desired was for her child to live a life of peace and joy. Rong He was acutely aware of the depths and darkness inherent in the lives of the wealthy, and she wished to spare her child from becoming embroiled in such conflicts. She was a mother, an exceedingly ordinary one at that, whose sole wish was for her child to live a carefree and happy life. Sending Rong Qing away was her reluctant decision, her ultimate form of protection as a mother. However, one could only blame the urgency of the moment, which left Rong He without the opportunity to choose a suitable family. Thus, she had no choice but to entrust her child to the couple next door. Upon realizing this, Rong Qing understood from Rong He's apology that she was not the unwanted, discarded one. She was loved, always had been, even if she had been unaware. Now, Mu Yinzhou's final words struck her like a club, awakening her from a stupor. Yes, she was right. She could not die. She must live well, to atone for her sins, to fulfill her mother's wishes, and to repay the kindness owed to Lin Shi and her daughter. After allowing herself to cry for half the night, Rong Qing gathered her thoughts, stood up, wiped away her tears, and after bowing 3 times before the grave, descended the mountain to seek out Mu Yinzhou. In the Mu Mansion's spirit courtyard. Second miss, I have brought the person. What do you think? A flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily made up, knocked on the door and whispered through the crack. As long as you keep your mouth shut, the payment will be delivered to your chamber tomorrow. Mu Yiling sat before her vanity, gazing into the mirror where youthful purity had given way to a hint of alluring femininity. With delicate fingers, she picked up a red handkerchief and lightly dabbed her lips, replying softly, "Rest assured." Upon hearing Mu Yiling's words, the woman beamed with delight. Second miss, you need not worry. With that, she turned sharply, her demeanor shifting as she addressed the strapping young man before her. Go in and take good care of the young lady. If we lose such a benefactor, you will regret it. Once inside, the man beheld a beauty clad in sheer fabric, her figure exquisite. While she might not be a goddess, she was undeniably striking. She was engaged in placing something into an incense burner and beckoned him closer, calling sweetly, "Come here." As he approached, he gradually sensed a change within himself, a smirk playing on his handsome face. The daughters of nobility were hardly extraordinary. He seized Mu Yiling, his eyes narrowing with a deeper mockery. This was not her first encounter. Mu Yiling gripped the swing's ropes tightly, fearful of being flung off as she enjoyed the gentle sway, her face reflecting comfort while her eyes gleamed with malice. Rong Qing, you deceitful wretch, I will ensure you suffer beyond imagination. Mu Yinzhou, prepare yourself. The humiliation I endured today will be repaid 100-fold. Slowly, Mu Yiling closed her eyes, relishing the autumn breeze against her skin, delighting in the warmth of the sun. The following day, after cleansing herself, Mu Yiling sat cross-legged, feeling the power coursing through her heart brimming with joy. Seeing the man awaken in bed, she leapt into his arms, nuzzling against him, exclaiming, "You're remarkable. I adore this autumn." As she nestled closer, they soon found themselves swinging together once more. In the 9th prince's mansion. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Li Shuang, her eyes still swollen, glared at Rong Qing, who had unexpectedly entered the courtyard. Apologies. Rong Qing did not adopt a cold demeanor. She slightly bowed, her expression sincere as she addressed Li Shuang. She understood she was not welcomed but felt compelled to act. I know Miss Mu would prefer not to see me, but I ask that you convey my gratitude to her. Also, should any matters arise in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will not shy away from any responsibility. With that, she slipped a small bamboo tube into Li Shuang's hand before leaving, vanishing without a trace. Li Shuang tossed it aside, returning to her room, but after a while, she re-emerged to retrieve the bamboo tube, carelessly stuffing it into her sleeve before dismissing the incident from her mind. Nightfall. Inside the room, Mu Yinzhou and the white fox exchanged glances, locked in a silent standoff. Eventually, the white fox, growing impatient, asked once more, "What is the deal with the red WRM's eye? Who is this woman?" The red WRM's eye? This was the first time Mu Yinzhou had encountered such a term, leaving her perplexed. The white fox observed her reaction intently, uncertain. Do you truly not know? Mu Yinzhou shook her head, fixated on the white fox's tail, demanding, "How many tails do you possess?" After a moment of silence, The white fox realized he had concealed his tails. This woman could only perceive his first tail, while the other, which restrained her, would only allow her to feel a force pulling at her hand. He found himself increasingly baffled by this woman. Chapter 56. Does this woman understand restraint? Could it be that his foxtail has revealed itself after he stirred? Yet, Li Shuang showed no reaction, still believing him to be an ordinary spiritual fox capable of cultivation. Could it be the redweed's eye? Observing the white fox's silence, Mu Yinjiu surmised his thoughts and elucidated. I am unaware of what the redweed's eye is, but I am certain that for a fleeting moment, I saw several white tails behind you, but I lost count before I could see clearly. Indeed, it must be the redweed's eye. The white fox narrowed his eyes dangerously, his gaze towards Mu Yinjiu now tinged with wariness. He had encountered the term redweed's eye along with a rudimentary illustration in ancient texts found within the ancestral tomb, but the tome was severely damaged, rendering the latter explanations illegible. Given its origin from the ancestral tomb, he had paid it particular attention. The redweed's eye is capable of disregarding invisibility techniques. The white fox could confirm this now, yet he remained curious about the nature of the redweed's eye depicted in the ancient text. Unfortunately, inquiring about it from this woman would yield no fruitful answers, for she was utterly ignorant of such matters. You are a nine-tailed white fox, aren't you? Mu Yinjiu propped her chin in her hand, gazing at the inherently graceful and noble white fox with speculation, to restrain her and engage in conversation. Coupled with the extraordinary detoxifying effects of his blood, his power must be considerable, undeniably a fox with 5 tails or more. Each tail in the fox clan signifies strength. The more tails one possesses, the more exalted their status and potency. Just as the white fox was about to respond to Mu Yinjiu, she abruptly embraced him and covered his mouth, leaving him wide-eyed with his violet gaze fixed upon her. That damned woman. Shoo! Mu Yinjiu placed a finger to her lips. Knock, knock, knock. In the next moment, the room door was knocked upon urgently. Holding the white fox in her arms, Mu Yinjiu approached and opened the door, only for a figure to collapse at her feet. Clad in black, their face obscured by a dark veil, a strong scent of blood emanated from them, prompting Mu Yinjiu to stifle a cough as she crouched down and tore away the veil. It was Xiao Han. He was injured, and severely at that. Help! Help me! He uttered before losing consciousness. Mu Yinjiu, anticipating the divorce, could not allow him to perish. Frowning slightly, she set the white fox down and dragged the unconscious man into the room, exerting considerable effort to lay him on the bed. Noting Mu Yinjiu extracting ice feathers without hesitation, the white fox was about to question whether she truly feared the exposure of her blood secrets when he witnessed her deftly cutting away the fabric around Xiao Han's waist, revealing his chiseled abdomen and the knife wound upon it. The white fox was taken aback. Did this woman understand restraint? Observing Mu Yinjiu's adeptness in treating the wound as though she had performed such tasks countless times, he found it surprising that this was not the capability of a sheltered young lady. If she were indeed the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, it would be fascinating. Yet, if she were not, then who was she? After 10 minutes, Mu Yinjiu completed the treatment and cleaned up the instruments. Noting that Xiao Han had lost too much blood and would likely remain unconscious until the following day. Once she finished, the white fox had vanished again. That evening, Mu Yinjiu visited Xiao Han's quarters, retrieving clothing to hang by the bedside before seeking out Li Shuang, and the two shared a peaceful slumber in Li Shuang's room. A ray of morning sunlight graced Xiao Han's somewhat pallid features, causing his eyelids to flutter before he slowly opened his eyes, momentarily blinded by the brightness. It took him a while to comprehend his surroundings. This was Mu Yinjiu's room. She had saved him last night. Attempting to rise, he felt a sharp pain from his abdomen, breaking into a cold sweat. He moved slowly, putting on his shoes and donning the clothing Mu Yinjiu had brought from his room the previous night before stepping outside. On the stone table in the courtyard, a spread of breakfast awaited. Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang, clad in simple white garments, were seated, enjoying their morning meal. Accompanied by a white fox beneath the backdrop of a maple tree, the gentle breeze lending an air of tranquility to the scene. The two, along with the fox, were startled by the sudden appearance of the person emerging from the room. Li Shuang gasped, realizing that the ninth prince had just exited the young lady's chamber. She had thought that Mu Yinjiu had come to keep her company due to her worries over the wet nurse. Although she found this reasoning somewhat far-fetched, he could have come much earlier. She struggled to formulate a better explanation, leaving her to speculate blindly on the reasons for Mu Yinjiu sharing a room with her. Mu Yinjiu, however, remained unfazed, stating calmly, "Perfect timing. You have awakened just in time to join us for breakfast. Xiao Han moistened his parched lips, glancing at the table where Mu Yinjiu had already set a bowl and chopsticks for him. He approached, and Li Shuang served him a steaming bowl of white porridge. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse. Li Shuang hurriedly replied, "Your Highness, you were too courteous." He expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you." Li Shuang was perplexed. Why was he thanking her again? "If you wish to thank me, then agree to one thing," Mu Yinjiu said, gently blowing on a spoonful of porridge to disperse the steam. Li Shuang thought to herself, fortunately, she had remained silent earlier. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. She quietly sipped her porridge, refraining from further comment. "What is it?" Xiao Han finally asked after moistening his throat with the porridge. "Divorce." After uttering those two words, Mu Yinjiu's gaze settled upon Xiao Han, her expression serene. Xiao Han fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Not at the moment. In a few days, the Emperor of the Spirit Kingdom will host a banquet to celebrate this union. You require my cooperation, do you not?" Mu Yinjiu discerned the underlying implications in his words. "Indeed," Xiao Han affirmed, stating that once this matter was resolved, they could discuss the divorce further. Mu Yinjiu nodded, choosing not to speak further, focusing instead on her breakfast. Li Shuang, listening to their conversation, found herself utterly bewildered, her mind clouded. No matter how hard she tried, she could not comprehend the situation, so she continued to eat without dwelling on it. After breakfast, Mu Yinjiu cradled the white fox and returned to her room, while Li Shuang tidied the bowls. Seeing Xiao Han preparing to leave, she intended to accompany him, but he waved her off. "You attend to your tasks, I can return on my own." "Understood." Upon returning to his cold courtyard, Xiao Han inspected his wound, noting that it had been treated exceptionally well and was healing nicely. He had not expected her to possess such skills in tending to knife wounds. "Yu Wei," Xiao Han called out after donning his garments. The butler, Yu Wei, in his 40s, entered, slightly bowing. "Young master, how may I serve you?" Recalling the simple yet elegant decor of the courtyard, Xiao Han inquired. "Have you treated the princess poorly?" "Not at all. We have adhered to your prior instructions to neither neglect nor overly attend to her. Do you have any concerns?" The respectful butler responded. Chapter 57. The Sale of Ice Feathers. Xiao Han inquired. "During my absence, has anything occurred on the princess's side?" "Well," Yu Wei hesitated momentarily. Xiao Han frowned. "What is there to conceal? Previously, you instructed us to place the princess in the side courtyard, and our knowledge regarding that area is rather limited. I feared for your safety, so I kept a vigilant eye on the situation there. It was only recently that I learned a wet nurse brought by the princess was murdered. The assailant was formidable, stealthily infiltrating the princess's chamber. We are unaware of the specific circumstances within the room when our people arrived. However, we did see the assailant limping out. The one who incapacitated the attacker was none other than the princess's maid, Li Shuang. Subsequently, the princess and her maid were occupied with the wet nurse's funeral. Just yesterday, they concluded these arrangements and returned to the residence. Having relayed the entire sequence of events, Yu Wei took his leave at Xiao Han's gesture. Once Li Shuang finished her tasks, Mu Yinjiu sought her out. With Xiao Han's return, the two exited through the main entrance, proceeding to the inn where they had previously stayed. After changing their attire, they discreetly slipped out through a window, creating the illusion that they had remained within the inn. On the street, Li Shuang questioned, "Young master, why go through such trouble? Would it not suffice to use the back door as before? There were those following us." Mu Yinjiu replied. Previously, the decoys arranged by Li Yin and Mu Yiling were so convincing that the watchers had retreated. Now, due to the incident involving the wet nurse, it is likely those who had withdrawn have returned. Startled, Li Shuang instinctively turned to glance behind her. Mu Yinjiu, noticing this, remarked while walking ahead, "They should be at the inn, under the impression that we are still inside." After a few steps, realizing Li Shuang had not followed, he turned back to see two figures, one clad in blue and the other in green, at a distance of 2 meters. Though their veils obscured them slightly, their tall and handsome postures were unmistakable, exuding a unique aura that made them easily recognizable. Xiao Han and Feng Zhani. Li Shuang's reaction was understandable. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at the two, momentarily forgetting to follow Mu Yinjiu. The sight of the 9th prince, who should have been an adversary, now amicably conversing with the crown prince in public, left her utterly shocked, shattering her previous perceptions. To prevent Li Shuang from revealing anything, Mu Yinjiu stepped forward, gently pulling her behind him, positioning himself between her and the two princes, and said, "I hope you will forgive us for this interruption. There is no offense taken." replied Xiao Han, his eyes glistening with warmth. It is merely that the young master seems momentarily hindered, much like a flower in bloom, which is quite amusing. Mu Yanjiu maintained an expression of indifference, his tone unwaveringly cool. It is indeed an honor to have you both here. Although she may appear as a lad, Li Shuang does not have a fondness for women. The implication was clear. Li Shuang preferred the company of men and was rendered speechless by the sight of strikingly handsome males. Xiao Han and Feng Zhanyi exchanged soft laughs, neither mocking nor disparaging. Feng Zhanyi then shifted the conversation. Our meeting today is not coincidental. In a few days, my father will host a palace banquet, and I wish to procure an ice feather from you, young Master Wu Wang, as a gift for him. Thus, I instructed my servants to keep an eye out for someone of your stature and promptly report back to me. Today, upon sighting you, they informed me, and I hurried to meet you with my friends. I am willing to exchange a commercial establishment on East Street and a residence there for the ice feather. Would you consider this proposition? As Feng Zhanyi explained his intent, Mu Yanjiu mentally reached out to Qiu Chang, stating, your ice feather holds significant value. There is someone interested in purchasing it. She was both informing and seeking its consent. Qiu Chang, resting atop Yin Mountain, was momentarily taken aback by this communication. It had been quite some time since Mu Yanjiu last reached out. Unlike others who flaunted their contracts, she approached it with respect, inquiring if it would consent to the sale of its ice feather. This woman was indeed unique. It was the first time it felt honored by a human. Previous contract holders had never treated it with such regard. I do not possess the ice feather at this moment, Qiu Chang replied curtly before severing the connection. Since the ice feather is not currently with me, you may decide how you wish to proceed. Mu Yanjiu smirked slightly, finding the creature rather proud. After Feng Zhanyi finished speaking, he noticed Mu Yanjiu's silence and understood her response, saying, if young Master Wu Wang is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. I will head to the auction house first, then take my leave. Just as he attempted to depart, Mu Yanjiu's cool voice called out, wait, Crown Prince, please stay. Feng Zhanyi's eyes brightened, asking, young Master Wu Wang, are you willing to sell the ice feather to me? Given your sincere intentions, I cannot refuse you, Crown Prince. I shall sell the ice feather, Mu Yanjiu declared, producing the exquisite feather and presenting it to Feng Zhanyi. In the sunlight, the ice feather shimmered with a captivating azure glow, resembling both a feather and ice, capable of being fashioned into a lethal weapon. Feng Zhanyi and Xiao Han gazed at the beautiful yet perilous ice feather, acknowledging its lethal potential. Though delighted, Feng Zhanyi refrained from immediately taking the ice feather, joyfully stating, young Master Wu Wang, please follow me. The four proceeded to a restaurant owned by Feng Zhanyi. While ordering and awaiting their meal, they also awaited the arrival of Feng Zhanyi's messenger with the land deed. Throughout, Xiao Han and Li Shuang remained silent, while Feng Zhanyi and Mu Yanjiu exchanged casual remarks. Eventually, when the messenger arrived with the deed, the transaction was conducted seamlessly. After receiving the ice feather, Feng Zhanyi expressed, I am grateful for your generosity, young Master Wu Wang. Feng Zhanyi treated Mu Yanjiu with utmost courtesy and generosity, which gradually eased her initial reservations about him. This quality was part of why he attracted so many capable allies. It must be said, Feng Zhanyi was indeed a person worth befriending. Mu Yanjiu handed the land deed to Li Shuang, stating, no need for thanks. It is merely a mutually beneficial transaction. This was indeed the case. For Mu Yanjiu, acquiring the ice feather through her contract with Qiu Chang was hardly a challenge. Yet, Feng Zhanyi had bestowed upon her a prime commercial street in the capital, a venture capable of yielding immeasurable profits annually. It remained to be seen how many streets Feng Zhanyi would need to open to compensate for the losses incurred by this transaction. Chapter 58. A stunning presence due to the inconvenience of dining with the veil obscuring her face, Mu Yanjiu excused herself, citing urgent matters, and departed with Li Shuang. Xiao Han observed Mu Yanjiu's figure, shrouded in the veil, as she and Li Shuang walked away, pondering, do you truly believe that Shuang is fond of men? Feng Zhanyi, having sheathed his ice feather, furrowed his brows and replied, what do you think? Xiao Han voiced his suspicion, I suspect that Shuang is a woman. Even though Li Shuang has donned some disguises to appear male, her stature remains rather delicate. If not a woman, she could very well be a frail and pale-faced youth. Haha. Feng Zhanyi laughed. If that were the case, wouldn't it make sense of what Ling Xing and the others mentioned earlier? Wu Wang's excessive protectiveness stems from the fact that Shuang is his beloved. Look, he even brings her along on missions. For someone as indifferent as Wu Wang to accompany Shuang on a shopping trip today makes it all the more plausible. Unbeknownst to Feng Zhani, his jesting speculations led Xiao Han down another path. Having previously harbored doubts about Wu Wang's gender when he saved him, the newfound rationale immediately dispelled his earlier suspicions, leaving him to reflect on the day with a sense of regret. Let us ascend to the upper floor. I wish to examine your injuries. Feng Zhani and Xiao Han made their way upstairs, where he applied an exceptionally effective healing ointment to Xiao Han's wounds. How can you appear so nonchalant, seeking out Wu Wang despite such grave injuries? What am I to make of you? Feng Zhani recalled the first time he met Xiao Han as a child. His handsome face was ashen, leading everyone to believe he was frail. Yet, upon sneaking a visit at night, he discovered Xiao Han's body marred with whip scars. He could not fathom how someone with such severe injuries could maintain such composure and indifference, even after all these years. Seeing Xiao Han in a similar state today left Feng Zhani still unable to comprehend this enigma. In the end, miss, I hope I haven't revealed anything. Li Shuang anxiously queried Mu Yinjiu after they had changed their attire. Do not worry, even if they suspect you are a woman. It matters not. This serves as an excellent disguise, Mu Yinjiu reassured her, patting her shoulder. They could not linger in the inn for too long, as a delay had occurred with the land deed. We must return. I shall check at the mercenary guild later for any tasks available. Understood, miss, Li Shuang nodded, handing the land deed to Mu Yinjiu. This deed is too valuable. I fear I may misplace it. It's better if you keep it, Mississippi. Noticing Li Shuang's reluctance to hold the deed, fearing it might keep her awake at night, Mu Yinjiu accepted it without further comment, tucking it away in her Qinquan pouch. Upon returning to the estate, Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang discovered that items from the side courtyard were being moved. Li Shuang approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" A leading maid stepped forward and explained, "Under Steward Yu's orders, we are relocating the princess's belongings to the Han courtyard." Why take them to the ninth prince's quarters? Li Shuang was perplexed. The ninth prince, like Miss Mu, was unwilling to enter into this marriage. What could be the meaning of moving her possessions to his quarters? The maid, seemingly prepared for such a question, replied, "In a few days. The emperor is hosting a palace banquet. If we are to stage a performance, it must be done thoroughly." Indeed, the ninth prince's reluctance to marry was known only to officials. To the common folk, the gifts sent from the Fire Kingdom were perceived merely as a sign of strengthened relations between the Fire Kingdom and the Spirit Kingdom, a notion shared by other nations as well. This banquet was specifically arranged to invite dignitaries from various countries. It served two purposes: to celebrate the ninth prince and his bride, and to commemorate the burgeoning friendship between the Fire and Spirit Kingdoms. The actions and demeanor of the ninth prince and his bride would reflect the cordiality between their realms. As for the ninth prince's punishment of being detained for a year, it was publicly claimed to allow the ninth princess bride to spend more time in her homeland before bidding farewell, for opportunities to return would be scarce after marriage. Such confidential matters were known only to the nobility or those who, by chance, overheard discussions while fulfilling tasks for the affluent. On that day, Mu Yinjiu fortuitously caught wind of a conversation regarding such secrets. Seeing that Mu Yinjiu and Li Shuang accepted this explanation, the maid continued, "Please, princess, follow me." The maid led them to a well-prepared room in the Han courtyard, ready for occupancy. "You shall reside here for the time being, and the adjacent room is reserved for Miss Li Shuang." With that, the maid departed. That evening, Steward Yu knocked on Mu Yinjiu's door. Upon opening it, she inquired, "What is it?" "Princess, these garments and several sets of jewelry have been custom-made by the young master for the banquet." He gestured to his attendants carrying the items for her inspection. "Let them in." Mu Yinjiu stepped aside, allowing them to enter. Once the items were arranged, Steward Yu bowed respectfully, saying, "Princess, I shall take my leave now. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call upon me." "Be on your way," Mu Yinjiu replied, closing the door after they left and retiring for the night. 2 days later, as dusk approached, Xiao Han dispatched someone to prepare Mu Yinjiu for the banquet. After her adornment, there remained an hour before the festivities commenced. Mu Yinjiu left the premises first, while Xiao Han tended to his wounds before making his way there. By the time he arrived, Mu Yinjiu had already entered and taken her seat, causing the entire assembly to fall silent, all eyes drawn to her. Following their gazes, Xiao Han was struck by awe. Draped in a fiery red gown, the woman radiated elegance and nobility akin to a proud Persian cat. Her porcelain skin gleamed, and with a subtle touch of makeup, she appeared breathtakingly exquisite under the soft glow of the lanterns. He found himself at a loss for words to describe such beauty. the first time he had seen her. She had been dining with servants at a distance, obscured from view. Yet, even then, her beauty was evident. Now, adorned in her finery, she was a vision that captivated all. Cradled in her arms was a white fox, perfectly complementing her aura. Her delicate fingers caressed its soft fur, and with a slight raise of her brow, she drew one in. Upon meeting his gaze, a gentle smile graced her lips, her enchanting eyes framed by delicate features. "You've come," she said. Chapter 59. Are you certain you wish to participate in such a banquet? Her voice remained soft and gentle, yet the subtle allure in her light tone imbued those 3 words with an enchanting charm. Xiao Han, suppressing the astonishment in his eyes, allowed a hint of tender smile to grace his pallid, almost sickly handsome face. His watery gaze, softened by this smile, glimmered with affection as he lightly acknowledged her. Moving closer to assist Mu Yinjiu into her seat, numerous dignitaries present were captivated by this striking pair, truly a matchless beauty and a divine couple. It seemed the 9th prince had succumbed to the charms of a woman. Otherwise, why would he flee from marriage only to appear so enamored now? Some of the noble women felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, hadn't he, the second miss of the Mu family, claimed that Mu Yinjiu was a mere waste? With such a face that could provoke nations, one might think her a person of great renown. But what of her beauty? She was still deemed a useless flower. In a world where strength reigns supreme, a mere vase could easily find itself lost in the most perilous of places. This thought restored balance to some hearts. At that moment, sharp calls resonated from afar, disrupting the lively discussions. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. The imperial concubine has arrived. The crown prince has arrived. Everyone stood, kneeling beside the banquet table, in unison proclaiming, "We welcome the emperor. We welcome the empress. We welcome the imperial concubine. We welcome the crown prince." The emperor was flanked on either side by elegantly dressed women, alongside Feng Zhani, adorned in dark attire embroidered with golden threads. Once the 4 took their seats, the emperor, with a hearty laugh, gestured for everyone to rise. "You may stand, my loyal subjects." The crowd responded, "Thank you, your majesty," clad in a splendid golden dragon robe. The emperor appeared to be in his 40s, possessing a striking demeanor that commanded respect even in repose. Leaning slightly forward, one arm resting on his leg, he gazed at Xiao Han, who naturally drew his attention to Mu Yinjiu, captivated and momentarily speechless. After a pause, he inquired, "9th prince, is this lady your consort?" Xiao Han coughed lightly before replying, "Indeed, your majesty." "Ha! What a beautiful pair!" the emperor exclaimed with admiration. Seeing this, Mu Chongshan interjected with flattery, "Indeed. It is only due to your majesty's benevolence that such a union has blossomed." The emperor then addressed Mu Yinjiu and Xiao Han. "Tonight's banquet is primarily to celebrate your union. There is no need for excessive formality. Enjoy yourselves." In unison, Mu Yinjiu and Xiao Han expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor, shifting his attention away from them, continued, "This banquet will last for half a month, accommodating the envoys from various nations visiting Ling Kingdom. Before that, I intend to host a flowing banquet, inviting the citizens of the imperial city to share in the festivities with me. What do you think, my loyal subjects?" Mu Chongshan replied with a smile, "Your majesty is wise. Our Ling Kingdom is fortunate to have such a virtuous ruler, and this is indeed a blessing for our people. I believe the citizens will rejoice upon hearing this news." "Yes, indeed." Several high-ranking officials chimed in unison. The crowd echoed, "Your majesty is wise." "Ha ha." The emperor laughed heartily, playfully nudging Mu Chongshan. "You always know how to please me with your words." "My words are but the truth," Mu Chongshan responded earnestly. "Your majesty, do not forget about the imperial concubine." The alluring concubine chimed in, playfully twirling her fingers around the emperor's hand. Her sultry voice sent shivers down some spines. The emperor grasped her hand in return, turning slightly as he gently admonished her, "Do not be troublesome." After saying this, the emperor straightened up and waved his hand. "Let the feast commence." The crown prince, upon hearing this, loudly declared, "The banquet officially begins." As the banquet commenced, the emperor embraced the imperial concubine, indulging in the feast with a languid air, while the empress, with her elegant composure, dined quietly. The presence of the officials mostly gravitated towards the crown prince, the chancellor, and several other princes, leaving the spouses to cluster around Madame Li Yin, the chancellor's wife. Eager to curry favor, beside Mu Yinjiu, an unusual quietude prevailed. Earlier, she had sat uncomfortably close to Xiao Han for the sake of appearances. But now she could finally exhale, holding the sleeping white fox and distancing herself from him. She was unaccustomed to being so close to a man, as it made her feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Xiao Han noticed the pleasant fragrance that had once enveloped him fade into the background, causing him to frown slightly in discontent. Yet he said nothing. Tonight's banquet was merely a casual affair for the officials and their families, lacking in formality and grandeur. Thus, the emperor lingered only briefly before discreetly departing with the imperial concubine, seeking merriment elsewhere, leaving the empress to dine alone with an air of calm indifference. Feng Zhani soon extricated himself from the crowd to sit beside the empress, engaging her in conversation, while Xiao Han and Feng Zhani shared not a single glance. Appearing as inconsequential strangers, Mu Yinjiu found the banquet rather amusing. It seemed the event was organized for no one's attention, as she felt completely overlooked. It appeared to be merely a matter of formality. She glanced at Xiao Han, whose pale complexion mirrored her sentiments. At that moment, their eyes met across the room. Mu Yinjiu, are you certain you wish to participate in such a banquet? Not a soul here seems to care. Xiao Han. Though the pretense was flimsy, Mu Yinjiu and Xiao Han were unable to leave the banquet early. After a short while, she informed Xiao Han of her intention to step outside for a breath of fresh air and departed. In the imperial garden, illuminated by the brightness of the moon, the autumn breeze caressed her, bringing with it delightful floral fragrances, creating a truly relaxing atmosphere. As Mu Yinjiu strolled against the refreshing wind, the discomfort from her cumbersome attire faded into the background. Observing the myriad of blooming flowers, dense bamboo groves, shimmering lake, and meandering rocks, she couldn't help but think that the garden must be breathtaking in daylight. Passing through a small bamboo grove, her acute hearing caught a few sultry whispers, suggesting recent activity. Darling, can't we indulge once more tonight? It's still early. No, the effect of that dog emperor's medicine is waning. I must return quickly, or our lives may be at stake. The voice was both seductive and remarkably composed. Very well then, I shall take my leave first. You be cautious. After a rustling sound, a young woman, modestly adorned yet alluring, emerged from the bamboo grove. Chapter 60. The quest for the lost is a deception. The search for her is the truth beyond the artificial mountain. Mu Yinjiu emerged, her gaze bewildered as she watched the graceful figure of the emperor's favored concubine depart. Just as Wu Fu was about to vanish around the corner, she paused momentarily, glancing back, only to realize that the only sound accompanying her was the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Could it have been an illusion? After a brief interval, a man clad in black emerged from the bamboo grove. Wu Fu returned to the emperor's chamber and promptly summoned an attendant, whispering urgently, "Go to the banquet and see who is left. Be swift." Before long, the attendant returned, reporting, "The individuals who departed include the second young lady of the Mu family, Mu Yiling, the princess of Prince Xiaojiu, Mu Yinjiu, and the second prince, Xiao Er." Wu Fu furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. Feng Yanxiao, the second prince of Ling Kingdom and Wu Fu's son. What business could he possibly have at this hour? Although puzzled, Wu Fu did not dwell on it. She glanced at the slumbering emperor with a flash of disdain in her eyes, quickly donned her attire, and hurried towards the imperial garden. Under the pretense of a missing golden jade earring bestowed by the emperor, she dispatched people to search the entire garden. However, when no news had surfaced, the last person to report back indicated that there was something unusual in the western courtyard adjacent to the garden. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of various individuals, including the ministers at the banquet, who promptly sent their wives and womenfolk to investigate, for finding the lost item of the favored concubine could earn them favor. Thus, the ladies at the banquet hurriedly made their way over, while the empress and the crown prince, noticing the significant disturbance, followed suit. Yet, Mu Yinjiu alone chose to swim against the current. The crowd, however, paid her no mind, deeming her utterly lacking in awareness, truly a waste. Consequently, the banquet hall was left with a cluster of ministers and the aloof Xiao Han, who sat with his eyes closed in meditation. Initially, the ministers whispered among themselves, but soon they resumed their animated discussions. Mu Yinjiu took a seat beside Xiao Han, who inquired, "Aren't you going to take a look?" Ignoring the prying eyes fixed upon her, Mu Yinjiu replied coolly, "No." She suspected that the search for the lost item was merely a fade. The true quest was for her. Such vigilance indicated that the concubine was no ordinary woman. No wonder the empress was unable to contend with her. Having traversed quite a distance, Mu Yinjiu felt a pang of hunger. After responding to Xiao Han, she began to partake of the banquet's offerings, noticing that the white fox had awakened and proceeded to feed it as well. In the western courtyard, The autumn wind dispersed the bed curtains, and paper cranes danced in the air. Feng Yunxiao gazed at the charming young woman seated on the swing, feeling an immense sense of fulfillment. If only time could freeze at this moment. The autumn breeze whispered, and the swing swayed. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, causing both individuals on the swing to freeze, nearly losing their balance and tumbling out. They turned in unison to see who had intruded. Through the sheer fabric, the identity of the intruder became clear. Feng Yunxiao hastily retreated while Mu Yiling, unable to discern who had interrupted their intimate moment, was hastily covered by a blanket. Feng Yunxiao quickly donned his attire and stepped out, bowing, "Son greets Mother Empress." Before Wu Fu could question the situation, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. The arriving guests had witnessed the scene and promptly bowed. "We greet the beloved concubine and the second prince." Mu Yiling emerged, now dressed, only to be met with a throng of bowing figures. Her face flushed crimson, feeling as if she might ignite. Like the others, she performed a courtesy to the concubine, and upon hearing her command to rise, she gently tugged at Feng Yunxiao's clothing, her eyes misty, softly imploring, "Second prince, I." When Feng Yunxiao's gaze met Mu Yiling's, there was a moment of shared astonishment. In an instant, he embraced her, tenderly patting her back, murmuring, "Do not fear. I am here." Mu Yiling's hand traced circles on Feng Yunxiao's chest as she weakly nodded. The gathering crowd, astute individuals, stood silently in the courtyard, acutely aware of the implications of the recent events, but too cautious to speak. Li Yin watched in shock, her gaze locking onto Mu Yiling's. Understanding flickered in her eyes, and she was about to step forward when the late-arriving Empress and Crown Prince entered the courtyard, prompting everyone to bow. "We greet the Empress, and we greet the Crown Prince." The Empress, with her regal eyes, cast a calm glance at the three individuals in the room, stating evenly, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd replied in unison. The Empress stood at the center of the path cleared by the crowd, observing as the three emerged from the inner room to stand before her. Wu Fu, wearing a strained expression, spoke, "Sister, I greet you, and I greet the Crown Prince." Feng Yunxiao added, "Son greets mother, and greets the Crown Prince." Mu Yiling followed suit, "Daughter greets Your Majesty, and the Crown Prince." The Empress, discreetly taking a small step back, sensed the palpable tension between the two young lovers and was displeased. Standing with an air of dignified elegance, she addressed them. What transpired here that warranted such a commotion? Wu Fu did not wait for the Empress to finish her command to rise, straightening up as she replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm, "It is hardly a grave matter, merely that the Emperor had gifted me a pair of golden jade earrings, and one has gone missing. Fearing the Emperor's displeasure, I sent a few maidservants to search, and the Emperor dispatched others to assist. I had no idea my sister would be so quick to hear of it." Her words revealed her favored status and subtly mocked the Empress's jealousy over her position, implying that the Empress had spies among her ranks to gather such swift intelligence. Perhaps this missing earring was even orchestrated by the Empress herself. The Empress, unfazed by Wu Fu's veiled jabs, turned her attention to the ambiguous presence of Feng Yunxiao and Mu Yiling, her voice steady. "What were you doing just now?" Wu Fu clenched her handkerchief tightly, feeling as though her efforts had struck nothing but soft cotton. She detested this aspect of herself the most. After all these years, she remained unchanged, leaving her feeling powerless and bored. She yearned to witness that woman's expression when her emotionless facade was finally shattered. Feng Yunxiao bowed his hands in respect. "Mother, I was momentarily foolish and have privately pledged myself to the second daughter of the Prime Minister. We have shared deep feelings for some time, and tonight, I could no longer suppress my emotions. I humbly request your blessing for our union." As he spoke, Feng Yunxiao knelt, pulling Mu Yiling down with him. She pleaded sweetly, "I will marry no one but the second prince. I implore Your Majesty to grant our union." Their declarations thrust the Empress to the precipice of a dilemma. Should she refuse, it would imply jealousy over Feng Yunxiao being the favored son of the concubine, unwilling to grant the marriage due to envy. Chapter 61. Who truly lacks decorum? Yet, those who are slightly acquainted with the inner court are well aware that the current Empress retains her title solely due to her status as the Crown Prince's mother. The power within the harem has long since shifted to the hands of Consort Wu, and her public displays of respect towards the Empress are mere formalities. Naturally, most remain oblivious to this reality, only recognizing the extreme favoritism bestowed upon Consort Wu. Wu Fu observed the two individuals kneeling before the Empress, her expression stiffening. Even though she understood that Xiao Air was merely putting on a show for the onlookers, she felt an overwhelming discomfort. Everyone else bowed to her, yet they knelt before this expressionless woman. Regardless of titles, she was still overshadowed. What difference does it make if one is favored, when others do not kneel before oneself? This matter shall be discussed tomorrow. The daughter of the Prime Minister holds a significant status, and it is best left to the Emperor to decide on your marriage. I cannot take charge of this. With that, the Empress departed alongside Feng Zhani, who had remained silent throughout. Those privy to the situation could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Empress at that moment. However, seeing her unreservedly admit her lack of authority commanded a measure of respect. If it were anyone else, how could they allow others to see their lack of favor and power? Wu Fu cast a resentful glance at the retreating figure of the woman clad in a golden phoenix robe, calm and composed. Mu Yiling knelt on the ground, her gaze fixated on the tall figure in dark attire, each person's heart swirling with myriad thoughts, none noticing her unusual expression. Feng Yuxiao assumed she was too exhausted to rise, so he assisted Mu Yiling to her feet, allowing her to lean against him, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. A clear warning in his eyes. All present are intelligent individuals and should know what to say and what to refrain from uttering. Indeed, Second Prince. The crowd murmured in agreement. Wu Fu signaled to Feng Yuxiao with her eyes, indicating he should join her later, before declaring, everyone may disperse. The crowd responded, yes, consort. They scattered like birds, leaving only Li Yin behind. Feng Yuxiao guided Mu Yiling over to Li Yin and inquired, do you have any objections regarding my marriage to Ear? Li Yin respectfully curtsied, glancing at her daughter, and replied, I have no objections, but it ultimately depends on Ear and my husband's opinions. Feng Yuxiao embraced Mu Yiling at her waist, gently caressing her, and leaned down to kiss her forehead with tenderness. Ear has declared she will marry no one but me. As for the Prime Minister, I will persuade him to relinquish his claim. Feeling shy in Feng Yuxiao's embrace, Mu Yiling blushed and whispered, how embarrassing. Mother is watching. It matters not, for my future mother-in-law has already consented to this union, Feng Yuxiao whispered in her ear. Mu Yiling shot a glance at Li Yin, urging her to leave quickly. Li Yin had no choice but to bow and say, I shall return to the banquet, before turning to depart, her heart aching at the sight of her daughter being taken away by a man she did not love. How could this be happening? What had happened to Yer? At that moment, having indulged at the banquet, Mu Yinjiao felt quite content. The Empress and Crown Prince had not returned, yet many of the ladies began to reappear. Mu Yinjiao noticed Li Yin returning with a worried expression, her eyes narrowing like a proud noblewoman. Save for a fleeting glance at Mu Yiling upon entering, she had not seen her again. How peculiar. Tonight's banquet was unusually tranquil, a welcome respite from disturbances. Mu Yinjia remained unaware that her unintentional presence in the Imperial Garden had inadvertently exposed the clandestine affair between Mu Yiling and Feng Yuxiao, paving the way for their union. This was a development neither she nor Mu Yiling had anticipated. It seemed she would need to revise her plans. What were you up to just now? Xiao Han inquired with interest, observing Mu Yinjiao as she playfully stroked her white fox. I took a stroll, she replied. How intriguing. During your absence, Consort Wu lost her earrings and caused quite a commotion in search of them, which inadvertently revealed your sister's affair, leading to this marriage proposal. How fortuitous. Mu Yinjiao shot a cold glance at Xiao Han, warning him away from her head. If he dared to touch her, she would not hesitate to break his hand. That is of no concern to me, she stated with an icy indifference that made her conviction palpable. Having interacted with Mu Yinjiao several times, Xiao Han was hesitant to judge her character. However, he found himself believing her words. A weak smile graced his face as he remarked, it seems there will be plenty of entertainment in the near future. Mu Yinjiao responded with a non-committal Midnight arrived, and the banquet concluded. Mu Yinjiao, cradling her white fox, walked side by side with Xiao Han as they exited the palace, only to unexpectedly encounter Mu Zhongshan and his entourage as they emerged from another gate. Mu Zhongshan, Li Yin, Feng Yinxiao, and Mu Yiling were engaged in light-hearted conversation until they fell silent upon seeing Xiao Han and Mu Yinjiao. Mu Zhongshan attempted to ignore them and continued walking. However, Mu Yiling, incensed by Feng Yunxiao's unwavering gaze on Mu Yinjiao, approached her and exclaimed, Sister, what a coincidence to see you here. Mu Yinjiao, perplexed by Mu Yiling's intentions, cast her a quiet glance before remaining silent. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. It dawned on Feng Yunxiao that Mu Yinjiao was now the frail and sickly princess consort. Regardless of her beauty, she offered no benefits to him, and her lack of respect for others was glaring. Marrying her would only serve to embarrass him. How could she compare to Yer? Yi was beautiful and kind-hearted, the cherished daughter of the prime minister, offering him far more advantages. Realizing this, Feng Yunxiao stepped forward, enveloping Yi in his arms and coldly reprimanding. Are all members of the ninth prince's household devoid of decorum and respect? Failing to pay respects to this prince and ignoring your sister's words? He directly accused Mu Yinjiao of lacking manners and decorum. Mu Yinjiao chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, a prince, you say? I am a princess honored by the emperor, standing equal in rank and status to you. Why should I bow? If Mu Yiling fails to show respect befitting a princess, why then should I be the one lacking decorum?" Chapter 62. Irrelevant to me. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhongshan let out a cold snort and approached, defending, "May I inquire if the princess requires me to pay my respects?" In this world, reverence for filial piety was paramount, parents held above all else. Observing Mu Zhongshan's unwavering support for Mu Yiling, Mu Yinjiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With such a father, Mu Yinjiao, you are truly unfortunate. She gently stroked the head of the white fox, soothing its irritable mood after being roused, and replied, "There is no need for that." Mu Yiling, nestled in Feng Yunxiao's embrace, curved her lips slightly, casting a provocative glance at Mu Yinjiao. "Huh, do you think you are worthy to contend with me? I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions. And that treacherous Rongqing, it is all because of her that I have become this way." As Mu Yinju finished speaking, Mu Zhongshan's carriage arrived at the palace gates. He felt his anger rise with every word exchanged with Mu Yinjiao and, upon the carriage's arrival, directly pulled Li Yin to board. After a brief exchange of words with Mu Yiling, Feng Yunxiao escorted her into the carriage. And as he watched the Mu family's carriage depart, he too took his leave. Not long after, the carriage from the ninth prince's residence arrived. Once they boarded, Xiaohan shed his previous frail demeanor, leaning lazily against the window, raising an eyebrow and stating, "Your sister is no simple character. I distinctly observed her provocative and resentful gaze moments ago." Mu Yinjiao, with her eyes closed and the white fox cradled in her arms, responded indifferently, "It is of no concern to me." Regardless of Mu Yiling's intentions, they bore no relevance to her. Should she wish to act against her, she would face no fear. Xiaohan chuckled softly, finding her detached demeanor exuded an air of confidence that intrigued him. Perhaps this was indeed a rather appealing choice. In recent days, envoys from neighboring countries had been arriving in succession, with representatives from far-off lands also making their way to the capital. Mu Yinjiao and Xiaohan found themselves at leisure, holding merely ceremonial titles, with no obligations to intervene, only appearing at the banquets each evening. Today, the emperor hosted a flowing banquet, requiring one representative from each household in the city to attend, ostensibly to collect food to take home to their families. In essence, it was no different from merely receiving meals. However, this arrangement proved burdensome for Mu Yinjiao and Xiaohan, who, in order to showcase the amicable relations between the two nations, spent the day at the palace gates, smiling and distributing food alongside the palace mates. To emphasize his frail disposition, Xiaohan used a wheelchair while assisting Mu Yinjiao in the distribution. After enduring countless compliments regarding her beauty and kindness, and how well she matched with Xiaohan, Mu Yinjiao finally felt the banquet drawing to a close. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she disregarded her image and plopped onto the wide armrest of Xiaohan's wheelchair. As she wiped her brow and gasped for breath, Xiaohan handed her a light blue handkerchief, amusement glimmering in his eyes. "Use this to wipe your face." "Thank you." Mu Yinjiao accepted it without reservation, cleaning her perspiring face before inquiring, "Tomorrow night is the final banquet, is it not?" Xiaohan nodded. "Indeed, tomorrow's banquet is the main event. The previous gatherings have merely served as a prelude. Envoys from various nations will be in attendance." "Very well, I shall cooperate fully. But I also hope you will fulfill your promise of providing me with a divorce decree." After resting, Mu Yinjiao stood, her tone reflecting a sense of relief. This woman was indeed extraordinary, and his interest in her continued to grow. If others knew he had a mercenary guild backing him, they would likely never leave the ninth prince's residence. Yet, she seemed eager to depart. How intriguing. Later that evening, the palace was alive with song and dance, bustling with excitement. Xiaohan and Mu Yinjiao arrived early, settling into an inconspicuous corner to enjoy refreshments quietly. The announcements of envoys presenting gifts soon had Mu Yinjiao's eyelids growing heavy. She was nearing her limit with this persona. After several days and nights of fulfilling tasks, she had never felt as weary as she did now. She contemplated that once she resolved the matter concerning Mu Yinjiao, she would explore what tasks the mercenary guild had to offer. As she mused, a eunuch's sharp voice echoed, Announcing, the crown prince of the Fire Nation approaches to present gifts. The emperor beamed, watching as a striking pair entered the hall, the crown prince of the Fire Nation, Xiao Yi, and the Fire Nation princess, Xiao Tao. In unison, they placed their right hands on their left shoulders and bowed respectfully. Rise, rise. Haha, splendid, splendid. You two have traveled far from the Fire Nation. Please take a seat. The emperor was clearly delighted. Eunuch Lu, perceptive to the occasion, approached the Fire Prince to receive the gift list, announcing in a high-pitched voice, the Fire Nation presents a pair of Fun Phoenix glazed vases, a set of Rui feathers garments, a box of 8 treasures, and a scroll of clear willow paintings. The lengthy list took several minutes to read, leaving the attendees in awe of the Fire Nation's generosity, for it was indeed the foremost power, rich beyond measure. After the gifts were presented, several other envoys followed suit. Half an hour passed before all nations had bestowed their offerings, yet one individual remained to enter. The crown prince approaches to present gifts. After witnessing the Fire Nation's extravagant offerings, the subsequent gifts from others seemed less compelling, and curiosity grew regarding what the crown prince would deliver. If it could not compare to the Fire Prince's offerings, the Ling Nation's representatives might feel diminished. Feng Zhanin advanced to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the emperor. The emperor replied jovially, rise. Eunuch Lu stepped forward to receive a sandalwood box brought by Feng Zhanin. As he opened it, the light reflecting off the ice feathers dazzled Lu's eyes, causing the assembly to collectively gasp. Upon recognizing the contents, several high-ranking individuals were filled with astonishment. These are the ice feathers from Qiuchang. What level of power did the Ling Nation's crown prince possess to have plucked feathers from Qiuchang? Truly, he was a direct cultivator of heaven's blessings. Although Eunuch Lu did not know what this item was, he was adept at reading expressions and could tell from the shocked faces around him that this was no ordinary treasure. With a smile of deference, he presented the offering to the emperor, exclaiming, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Best wishes, Your Majesty. Chapter 63. How have you been all these years? The emperor naturally observed the shift in expressions among the crowd, including the excited rise of the Fire Nation's prince, which only served to brighten his countenance further. With a broad smile, he inquired, ensuring that all present understood the significance of the object in question. My son, what is this? Father, replied Feng Zhani. This is a feather from one of the 4 sacred beasts, known as the ice feather. If forged into a blade, it can slice through iron as if it were clay. If fashioned into a hidden weapon, it can kill silently. However, the emperor, still beaming, asked with curiosity. What? However, this feather was not acquired by me, but rather by a self-effacing and unambitious master I know. I procured it at great expense to present to you, hoping it brings you joy. Feng Zhani was acutely aware of the reactions around him. Yet, he refrained from claiming credit, choosing instead to state the truth plainly. The emperor's cheerful demeanor momentarily faltered upon hearing this revelation. He chuckled softly and inquired with intrigue. Oh? And who might this master be? Feng Zhani replied. He is a distinguished individual I happened to meet at the mercenary guild, known as Wu Wang. The name Wu Wang caused a ripple of unease among the attendees, particularly those from the Fire Nation. The realization struck them. Wu Wang. It appears someone from the Spirit Nation invested heavily to seize the chain. The Mercenary Guild boasts extensive operations with branches in every nation, yet its headquarters remains a mystery, and those who post tasks are well guarded in their anonymity. The Yinshan region is a lawless territory where the chain was stolen. The Fire Nation's representatives knew only that a man named Wu Wang led the heist. Typically, tasks are handled by nationals within their own guilds, but Feng Zhani's apparent connection with Wu Wang confirmed their suspicions. It was indeed the Spirit Nation behind the operation. Xiao Yi, remaining composed, scanned the gathering, searching for the individual capable of financing such an audacious theft from the Fire Nation. His gaze instinctively fell upon a nondescript corner where Mu Yinjiao and Xiao Han sat together, appearing as a harmonious and affectionate couple. Could it be him? No. It was impossible. He had long been incapacitated. Despite his frail appearance, it was unthinkable that he could be involved. Yet, the chain was a treasured heirloom of his mother, a coveted artifact sought by many. Even if he wished to reclaim it, he would need the means to do so. As Xiao Yi pondered, he was interrupted by his sister's voice. Brother, is that person beside you the good-for-nothing young lady from the Prime Minister's residence? Xiao Yi turned to observe the woman next to Xiao Han, catching only a glimpse of her profile, yet it was exquisite beyond compare. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes, her petite nose and subtly tinted lips revealing her beauty even in silhouette. He hesitated before responding, yes. Mu Yinjiao seemed to glance up inadvertently, locking eyes with Xiao Yi for a brief moment before politely averting her gaze to continue her conversation with Xiao Han. During their wedding ceremony, he had not seen her face. Encountering her true beauty now was unexpected, reminiscent of her mother, once the most beautiful woman in the spirit nation. As Xiao Yi beheld Mu Yinjiao's visage, he was momentarily entranced, causing the teacup in his hand to clatter to the ground, spilling tea over his dark golden robe. In the bustling hall, few noticed the disturbance, save for Xiao Tao, who furrowed her brow. She had never witnessed her brother behave so uncharacteristically. Brother, what is the matter? She inquired, concerned. Nothing, I simply need to change my attire. Should the emperor inquire, you may tell him the truth, Xiao Yi replied. Casting one last glance at Mu Yinjiao, Xiao Tao nodded. Very well, go ahead. I will remain here. Once the banquet commenced, all raised their glasses in tribute to the emperor and empress before enjoying the dance performances, relishing the melodious sounds of the qin while engaging in conversation and dining. After a while, Mu Yinjiao grew bored and decided to step outside for some fresh air. She informed Xiao Han before leaving her seat. At that moment, Xiao Tao poured herself a drink with the intention of greeting Mu Yinjiao and Xiao Han, only to see Mu Yinjiao departing. After a brief hesitation, she decided to follow. Jiuge, was that the bride you married last month? Xiao Tao inquired, taking a seat beside Xiao Han and gesturing with her glass. Xiao Han lifted his cup, smiling. Princess Xiao Tao, my health does not permit me to drink alcohol. I shall substitute tea for wine. As they clinked their cups and drank, Xiao Tao couldn't help but smile wistfully. Who would have thought that the last time I saw you was during my retreat with my master in the mountains? So many years have passed, and I only recently learned of your circumstances. Now we meet again in a foreign land, and you have a wife. Upon hearing this, I requested Father to permit me to visit the spirit nation with my brother just to see you. Have you been well all these years? I have fared well. There is no need for you to worry, Princess, Xiao Han replied, pouring himself more tea with an indifferent expression. Must you be so distant? Jiugu? Xiao Tao pressed, struggling to contain her emotions as she filled her glass to the brim and drank deeply. Xiao Han observed her as she consumed another cup, gently advising, you have never been one for drink. Perhaps it is best to return. I shall not return, Jiugu. Let us go back together, shall we? Do not be so distant with me. Let us return to the past. Xiao Tao's face flushed with intoxication. Let us go back to the Fire Nation together. Back to the days when we admired flowers in the garden, gazed at the moon, indulged in the pastries prepared by our mother, chased each other playfully, and splashed in the pond. Xiao Han looked at his younger sister, now slumped over the banquet table in a drunken stupor, with a mixture of affection and exasperation. He sighed and lifted her gently, carrying the inebriated Xiao Tao to a private chamber to rest. Jiugu, I am sorry. I am sorry for only now realizing the hardships you endured. I am sorry that my mother caused you to lose your own. I know all of this now, but it is too late. Hearing her murmured words, Xiao Han paused, momentarily taken aback, before suppressing his emotions and expressionlessly escorting her outside. Chapter 64. Is Mu Yinjiao not dead? As Mu Yinjiao stepped away from the banquet and onto the cobblestone path, she failed to notice a figure emerging from the corner, nearly colliding with him. Reacting swiftly, she halted just in time. However, before she could regain her composure, a strong hand seized her own, pulling her quickly down an alternate route. Let go of me, Mu Yinjiao coldly demanded, glancing at the man clad in dark golden robes who gripped her tightly. Xiao Yi's expression turned frigid as he forcefully shoved her against the wall, enclosing her within the confines of his presence. The impact sent waves of pain through her back, yet she maintained a steely gaze upon his increasingly handsome visage that loomed nearer. She longed to retaliate, but the thought of her promise to cooperate with Xiao Han quelled her impulse. Revealing her true identity as anything but Mu Yinjiao would lead to her exposure, and she could not risk the knowledge reaching the Mu family. Mu Chongshan and Li Yin would undoubtedly protect Mu Yiling's reputation, for should her prowess be attributed to her, Mu Yiling, the prodigious maiden, would never allow such a transgression. Xiao Yi grasped her chin, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze. When he noted her unchanging countenance, her eyes devoid of emotion, he felt a chill of dread. Is it true that you deceived me all along? You fled to marry that worthless fool. His voice dripped with rage, the realization of her betrayal igniting a tempest within him. Those days. Was he referring to the days when Mu Yinjiao had evaded marriage? Mu Yinjiao was not dead. Seeing a flicker of change in her expression, Xiao Yi's demeanor softened somewhat, his tone tinged with reluctant tenderness. Yinner, tell me, were you coerced into this? He pieced together previous events with her identity, convinced she was a victim of circumstance. The first time he encountered Mu Yinjiao, she had appeared unexpectedly while he and a dozen guards were ensnared in a forest besieged by a horde of beasts. They had suffered grievous losses, leaving only him and 2 guards alive when she descended from the sky. As she fell, the wild creatures scattered in terror, and he instinctively caught her as she fainted. Despite her filthy appearance, her beauty shone through, igniting an instant infatuation within him. Upon awakening, he confessed his feelings, expecting rejection. Instead, she professed her love in return. He believed her words. She expressed a desire to be with him forever, yet when he mentioned traveling to the spirit kingdom, she inquired about his home, requesting to be sent there to await his return. He had consented, and after emerging from the forest together, they spent 2 stolen days in a tavern, where their hearts seemed to draw closer. However, the next day, as Xiao Han's wedding approached, he hastened to the spirit kingdom while she was escorted to the fire kingdom. She arrived, but vanished from his estate the very next day. Upon receiving the news, he dealt with Xiao Han's elopement swiftly and rushed to find her. Employing countless men in the search, yet she remained elusive. He realized he had been deceived, his emotions had been manipulated. When he first saw her again, he felt as though he had been used. But if her escape from marriage was indeed a ruse, why was she now here, masquerading as a princess? It made no sense. Their meeting had occurred 4 days prior to the wedding. The forest was relatively close to the fire kingdom. Yet the spirit kingdom lay a vast distance away. How could a lone woman, stripped of resources, return so swiftly? If this woman before him truly was her, it was perplexing. Yet if she was not, who could she be? Could there exist 2 individuals so strikingly similar? Even twins bear differences. He dismissed those thoughts. Considering another possibility, she might have been captured, and the bride marrying Xiao Han was merely a decoy. After all, with the veil obscuring the bride's features, no one could discern her true appearance. The thought ignited a blaze of fury within Xiaoyi. He yearned to exact vengeance upon those responsible. Releasing his grip on her chin, he studied her closely, his hands resting on her neck. Her skin was delicate, and the pressure of his fingers had left a mark of red and purple. Mu Yinjiao pressed herself tightly against the wall, her expression radiating an exquisite coldness. Prince Xiao, your actions are rather unbecoming. After all, I am technically your sister-in-law. Do you not think you owe your brother better treatment? Why must it be this way? Why did you ask me to wait? I promised to marry you upon my return, yet you chose to abandon me. Xiaoyi, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Mu Yinjiao tightly, burying his face in the crook of her neck, his voice laced with anger, discontent, and a profound sense of grievance. Mu Yinjiao stiffened at the sensation of his breath against her skin, a shiver coursing through her. With a forceful shove, she pushed him away, warnings. If you dare touch me again, I will not hold back. Xiaoyi was taken aback by her strength, realizing her chilling warning conveyed that she did not recognize him, that she bore no memories of their encounters in the forest or the tavern. Her gaze was devoid of the previous warmth, replaced instead with a fierce caution. My first point is that I have never deceived you. Second, I did not flee. Third, I am married to Xiao Han, thus your sister-in-law. Fourth, I do not know you. This is our first meeting, and prior to today, I had no knowledge of your existence. I am not the person you believe I am, and I suggest you act accordingly. With that, Mu Yinjiao turned on her heel, striding towards the imperial garden, her mind racing to process the information she had just gleaned from Xiaoyi. Mu Yinjiao was not dead. She had fled the Mu family and gone directly to the Fire Kingdom. Yet, she was certain that Mu Yinjiao shared a profound bond with Li Shuang, a relationship impervious to any interference. It was illogical for Mu Yinjiao to confide in Li Shuang about her refuge in the cave of Yin Mountain. Chapter 65. Mu Yinjiao fell into. What on earth is happening? Is the person Xiaoyi spoke of truly Mu Yinjiao? Mu Yinjiao found it difficult to comprehend. Once she resolved her marriage with Xiao Han, perhaps she could journey to the Fire Nation to seek out Mu Yinjiao. Perhaps discovering the truth about Mu Yinjiao would illuminate the mystery surrounding everything. As Mu Yinjiao wandered through the Imperial Garden, she arrived at the Heart Lake. Gazing at the shimmering surface of the water and feeling the gentle breeze caressing her face, she sensed her spirits lifting. She momentarily cast aside all her previous worries, closed her eyes, and savored this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. Mu Yinjiao opened her eyes and recognized the voice of concubine Wu. She slowly turned around, intending to pay her respects according to etiquette, when she was startled by the sound of applause from above. Her gaze sharpened, and she instinctively reached out her hand, only to hear the white fox's voice warn her, "Don't catch it." It was too late. Her hand was already halfway out, and despite the white fox's words, She could not retract it in time. Instead, she fell backward into the tranquil waters of the lake. With a splash, Mu Yinjiu plunged into the cold depths of the early winter lake. Help! Help! Concubine Wu, who had also fallen and after trying to save Mu Yinjiu, flailed in panic as she struggled against the icy water. Having submerged first, Mu Yinjiu held her breath and swam toward the edge. Realizing Wu Fu's terror indicated her inability to swim, she decided to rescue her. However, Mu Yinjiu suddenly felt a peculiar sensation in the water, as if it were slightly thickened. The icy temperature heightened her perception, and she suspected it was blood. But why was there so much blood from Wu Fu? There was no time for further contemplation. She instinctively swam back to her original position as she heard the white fox's voice again. Squeeze yourself unconscious. Trusting the white fox for reasons she did not understand, Mu Yinjiu complied. Yet, in her last moment of consciousness, she thought of how she hadn't seen the white fox for 2 days. Its sudden communication implied it was nearby, but she had sensed nothing. Wu Fu's maid, acting on her instructions, hurried to bring the emperor to the garden 5 minutes after Wu Fu entered. When the maid arrived with the emperor, empress, and crown prince, they were met with the sight of Wu Fu, exhausted and sinking into the lake. The emperor gasped in shock and immediately shouted, "Someone, quickly save the concubine." Without hesitation, Feng Zhani leaped into the water. Upon hearing of the incident in the garden and realizing Mu Yinjiu had gone there for fresh air, Xiao Han followed the crowd. Sensing something was amiss, he scanned the surroundings, not spotting Mu Yinjiu, and was about to exhale in relief when he noticed a pale blue earring by the shore. His heart dropped. That was the earring he had sent earlier that morning. Oh no, Mu Yinjiu has fallen in too. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Han jumped into the lake. Underwater, he could only see a dark figure slowly sinking, and his heart tightened as he quickly swam toward Mu Yinjiu. With a splash, Xiao Han resurfaced, cradling Mu Yinjiu in his arms. While the pale-faced concubine Wu lay in the emperor's embrace, the hastily arrived imperial physician diagnosing her condition. When Xiaoi saw Mu Yinjiu in Xiao Han's arms, his usually cold expression shifted dramatically. He immediately approached to check her pulse, while Xiao Han watched warily. Although he knew Xiao Yi possessed commendable medical skills, he was also aware of the man's unpredictable nature. Meanwhile, Feng Zhani, drenched and drying off with a towel, paused upon witnessing the concern shared by Xiao Han and Xiao Yi for a single woman. His brow furrowed, and his gaze shifted to the unconscious concubine Wu in the emperor's arms, and a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. This could end badly. Your Majesty, the concubine is already weak. With her fall into the water, the child cannot be saved. The physician trembled as he knelt, announcing the miscarriage. What? You couldn't even save the child? What use are you? The emperor roared in fury. Take him away. Lock him in the dungeons. Feng Zhani stepped forward to plead, Father, the concubine is still weak. We should return her to her chambers for proper care before the physician attends to her. The emperor's expression darkened, but with so many witnesses, he could only nod in agreement. Feng Zhani sighed in relief. Someone, take the concubine back to her chambers and ensure the physician accompanies her for treatment. There must be no mistakes. Yes, Your Highness. The banquet dispersed in a flurry. Envoys from various nations were escorted back to their lodgings, while those from the Fire Nation remained in the palace. Xiao Han and Mu Yinjiu were also retained. Xiao Yi assured that Mu Yinjiu was not in serious condition. Once Xiao Han received the reassurance he sought, he simply muttered a word of thanks before picking up Mu Yinjiu and leaving, not sparing a glance at Xiao Yi. Watching their departing figures, a shadow crossed Xiao Yi's eyes as he clenched his fists, his fingers cracking ominously. In the dead of night, within the palace, the lanterns flickered in concubine Wu's Fu-Wan palace. The emperor sat within, sipping tea while awaiting news from the physician. Suddenly, the physician burst forth from behind the screen, a look of relief on his face. Your Majesty, the concubine has awakened. Upon hearing this, the emperor quickly set down his teacup and approached the screen. Seeing the pale, haggard woman beneath the golden drapery, his heart ached as he sat beside her bed. My beloved, how do you feel? Wu Fu's eyes reddened, her gaze shimmering softly as she rested her head on the emperor's lap. Weeping, Your Majesty, my child, is it truly gone? The emperor frowned in concern and comforted her. Do not worry, my love. Focus on your recovery, and we can have more children. Wu Fu sobbed, but quickly composed herself, not wanting to burden the emperor further. Yet, silent tears streamed down her cheeks as she whispered, Your Majesty, I wished to surprise you, so I kept it a secret, intending to share it with you tonight. But it is my fault. Not only did I fail to protect the child, but I also caused you such worry. I am ashamed. Chapter 66. Secrets of the Imperial Court. The Emperor gently wiped away Wu Fu's tears with his hand, embracing her and patting her back in a comforting manner. I do not blame you. Be obedient and take care of your health. But Wu Fu attempted to speak, but the Emperor covered her mouth. Sensing that there was something amiss, he displayed a hint of anger on his face, yet reassured her. Do not speak further, my beloved. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Focus on recuperating, and I shall seek justice for you. Wu Fu nodded, her expression one of poignant fragility. Xiao Han brought Mu Yanjiu to the room that Feng Zhan had prepared for them, instructing a palace maid to change her clothes and allow her to rest comfortably in bed before he retreated to the adjacent room. As soon as he closed the door, a white fox appeared by the window of Mu Yanjiu's room. Before long, a knock echoed on Xiao Han's door. He opened it, allowing the visitor in before promptly shutting it again. Please, take a seat, Xiao Han said wearily. Feng Zhan settled down, recognizing the look on Xiao Han's face, which mirrored his own thoughts. What is your perspective on this matter? He inquired directly. One could only surmise that concubine Wu intended to target Mu Yanjiu, but her true motives remained elusive. Xiao Han's voice bore a chill. Is she so consumed by jealousy of beauty and fear of losing favor that she would go to such extremes, even endangering her own child? She does not strike me as foolish. Moreover, Mu Yanjiu had already been betrothed to him, making it unlikely for the emperor to act against her. The idea of competing for the emperor's affection was utterly unfounded. Concubine Wu has just regained consciousness, and it is evident that she seeks to undermine your wife. Yet, I cannot fathom her ultimate goal. My father will investigate this thoroughly, but I fear that Lady Jiu may suffer as a consequence. Feng Zhan sighed. Having come specifically to convey this news to Xiao Han, a fierce glint flashed in Xiao Han's eyes as determination etched across his pale, striking features. Regardless of her intentions, I shall not allow her to succeed. Hehehe. Feng Zhan chuckled lightly into his fist, visibly pleased. It appears you have developed feelings for Lady Jiu. I had thought your cold demeanor would lead you to a solitary life, and I even worried about it. It seems my father has some utility after all. Xiao Han suppressed his intimidating expression and replied with a smile. Indeed, he has done something worthwhile. However, you need not refer to him as father in my presence. Feng Zhan's smile faltered slightly. Xiao Han glanced at him and continued. I've known for quite some time. There is no need for such formality between us. Do you still harbor doubts after all these years? Feng Zhan offered a wry smile. Not at all. It's merely that this palace is rife with eyes and ears. Despite the public perception that Feng Zhan was the emperor's favored son, the truth lay elsewhere. The real favorite was the second prince. Though Feng Zhan outwardly appeared to be the most cherished, this was due to the fact that he was not the emperor's biological son, a well-guarded secret within the palace. The empress was the fiancée of the emperor's brother, and the late emperor had initially favored her betrothed as the rightful heir. However, upon the late emperor's demise, the current emperor ascended to the throne, a decision shrouded in mystery, known only to him. Those who were privy to the events surrounding the succession either perished or vanished after the emperor's rise. In the days preceding his ascension, the emperor's brother met a mysterious end. Subsequently, the emperor, in a bid to solidify his rule, took the empress as his wife, garnering the support of her powerful family, whose influence far surpassed that of the current chancellor. Over the years, as the emperor climbed the ranks, the empress's family faced a series of misfortunes, gradually losing their power until none remained. Speculation and suspicion swirled in the court, yet no one dared to speak too freely, for those who did often met untimely ends. The empress was a remarkable woman, born into a family of great power and cherished as their jewel. Her every endeavor faced no hindrance. When the nation faced peril, she boldly incapacitated her father and disguised herself to take his place in the military, showcasing military prowess rivaling that of a national leader, leading to a series of victories against their foes. Her reputation soared, and the late emperor held her in high regard. Yet, he grew increasingly wary of her family's influence. In an attempt to control the situation, he sought a forceful marriage arrangement, only to discover that during military campaigns, the empress had become acquainted with his most favored younger son. Upon returning to the city, they fortuitously crossed paths once more, leading to the revelation of their identities. Having found mutual affection, the empress, known for her candor, could not resist the temptation to be forthright, and after they acknowledged their feelings, they surrendered to their desires. The following day, they sought the late emperor's blessing for their union. The emperor, pleased with their request, granted it without hesitation. However, shortly after the wedding date was set, the emperor passed away, and soon after, the Empress's fiancé succumbed to an inexplicable illness. Upon entering the palace, the Empress, with her straightforward nature, confronted the Emperor about the circumstances of their marriage. Yet, after several failed attempts to coax the truth from him, she was confined to the Fenghuan Palace. Realizing her objectives were thwarted and trapped, she yearned to join her beloved. In the midst of this, she discovered she was pregnant with their only child. For the sake of her baby, she chose to endure the confinement. For a decade, she bore this silent imprisonment. Only after the child's birth did the emperor learn of her condition, inciting his wrath. However, upon Feng Zhanyi's birth, a celestial phenomenon occurred, with auspicious signs proclaimed by the national seer, heralding that this child would bring prosperity to the nation for 100 years. It was later revealed that Feng Zhanyi was a gifted cultivator, further complicating the emperor's emotions. In the court, ministers extended their congratulations, and the admiration in their eyes and flattery on their lips gratified the emperor, who had long faced discontent from many. This was the first occasion he witnessed such reverence directed toward him. The populace extolled the late emperor's decision as remarkably astute, declaring the current emperor to be the true child of destiny. How else could the birth of a son coincide with such divine favor? Reluctant to let this admiration fade, he rejoiced publicly, immediately naming Feng Zhanyi as the crown prince and ordering the removal of those confined in Fenghuan Palace. However, those within the palace were not granted freedom to come and go, particularly the empress and the crown prince, who could only attend certain banquets when summoned by the emperor. Eventually, as Feng Zhanyi's accomplishments and popularity grew, the emperor, eager to win his favor, fully relaxed restrictions, allowing the empress and Feng Zhanyi to move about freely. At the age of 10, Feng Zhanyi, energetic and eager to explore, seized the opportunity to escape the confines of Fenghuan Palace, stealthily squeezing through a dog hole into a secluded courtyard. Chapter 67. A chance encounter. In that year, Feng Zhanyi was merely 10 years old, naturally active and restless. He seized the rare opportunity to escape the confines of the Phoenix Lawn Palace. Stealthily, he crawled through a small dog hole into a secluded courtyard. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicinal herbs, and he followed it until he reached a room where a boy, of similar age, was applying medicine to his own wounds. The injuries on the boy's back were severe, gaping, and gruesome. Yet he displayed no sign of distress aside from his pale complexion and the cold sweat beading on his forehead. It was as though the pain was not his to bear. Witnessing the boy's struggle to tend to his grievous injuries stirred a deep compassion within Feng Zhanyi. He climbed through the window, startling the boy. With an innocent and friendly smile, he said, "Do not be afraid. I happened to pass by and saw you struggling with your medicine. Let me help you." The boy's expression was inscrutable. His face set in a cold demeanor as he replied, "There is no need. Please leave." Feng Zhanyi's heart sank at the rejection, and with a pitiful tone, he pleaded, "I am quite adept at applying medicine. You need not worry. I will not cause you any pain. Your injuries are serious. If they are not treated promptly, you may face dire consequences. Will you trust me? I am not a bad person. Get out," the boy retorted coldly. Realizing that his attempts at charm were futile, Feng Zhanyi decided to take a different approach. He blinked his large eyes, glancing at the medicine tray beside the boy, and deftly scooped it up. With a determined stare, he threatened, "Look, your medicine is now in my possession. You must listen to me. Otherwise, you may end up with an infection, and then you will be at my mercy." Feng Zhanyi had longed for a brother or sister to play with, yet he was confined to the Phoenix Lawn Palace, which left him feeling stifled. Finally encountering a boy of his own age, he yearned to befriend him, thinking that if he helped him, perhaps he would become like a brother. Thus, he was resolute in his desire to aid him. Xiao Shihan, feeling somewhat at a loss, was accustomed to people complying with his wishes. Why was this boy so difficult and vexing? Eventually, Xiao Shihan relented. Not wanting to be seen as a soft target, he complied and laid down on the bed, exposing his back for Feng Zhanyi to treat. From that day forth, their friendship began to blossom. Feng Zhanyi would visit Xiao Shihan's residence every other day, secretly bringing pastries from the Phoenix Lawn Palace as gifts. Initially, Xiao Shihan rejected them coldly, but gradually, under Feng Zhanyi's persistence, he softened. However, each time Feng Zhanyi coaxed him to call him brother, Xiao Shihan steadfastly refused, regardless of how Feng Zhanyi wheedled or tempted him with treats. As time passed, their bond deepened, becoming inseparable, with only the empress aware of their closeness, while others remained oblivious. Without this secrecy, how could they develop their ambitions in the shadows? Xiao Shihan poured a cup of water for Feng Zhanyi and said, "Are you truly unaware of your own intentions?" Feng Zhanyi accepted the cup with a bright smile, clearly offering his assistance. Should you require help, do not hesitate to ask. Let us proceed cautiously, Xiao Shuhan nodded. In the room of Mu Yinjiao, the white fox with violet eyes emanated a soft purple glow that enveloped her as she lay in bed. After a moment, she coughed lightly and slowly awoke, glancing around in confusion before sitting up. Upon noticing the white fox seated beside her, she seized its fur with a firm grip. The white fox bared its teeth, glaring at her. You ungrateful creature, the white fox thought. Mu Yinjiao scrutinized the fox and asked, Are you not concerned I might suddenly disappear? Why do you linger by my side? Furthermore, the words I heard while I was submerged in water, did you transmit them to me? Few among the fox tribe possess such abilities. Filthy woman, I do not strike at females. Release me at once. The white fox hissed, seething with rage. Mu Yinjiao, intrigued, replied, Tell me your purpose for being here, and I shall let you go. I have already stated that soon you shall understand. In my presence, you will be safe. There is no harm in my company. Now, release me. The white fox insisted, suppressing its urge to retaliate. How can I trust your words? Mu Yinjiao questioned, skeptical. Would I be in danger? Or rather, would it be the original Mu Yinjiao at risk? However, she sensed that trouble awaited her the next day. Yet, it seemed that the one the white fox sought to protect was indeed Mu Yinjiao. Pausing for a moment, Mu Yinjiao declared, I believe you have misidentified your charge. The white fox seemed taken aback. What do you mean? I am not the original Mu Yinjiao, she stated softly, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholic disillusionment. It appeared that everyone who had shown her kindness did so because she was perceived as the original Mu Yinjiao. The white fox, unfazed, replied coldly, Your existence is irrelevant to me. The one you seek to protect is not me. Mu Yinjiao reiterated, I am not the one you think I am. Fearing the white fox might have misheard her, the white fox's tail hesitated for a moment, its tone softening. Whether or not you are the true Mu Yinjiao is inconsequential. I merely wish to remain by your side for a year. Why? Mu Yinjiao asked, bewildered. The white fox offered no response and vanished in an instant. Each time it wished to evade a question, it would disappear without a trace, leaving Mu Yinjiao furrowing her brow. Did the white fox intend to stay with her for a year? Why a year? Was it to protect her? Perplexed, Mu Yinjiao pinched her brow, initially wanting to seek out Xiao Shuhan. Yet, upon glancing at the night sky outside, she abandoned the thought, opting instead to rest and prepare for the challenges that awaited her the following day, knowing that sleep would not come easily. Chapter 68. A source of headache. The following morning, Mu Yinjiao was roused from her slumber by the intrusive guards. Come out. She leisurely donned the attire that hung beside her bed from the previous night, and with 5 guards surrounding her, she proceeded to the Qianquan Hall. Upon entering, several guards saluted and then withdrew. Mu Yinjiao returned the gesture, employing the formalities of the Fire Nation. The emperor, unable to suppress a frown, was quickly reprimanded by eunuch Lu, who exclaimed sharply, Preposterous, to stand before his majesty and the esteemed empress without kneeling in respect. I am now a married woman, bound to the Fire Nation. Naturally, I shall adhere to its customs. What wrong have I committed? Mu Yinjiao stood tall, her gaze calm as she regarded the emperor clad in his dragon robe and the elegantly adorned Empress Wu. Her demeanor was indifferent, neither servile nor flustered, as though she were merely there for a routine audience, utterly oblivious to the gravity of her situation. This demeanor left both the emperor and the empress feeling a sense of discomfort, particularly the latter, who felt as though she had struck a punch only to find it absorbed by cotton. They could vividly imagine the fear and pallor that would adorn the face of someone brought in for interrogation, yet Mu Yinjiao exhibited none of these signs, remaining as tranquil as a still lake. Observing the increasingly grim expressions of the two sovereigns, eunuch Lu's face darkened, and he angrily declared, Even though you, Princess Nine, are now wed, do not forget that your current status is a result of His Majesty's and the Empress's grace. You must remember that you are also of the Spirit Nation, a princess appointed by the Emperor, and thus must follow its rights. Oh, is that so? I was unaware. Perhaps our Fire Nation's customs lack completeness. Would you be so kind, eunuch Lu, to enlighten me on the proper etiquette? Dressed in dark golden robes, she walked in with an air of authority, her tone slightly heavy as she approached, standing beside Mu Yinjiao and performing a salute with her right hand resting on her left shoulder, without even bending at the waist. Xiaoyi pays his respects to the emperor and the empress. The sudden arrival of this woman caused both the emperor and Empress Wu to change their expressions. This woman was no ordinary individual. She had swiftly entangled herself with the crown prince of the Fire Nation. A fierce glint flashed in Wu's delicate eyes, On that fateful night, besides Mu Yiling and Xiao Er, only Mu Yinjiu had remained at the table. After inquiring with Xiao Er, it was confirmed that Mu Yiling had not left his side, leaving only Mu Yinjiu as the remaining suspect. Whether or not Mu Yinjiu was indeed the culprit that night, for the sake of caution, she had to be silenced. Lu Gonggong, can your tongue not be restrained? Wu coldly admonished. Startled, eunuch Lu immediately knelt, trembling in fear. It is indeed my loose tongue. I acknowledge my fault. I beseech your majesty and the empress to show mercy, considering my 30 years of devoted service. He concluded with a resounding slap to his face, the sound echoing throughout the hall. Enough. You may leave, the emperor said, his expression dark, waving his hand dismissively. After all, Lu had served him for half a lifetime, and he felt reluctant to punish him further. The emperor then turned to Xiao Yi, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Prince Xiao, what brings you here today? I have no pressing matters at hand. I simply found myself drawn to the commotion. Xiao Yi replied nonchalantly, as if strolling through his own garden. The emperor and Empress Wu exchanged perplexed glances. Xiao Yi unfurled a fan, leisurely seating himself to the side. As the crown prince of the foremost nation, he indeed possessed the privilege to act thus, leaving even the emperor at a loss for words. Mu Yinjiu remained puzzled about Xiao Yi's intentions, yet observed the discomfort on the faces of the two above her. Had the situation been more appropriate, she might have been tempted to smile. Meanwhile, Wu's hands, concealed within her sleeves, tightly clenched the handkerchief, pondering how the interrogation could proceed with Xiao Yi present. His intentions were evidently to shield Mu Yinjiu. Xiao Yi waved his fan, his expression cheerful. Please, continue. Do not mind me. I am merely a spectator, here to enjoy the spectacle. The emperor, still bewildered, turned to Mu Yinjiu. Do you have anything to say regarding the events of last night? It was clear they were attributing the blame to her for the empress's miscarriage. I have nothing to say. I leave the matter for your majesty to investigate thoroughly. Mu Yinjiu's poise offered the emperor a fleeting illusion that perhaps she was not involved, or that the empress might have been careless. After all, the imperial garden had been deserted that night, and even if Mu Yinjiu were culpable, her current status would complicate matters. The emperor rubbed his aching temples, uncertain how to proceed. Bring Princess Nine away. She is not to leave the west courtyard until the matter is resolved. With that, he rose. Mu Yinjiu turned and followed the guards without a word or glance back. Throughout her departure, Xiao Yi's gaze remained fixed upon her. Once she was gone, he promptly requested to take his leave as well. Mu Yinjiu had anticipated a day filled with complications. Yet the sudden appearance of Xiao Yi had alleviated much of the trouble, though she feared the night would bring unrest. Upon returning to her chamber, Mu Yinjiu contemplated her next move before seeking out Xiao Han. However, no one could ascertain his whereabouts. The maidservants insisted he had not left his room. Thus, she returned to her own quarters. Mu Yinjiu quietly climbed out of her window, evading the patrolling guards, and stealthily returned to the ninth prince's estate. If she delayed any longer, the little girl would surely be worried sick. Ah, miss, you've returned. Li Xuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing Mu Yinjiu in the courtyard. It's nothing serious. I merely came to retrieve an item. I shall return to the palace shortly, so stay here and wait for me. Mu Yinjiu patted Li Xuan's shoulder before entering her room. In the end, she gathered a set of night garments and a hood before departing, whispering instructions to Li Xuan to ensure she would not grow anxious with time. Li Xuan nodded earnestly but felt a twinge of melancholy and worry as she watched her mistress scale the wall once more. She felt a sense of loss, as her mistress seemed to have transformed into a girl who relished scaling walls. Yet, she was also plagued by the feeling that something ominous was about to transpire within the palace, fearing for her mistress's safety. On her way back to the palace, Mu Yinjiu encountered a familiar figure, the cunning individual who had sought to exploit the situation to seize the Liling flower. This person's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of the individual she had seen with the noblewoman that night. Upon recognizing this person, Mu Yinjiu felt a glimmer of hope that perhaps she had found a solution to her predicament. Chapter 69. This is not a woman's room. Stop. Mu Yinjiu stepped forward to block his path. Huang Shansheng, who had just returned home with the wine and meat he purchased with the earnings from his recent task, was taken aback by the sight of a figure cloaked in black. Unbeknownst to him, memories of that fateful day when he had collided with someone and the person who had subdued Qiu Chang on Yinshan flooded back to him. That night had been shrouded in darkness, obscuring the face of the one who had captured Qiu Chang. Yet, the aura they exuded was formidable, not in an ostentatious manner, but rather in a subdued and profound pressure. As he recalled the individual from Yinshan, An involuntary shiver coursed through him. The essence of the person blocking his path bore a striking resemblance to that figure, and the hooded nature of the stranger only intensified his intuition that they might indeed be one and the same. After hearing Mu Yanjiao's words, Huang Shanqing instinctively shrank his neck, attempting to appear defiant as he queried, "What do you want? Who dares to obstruct my way? We have a transaction to discuss." Mu Yanjiao replied amicably. Huang Shanqing's interest was piqued. Money was always enticing. "What sort of transaction?" "It's quite simple. Just follow my instructions when the time comes. And the price is this amount." Mu Yanjiao recalled the 100 taels of gold she had cleverly obtained from Mu Chongshan last time. After agreeing to a split with her employer and giving a portion to the two burly men, she was left with roughly 50 taels of gold, which she had yet to claim. Her employer, likely anxious about the substantial sum, had sought her out once, knowing that such wealth could lead to trouble. Thus, she extended 5 fingers. Huang Shanqing inquired, 50 taels of silver? Mu Yanjiao shook her head. 500 taels of silver? He pressed on. Once more? Mu Yanjiao shook her head. Huang Shanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. 5,000 taels of silver? Mu Yanjiao retracted her fingers and stated succinctly, 50 taels. Huang Shanqing's lips twitched, mistakenly believing she meant 50 taels of copper. He was about to dismiss the offer when she clarified, gold. Huang Shanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A grand patron. I will do anything you ask. Change your clothes and follow me," Mu Yanjiao instructed. All right. Huang Shanqing had never suspected he might be deceived. In his eyes, Mu Yanjiao was immensely powerful, her presence far beyond that of an ordinary citizen, undoubtedly of noble lineage, and thus, spending money without hesitation seemed natural. Moreover, he believed that if this were a mission, she would certainly be aiming for a reward herself. Surely it would be as simple as running errands. Delighted, Huang Shanqing set down the wine and meat and donned the coarse garments he used for tasks. When he realized that Mu Yanjiao was leading him into the palace, his emotions became rather complex. However, having committed to the task, he could not back out. That night, upon entering the room, Huang Shanqing was enveloped in a faint scent of femininity. He found himself at a loss for words. Despite years of undertaking missions, he had never entered a woman's room before, and now he had broken that precedent. With this exception, the formidable image of the man before him seemed to crumble. To him, entering a woman's chamber, particularly that of an unmarried woman, was incredibly awkward and shameful. Moreover, the man effortlessly opened the wardrobe and retrieved a set of women's clothing for him. Mu Yanjiao, oblivious to Huang Shanqing's inner turmoil, simply thought that changing into women's attire would make it easier for him to slip out at night, handing him the garments with the command, "Change." Huang Shanqing gasped, "Can I refuse?" However, it was evident that he could not. Setting aside his earlier bravado, the commanding aura and tone of the person before him left him no room for denial. Blushing furiously, he reluctantly accepted the delicate garments, closed his eyes, and steeled himself to change into women's clothing. As Huang Shanqing resolved to change, Mu Yanjiao had already retreated to the side, taking out ink and paper to swiftly pen a message, which she tied to a piece of icy feather and tucked into her sleeve. Once Huang Shanqing, feeling awkward, had donned the women's attire, Mu Yanjiao did not glance at him but softly instructed, "Lie down on the bed and sleep." With that, she quietly concealed herself behind a curtain in the room. Huang Shanqing, feeling utterly despondent, shuffled his feet, desperately trying to delay the inevitable. He truly did not want to appear as a lecherous old man. Yet, the path ahead had to be traversed. He lay down without opening his eyes, rigidly convincing himself that this was merely an ordinary bed, not a woman's. Approximately an hour later, a faint sound echoed from the roof tiles, startlingly clear in the stillness of the room. Huang Shanqing continued his self-hypnosis until he heard the window creak open and someone enter. Only then did he sense the urgency of the moment, his hand beneath the covers instinctively preparing for confrontation. As he felt the intruder draw closer, reaching for the bed curtain, he was about to open his eyes and strike when he suddenly heard a muffled grunt, followed by a thud as the assailant collapsed beside the bed. In a flash, Huang Shanqing opened his eyes. The room was dark, devoid of candlelight, but the moonlight filtering through the window illuminated a pair of sharp, cold eyes. Startled, he found himself locking gazes with the intruder, who showed no intention of frightening him further. Instead, the figure tossed him a set of black stealth attire and commanded in a cool tone, "Change quickly. Then head to the dense woods in the Imperial Garden. Someone will come to find you. Do not let her see your face. If necessary, You may have to engage in some intimate actions with her. Huang Shanqing exclaimed internally, intimate actions. Are you serious? I have never even been with a woman in my 30-plus years of celibacy. How can this be happening? He felt a surge of frustration, but upon considering the 50 taels of gold and weighing his capabilities against the imposing man before him, he realized he was utterly outmatched. Resigned, he thought. A man's word is his bond. The two moved discreetly from the room. The guards on patrol completely oblivious to the fact that a seemingly useless lady had any means of escape. Their vigilance was virtually non-existent, allowing them to exit and re-enter the room without raising suspicion. Mu Yinjiao and Huang Shanqing split up, with Huang Shanqing following Mu Yinjiao's instructions, while she. Chapter 70. It is I who failed to protect our child. Meanwhile, Mu Yinjiao gracefully descended onto the roof of Fuan Palace, where she observed Wu Fu deep in contemplation in the courtyard. Without hesitation, Mu Yinjiao hurled a note that struck Wu Fu on the forehead, then swiftly leaped to the other side to better gauge Wu Fu's expression. Infuriated, Wu Fu rose to call for help. But as she unfolded the note and read its contents, her heart sank. The words she had almost uttered, call for someone, were abruptly swallowed. I demand an explanation regarding the child. Meet me in the Imperial Garden, or else. The note ended ominously, leaving Wu Fu shaken, and she collapsed back onto her seat. She did not doubt the authenticity of the note, for she had never received correspondence from that individual before. This person always appeared and vanished mysteriously, their strength formidable, and the only one aware of her pregnancy was him. Wu Fu could scarcely fathom the consequences implied by or else. With no time to waste, she hurried back to her quarters, adorned herself hastily, and donned a hooded cloak before stealthily exiting through the back door, heading towards the Imperial Garden. A smirk curled Mu Yinjiao's lips as she coldly chuckled to herself. Her assumptions had proven correct. She vanished from Fuan Palace and made her way to Qiankuan Hall, where the emperor was preoccupied with reviewing memorials. Whoosh, bang, Mu Yinjiao dispatched an ice feather that struck the emperor's desk, startling him so that the documents slipped from his grasp. Just as he was about to call for guards, he noticed the familiar ice feather embedded in the table, a note affixed to it. Confused, the emperor removed the note, unfolding it as he approached a box sent by Zhani. Inside lay another pristine ice feather, tightening his expression further. Gazing at the ice feather pinned to the desk, then at the one in the box, he set the box aside and read the note. To uncover the truth regarding the concubine's miscarriage, proceed alone to the secluded grove in the Imperial Garden. After throwing the ice feather, Mu Yinjiao swiftly returned to her chamber in the western courtyard. She estimated that Wu Fu and the emperor would arrive at the Imperial Garden in quick succession. Wu Fu arrived first, but Fuan Palace was distanced from the garden, necessitating caution to avoid detection. The emperor, though delayed, was closer to the garden and could approach without pretense. Therefore, they would effectively arrive simultaneously. Mu Yinji was unperturbed about whether Huang Shanqing would be exposed. Wu Fu was solely focused on her explanation. As long as she did not encounter Huang Shanqing's face, he would not need to utter a word, and Wu Fu would readily divulge the truth. Upon reaching the Imperial Garden, Wu Fu felt her complexion drain as she beheld the imposing figure standing in the grove. Removing her hat, she trembled, her previously haughty demeanor vanished. Only after they had satiated their needs would she dare to speak to him with disrespect. At this moment, she was entirely intimidated. Desperately, she began. The matter of the child was truly an accident. It was I who failed to protect our child. Noticing the man's silence and the growing chill emanating from him, Wu Fu's anxiety intensified. Initially, she had intended to deceive him, but it seemed he was already aware of everything. She feared that if she continued, she might not see the dawn of tomorrow. Trembling, she continued, I was wrong. I should not have taken the abortion pills to terminate the pregnancy. However, that day when we met here, someone saw us. I suspect it was the 9th prince's consort, Mu Yinjiao. My health has always been fragile, and I was unfit to carry this child. For our future, Mu Yinjiao had to be eliminated. This child was never meant to survive. Bringing it into the world would only expose us to the emperor's scrutiny. This child truly cannot be kept. We are still young. We will have children in the future, will we not? Huang Shanqing clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. This woman had gone too far. She continued, you wouldn't want our affair to reach the emperor's ears, would you? You still need me to help you seize the throne, correct? Therefore, this child was merely a stepping stone for your ambitions. I did this for our future. Do you understand? As his aura grew ever colder, Wu Fu became increasingly frantic. In desperation, She questioned, "What do you want from me? I have lowered myself to this extent. What more do you desire?" Having lived as a favored concubine for many years, she had cultivated a sense of pride. Now, having humbled herself for this man, if he still refused to forgive her, she could at least ensure that he would no longer have power over her. If he were gone, she could breathe freely. The emperor might not satisfy her, but many others could, especially those lacking strength who were easier to manipulate. The more she contemplated, the more courage she summoned. Noticing the man's continued silence, she stood and adjusted her collar, slowly walking towards him. As she reached for his waist, he suddenly struck. With a hand gripping Wu Fu's throat tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. She was lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Wu Fu's eyes widened as she stared at the man before her, who bore a striking resemblance to someone else. Terror gripping her heart. With her feet dangling, her panic escalated, and her hands frantically clawed at the hand constricting her throat. Cough, cough, cough. You let me go. We can talk, calmly. Whatever you desire. Just spare me. The grip was unyielding. And Wu Fu felt her breaths becoming shallow, the specter of death looming over her. The small bit of resolve and pride she had amassed crumbled in an instant. Please. I beg you, let me go. I will do anything you ask. Huang Shanqing slightly eased his grip, allowing Wu Fu a moment to breathe. He furiously demanded, to conceal your shame and eliminate Mu Yinjiao as a threat. You would heartlessly use your own child as a pawn. Are you even human? It seems you have once again been swayed by that little vixen, Mu Yinjiao. Wu Fu's eyes glinted with malice as dark thoughts brewed within her. Chapter 71. My name is Mu Yinjiao, also known as Wu Wang. A fierce glint flashed in Wu Fu's eyes, although her face remained pale with terror. She clutched her neck with both hands, desperately attempting to pry them away, her feet thrashing about in a futile struggle. With gleaming eyes, she pleaded, Could you please let me down first? Huang Shanqing met Wu Fu's gaze, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgust. He immediately averted his eyes, his grip tightening rather than loosening. His face contorted with rage as he spoke in a hushed tone. You are Wu Fu, aren't you? Fearing for her life, Wu Fu blinked rapidly and managed to stammer. Why yes, it's me. In response, Huang Shanqing raised her arm even higher, causing Wu Fu's complexion to deepen into a shade of crimson tinged with green. So you are the woman who saved my brother on the battlefield. I see you are not as formidable as I imagined. Are you certain you have ever set foot on a battlefield? With such a venomous heart, you likely have never even crossed the palace gates, have you? Otherwise, how could you be so entangled in schemes and intrigues? Do you think everyone shares your lust for power and status? Upon hearing the words battlefield, Wu Fu's expression momentarily froze, and her struggle ceased abruptly. So it was her. Without her resistance, Huang Shanqing's grip did not immediately relent, and she began to lose consciousness, her strength waning. The emperor, who had overheard their conversation, understood the gravity of the situation. Yet, witnessing the imminent peril facing his beloved, he could not bear the disgrace and promptly stepped forward. Stop, he commanded with a sharp voice. Huang Shanqing, blinded by anger, momentarily lost his composure. Suddenly recalling Mu Yanjiao's words, he decided to heed her advice. With a deep breath, he relinquished Wu Fu, tossing her towards the emperor. As the emperor caught her, Huang Shanqing vanished into the depths of the forest. By the time Huang Shanqing returned to Mu Yanjiao's chamber, the Imperial Guard had already arrived to search the sealed Imperial Garden. The palace gates had been shut tightly, and the emperor had dispatched men to confine Fu Wan Palace, while simultaneously recalling the guards from the west courtyard, redirecting them to Fu Wan Palace. The commotion alerted Mu Yinjiao, who, noticing Huang Shanqing's reddened eyes brimming with fury, inquired, What transpired? Apologies, my personal emotions interfered with your plans. Huang Shanqing admitted, suppressing his anger and acknowledging his fault. It is of no consequence, Mu Yinjiao replied, removing her veil. However, it will be somewhat troublesome to send you away now, so for the next few days, you shall disguise yourself as a maidservant by my side. Huang Shanqing gaped at the striking figure who had removed her hat. As Mu Yinjiao took down her hairpin, he was utterly astonished. The person before him, so captivating and enchanting, was undeniably a woman, a beauty that could bring disaster to a nation. You are a woman? Huang Shanqing stammered, astonished that a woman could disguise herself so perfectly as a refined gentleman. But more importantly, her strength was formidable. Mu Yinjiao cast a calm glance at Huang Shanqing's incredulous face, handed him a woman's outfit, and swiftly fashioned a simple hairstyle with a plain wooden hairpin. adorning it with a white floral ornament. Indeed, I am a woman. My name is Mu Yinjiu, also known as Wu Wang. She is a woman. She is Mu Yinjiu, the recently renowned consort of the ninth prince in the capital, the same one who subdued one of the four sacred beasts, Jiao Chang. Huang Shanqing was utterly taken aback by this revelation, his earlier fury dissipating into thin air. Mechanically, he began to undress and change. But suddenly remembering the presence of a woman, he hurriedly concealed himself behind a screen to change. After some time, Huang Shanqing emerged in his new attire. Hesitating to meet Mu Yanjiu's gaze, engulfed in an indescribable sense of embarrassment. Fortunately, his stature was not imposing, and with a modest demeanor, he managed to disguise any flaws in his appearance. Mu Yanjiu nodded in satisfaction and instructed, "You may go rest now." Once Huang Shanqing departed, Mu Yanjiu retreated to another room in the courtyard to rest. Soon, matters would be resolved, and the divorce could be finalized. As dawn broke, Mu Yinjiu was roused from her slumber by a knock at the door. Quickly composing herself, she opened the door to find Xiaohan standing there, who she had not seen for 2 days. Surprised, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Come with me," Xiaohan replied curtly, stepping into the adjoining room. Following him inside, Mu Yanjiu noticed a man in black seated on a stool. It was the same man from that fateful night in the bamboo grove. Had Xiaohan spent the last 2 days searching for this individual? Xiaohan regarded Mu Yinjiu and said, "Please, take a seat." Once seated, Mu Yinjiu directly inquired, "Are you seeking him regarding the matter of Consort Wu?" "Yes, it is the fastest way to resolve things," Xiaohan replied, pouring himself a cup of water. He appeared somewhat weary, as if he had just returned, but upon his arrival, he had already heard that the situation seemed to have been resolved. "Indeed, it has been resolved," Mu Yinjiu confirmed. Curious as to why Xiaohan would still bring her to meet this man despite knowing the issue had been resolved. She pondered silently when a sudden knock interrupted her thoughts. "Miss, it's me," Huang Shanqing called out in a hushed tone from outside. Aware that Mu Yinjiu and Xiaohan were married, Huang Shanqing knew it was inappropriate to disturb them. However, he had glimpsed a familiar figure in the room from his window and felt compelled to intrude. Recognizing his voice, Mu Yinjiu stood to open the door, allowing him entry. Upon entering, Huang Shanqing's gaze immediately fell upon the man dressed in black, sitting silently. "Brother?" Huang Shanqing gasped, feeling as though he were dreaming. It had been nearly half a year since he last saw his brother, who had merely come to inform him that he had found the woman from their past and was now together with her. Their encounters were typically brief, and they would return to their respective lives, unsure when they might meet again, usually once a year. Yet, this year was different. They had crossed paths again. And it seemed that his brother, Huang Wenqing, was acquainted with the seemingly frail ninth prince. Chapter 72. The national flag stands tall. The nation stands strong. Huang Wenqing's expressionless face twitched slightly. It seemed he did not have a sister. The voice of this person bore a striking resemblance to Ah Shan's. Yet the attire of a woman was perplexing. "He is a man," Mu Yinjiu interjected, noticing the bewildered looks exchanged between the two. Huang Wenqing finally confirmed his inner suspicion, his brows furrowing in disdain as he inquired, "Ah Shan, what is the meaning of your feminine attire?" At the mention of this, Huang Shan's gaze flickered with a hint of melancholy as he glanced at Mu Yinjiu, recalling events from the previous night. With a mix of excitement and indignation, he exclaimed, "Brother, have you lost your senses? That so-called noble concubine. How could you possibly be attracted to such a person? After all your years in the mercenary world, can't you see that woman has never set foot on a battlefield? There is no way she could be the one you hold dear. Moreover, her intentions are exceedingly malicious. She would go so far as to harm the ninth prince's consort just to ruin you." Upon hearing this, Huang Wenqing's concealed hand clenched into a fist. Suppressing all emotions beneath a composed facade, the depths of his eyes revealing turmoil. Xiaohan was not at all surprised by the exchange between the two. Rather, he pondered the implications of Huang Shan's words, suspecting that Mu Yinjiu had orchestrated this. However, how could a lady from a secluded background possibly be acquainted with a mercenary? It seemed she had indeed surprised him greatly. He surmised that the issues regarding the noble concubine were likely tied to Mu Yinjiu, rendering him almost unnecessary in this matter. Mu Yinjiu remained oblivious to Xiaohan's scrutiny, her attention fixed on the two brothers, realizing the striking resemblance in their figures and features. They were indeed siblings. Yet, Huang Shan's words hinted at a deeper narrative. Both Xiaohan and Mu Yinjiu politely sipped their tea, refraining from interrupting the brothers' conversation. Huang Wenqing, feeling the sticky sensation in his palm, finally relaxed his grip. having inadvertently drawn blood. Once again, Wang Wenqing's thoughts drifted back to the events of 15 years ago. Kill. The battlefield was a cacophony of chaos, where blades clashed and blood flowed freely. Protect our people. Slay them. The commanding officer's voice resonated, rallying the soldiers amidst the fray. Young Huang Wenqing, having failed a mission, fled from the forest, unexpectedly finding himself on the battlefield. In a desperate bid to evade his pursuers, he covered his wounded arm, deftly navigating through the melee. Just as he secured a helmet from a fallen soldier, a glinting sword lunged towards his chest. Clang! A spear intercepted, knocking the bloodied blade from the enemy soldier's grasp. Are you all right? A petite figure, more delicate than a man, shielded him from the deadly onslaught, dispatching several foes while simultaneously inquiring about his well-being. In this dire moment, any lapse in focus could spell doom. Thus, she spoke in her natural tone rather than her usual soft modulation. He recognized the rallying cry had come from her lips. And she donned the attire of a commander, unmistakably a woman. At just 15, Huang Wenqing was rendered speechless, feeling a mix of shame and admiration for being saved by a girl seemingly of his age. He shook his head and replied, I am fine. She patted his shoulder encouragingly, saying, hold on. Reinforcements will arrive soon. With that, she plunged back into the fray. Young Huang Wenqing's gaze fell upon a fallen soldier, who clutched a flag firmly embedded in the ground, even in death refusing to let it fall. Other wounded comrades, witnessing this, rushed valiantly toward the flag. Despite suffering grievous wounds from the enemy, they all collapsed beneath the flag, forming a mound that upheld it. The national flag stands tall. The nation stands strong. They cried. The flag belonged to the Ling kingdom. Witnessing this scene, Huang Wenqing's heart surged with fervor. Ignoring his own injuries, he assisted a comrade who had fallen nearby, placing him among the dead beneath the flag, seizing the fallen soldier's weapon and charging back into battle. As the last enemy soldier fell, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, his vision blurring. He glimpsed a woman clad in a blood-stained white uniform, standing resolutely amidst the carnage, her blade raised, gazing with fierce determination across the blood-soaked land. Her bloody blade dripped onto the ground, and the tumult of battle faded into silence, amplifying the sound of blood droplets. Her gaze turned to the flag standing proudly behind her, a victorious smile illuminating her face, rendering the stars pale in comparison to her radiance. Look, the flag remains upright. We have triumphed, she declared to the remaining soldiers, who erupted in jubilant cheers, raising their weapons in celebration. Soon after, reinforcements arrived, aiding the wounded in clearing the battlefield. A general approached the woman, respectfully saluting, General Ling, we have arrived too late. Suppressing her voice, she touched the jade pendant at her waist and replied with a bright smile, no matter. From afar, Huang Wenqing observed this scene, smiling before losing consciousness. Yet, he fancied he could hear her voice approaching him. She must have mistaken him for a soldier and brought him to the medical team for treatment, allowing him to remain in the camp. However, he never saw her again. Despite his relentless search, he was too young and lacking in capability. 2 years later, he left the camp, and a year after that, during a mission, he heard news of the Ling family's prodigy, a remarkable individual who had concealed her identity from her family and the royal court, donning armor to take her father's place in the military. Upon learning this, he abandoned his mission to investigate further, but the information came solely from the lips of outlaws, yielding no results when he sought confirmation from others. Moreover, by that time, the Ling family had already fallen from grace, the new emperor's ascension coinciding with their decline within a mere year. Chapter 73. Did he not truly love her? The information he managed to glean was only a fragment of the truth, extracted through ruthless interrogation of the old officials of the court. These events transpired during his second year in the military, a year marked by a significant upheaval in the imperial capital. Few were privy to the affairs of the Ling family, whose demise had occurred scarcely a month prior, as if they had never existed. Buried deep beneath the sands of time, Huang Wenqing found himself at a standstill. Whenever he inquired if anyone had heard of a woman who had taken her father's place in the military, those who had any knowledge recoiled in terror, offering no more than bewildered denials. A decade slipped away in a blur. Over time, he began to doubt the veracity of the tidings he had once overheard from a drunken fugitive, as he could find no substantial evidence to support them. He searched for her for 14 long years, and just as he was on the brink of surrender, he spotted a petite figure in a tavern, adorned with the very jade pendant he had long sought. Yet, the proud spirit she once possessed seemed utterly diminished, replaced by an air of affluent domesticity. Disguised as a man, she had lost the essence of the person he had pursued for so long. Nonetheless, he could not let this opportunity slip away and stealthily followed her. To his dismay, he soon discovered that the room she entered was fraught with an unsettling aroma. Sensing danger, he burst in, only to find the woman in a state of disorientation, ensnaring him like a dying fish drawn to water. And the door sealed shut behind them. The potency of the drug was overwhelming. After just a few breaths, he felt his strength waning while the woman's grip remained unyielding. They collapsed together onto the floor, and amidst the haze of desire that had lain dormant for nearly 30 years, he succumbed to his long-buried yearning. As he regained his senses, he gradually established a rapport with her, learning that she was now the highly favored consort Wu. Perhaps his self-hypnosis had convinced him that she was indeed the one he had sought, for every time doubt flickered within him, he instinctively suppressed it deep down. He had intended to continue this delusion indefinitely. Yet, his brother Huang Shanqing shattered this fragile illusion, exposing the truth he was reluctant to accept. Huang Wensheng found it inconceivable to accept this reality. How could he betray her? Did he not love her? What had compelled him to act in such a manner? Perhaps it was the primal urges of man, or perhaps the resentment built over 14 fruitless years of pursuit demanded an outlet. Or perhaps the mere fact that he was closer to her through that woman was enough to justify his actions. Enough, Huang Wenqing said, his eyes tinged with crimson, his voice hoarse. With a grim expression, he addressed Xiao Han. I must take my leave. He departed abruptly, with Huang Shanqing in pursuit. Mu Yinjiao furrowed her brow, sensing that Huang Wenqing's departure was far from a mere exit. An intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Xiao Han leaned against the window, observing the two departing figures with an amused smile. It seems you are quite well versed in these matters, Mu Yinjiao remarked, contemplating his formidable and extensive mercenary network. Merely a cursory understanding of court affairs, Xiao Han replied humbly. In due course, Mu Yinjiao realized that Xiao Han's modesty was justified. His grasp of intelligence was indeed impressive compared to that of other nations. She swirled the tea in her cup and inquired, "Is this for the crown prince?" Xiao Han glanced at Mu Yinjiao's exquisite visage. She was astute, but this time, his motives extended beyond merely assisting Feng Zhanyi, encompassing her as well. Indeed, he confessed, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his elongated eyes. The timing is simply fortuitous. A dual advantage, a clever scheme involving the ninth prince. Mu Yinjiao set her cup down, studying Xiao Han's gentle countenance, which exuded an unassuming charm that could easily lull one into complacency. Surprisingly, the princess has quite captivated me. This dual advantage seems less significant than it appears, Xiao Han teased, his smile warm as spring sunshine. It was merely a stroke of luck. I happened to save Huang Shanqing's life. Who could have predicted that the consort's lover would turn out to be my brother? It merely served to repay my debt of gratitude, Mu Yinjiao replied gracefully, her sleeves fluttering as she spoke. She harbored no fears that Xiao Han would approach Huang Shanqing for clarification. It was evident that the palace would remain tumultuous for the foreseeable future, and he likely had no inclination to delve into such trivial matters. By the time he sought answers, she would likely have vanished with her divorce papers, wandering far away. Her response left no room for further inquiry, neatly sealing off any avenues for exploration. After bidding farewell, Xiao Han took a seldom-trodden path, arriving at a resplendent palace. He raised his gaze to the grand characters inscribed above the entrance, Fenghuan Hall, before stepping inside. Within, a woman clad in simple white robes, her hair adorned with a modest jade pin, sat gracefully on a phoenix couch, brewing tea. Without glancing up, she beckoned, "Come, sit." Despite her casual demeanor, Xiao Han conducted himself with decorum, bowing respectfully. Xiao Han pays his respects to Her Majesty, the Empress. "Do not stand on ceremony. Come closer," she replied, pouring a fragrant cup of tea and placing it before him, gesturing for him to sit. Once seated, the Empress poured herself a cup, inhaling the delicate aroma before speaking. "You seek me today for a reason, do you not? Your Majesty is astute. Indeed, I have nothing to conceal from you." Xiao Han replied with a playful smile. Enough with the banter, the Empress interjected with a gracious smile. "Are you here to plead on behalf of your wife, or is there another matter at hand?" Chapter 74. My princess wishes to part ways with me. Xiao Han suppressed his playful demeanor and, with a hint of seriousness, remarked, "There is something else I must inform you of, and it is time you knew. However, I also have a request." He took a sip of tea, savoring its aromatic flavor, which was both slightly bitter yet sweet, indicative of fine quality. Feng Zhanyi's fondness for tea was inherited from his mother, Lingya. Lingya, with her exquisitely defined brows and eyes, lifted her gaze slightly, inhaling the fragrance of the tea. "What is it?" she inquired. "My princess wishes to dissolve our marriage, yet I have no desire to wed again. The complexities of marriage are too burdensome, and thus I require the Empress's assistance," Xiaohan said, his words tinged with subtlety. Lingya chuckled, her nearly 40 years of age not diminishing her youthful appearance, though the lack of vivacity had lent her an air of grace and poise. "So, you are reluctant to part ways, is that correct?" Xiaohan hesitated momentarily with his teacup in hand. Lingya, discerning his desires, pressed further with a straightforward inquiry, leaving him no room to maneuver. He managed to smile, uncertain about his own feelings. His aversion to women had been well understood by both Lingya and Feng Zhani. Yet, for the time being, he did not harbor any dislike for that woman, and thus he nodded in affirmation. "Very well, whatever you propose, I shall assist you. Moreover, I truly do not wish for you to remain alone. You need not use the information you intend to share with me as leverage to seek this favor," Lingya stated earnestly, setting down her teacup. "Now, tell me what it is that concerns me." She sensed that the matter was of considerable significance. Otherwise, Xiaohan would not have risked entering the palace, which was currently under heightened vigilance, to seek her out alone. Historically, he had always disguised himself as a guard accompanying Feng Zhani during his visits. "This matter indeed pertains to you. Do you recall 15 years ago when you saved a boy of about 15 on the battlefield?" Xiaohan also set his cup down and sat up straight. "I seem to have a dim recollection. He was clad in black, but wore the helmet of Ling Kingdom's soldiers. In the heat of battle, I assumed he was one of them and rescued him. After the victory, I noticed him lying on the ground, and upon seeing his black attire, I felt something was amiss. Yet, having witnessed him aiding in the fight against the enemy, I ordered the soldiers to take him to the camp for treatment. I was then summoned back to the imperial capital before I could visit him. How does this relate to him?" Lingya pondered, somewhat perplexed as to why Xiaohan would bring this up. "Yes, it is indeed connected," Xiaohan affirmed. "What is it then?" Lingya pressed. 10 years ago, I took charge of the mercenary guild and discovered his file within the guild's records. His profile indicated that after a failed mission a year after joining, he enlisted as a soldier for 2 years before returning to mercenary work. This caught my attention, and upon further investigation, I learned that he had been searching for you from that year until last year," Xiaohan explained. "Wait," Lingya interjected, raising a hand to pause the conversation. "Last year? So, the white jade lock you borrowed was to convey my whereabouts to him? Yet, I have seen no one come seeking me. Therefore, you must have given the lock to someone else and manipulated the situation to make him believe I was another person, specifically Wu Fu, the concubine Wu, correct?" "The Empress truly lives up to her title," Xiaohan praised with a smile. Upon realizing her deduction was accurate, Lingya swiftly connected the recent events in her mind. Feeling a renewed sense of the formidable nature of Xiaohan, he had initiated plans much earlier than she had presumed. However, it seemed that the timing of this scheme was not yet ripe. This web you have spun should not be drawn in just yet. Was your sudden decision influenced by your princess? Lingya maintained her composure, recognizing Xiaohan's formidable character while feeling reassured that he was an ally, not an adversary. "Perhaps, but it seems my lady has already made her own decisions, leaving me with little to do," Xiaohan replied, a hint of regret in his tone. "Nonetheless, your current actions suggest you intend to further influence the situation, do you not?" Lingya remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Xiaohan, it appears you have developed feelings. I am genuinely pleased for you." Xiaohan was taken aback. Had he truly developed feelings? Was it even possible? Reflecting on his recent behavior, which diverged from his usual self, he collected his thoughts and replied, "I am merely rectifying the wrongs inflicted upon Zhang Yi in the past." "You are reading too much into it." Lingya chuckled, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. "We shall see. Someone is likely to come seeking you in the next few days. Do not be alarmed." "I understand. I suspect that person is indeed the boy. If he were unaware of the truth, you would not have come to inform me," Xiaohan responded. "Indeed," he said, pouring himself another cup of tea and taking a sip. "Are you not displeased that I used your affairs with him to orchestrate all of this? At this point, what could be done? Anger would only bring unnecessary distress." Over the past decade in the Fenghuan Palace, Lingya had long since come to terms with such matters. Now that Xiaohan had candidly revealed the situation to her, the outcome had already been determined, and there was nothing she could alter. Why should she allow herself to be upset over someone she barely knew, especially when it concerned a man she had known for over a decade? Moreover, Xiaohan's actions were ultimately for her and Zhang Yi's benefit. With Xiaohan's abilities and influence, he could have soared to great heights. Yet he remained grounded for their sake. "Thank you," Xiaohan expressed, acknowledging that aside from his own mother, Lingya was the only woman he held in high esteem. After Huang Wencheng departed from the west courtyard, he skillfully evaded all guards and maids, making his way directly to the Fu Wan Palace. At that moment, the palace was deserted save for Wu Fu and her personal maid. The opulence that once characterized the palace now faded into an air of desolation and melancholy. Upon entering the palace, Wu Fu's maid coincidentally emerged. Seeing a figure clad in black accompanied by a maid, she screamed in terror. "Ah, who are you? Someone, help! There are assassins! Save me!" Before she could complete her cry, Huang Wencheng swiftly leapt behind her, seizing her shoulder and throwing her back, causing her to crash against a gilded pillar, striking her head and drawing blood. The maid, upon feeling the warmth of her own blood, fainted in shock. Wu Fu, startled by the commotion, instinctively retreated under her covers, only peeking out when the bed curtains were torn aside and her quilt was lifted, forcing her to open her eyes to the intruder. Chapter 75. If I am to suffer, I shall ensure you suffer as well. This revelation left her trembling even more, her mind racing but failing to grasp why the person who nearly choked her to death last night was now masquerading as a palace maid. With quivering lips, she pleaded, "Please, spare me. The child. My frail health means I have been on medication for too long, and it has already harmed the fetus. Even if I don't terminate the pregnancy, the child cannot be born." "Hand over the jade pendant," Huang Wencheng commanded, devoid of any curiosity to even glance at Wu Fu. Nor did he inquire where she had acquired the pendant. He instinctively knew it was Wu Fu who had stolen it. It's in the second drawer on the right side of the dressing table, inside a red sandalwood box," Wu Fu stammered, pointing in the direction with trembling fingers. Huang Wencheng promptly searched as instructed and indeed found the white jade pendant within the box. After a fleeting glance, he closed the box and held it tightly, asking, "Where did you steal this pendant from?" Wu Fu's grip on the blanket tightened, her knuckles turning white. Aware that these two men had no time for her further ramblings, she replied, "I did not steal it, but I have seen an identical pendant on the Empress. When she first entered the palace to be conferred as a consort, she noticed such a jade pendant adorning the Empress, exquisite in appearance, with a lustrous jade and meticulous craftsmanship. She had taken special note of it. A year ago, she could not recall how she had come into possession of this pendant, but it seemed to have appeared after she had disguised herself as a man to seek out her lover outside the palace. Uncertain of its origins, she had never ventured into Fenghuan Palace and was unsure if it was indeed the Empress's pendant. Given that the jade was undeniably of fine quality and no reports of missing items had circulated from Fenghuan Palace, she decided to keep it. Yet, the thought that the Empress possessed an identical one unsettled her, fearing that others might accuse her of imitating the Empress, prompting her to conceal it. But now, reflecting on her entanglement with this man, did it all stem from this jade pendant? If this pendant did not belong to the Empress, then regardless of whether the Empress had one, this man might react accordingly. Should the Empress possess such a pendant, he would likely treat her similarly as he had before. After all, this pendant appeared to hold significant importance for him, akin to a token of love. If the Empress were to see the pendant, she would undoubtedly claim it as hers. After all, the two pendants were identical. Wouldn't the man stir up trouble? Regardless of the outcome, if the Emperor were to discover it, the Empress would surely face disgrace. The Emperor had long wished to depose her, but the Empress had committed no faults, residing quietly in Fenghuan Palace like a nun, making it difficult to find grounds for her removal. "Ah, Lingya, if I am to suffer, I shall ensure you suffer as well. Just wait and see." "Brother, do you think what she said is true?" Huang Shanxing inquired as he and Huang Wencheng exited Fenghuan Palace. "Only by investigating will we know," Huang Wencheng replied. "You should return to the young master. I will be back shortly." "All right, brother, take care," Huang Shanxing said. Fenghuan Palace. The entire palace courtyard exuded an air of tranquility, serene and deserted. Leaves falling as the wind blew. Yet, the courtyard appeared immaculate, not resembling an abandoned place. The main hall's doors were wide open, and a faint aroma of tea wafted from within, delicate and pleasing. Huang Wencheng leapt gracefully, pressing himself against the palace wall, intending to sneak in through the rear window. However, just as he was about to make his move, a crisp female voice rang out from inside. "Come in if you're here." So, the open door was awaiting his arrival? How did she know? With caution, Huang Wencheng stepped into the palace, his expression taut. Inside the main hall stood a woman clad in a simple white garment, her appearance cool and delicate. a stark contrast to the valiant figure she once was on the battlefield. Yet, her innate air of aloofness remained, now infused with a matured sense of gravitas. Her elegance undiminished by the passage of time. The steam swirling around her obscured her features, but her piercing, cold eyes captivated him. It is her. Truly, it is her. Huang Wensheng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his face lighting up in joy, yet he found himself at a loss for words, his fingers trembling subtly beneath his sleeves, his heart racing uncontrollably. Lingya cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Please, take a seat." Mechanically, Huang Wenqing moved to sit, but as soon as he did, he sprang up again, nearly toppling the tea table. Thankfully, he regained his balance swiftly, stuttering, "You." Lingya couldn't help but chuckle lightly, pouring him tea while saying, "I am Lingya. I once led troops in the Qinghai region. I presume you are the one who infiltrated the battlefield?" "Why, yes. That was me. I am Huang Wensheng," he stammered, feeling akin to a child in the presence of an unfamiliar adult, anxious and awkward, fearing he might leave a poor impression. "You need not be so tense. I assure you, I mean you no harm. Now, what brings you here?" Lingya said, her eyes softening with warmth, the steam from the boiling water enveloping her in an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. As he recalled his purpose for visiting, Huang Wenqing was overwhelmed by the weight of the past year's actions. Though he understood these matters had no bearing on Lingya and she might remain unaware, he felt an acute sense of shame. Akin to a man deeply in love yet finding himself entangled with another woman for reasons unknown, while his beloved remained blissfully ignorant, treating him as she always had. After a lengthy pause, Huang Wensheng retrieved the red sandalwood box from his sleeve, which he had taken from Wu Fu's palace, placing it on the tea table and opening it before her. "I am here to return your belongings." Lingya raised an eyebrow, glancing at the white jade pendant resting within the box. Expecting him to elaborate, she waited but received no further explanation. "Where did you find this jade pendant?" she inquired, already suspecting the truth but seeking confirmation. "In Fuwan Palace, Wu Fu, the favored consort, took your jade pendant." "I apologize for this," Huang Wenqing said, clenching his fists beneath his sleeves, striving for a calm and remorseful demeanor. Lingya smiled gently. "You need not apologize. This is not your fault." Chapter 76. Widely known. "No, it concerns me. I am the infamous man associated with Wu Guifei, whose name has been circulating widely today." Huang Wenqing suppressed his rapid breaths, his fists clenched until pale, stumbling over his words. Ever since he discovered that Wu Fu was not the person he had once known, he realized he no longer had the right to profess his love for her, nor the standing to pursue her. It was better to lay everything bare, allowing her to glean at least a semblance of his character. "Oh," Lingya feigned ignorance, smiling as she candidly confessed, "To be honest, I do possess a white jade lock, but it is merely a replica. One could argue it is not entirely false, as the materials are identical. However, it has been crafted to resemble my own." Lingya pointed delicately at the red sandalwood box upon the tea table. A year prior, when Xiao Han had borrowed the white jade lock from her, she had inquired about the purpose of the request, but he had remained evasive, merely stating that the borrowing period would be quite lengthy. This revelation did not divulge his intentions, but subtly hinted at the protracted duration of his need. Therefore, should the white jade lock hold great significance for her, she could discreetly commission a duplicate, as Xiao Han had approached her a month or two in advance, providing ample time for the craftsman to create an identical piece. Thus, she had fashioned a replica, ultimately ceasing to inquire about Xiao Han's true motives for borrowing the lock. This particular white jade lock had been discovered amidst the chaos of battle, where she had found herself surrounded by enemy forces. After securing victory alongside her fellow soldiers, she promoted a remarkably skilled soldier to be her right-hand man. Surprisingly, during the year they spent together in the military, her disguise as a man went unnoticed until it was inadvertently revealed by the very assistant she had elevated. After over a month of their close companionship, their bond deepened rapidly. At the tender age of 16, while attempting to infiltrate the enemy camp to assess their strengths, they were pursued, and he had pulled her into a secluded cave. Fearing for their lives, she believed they would perish there that day. In a moment of desperation, he kissed her, leaving behind the white jade lock as he claimed he would divert the enemy's attention. He vanished, and she found herself unable to locate him thereafter. As she approached her 17th birthday, she rescued Huang Wenqing during a battle and took him back to the camp for treatment. After a week, when she finally had the opportunity to check on his recovery, she received an imperial edict summoning her back to the capital. Upon her return, she learned that her right-hand man was, in fact, a prince. He had been rescued by his loyal guards and had spent over 6 months recovering from his injuries. Their reunion occurred at her 17th birthday banquet, igniting their feelings anew. Their mutual affection blossomed rapidly, and within half a month, they had approached the emperor to request his blessing for marriage. When the emperor probed into the nature of their profound connection, their candid, unguarded personalities led them to divulge the story of their love. This revelation quickly became common knowledge throughout the city. Yet, even so, following the annihilation of the Ling family, what was once well-known faded into obscurity, swallowed by the depths of forgetfulness. Reflecting on this, a fleeting glimmer of pain and longing crossed Lingya's eyes. Huang Wencheng, perceptive yet resigned, could sense the unspoken truths behind her words, but all he could do was offer a wry smile. Ultimately, he departed, taking with him the replica of the white jade lock. After leaving Xiaohan's chamber, Mu Yanzhou returned to her own quarters. Upon entering, she was greeted by a cold voice. Has the matter been resolved? Recognizing the voice as that of the white fox, she acquiesced, closing the door behind her and replying, "It's nearly done. I have no further involvement." The white fox reclined on the bed, his eyelids drooping with fatigue, his tone noticeably weakened. "Come here," he beckoned. Concerned for his well-being, Mu Yanzhou approached, intending to assess his injuries. However, he restrained her hand with his claw and clarified, "My injuries are internal, not external. I require a period of dormancy, during which I shall transform into a white flower." Mu Yanzhou, still wearing the white flower after Rome he had departed, furrowed her brow in confusion. "You wish for me to keep you with me at all times?" "Indeed, I will remain aware of the events unfolding around me, though I will be unable to see anything. This is essential for my healing," the white fox explained. Before she could respond, a white luminescence enveloped him, and upon its dissipation, a white flower appeared atop her head. "White fox," Mu Yanzhou called out, eliciting no response. The white fox had ventured into something perilous, sustaining injuries that seemed graver than before. Contemplating the flower that embodied him, she noted its striking resemblance to the one adorning her head, save for the delicate purple hue of its stamen. After a moment's reflection on the faint purple, she recalled the white fox's dazzling violet eyes. She reinserted the flower and reclined on her bed, closing her eyes to sleep. An hour later, Mu Yanzhou awoke to the sound of Xiaohan knocking at her door. The aftermath of the events no longer concerned her, as they were now matters of the royal court. Xiaohan had come to inform her that she could depart the palace and return home in 2 hours. Mu Yanzhou nodded, stating, "I have nothing to pack. I am ready to leave at any time." Xiaohan replied, "I shall first speak with someone, and then we can return." "Very well," she agreed. The longer they lingered, the more perceptively Shuang would become, sensing something amiss and worrying for her. Xiaohan referred to Feng Zhani. Just as Feng Zhani was preparing to seek out Xiaohan for an update on the palace's affairs, he was surprised to find Xiaohan already present in his courtyard. "I was just about to look for you," Feng Zhani greeted with a smile. "What is the current state of affairs?" "The situation remains unresolved. However, it is no longer our concern," Xiaohan replied. Feng Zhani invited him to join for tea. Yet Xiaohan declined, stating, "I have come to inform you that Miss Mu and I will soon be leaving." Chapter 77. No suspicion towards outsiders though matters remain unresolved. They no longer concern us. Feng Zhani wished to invite Xiaohan for tea and conversation, yet Xiaohan declined with a wave of his hand, continuing, "I came to inform you that Miss Mu and I will be leaving shortly." "Resolving it so quickly? This is rather uncharacteristic of you." Feng Zhani expressed his surprise. Only yesterday, he had been aiding Xiaohan in stalling for time, and had even discreetly relayed some information to Xiao Yi to facilitate a rescue. If he was not mistaken, Xiaohan must have brought Huang Wencheng back this morning. So how could it be resolved so swiftly? Over the past few days, Feng Zhani had refrained from venturing outside to avoid suspicion while managing affairs. He had only sent one person to monitor the emperor's actions, striving to prevent the 9th prince's consort from being captured and subjected to harsh interrogation. If the emperor had not sought the 9th prince's consort, there would be no need for reports, thus averting the risk of drawing undue attention. Thus, even now, Feng Zhani remained largely unaware of the specific events transpiring outside. He had anticipated Xiaohan's return today and intended to discuss strategies with him. A gentle smile flickered across Xiaohan's features as he replied, "Yes. It has been resolved. We underestimated the capabilities of the 9th prince's consort." "Oh, was she the one who resolved this matter?" Feng Zhani asked, astonished. "Indeed," Xiaohan remarked with a knowing smile. In the end, Xiao Han departed the palace alongside Mu Yinjiao and Huang Wenqing, while Feng Zhenyi remained to address certain matters within the palace, leaving the emperor and concubine Wu to resolve their own issues. However, with the encouragement of Feng Zhenyi and Huang Wenqing, the situation had escalated somewhat, and the consequences for concubine Wu had grown more severe. Meanwhile, Queen Lingya remained aloof in the Fenghuan Palace, seemingly isolated from the world, indifferent to all happenings beyond its walls. At the ninth prince's residence, as Mu Yinjiao returned, she spotted Li Xuang waiting at the entrance. Her heart warmed. After disembarking from the carriage, she led Li Xuang back into the courtyard. "How have these past few days treated you?" Mu Yinjiao inquired with concern. Suddenly, Li Xuang recalled something, slapping her forehead as she exclaimed, "Ah, miss, there is indeed something. When you last returned, you specifically instructed me to disguise myself and investigate the mercenary guild. I went, and thankfully, there was nothing amiss. However, Lan Qing left me a letter, and I shall retrieve it now." The courtyard was tranquil, as the servants would not intrude without cause. The lively presence of Li Xuang brought a much-needed vibrancy to the otherwise quiet space. Under Mu Yinjiao's gentle gaze, Li Xuang hurried from the room, nearly tripping over the threshold. But Mu Yinjiao's quick reflexes prevented her from falling. Once Li Xuang regained her balance, she exhibited no sign of anxiety from her near tumble. With Mu Yinjiao by her side, she felt secure. No matter the situation, fear eluded her as she cheerfully handed the letter to Mu Yinjiao, saying, "Here's the letter, Mississippi. Please take a look." Mu Yinjiao accepted it with a nod, unfolding the letter to discover that soon there would be a significant escort mission requiring her personal involvement for safety. The journey would lead through the treacherous Yinshan and into the kingdom of Jin. While the specifics of the person being escorted remained vague, it was evident that they were of high status. After reading, Mu Yinjiao raised her eyes and met Li Xuang's curious yet anxious expression. Li Xuang, recalling her harrowing experience during their last mission, felt a surge of apprehension at the thought of such a perilous task being assigned to her mistress. Noticing Li Xuang's concern, Mu Yinjiao's previously furrowed brow softened, and she handed the letter back to Li Xuang to quell her curiosity, hoping to alleviate her fears and prevent undue distress. After reading the letter, Li Xuang instinctively sensed that this task would not be simple, especially with the necessity of traversing the dreaded Yinshan. "Miss, do you intend to accept this mission? It seems exceedingly perilous. Otherwise, why would it require your escort?" Li Xuang's perceptiveness had grown. The letter merely mentioned the escorting task and the Yinshan route, yet Mu Yinjiao speculated that crossing Yinshan would not be a mere formality. If they were only to pass by, there would be no need for her intervention. The entourage could easily skirt the outskirts without delving deep. However, Lan Qing's deliberate communication indicated that this escort was far more complicated than it appeared. The task offered a substantial reward, meriting consideration. "I shall contemplate it," Mu Yinjiao replied. Li Xuang, though trusting her mistress's judgment, still harbored reservations. "But this escort will take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. What if the ninth prince's residence discovers your absence, miss?" Mu Yinjiao reassured her, patting Li Xuang's shoulder. "There is no need for such worry. The affairs within the palace have been resolved. Now, as the day wanes, let us dine first, and I shall share something with you afterward." With her worries momentarily set aside, Li Xuang focused on her mistress's words regarding the palace affairs and the news she would soon reveal. After changing into more comfortable attire, Mu Yinjiao emerged to find the dining table already set with food, courtesy of Li Xuang, eagerly awaiting her arrival. As they dined in silence, Li Xuang's curiosity grew restless. Clearing her throat, she asked, "Miss, what is this palace affair you mentioned, and what do you wish to tell me? Which would you prefer to hear first?" Mu Yinjiao inquired. "Certainly the palace affair," Li Xuang promptly replied, eager to uncover the events that had delayed her mistress's return. Mu Yinjiao recounted her experiences within the palace. But when it came to the resolution, she merely stated that the truth had been uncovered, exonerating her from wrongful accusations. Her intention in sharing these palace matters was to enlighten Li Xuang about the treachery inherent in human nature. Despite enduring years of oppression in the Mu household, Li Xuang remained pure-hearted, believing that those who had wronged them were inherently villainous. For those outside their circle, as long as their safety was not compromised, Li Xuang felt no suspicion towards others. Chapter 78. This life will not betray Li Xuang for many years. Li Xuang and Mu Yinjiao endured oppression in the Mu residence, yet they maintained their benevolent hearts, naively believing that those who bullied them were inherently wicked. As for outsiders, Li Xuang harbored no suspicion unless her personal safety was threatened. She bore no grudge against Wu Fu, the imperial concubine, and even when she inadvertently witnessed a certain scene, she had no desire to expose it. She thought they could simply move on peacefully. However, Wu Fu took it upon herself to provoke Li Shuang, leaving her no choice but to reveal everything to the public. This incident served as a lesson for Li Shuang. She must remember to be cautious and vigilant with everyone, for while her intentions may be harmless, others may not share the same sentiment. Li Shuang felt a surge of fear, but fortunately, her lady had narrowly escaped this calamity, as if favored by the heavens. After a sigh of relief, she declared, "Rest assured, my lady, I shall heed your words. I will trust only you from now on. I will be cautious of others and ensure that no one can exploit any weaknesses." Indeed, Mu Yanzhou nodded in satisfaction, though she wished to add that her words should not be taken at face value. Yet, witnessing the unwavering trust in Li Shuang's eyes reminded her of her own past. How had she not also placed her faith in Su Chu's, only to be betrayed in the end for the sake of profit? Reflecting on this, Mu Yanzhou was determined that Li Shuang would not become the next victim of betrayal. She resolved to provide her with a beautiful future. She would never betray the trust Li Shuang placed in her. Her own struggles were hers alone to bear, but she could not treat others as she had been treated. Otherwise, how would she differ from Su Chu's? Mu Yanzhou vowed to never betray Li Shuang in this lifetime. "By the way, my lady, what is it you wish to tell me?" Li Shuang inquired. "I have already spoken with Prince Xiaohan. Once the matters within the palace are resolved, we shall part ways. I will seek him out tomorrow to finalize everything, thus alleviating your concerns." "That is splendid," Li Shuang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She had feared that if her lady accepted the mission, she would be unable to accompany her, as she must remain behind to protect her. However, with the impending separation, she could join her lady in the mission. How wonderful! They could face challenges together once more. Had Mu Yanzhou known the thoughts racing through Li Shuang's mind, she might have chuckled at the notion of finding joy in shared hardships. Was Li Shuang a masochist? With her around, Mu Yanzhou vowed to ensure no harm would befall her and that she would never undertake a task without certainty. "Ah, what is so wonderful?" A gentle voice, warm as the spring sun, unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Mu Yanzhou breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had not revealed too much. Meanwhile, Li Shuang was taken aback, her body stiffening as she sat frozen in place. Neither had anticipated Prince Xiaohan's silent arrival in the courtyard. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiaohan sat down on the stool beside Mu Yanzhou and helped himself to a bowl of soup. His demeanor was relaxed, devoid of any airs, which made Li Shuang feel at ease, causing her to forget the customary greeting. After Xiaohan spoke, Mu Yanzhou and Li Shuang lowered their heads in silence, quietly finishing their meal amidst the soft clinks of bowls and spoons. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Shuang dutifully cleared the table. As Mu Yanzhou intended to return to her room, Xiaohan reached out as if to stop her. She deftly evaded his grasp, her footsteps faltering as she inquired, "Prince Xiao, is there something you need?" "The Empress has decreed that we shall depart for the Rongqiao Academy in the Kingdom of Jin in 3 days. And your cooperation will be required," Xiaohan replied calmly. Mu Yanzhou recalled reading about the Rongqiao Academy in her books. It was regarded as the foremost institution of higher learning in the Kingdom of Jin, akin to modern universities. However, the subjects taught there differed significantly, encompassing alchemy, beast taming, cultivation, talisman crafting, and the art of poison. These disciplines corresponded to the roles of alchemists, beast tamers, cultivators, talisman masters, and poison masters. Yet, in contemporary times, the profession of poison master had become nearly extinct due to its fearful reputation. Even the strongest individuals could fall victim to a subtle poison. While weaker poison masters were manageable, the stronger ones could cultivate and wield great power, instilling terror across the continent, as people lived in constant fear of untimely demise. This climate of dread persisted for an extended period, leading to the rise of resentment among cultivators, culminating in a full-scale war against the poison masters. To become a poison master required numerous conditions, and their numbers were already scarce. Though they possessed the ability to kill silently, they ultimately could not withstand the relentless onslaught of cultivators seeking their demise. Thus, a rumor spread that the scarcity of cultivators was a consequence of a curse cast by the continent's most powerful poison master before their death, foretelling the decline of cultivators, who would eventually face extinction like the poison master lineage. Conversely, alchemists were akin to modern-day physicians, dedicated to healing the sick by collecting spiritual herbs to refine potions. Beast tamers and talisman masters, as their titles suggest, pursued their respective crafts. The primary military strength of the Rongqiao Academy comprised cultivators and alchemists, indicating that the elite of the Kingdom of Jin were primarily cultivators and alchemists. Otherwise, given Jin's harsh northern climate, it would have been divided between the Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Kingdom long ago. However, the very severity of the environment meant that many rare, cold-resistant herbs were concentrated in the Kingdom of Jin. The Fire Kingdom's main populace consisted of cultivators and beast tamers, occupying fertile lands and rich terrains in the southwest, which facilitated their rapid military growth. The Spirit Kingdom, located in the southeastern waterways, boasted abundant natural resources, fostering a thriving development of cultivators and talisman masters. Chapter 79. He grew more reluctant to comply with her wishes. Mu Yinjiu pondered this, unable to suppress a slight furrow of her brow. Had the Empress issued a decree? When did this occur? Why had no one come to announce it? Wait, the destination is the Kingdom of Jin? What a coincidence. So this task was also assigned by the Empress? Or was it Xiaohan? If you do not believe me, the Imperial Edict is right here. You can examine it for yourself. Xiaohan cast a calm gaze upon Mu Yinjiu's serene countenance. Mu Yinjiu glanced at the Imperial Edict Xiaohan had handed over but did not take it, instead stepping into the room and stating, "Understood, I shall cooperate fully, but I hope you can expedite what you have promised." Regardless of who had issued this task, be it the Empress or Xiaohan's ulterior motives, as long as she bore the identity of Mu Yinjiu, she could not resist this imperial command. A hint of a smile appeared on Xiaohan's handsome face as he leisurely retrieved the edict. It seemed his wife was quite eager to distance herself from him. However, what could he do? He found himself increasingly unwilling to fulfill her desires. The following morning, Mu Yinjiu instructed Li Suang to remain in the residence and to keep a vigilant eye on Xiaohan. She then changed her attire and left the estate of the Ninth Prince. Tailor shop. The proprietor, initially dozing with his head resting on his hand at the counter, was immediately roused when he caught sight of a man clad in black, adorned with a white veil hat, entering. He could not comprehend why this individual, clearly a woman, chose to disguise herself as a man, managing to evade any suspicion regarding her gender. Had she not revealed her true identity previously, he would still be unable to believe that the person before him was female. After a moment of astonishment, the proprietor quickly descended from his high stool and approached Mu Yinjiu, respectfully exclaiming, "Ah, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine how anxious I have been with your money in my possession these past few days. Please wait, I shall fetch it for you immediately." Mu Yinjiu responded softly. Soon, the proprietor returned with the money, securely wrapped, and handed it to Mu Yinjiu. He then asked, "Would you like to count it now?" Mu Yinjiu weighed the bag filled with gold and replied contentedly, "No need, I trust you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Of course. Please, do carry on," the proprietor hastily replied, fearful of wasting the time of someone so significant. As he watched her retreating figure amidst the bustling crowd, a sense of gratitude and reflection washed over him. Mu Yinjiu's words had deeply moved him. In this metropolis where trust was scarce and often overshadowed by deception and trickery, her faith in him was invaluable. Others might have hastily demanded an immediate reckoning, or even sought to swindle him further. Yet this woman had bestowed upon him immense trust and respect, ensuring his financial security for the rest of his life. Alas, why had he once resorted to deceit over a mere few taels of silver? It was truly unwise. Should you ever require garments or similar items in the future, do not hesitate to come to me. I will charge you nothing. The proprietor called out excitedly to Mu Yinjiu. She raised her hand in acknowledgement, indicating that she would. Mercenary Guild. Upon spotting a familiar figure, Lan Qing immediately abandoned his task and approached with enthusiasm. "Young Master Wu Wang, you have finally arrived." Mu Yinjiu offered a soft and followed Lan Qing into a private room. As soon as they entered, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air. Without needing to glance, Mu Yinjiu already knew who was seated within. Chapter 80. Why her? Upon entering the private room, one is greeted by a delicate yet fragrant aroma of tea, and without needing to glance, one can discern the identity of the individuals within. Lan Qing slightly bows and clasps his hands respectfully, addressing the assembly. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, and young Master Wu Wang, please continue your conversation." With that, Lan Qing withdraws and closes the door behind him. "Young Master Wu Wang, please take a seat," Feng Zhanyi remarks, turning his gaze towards Mu Yinjiu, who graciously replies, "Thank you, Your Highness." She moves to the nearest chair, placing herself a meter away from Xiaohan and Feng Zhanyi, who sit by the window. Having encountered Mu Yinjiao in similar circumstances on several occasions, both Xiao Han and Feng Zhanyi no longer find it peculiar. Xiao Han pours a cup of tea and offers it to Mu Yinjiao, speaking gently, "Young Master Wu Wang, I presume Lan Qing has informed you about the escort mission. I would like to know if you are willing to accept it." "This task may prove challenging for Wu Wang," Mu Yinji replies, declining the tea. Accepting this mission would greatly inconvenience her, as she cannot be in two places at once. Feng Zhanyi is taken aback by her refusal, as the difficulty of this task is comparable to that of the previous LL Angua mission, which also involved traversing the treacherous Yanshan. Moreover, this mission includes others. With a reward akin to that of LL Angua, why would she decline? Feng Zhanyi, concealing his confusion, encourages, "Young Master Wu Wang, why not reconsider? The task entails merely ensuring the safety of the ninth prince and his consort as they journey to the Jin Kingdom. My mother has commissioned this mission so that they may retrieve a treasured artifact. However, neither the ninth prince nor his consort possesses martial prowess. Might you, for my sake, accept the task of escorting them to the Jin Kingdom? This is a task from the Empress?" Mu Yinjiao contemplates for a few moments. Indeed, the difficulty of this task is somewhat lesser than the previous two. Should she refuse, the attention of these two would undoubtedly shift towards her, risking her identity being exposed, something that must remain concealed for now. The Crown Prince's words subtly offer her an avenue of escape. Both individuals are formidable, and they are clearly intent on persuading her to undertake this mission. Yet, is the situation truly as straightforward as it appears? Why must it be her? Is it merely for safety and assurance? She hardly believes Xiao Han is as fragile as he seems. After a brief pause, Xiao Han maintains a steady grip on the teacup, not a single drop spilling as he presents it before her. Slowly, Mu Yinjiao extends her hand and accepts the cup. Xiao Han smiles softly, exuding warmth akin to the gentle sun, masking the complexities of his inner thoughts beneath a veneer of elegance. "Then I must extend my gratitude to your highness for your trust in me." Mu Yinjiao lifts her teacup, offering a silent toast to Feng Zhanyi. With a hearty laugh, Feng Zhanyi raises his cup in kind, mirroring her gesture before consuming the warm tea in one gulp. In her graceful demeanor, Mu Yinjiao exudes an air of nonchalance, inadvertently spilling a bit of tea onto the floor, her hooded attire complicating her ability to drink, especially with Xiao Han seated so close. Observing this, Xiao Han chuckles. "Then I too must express my gratitude to young Master Wu Wang. With your involvement, I feel considerably more at ease on this journey with the ninth prince's consort." Chapter 81. I only appear when there is no danger. Mu Yinjiao had long been aware of Xiao Han's true identity, though she feigned ignorance. At this moment, she seemed momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and saying, "Oh, so you are the ninth prince. Yet, this appears to differ somewhat from the rumors circulating outside. How unexpected." "Ha ha ha." Feng Zhanyi laughed heartily, remarking that rumors were hardly trustworthy. Mu Yinjiao concurred, "Indeed. By the way, you are not yet aware of who else is joining us on this escort mission, are you?" Feng Zhanyi inquired. Mu Yinjiao lowered her voice, replying, "No. These individuals should be familiar to you. Your last mission with the illusory zither was completed alongside them," Feng Zhanyi stated. Mu Yinjiao gazed at the teacup in her hands. Recalling the members of that previous team, she found the team leader, Ling Xing, to be satisfactory, while the others were acceptable but, having worked together previously, the mission seemed fraught with danger. This time, she intended for Li Suang to take her place. Ordinary individuals and beasts posed no threat to Li Suang, and should they encounter formidable mystical beasts, she would enlist Qiu Chan's assistance. However, Ling Xing appeared to be a different matter altogether, and she feared he might sense something amiss, leaving Li Suang ill-equipped to handle it. Yet, it is often said that the most perilous situations can yield unexpected safety. Noticing Mu Yinjiao's prolonged silence, both men assumed it was due to her dissatisfaction with the previous mission, prompting Xiao Han to speak first. "Rest assured, this time the circumstances will be entirely different. That individual has been demoted by the Mercenary Guild. The team now comprises 5 members, and we have yet to find a replacement. However, team leader Ling Xing has advanced to a high-level practitioner, so the team's strength has only increased." Upon hearing Xiao Han's words, Mu Yinji was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure, responding with satisfaction, "That is excellent news. He will make a formidable ally." "Indeed." Xiao Han agreed with a smile. However, Mu Yinjiao had more to express. Xiao Han, displaying remarkable patience, responded in a tone as refreshing as spring. "Does young Master Wu Wang have any further requests?" Mu Yinjiao nodded, slowly articulating, "I do have one request." Feng Zhani promptly interjected. "What is your request?" "We shall certainly fulfill it, provided it is within our means." With a light chuckle, Mu Yinjia replied. "The mission states the need for protection during the escort. However, my request is that if there is any danger, I shall not make an appearance. Young Master Wu Wang prefers to escort us in concealment rather than accompany the team." Xiao Han comprehended Mu Yinjiao's intent. Yet such an approach could render young Master Wu Wang even more vulnerable, particularly in the treacherous Yinshan region, where remaining undetected would prove challenging. If young Master Wu Wang were to encounter any peril, they would be oblivious to it. It seems Wu Wang's disposition aligns with what Lan Qing described: aloof, tranquil, and fond of solitude. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that her strength is indeed formidable enough to warrant such a demeanor. Indeed, Mu Yinjiao affirmed, her tone decisive and unassailable. Both Feng Zhani and Xiao Han felt a newfound respect for Wu Wang. Her tone conveyed not arrogance, but rather a compelling confidence that was hard to refute. Xiao Han remarked, "In that case, should danger arise, young Master Wu Wang, please fire the signal flare designated by the Mercenary Guild. This way, we can assist one another." Feng Zhani concurred. "Xiao Han speaks wisely. Very well, I shall express my gratitude to both of you," Mu Yinjiao said, setting down her teacup and bowing in thanks. Chapter 82. The arrival of silly Rongqing. Feng Zhani remarked, "Xiao Han is not mistaken." "Well then, I must extend my gratitude to both of you," Mu Yinjiao said, setting down her teacup and clasping her hands in thanks. This expression of gratitude was indeed warranted, as it represented a bond of trust. Xiao Han's words conveyed his belief that she would not exploit the pretext of invisibility to abscond. Just moments prior, she had declined the task, clearly indicating her reluctance. Nevertheless, the two of them did not dwell on this minor detail. Instead, they had faith that once she accepted, she would remain true to her word. Perhaps this marked the distinction between them and others? Otherwise, how could they have ascended to their current stature? As the afternoon wore on, in the residence of the ninth prince, Li Shuang busied herself in the courtyard, sweeping fallen leaves to the roots of the trees. Upon seeing Mu Yinjiao emerge from her room clad in a simple, pristine white dress, she immediately set aside her broom and joyfully exclaimed, "Miss, you have finally returned." "Indeed," Mu Yinjiao replied, observing the innocent girl whose face and eyes betrayed her excitement. Feeling her spirits lift, she inquired, "Has anything transpired today?" Li Shuang shook her head, responding, "No, the courtyard has been as tranquil as usual. Aside from the maidservants delivering meals, no one dares to approach." However what? Mu Yinjiao asked, noticing the slight distress on Li Shuang's delicate face. "However, the one who killed Grandma came by." "What?" Mu Yinjiao questioned, alarmed. Fearing that the mention of such a tragedy would sadden her mistress, Li Shuang quickly amended, "But that silly Rongqing came by. What did she want?" Mu Yinjiao scrutinized Li Shuang from head to toe, anxious to ascertain if she had been harmed. Seeing her mistress's concern, Li Shuang felt warmth in her heart and hurriedly reassured her, "Miss, do not worry. Last time she was no match for me. Moreover, this time is no different. So I am unharmed. However, she did leave me 2 vials of elixirs, claiming one was an antidote and the other a healing potion." As she spoke, Li Shuang produced 2 porcelain vials sealed with red cloth from her pocket and handed them to Mu Yinjiao. Upon receiving them, Mu Yinjiao swiftly uncorked one of the vials. And as the cork was removed, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, swiftly permeating the courtyard. It was evident that these elixirs were no ordinary concoctions. In a flurry, Mu Yinjiao recapped the vial, though the scent lingered, drawing the attention of various birds soaring above. The birds perched in the trees became animated, chirping joyfully, momentarily enlivening the serene courtyard. As Li Shuang inhaled the medicinal fragrance, she felt as though she had been rejuvenated, her spirit uplifted. "Miss, is this truly an elixir?" she asked, astonished. Initially, upon hearing Rongqing refer to them as elixirs, Li Shuang had been skeptical, for alchemists were rarer than cultivators in the Spirit Nation. There was but one alchemist, 3 in the Fire Nation, and around 100 in the Gold Nation, while the status of alchemists in smaller nations remained unclear. Nonetheless, she had heard of the rarity of elixirs during her time in the Mu residence. When Rongqing mentioned that these were 2 vials of elixirs, Li Shuang had assumed that Rongqing, believing her to be a mere maidservant, had feigned ignorance to deceive her. Chapter 83. The Bullying of Her Maid. When Rongqing mentioned that these were 2 bottles of elixirs, Li Shuang assumed that Rongqing, thinking her a mere maid, believed she was ignorant and was deliberately trying to deceive her by referring to them as elixirs. She thought the bottles merely contained powdered medicine. However, to her astonishment, Rongqing's words proved to be true. These were indeed elixirs. For over 10 years of her life, this was the first time Li Shuang had encountered such a thing. The Mu residence also possessed a bottle of elixir, but its medicinal aroma was overwhelmingly strong, a result of insufficient refinement. Nevertheless, that bottle was well hidden and meticulously protected. Mu Yinju remarked indifferently. She had read descriptions of elixirs in books, and based on her knowledge and intuition, she could ascertain that the grade of these elixirs was no less than third tier. Third-tier alchemists were exceedingly rare. What could Rongqing's true identity be? To so effortlessly produce such a quantity of third-tier or higher elixirs. Mu Yinju pondered while weighing the 2 bottles in her hand. Li Shuang, I shall rest for a while. Please call me when it's time for dinner, Mu Yinju instructed before retreating into her chamber with the elixirs. Li Shuang nodded in compliance. Understood, Mississippi. At dinner time. Knock, knock, knock. Li Shuang gently tapped on the door, calling softly, Miss? Mu Yinju, already of light slumber, awoke at the sound of knocking. She replied. Before long, Mu Yinju emerged. Noticing the absence of Li Shuang's usual welcoming gesture to invite her to sit. Confused, she lifted her gaze to the courtyard. The table was laden with an array of dishes, delectable aromas wafting through the air. Seated beside the table was Xiao Han, dressed in a light blue cloud-patterned robe. His demeanor gentle, smiling with a calmness that contrasted sharply with Li Shuang, who sat rigidly beside him, her small face taut with tension and lacking her usual vivacity. Mu Yinju furrowed her brows as she observed Xiao Han serving food to Li Shuang, whose expression was one of near tears as she looked towards Mu Yinju for assistance. A flicker of anger welled within Mu Yinju. How dare Xiao Han bully her maid? She approached, her voice soft and her movements gentle as she patted Li Shuang's back, reassuring her not to be so tense. You can move over, she advised. Immediately, Li Shuang scurried to another seat, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Mu Yinju took her place, her gaze sharp as she turned to Xiao Han with displeasure. Prince Jiu, it seems rather inappropriate to bully a mere maid. Don't you think? I was merely serving her some food. Is the princess now so angered with me because of a tinge of jealousy? Xiao Han responded, unfazed by Mu Yinju's glare. In fact, he found her fierce demeanor reminiscent of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, looking adorably ruffled. This lively version of her was far more enchanting than her usual composed and aloof self. He chuckled softly, akin to the gentle trickle of a spring stream breaking through the ice, clear and soothing. He reached out, wishing to calm the ruffled cat. But his hand was swatted away by hers. Rather than feeling vexed, he maintained a warm, tender gaze, enveloping her with a soft affection, as if hoping to thaw the icy demeanor she projected. Mu Yinju felt increasingly uncomfortable under his watchful gaze, fearing that if she continued to meet his eyes. Chapter 84. Entangled in Flowers. Easily exhausted Mu Yinju felt a profound discomfort under his gaze, as if, with one more glance, she might unwittingly fall into the gentle trap he laid. Unable to withstand the intensity, she instinctively raised her hand to shield herself from his penetrating stare. Please, do not look at me in such a manner, she said coldly. Xiao Han chuckled softly, capturing her hand that sought to block his view. His gaze drifting momentarily to the trembling Li Shuang across from them, who immediately averted her eyes and focused intently on her meal. A melodic laugh escaped his throat, reminiscent of a babbling brook cascading over stones, bringing an air of lightness and joy. The princess has not denied it. Does this imply that she is indeed feeling jealous? Mu Yinju chose to ignore Xiao Han's teasing, her gaze fixed on the grip he had on her hand, her brows furrowing in frustration. This Xiao Han was far from the delicate figure he appeared to be. His strength was formidable, and no matter how fervently she struggled, she could not free herself from his grasp. Regardless of her efforts, he effortlessly countered her force with a subtle yet effective maneuver. After a prolonged internal contest, realizing she could not break free, Mu Yinju conceded. She cast a glance at Li Shuang, who, still startled, continued to devour her food with fervor and coldly remarked, If you are not here to dine, then you may take your leave. Xiao Han glanced regretfully at her delicate hand, now devoid of resistance, sighed quietly, and loosened his grip. The moment Mu Yinju sensed his release, she swiftly withdrew her hand and resumed eating, determined to ignore him. After a few bites, Xiao Han, with a smile, attempted to serve her a chicken leg. However, as it neared her bowl, she subtly shifted, causing the leg to tumble to the ground. A radiant smile graced Mu Yinju's exquisite face as she gently admonished, Ninth Prince, Your dexterity seems lacking. Dropping a chicken leg is quite the feat. Perhaps you should strengthen your arms instead of constantly pursuing frivolities, lest you suffer from exhaustion. Xiao Han's smile faltered momentarily, and he ceased his playful antics, opting for a quiet meal instead. Once the meal concluded, Li Xuang, with unprecedented swiftness, cleared the tableware in a flash and vanished, having taken on the duties of both serving and clearing away. Observing Li Xuang's hasty retreat, Mu Yinjiu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Such behavior would not suffice, especially with the impending task of escorting her in 2 days. Her confidence could easily betray her. It seemed imperative for her to have a candid discussion with Li Xuang that evening, to bolster her courage in a short span of time. Retracting her gaze, Mu Yinjiao addressed Xiao Han with a cold tone. Ninth Prince, your health is fragile, and it is unwise to roam freely between these 2 courtyards, which are quite distant. It would be best for you to remain in the Han courtyard and recuperate, lest you overexert yourself. A flicker of inscrutable meaning danced in Xiao Han's eyes as the corners of his mouth curved upwards, like ripples spreading across a tranquil lake. He spoke softly. I appreciate your concern, Princess. I am well aware of my own condition. However, to alleviate your worries and prevent undue anxiety that may lead to illness on your part, I believe it unnecessary to maintain this wall. Thus, the 2 courtyards shall be interconnected, allowing me to visit you and ensuring you are always aware of my health and activities. Chapter 85. No longer settling, Your Highness. What are your thoughts? Mu Yinjiu exclaimed. Had she misspoken? With a cold gaze, she remarked, why go to such lengths? Our union was merely one of circumstance. Once we fulfill your mission in the Golden Kingdom, we shall be even. I urge you to resolve the matter of our divorce swiftly, rather than prolonging it. Xiao Han's smile faltered for a brief moment before transforming into a gentle, spring-like expression. If that is the case, we are both solitary beings. Why not consider companionship for the remainder of our lives? I refuse to settle. With that airy declaration, Mu Yinjiu halted, stepped into her chamber, and closed the door with nary a hint of emotion. Uffed. This statement drifted into Xiao Han's ears, eliciting a chuckle from him. What a resolute refusal to settle. Henceforth, he would ensure she no longer had to compromise. That evening, Mu Yinjiu summoned Li Xuang to her chamber. Li Xuang, I have a task I need you to undertake, she stated with utmost seriousness. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Li Xuang promptly replied, Miss, what is it? I assure you, I shall accomplish whatever you require. Come here. Mu Yinjiu gestured for Li Xuang to sit at the bedside. Once Li Xuang was settled, Mu Yinjiu leaned in and whispered, You shall escort me on this mission. Oh no, that is impossible, miss. I cannot do it. Li Xuang hurriedly waved her hands. This task has fallen upon me, but the escort will be you and Xiao Han. Therefore, I must rely on you. When the time comes, I will assert that you cannot accompany us. You will disguise yourself as Wu Wang. I have said it before, if there is no danger during the escort, Wu Wang will not appear. Thus, all you need to do is show your face at the outset, Mu Yinjiu softly explained. No, I cannot do this, Mississippi. Li Xuang was filled with anxiety and concern. She truly felt incapable of impersonating Wu Wang. You need not fear exposure. Simply refrain from speaking and maintain a straight posture. You shall stand tall and steady, Mu Yinjiu assured her. There is no need for concern. Should any danger arise, I will have Qiu Chong intervene. And I will be there as well. Neither of us shall come to harm. But miss, I cannot possibly be like you. I cannot masquerade as Wu Wang. Li Xuang lamented, acutely aware of her limitations. Even if she were no longer someone whom others could easily bully, her inherent sense of inferiority and self-doubt persisted. Mu Yinjiu grasped Li Xuang's shoulders, her gaze resolute. Li Xuang, look at me. What do you see in my eyes? Li Xuang raised her gaze to meet Mu Yinjiu's, and in that instant, she felt a profound sense of reassurance. The look conveyed trust, confidence, resilience, determination, and courage. She murmured, I see trust, courage, determination, and confidence. Do you believe in me? Mu Yinjiu inquired. Li Xuang nodded earnestly. Yes. Mu Yinjiu continued. From now on, if I am not by your side, you must learn to be strong and brave. If you cannot even do this, how can you emerge from despair and find me? Furthermore, if you do not grow stronger, will you become a burden in times of peril? Or will you rise to protect me? Chapter 86. Tear down if you wish. Li Xuang was momentarily taken aback. Her entire being ignited with fervor as if infused with a potent stimulant. Throughout their journey, it had always been the young lady safeguarding her. Yet she had long harbored the desire to protect her mistress in return. Her eyes, now glistening with determination, conveyed a resolute message. I must become stronger. With unwavering conviction, she declared, Mistress, I shall protect you. Therefore, I will undoubtedly grow stronger. Mu Yanjiu smiled with satisfaction and inquired, Do you believe you can achieve this? Without hesitation, Li Shuang responded, I can. I absolutely can. She was resolute in her conviction that she would never become a burden to her mistress. Well, that exudes confidence, Mu Yanjiu remarked, patting Li Shuang's shoulder in encouragement. Li Shuang, initially startled, was soon overwhelmed with excitement. Was this feeling she experienced just now confidence? With a gentle smile in her eyes, Mu Yanjiu looked at the spirited girl before her, whose newfound self-assurance was palpable. All right. It's time to return to your rest. Make sure to rejuvenate your spirits. Our mission begins in 3 days. Indeed. Mistress, you should also retire early. Li Shuang nodded enthusiastically. The following morning, Mu Yanjiu lay in bed, quietly listening to the brisk sounds resonating from outside. If her intuition served her right, the wall between this courtyard and the Han courtyard was being dismantled. Bang! A laborer, attempting to move 3 large mud bricks at once, inadvertently caused one to become dislodged. Splitting apart, the worker, unable to stabilize the load in time, relinquished his grip to save his feet. The resulting crash of the bricks hitting the ground was anything but subtle. Simultaneously, Mu Yanjiu and Li Shuang emerged from their respective rooms. Li Shuang, gazing at the wall now reduced to half its height, was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Why is the wall being torn down? The steward, accompanied by 6 workers, stood awkwardly as they regarded Mu Yanjiu and Li Shuang from the opposite courtyard. The young master had explicitly instructed them to exercise utmost caution, ensuring that they did not disturb the princess, as they intended to surprise her and her maid. Yet, at this moment, having been discovered, what were they to do? Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Han promptly exited his chamber, draped in a black fox fur, standing in the Han courtyard. His smile radiated warmth, and the tenderness in his gaze seemed capable of melting hearts. He greeted Mu Yanjiu from across the courtyard. Good morning, princess. As soon as Li Shuang noticed Xiao Han's presence, she discreetly retreated into her room, gently closing the door behind her. It was evident that the 9th prince had commanded the demolition of that wall. The reasons eluded her, but she sensed something peculiar about the 9th princess' regard for her mistress. Could it be that he was smitten with her? But if that were the case, why would he flee from marriage? What if he were merely enchanted by her beauty? Oh no, she mused. She must not indulge in fanciful thoughts that could bring misfortune upon her mistress. What if their actions were merely a ruse for others to witness? Much like at the last banquet, Mu Yanjiu chose not to acknowledge Xiao Han, and upon seeing Li Shuang retreat to her room, she too followed suit, closing her door behind her. This was not her courtyard. His whims of demolition bore no significance to her. Ultimately, the wall was not completely dismantled, leaving a structure that stood at waist height. Chapter 87. The unforeseen has arrived in the end. The wall was not entirely demolished. It was constructed to a height that reached the waist of a standing person, allowing those within the 2 courtyards to glimpse the activities of the opposite yard. The top of the wall was adorned with lush potted plants, while a gate of modest width was left on the left side. In the subsequent days, Xiao Han would enter Mu Yanjiu's courtyard through this gate, often sharing meals and provisions. 3 swift days passed. One morning, Mu Yanjiu quietly sought out Li Shuang, who appeared to be somewhat anxious and fearful. However, she was markedly improved, at least able to remain seated. Mu Yanjiu inquired, Is the time nearly upon us? Are you prepared? Yes, I am ready, Li Shuang responded, meeting Mu Yanjiu's encouraging gaze. Her trepidation was instantly overshadowed by a surge of resolve as she nodded affirmatively. Then let us begin. After speaking, Mu Yanjiu retrieved the black garments and veil that had been placed in the wardrobe that fateful night. After adorning Li Shuang and fastening her veil and mask, they took advantage of the early winter's dim light, when night lingered long and days were short, and deftly climbed out of the window, with Mu Yanjiu gracefully supporting Li Shuang's waist as they leaped from the 9th prince's residence. They entered a modest hotel discreetly, where Mu Yanjiu instructed Li Shuang to sit near the window and cautioned, Remember what I told you that day. Do not be afraid. Understood. Li Shuang affirmed with unwavering determination. In this hotel, they awaited the approach of the 9th prince's carriage. Upon sighting it, Li Shuang was to exit through the back door, proceeding eastward down a narrow alley. After a right turn at an intersection, she would turn right again and continue straight until she encountered the fox mask stall she had seen before, then take a left into another alley, continuing until she reached the end where Lan Qin would be waiting. Due to Mu Yanjiu's request, Lan Qing was stationed there to assist in the transfer of the task, blending seamlessly into the escort team of Xiao Han and the ninth prince's consort. This brief appearance was intended to signal to the mercenary team and Xiao Han that the unforeseen had indeed arrived. Mu Yanjiu emerged from Li Shuang's room, appearing weary. After closing the door with a light chuckle, she ambled back to her own chamber, her steps somewhat unsteady. However, once the door was closed, her demeanor transformed. She moved purposefully to the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and resumed her slumber. Just then, Xiao Han exited his room and leaned against the doorframe, observing Mu Yanjiu with quiet contemplation. She appeared fatigued, reminding him of the coughs he had heard the previous night. Realizing that she had cared for her sick maid throughout the night, she seemed oblivious to his presence, and as he gazed at the firmly closed door, a soft smile graced his lips. Her maid's illness was fortuitous, ensuring their solitude together. Once everything was in place, Xiao Han approached Mu Yanjiu's door and knocked leisurely. Moments later, she opened the door, her hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin, some strands falling charmingly out of place, enhancing her beauty with an alluring sense of disarray. "It is time to depart," Xiao Han said, his heart swelling with joy at her appearance as he spoke gently. Chapter 88. No matter what, save her first. "It is time to depart," Xiao Han said gently, a surge of joy swelling within him as he gazed at her. Mu Yanjiu cast him a glance and replied, With that, she closed the door behind her and stepped out first. Xiao Han, feeling inexplicably elated at the sight of Mu Yanjiu, smiled and followed her. Once she entered the carriage, Mu Yanjiu nestled into a corner and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. This left Xiao Han with no opportunity to speak when he joined her. He silently observed her sleeping visage, her rhythmic breaths bringing a smile to his eyes. She appeared so fatigued that she could easily succumb to sleep. Noticing this, Xiao Han lifted the curtain and addressed the coachman. "Please proceed slowly and avoid bumpy roads as much as possible." The coachman, puzzled, noted that the young master typically demanded efficiency and speed. This was the first time he had been instructed to take things slowly. Despite his confusion, he respectfully replied, "Understood, young master." Meanwhile, within her mental realm, Mu Yanjiu summoned Qiu Chang. Upon sensing the slight increase in Qiu Chang's spiritual power, she spoke softly, "Qiu Chang, I require your assistance." Conversations within this spiritual domain were inaudible to those outside. "What is it?" Qiu Chang snorted haughtily. Finally, this woman had summoned it for a matter of significance, alleviating the discomfort of feeling indebted to her. "I have given an ice feather to a friend, and I currently possess an identity that I cannot reveal. Therefore, I need her to assume my alternate identity. Soon, we shall arrive at Nightmare Mountain. I would appreciate it if you could keep a vigilant eye on her, using the ice feather's aura, and intervene should she encounter peril," Mu Yanjiu explained. "And what will you be doing?" Qiu Chang inquired. "My alternate identity is to escort myself and my nominal husband to the kingdom of Jin. This is a course of action I have only recently come to accept. My safety is of no concern. Regardless of the circumstances, my priority is to ensure her safety," Mu Yanjiu reiterated firmly. "Very well, I understand," Qiu Chang replied with a dismissive snort before abruptly severing the connection. In the mercenary guild square, Ling Xing stood with his team of 5, aligned in formation. Upon seeing the carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the ninth prince's residence come to a halt, he led his team forward. Neither Xiao Han nor Mu Yanjiu exited the carriage. The curtain had been drawn up by the coachman, allowing them a view of the square. There were not many people present. Some appeared to be there to accept tasks, while others came to submit them. Mu Yanjiu seemed somewhat overwhelmed by the bright light streaming in, so she casually raised a hand to shield her face. Peering through her fingers, she narrowed her eyes to observe the surroundings. Though the square was not crowded, it was quite noisy. After a brief moment, a silence enveloped the area, only to be followed by an even louder cacophony. "Hey, did you see that?" "See what?" "The one next to Lord Lan Qing." "Oh, I see Lord Lan Qing now. What about it?" "The person clad in black, wearing a white veiled hat. Did you see them?" I see them. That is the one who ventured alone to Nightmare Mountain and retrieved the Yuling flower. Moreover, I have heard that he has formed a contract with the Qiu Chang beast." Chapter 89. Quite impressive, ah. You must be referring to the one called Wu Wang, right? "Yes, indeed. That is him." Mu Yanjiu peered through her fingers, gazing outward, where she beheld Lan Qing respectfully escorting the figure draped in black and white veils, Wu Wang, into the guild. An aura of formidable power surrounded him, and his upright stature commanded the gaze of onlookers. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Mu Yanjiu's lips. Quite impressive indeed. As Wu Wang made his entrance, nearly all eyes in the square gravitated towards him, including those of Xiao Han and his small troop. Wu Wang was merely making a fleeting appearance in the square, and thus he soon vanished from sight, eliciting a chorus of sighs and admiration from those who revered him. Seeing this, Xiao Han withdrew his gaze, nodded at Ling Xing, and addressed the coachman. "Let us depart." The coachman promptly replied, "Yes, young master." With that, he lowered the carriage curtain and diligently steered the horses away. Go. Once they exited the imperial capital, Mu Yinjiu, attuned to the sounds outside the carriage, discerned the presence of numerous individuals beyond Ling Xing and his small team. The rhythmic and powerful footsteps, accompanied by the clinking of armor, led her to surmise that a military contingent of over 300 was nearby. It seemed the queen had indeed issued an edict. Yet, was the queen of the spirit kingdom truly as uncherished as she appeared? Or did she possess hidden strength and a private army? If so, this queen was certainly not to be underestimated. If that were the case, why would she willingly endure poverty, confined to the Fenghuan Palace for a decade? Either she was biding her time or had ulterior motives. As noon approached, the carriage halted in front of an inn. According to Xiao Han's arrangements, they would have both lunch and dinner here and spend the night. The next day's journey would rely solely on provisions, with the following day leading them through a small border kingdom. After having lunch at the inn with Xiao Han and the others, Mu Yinjiu and Xiao Han each requested a room, leaving one for Wu Wang. The remaining rooms were to be shared among the escorting team, due to the large number of people and the inn's limited space. The over 100 remaining guests set up makeshift bedding on benches downstairs, creating quite a spectacle that left the innkeeper, his wife, daughter, and the attendant too intimidated to emerge from their quarters, fearful of offending such distinguished guests. The attendant stood rigidly at the front desk, hesitant to move, when suddenly, a man in black with a white veiled hat entered, his footsteps barely audible. Nevertheless, he quickly approached with a smile, advising, "Esteemed guest, we currently have no available rooms. Perhaps you might consider returning 50 miles back, where another inn awaits." Wu Wang glanced at the cluster of soldiers resting on the floor to his left before retracting his gaze, his voice devoid of emotion as he stated, "I am Wu Wang." Wu Wang. The attendant's heart raced at the recognition. This was the very individual the master had instructed to reserve a room for. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, greeting with utmost politeness and respect. "Ah, it is indeed Lord Wu Wang." Chapter 90. Increasingly capable of accomplishing tasks, he hastily changed his demeanor, addressing her with utmost courtesy and respect. "Ah, it is indeed Lord Wu Wang. Please forgive my lack of discernment in not recognizing you. I am truly sorry." "It is of no consequence," Wu Wang replied, waving her hand dismissively. It was merely that she had not introduced herself initially. "Thank you, Lord Wu Wang." The innkeeper, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly added, "Please, right this way." The innkeeper guided Wu Wang to the staircase, leading her upstairs and opening a room for her. Afterward, he said, "Lord Wu Wang, I shall go instruct the kitchen to prepare your meal." Upon entering the room, Wu Wang glanced around and, upon hearing the innkeeper's words, replied softly, "Amen." Later that evening, Mu Yinjiu instructed the innkeeper to bring her meal to her room, choosing not to dine downstairs. Xiao Han, in the adjacent room, also requested that his meal be delivered, knowing she would not be coming down. Mu Yinjiu ate slowly, waiting for the clamor of soldiers dining below to subside. Only after the noise diminished did she finish her meal, then opened her door and descended the stairs with her bowl and chopsticks in hand. Wu Wang, a solitary figure who preferred silence, chose to descend only after the atmosphere had quieted. As he reached the lower floor, the keen-eyed innkeeper immediately noticed him, swiftly pulling out a stool and inviting him to sit before fetching the meal from the kitchen, as Wu Wang intended to carry the food upstairs himself. He noticed Mu Yinjiu descending the stairway and discreetly retracted his actions. Mu Yinjiu did not hand her bowl and chopsticks to the innkeeper, but walked over to Wu Wang, sitting beside him on the stool. With a cheerful smile, she greeted him, and when she saw that the soldiers and innkeeper had diverted their attention, she lowered her voice and said, "You did well today, keep it up, and believe in yourself." Li Shuang tightened her grip on her chopsticks, feeling increasingly tense since encountering Lan Qing earlier in the day. She had been anxious along the way, fearing she might slip up and cause trouble for her mistress. Yet, at this moment, hearing her mistress's words, she felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. With her mistress by her side, she feared nothing. She was certain she could fulfill her mistress's requests. "Yes, I will, please rest assured, mistress." Li Shuang's voice was soft, yet her confidence resounded clearly. Mu Yanjiu smiled slightly. Her little maid was becoming increasingly capable. Raising her voice just a tad, Mu Yanjiu called out, "Innkeeper, coming right away. Esteemed guest. How may I assist you?" The innkeeper rushed over. "I entrust you with my bowl and chopsticks," Mu Yanjiu said, handing them over. Once the innkeeper departed, Mu Yanjiu took 2 plates of food for Li Shuang. The two then ascended the stairs together, placing Li Shuang in her room with the dishes. To avoid arousing suspicion, Mu Yanjiu bid farewell in a tone suited for strangers before returning to her own quarters. The following morning, Mu Yanjiu rose early, had her breakfast downstairs, and soon spotted Li Shuang coming down as well. Li Shuang ate quickly, and before leaving, Mu Yanjiu exchanged a brief glance with her, affirming her support with a subtle nod. Chapter 91. Is your husband jealous, yet you do not console him? A quarter of an hour after Li Shuang's departure, Xiao Han and Ling Xing, along with their companions, descended from the building. Mu Yanjiu informed the innkeeper to relay to the others that she had already taken her leave and boarded the carriage. Soon after, Xiao Han and the others emerged from the inn. Once they commenced their journey, Xiao Han unexpectedly leaned in, his hands braced on either side of Mu Yanjiu, drawing in close, his breath cascading over her fair, rosy complexion, unmarred by a single pore. Mu Yanjiu abruptly opened her eyes, feeling an acute discomfort as she gazed at the figure so near to her, yet her breathing remained unaffected, steady and calm. She spoke with a detached tone. "Ninth Prince, what is your intention?" "I wish to." A flicker of mischief danced in Xiao Han's elongated eyes, accompanied by a chill he himself was unaware of. "I wish to ascertain whether my princess feels any guilt. I have done nothing wrong, so why should I feel guilty?" Mu Yanjiu thought his breath was suffocating, her body rigid with discomfort, sensing that any slight movement could lead to contact with him. "Last night, you visited another man's quarters, my dear princess. Have you forgotten so soon?" Xiao Han grasped Mu Yanjiu's chin, leaning in closer. "It matters not if you forget, but you just encountered him again, which cannot be overlooked." As Xiao Han drew nearer, Mu Yanjiu's previously steady heartbeat faltered, and she turned her head to shake off his hand, her voice icy. "Our meeting was purely coincidental." A coincidence once can be dismissed, but twice seems rather fortuitous, does it not? The inscrutable light in Xiao Han's eyes dimmed as he maintained a distance. Yet his voice grew increasingly unbearable. "What do you think, my princess?" Mu Yanjiu felt a shiver run down her spine, coldly retorting, "If you do not believe me, further explanation would be futile. I do not disbelieve you, but—" Xiao Han shifted his tone, adopting a tone of feigned pitifulness. "But, dear Ninth Princess, your husband is indeed jealous. Have you not noticed, and do you not intend to console him?" Mu Yanjiu stared, somewhat dumbfounded, at Xiao Han's swift change of demeanor, her lips twitching. "Jealous? I had not perceived that at all. Even if I had, what concern is it of mine? His jealousy seems utterly unfounded. Ninth Prince, have you not jested enough?" Mu Yanjiu forced a smile, albeit insincerely. Xiao Han remained solemn, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Ninth Princess, I assure you, I am not jesting. I am genuinely jealous. Seeing you with another man displeases me." Mu Yanjiu replied, "I have not noticed any sign of your displeasure. What does this have to do with me? Furthermore, my interactions with other men bear no relevance to you. Do you not find your behavior rather childish?" The pretense of a smile faded from her lips, her voice cold. "Of course, it is relevant. We are still bound by the ties of marriage, and—" Xiao Han smiled gently, adding, "I do not consider myself childish. If I do not act this way, what if one day you decide to flee with another man?" Mu Yanjiu frowned, disapproving of his assertion, and reminded him, "Ninth Prince, have you forgotten your promise? This relationship is merely temporary." Xiao Han replied, "Whether it is temporary or otherwise, who can say for certain? Moreover, I mentioned that we would discuss this after the matters within the palace are resolved, which is merely a postponement. There are indeed many issues to address within the palace." Chapter 92. A temptation of touch. Xiao Han's gaze lingered on Mu Yanjiu's face for a considerable time before he let out a soft chuckle and leaned in closer. Mu Yanjiu could even perceive the slight tremor in his throat, which left her feeling quite disconcerted. She wished to reach out, but found herself unable to do so. Fortunately, Xiao Han seemed to have no further intentions, retracting his gaze and withdrawing his hands from beside her ears, returning to his original position. Only then did Mu Yanjiu feel a sense of relief in her breathing. The way Xiao Han had behaved was truly overwhelming for her, and she found herself at odds with her own feelings, yearning to act, yet held back by reason. Her hands itched to move, and her emotions were difficult to articulate. Silence enveloped them as they continued on their journey. When mealtime approached, they paused to rest, each taking out their rations to eat and drink before resuming their travels. It was only by nightfall that they arrived at a small nation known as Wulong Kingdom. Wulong Kingdom is characterized by its small size and sparse population, yet it boasts a simple and unpretentious culture, earning it the nickname Three-Colored Scenic Nation. Positioned at the confluence of the Fire Kingdom, the Gold Kingdom, and the Spirit Kingdom, it occupies a central location where the customs and landscapes of the three nations beautifully blend within this tiny realm. One can experience the wind-eroded landforms of the Fire Kingdom, the mossy ice plains of the Gold Kingdom, and the flowing Danxia landscapes of the Spirit Kingdom, thus the moniker Three-Colored Scenic Nation. Mu Yinjiu, Xiaohan, and the members of Ling Xing's team settled at an inn, while the hundreds of soldiers accompanying them remained at the embassy's relay station. Shortly after their arrival, a visitor approached the inn. It was the most favored princess of Wulong Kingdom, who respectfully greeted them, saying, "I am Princess Bai Lu of Wulong Kingdom, here to meet His Highness, the Ninth Prince, and the Ninth Prince Consort." Xiaohan responded with a warm and courteous tone. There is no need for excessive formalities. At the behest of Her Majesty the Queen of the Spirit Kingdom, I have come on my father's orders to welcome esteemed guests from afar. Bai Lu continued with a subtle bow. My father has prepared a banquet in the palace for both of you. May I inquire if you would be willing to visit the royal palace of Wulong Kingdom? Mu Yinjiu was about to decline, but Xiaohan, with a smile, preemptively interjected, Wulong Kingdom is so hospitable. How could we refuse the gracious invitation of the king? Please, lead the way, princess. What was Xiaohan up to? Mu Yinjiu was puzzled. They had merely planned to stop here for one night before continuing their journey. Agreeing to the hospitality of Wulong Kingdom could mean an extended stay. After walking a few steps with Bai Lu, Xiaohan noticed that Mu Yinjiu had not followed and, with a hint of reluctance, returned to her side. He took her hand and said affectionately, "Come now. There's no rush with our task. Let us first enjoy the beauty of Wulong Kingdom and unwind. I assure you, you will find it delightful here." Mu Yinjiu pulled her hand away, her expression unchanged as she replied coolly, "Assure? Such confidence. Have you frequented this place often?" "One could say so," Xiaohan replied candidly, though he was unsure how she had deduced his connection with the mercenary guild. Yet, he knew she was far from what she appeared to be. The days ahead were long, and he would eventually uncover all her secrets. Ling Xing and the rest of the team followed behind, and with his keen hearing, he found their exchange somewhat suspicious. Recalling how Xiaohan's words had determined the fate of Xiaowu, he felt he had stumbled upon an undisclosed secret. Chapter 93. Envy from others. Ling Xing and his team trailed behind the two, and with his keen hearing, he found himself questioning the conversation between Mu Yinjiu and Xiaohan. Reflecting on how Xiaohan's single remark had determined Xiaowu's fate, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a dreadful secret. The fear of being silenced for knowing too much gripped him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Noticing his discomfort, a nearby companion inquired with concern, "Captain, are you all right?" I'm fine, Ling Xing hurriedly replied. Unintentionally, the corner of his eye caught sight of a figure entering the inn they had just arrived at. The silhouette stretched long under the dim light, revealing a faintly discernible form beneath the veil, delicate and petite, akin to that of a woman. Standing tall and upright, her slender figure appeared solitary. As the evening breeze gently rustled her sleeves and veil, evoking an ethereal distance, as if she were detached from the mundane world, existing in a realm of her own. Suddenly, his heart ached inexplicably, prompting him to avert his gaze hastily. Ling Xing pinched the bridge of his nose. Why did he feel such distress upon witnessing this innocent sight? Mu Yinjiu, ever vigilant of her surroundings, had also noticed the presence of Li Shuang. Observing the fragile figure, she felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, contemplating that the true Mu Yinjiu might still be alive, she resolved that Li Shuang would eventually return to her side. At that time, they would still be powerless, vulnerable to the whims of others. And she steeled herself to look away. Although she could not fully empathize with Li Shuang's experiences over the past few days, the sight of her reminded Mu Yinjiu of her former self in a past life, equally frail, helpless, and filled with trepidation, confronting the unknown alone. Determined not to dwell on it further, Mu Yinjiu quickened her pace to walk alongside Xiaohan. She needed to be resolute. Li Shuang must also grow stronger. This was the path she had to take. Mu Yinjiu was a person of firm resolve, especially towards herself. Yet, when faced with those who cared for her, her heart would invariably soften, revealing her vulnerability. Xiaohan regarded her with a puzzled expression as she hurried to his side, glancing back curiously. Just then, He caught sight of the sleeve disappearing through the inn's door and the fluttering white veil, prompting him to ponder the emotions hidden behind Mu Yanjiu's composed facade. After a moment, Mu Yanjiu sensed his gaze and turned to him, feigning ignorance. "Why do you look at me so, Your Highness? Is there something on my face?" "The beauty of the princess is captivating," Xiao Han replied with a smile. "Naturally, I am drawn to admire such a splendid visage." Understanding that he was jesting, Mu Yanjiu played along. "So, Your Highness has recovered from your frail health? You no longer need to watch your step, fearing a fall?" Xiao Han smiled tenderly, amused by how his princess spared no consideration for his dignity. Fortunately, they were not in Ling Kingdom or Hua Kingdom, so it mattered little. To onlookers, this couple truly appeared to be deeply in love. Chapter 94. Unjustly disliked yet, to outsiders, this couple appeared to be deeply affectionate. When the lady threw a tantrum, the gentleman smiled gently, his eyes brimming with indulgence, leaving onlookers envious. In the royal palace of the Wulong Kingdom, a scene of revelry unfolded. In the grand hall, Xiao Han and Mu Yanjiu performed their greetings, while Ling Xing and others were stationed outside the hall. The ninth prince of the Fire Kingdom, Xiao Han, paid his respects to the emperor of the Wulong Kingdom, followed by his wife, Mu Yanjiu. The emperor of Wulong chuckled heartily. "Ah, you two have traveled far and endured much fatigue. Please be seated." "Thank you, Your Majesty," they replied in unison. "Excellent. Come, take your seats," commanded the emperor, as attendants guided Xiao Han and Mu Yanjiu to their places. Once seated, the emperor ordered for wine to be poured, and together with the empress, offered a toast to the esteemed guests. "Let us raise our glasses to honor our distant visitors." All the ministers and their families at the banquet rose to toast Xiao Han and Mu Yanjiu, who also stood. Xiao Han, with utmost courtesy, addressed the emperor and empress. "Allow us to express our gratitude on behalf of myself and the princess." Having spoken, Xiao Han and Mu Yanjiu raised their cups in salute, finishing their drinks without leaving a drop. Witnessing their generosity, the emperor, empress, and ministers promptly followed suit, downing their cups in a single gulp. The dance performers then took to the stage, their movements graceful and captivating, as their crimson sleeves twirled like blooming flowers. They encircled one another, forming a vibrant red blossom, before gracefully bowing and tilting their bodies backward, resembling flowers in full bloom. Amidst this, a group of dancers, having shed their red attire for delicate yellow skirts, danced elegantly, evoking the image of petals swaying in the breeze, their attire and fans light and ethereal. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, Mu Yanjiu felt as though someone was observing her. Among them was a dancer in a yellow dress, whose gaze seemed to intentionally drift past her toward Xiao Han. As for the other observer, she could not discern, though she was acutely aware that many were watching her every move, preventing her from turning to investigate further. As the dance concluded, the dancers in red gracefully retreated, leaving behind the stunning figure in yellow. She stepped forward to greet her parents. "I pay my respects to father and mother." The emperor of Wulong, witnessing the admiration and awe among his subjects, smiled broadly, introducing the young lady. "Ninth prince, ninth princess, this is my little princess, Bai Heng." Bai Heng elegantly unfurled her fan and performed a graceful bow, exuding poise. Bai Heng greets the ninth prince and ninth princess. Xiao Han and Mu Yanjiu rose together, with Xiao Han saying, "Princess Bai Heng, there is no need for such formalities." Mu Yanjiu slightly inclined her body, saying nothing, yet as she straightened, her gaze met that of Bai Heng, who was also rising. In Bai Heng's eyes, there was unmistakable disdain and aversion, clearly conveying the message, "You are unworthy." Mu Yanjiu offered a polite smile, seemingly oblivious to the meaning behind Bai Heng's expression. She herself was bewildered as to why she had become the object of such unwarranted dislike. The most perplexing part was that she had never before encountered this person, nor had she even heard of her, let alone offended her. The fault, it seemed, lay solely with Bai Heng. After taking her seat, Mu Yanjiu glanced at Xiao Han, who appeared completely unaware of the unfolding situation. Chapter 95. The Reluctance to Let Her Go. After Mu Yanjiu took her seat, she glanced at Xiao Han, who appeared utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Fortunately, Princess Bai Heng made no move, and the banquet continued late into the night. As is customary at such gatherings, wine flowed freely, and after a few cups, Xiao Han began to show signs of inebriation, swaying unsteadily, half of his body leaning against Mu Yanjiu like a toddler taking its first steps. Once the maidservants who had escorted them to the Emperor of Wulong's designated quarters departed, Mu Yinjiu, with an impassive expression, attempted to push away the clinging Xiao Han. However, her efforts proved futile. With a faintly lifted gaze, she stated, "There is no one here. You need not feign anymore." Xiao Han tightened his embrace, and upon sensing her movements, he stubbornly held her closer. Only when he felt her body stiffen and her confusion became palpable did he arch a brow in satisfaction. Burying his face in the crook of her neck and murmuring, "There are still eyes upon us." As Mu Yinjiu prepared to ascertain who was watching, Xiao Han nestled closer to her shoulder, his slightly flushed face glowing with the remnants of alcohol, his eyes shimmering with mischief. "Shall we not retreat to the room? Or does the princess wish for others to witness our intimacy?" The mere thought of it sent shivers down Mu Yinjiu's spine, prompting her to hastily pull Xiao Han into the room. Once inside, she firmly shut the door and, without hesitation, pushed him away, her force causing him to stumble back a few steps before regaining his balance. Xiao Han chuckled softly, clearing his throat. "Ha ha ha." Mu Yinjiu frowned at him, then placed her hand on the door handle, intent on leaving. Yet, Xiao Han swiftly grasped her hand, shaking his head with a serious tone. "Now is not the time. There are too many eyes outside. Do you wish for them to know of our discord?" Reflecting on their prior encounters in Ling Kingdom, she realized it would be unwise to jeopardize their situation now. Resolving to play along for the moment and swiftly conclude the charade, Mu Yinjiu withdrew her hand and seated herself at the table. Xiao Han fell silent as well, mirroring her actions. Before long, a knock resounded at the door. "Your Highness, the bathing water is prepared. Will you not proceed to bathe and change?" A sigh of relief escaped Mu Yinjiu. She had nearly resigned herself to spending the night in the same room as Xiao Han. Now, with a valid reason to leave, she stood, intending to open the door, but her sleeve was caught by Xiao Han. He reminded her, "Your Highness, I am inebriated and incapacitated. Do not forget to fetch water to attend to me." Mu Yinjiu merely responded with silence. Meeting the innocent smile in Xiao Han's gaze, she felt a mix of exasperation and fondness. With a soft bang, the door closed, and Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his princess was becoming increasingly endearing. His desire to hold on to her only deepened. Mu Yinjiu lingered in the bathing room for quite some time. After the water turned lukewarm, she emerged from the tub, donning a simple white garment. She instructed someone to bring a basin of hot water before entering Xiao Han's chamber. Xiao Han had already changed into his undergarments. Lying on the bed with his eyes shut, the faint fragrance of plum blossoms wafting from him. Chapter 96. Are you going out to seek the unreasonable? Xiao Han had already changed his attire, lying on the bed in his undergarments, eyes closed. Upon catching a faint, cold fragrance of plum blossoms emanating from him, Mu Yinjiu paused momentarily. Where had he been bathing? Xiao Han had mentioned that he frequently visited this place, suggesting he must be acquainted with numerous individuals from the Wulong Kingdom and possess considerable influence. Thus, she thought a mere pretense would suffice. After setting down the basin of water, Mu Yinjiu dismissed the maids who had accompanied her and closed the door. She then took a seat on a stool, waiting for a while before extinguishing the candles in the room. Resting her arms on the table, she propped her head on her hands and gradually closed her eyes to sleep. The following day, Mu Yinjiu was roused by a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found the Grand Princess Bai Lu accompanied by several maids bearing garments. Bai Lu bowed respectfully. Bai Lu pays her respects to the 9th Prince's consort. The maids followed suit, offering their greetings. Mu Yinjiu inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement and inquired, "There is no need for such formality, Your Highness. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" She glanced at the garments the maids held. Pointing to the clothing, Bai Lu explained, "This is riding attire. Tomorrow marks the annual hunting day in our Wulong Kingdom. The Emperor has mentioned the presence of esteemed guests from afar and wishes to extend an invitation for you to join. Would the 9th Prince and his consort be interested in participating? Given the Emperor's invitation, how could they decline?" Mu Yinjiu smiled, then, with a hint of shyness, suggested, "Might I trouble the princess to have my husband's riding attire delivered first? I find the women's riding outfit unsuitable for myself. Perhaps today, the princess could accompany me on a tour of the imperial city, and we could custom tailor a set of riding attire. What do you think, Your Highness?" Without a moment's hesitation, Princess Bai Lu readily agreed. "Very well. Let us change into casual attire first and then meet at the palace entrance." "Indeed," Mu Yinjiu replied. Once Princess Bai Lu and the maids departed, Mu Yinjiu returned to her room to change into a simple, comfortable outfit. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed Xiao Han sitting on a stool, gently tapping the men's riding attire he had recently placed there. With keen interest, he inquired, "Where are you off to?" Mu Yinjiu, maintaining her composure, replied, "The riding attire sent by the Grand Princess does not suit me, so I am going out to have another set tailored." "Is that so?" Xiao Han smiled, yet his expression suggested skepticism. "But what if I do not believe your purpose is so trivial? What do you think I am going out for?" Mu Yinjiu responded calmly, unperturbed by his doubts. Xiao Han pondered for a moment, then suggested seriously, "Perhaps to seek someone?" "Surely, you are overthinking this, Your Highness. Who could I possibly seek?" Mu Yinjiu chuckled, her expression conveying that he was merely being overly cautious. "Are you going out to seek the unreasonable?" he posed, his tone more assertive than interrogative. Mu Yinjiu laughed again, her voice taking on a chill, reminiscent of a wife amused yet irked by her husband's suspicions of infidelity. "Is it that the ninth prince disapproves of my outing, leading to such a clumsy excuse?" "Not at all. I merely wish to remind the consort to refrain from entanglements outside," Xiao Han replied with a smile. Xiao Han continued with a grin, "Then, consort, do as you wish. Just remember my words, and I wish you a delightful time." The term entanglements was one she was quite familiar with. Had she not mentioned it to him last time? Would he truly return now? Chapter 97. I value my life. The streets, though not overly crowded, buzzed with a lively atmosphere, reflecting the people's content and tranquil lives, as well as their simple, honest nature. The tailoring shop here boasted commendable quality in its garments, and I often frequented it. Bai Lu pointed to the sign above the tailor's shop as she introduced it. Mu Yinjiu glanced over, contemplating that it was quite near the inn where they had first settled upon entering the city, and nodded, saying, "Let us step inside for a moment." With that, the duo, clad in white and blue, entered the tailor's shop together. "Madam," Bai Lu called out upon entering, "I'm here." The proprietress, a woman in her 30s, was visibly delighted to see Bai Lu, her warm reception indicating that Bai Lu was indeed a regular. "Ah, you little girl have finally come. Come, look. This is a new batch of fabric I just procured. Take a look and see if there's anything you fancy. It's on the house. No need for that." Bai Lu hurriedly waved her hand, then gestured towards Mu Yinjiu, introducing, "This is my friend, Mu Yinjiu. She is here today to have a riding outfit tailored. Do show her what you have. I simply wish to observe, so don't mind me." "Very well. Today's order is on me," the proprietress responded, turning her attention to Mu Yinjiu, secretly noting her striking beauty. "What type of fabric do you prefer, young lady?" "I am open to anything, but I am uncertain about which fabric is best. Perhaps you could recommend something?" Mu Yinjiu replied, running her fingers over the fabrics as she spoke. "Certainly." The proprietress then proceeded to describe the finest fabrics available. "This off-white one is brocade satin, soft and lightweight. The bamboo green is glazed satin, cool and airy. This fragrant one is red sandalwood satin, although it may not be suitable for riding attire, as it is best suited for banquets, and this pale yellow." After considering the various fabrics, Mu Yinjiu appeared to deliberate thoughtfully before finally pointing to the off-white brocade satin and softly stating, "Madam, I will take this one." "Very well." The proprietress smiled as she retrieved the fabric and gestured for Mu Yinjiu to follow her into a fitting room. "Please, step inside so we can take your measurements." "All right." Mu Yinjiu entered first. Turning to Bai Lu, the proprietress said, "Bai Lu, why don't you browse around the shop? I shall attend to you shortly." "All right, go earn your keep," Bai Lu replied with a playful tone, clearly indicating their close relationship. Inside the fitting room, the proprietress entered with a smile, but as the curtain fell, her expression abruptly shifted. "Do not make a sound." Mu Yinjiu pressed her icy blade against the proprietress's neck, the soft sunlight filtering in, causing the azure blade to glimmer with a chilling sharpness. "I value my life greatly. Now tell me, what do you desire from me?" The warmth faded from the proprietress's voice, replaced by an unyielding calmness, her demeanor betraying no fear. Seeing this, Mu Yinjiu retracted her blade and commanded, "Ink and paper." The proprietress, gathering a strand of hair, approached the sewing machine, opened the side cabinet, retrieved the ink and paper, and laid them out before her. Chapter 98. A sigh here. Mu Yinjiu approached, casting a glance at the proprietress, who, sensing the moment, turned her back and refrained from looking. With her brush dipped in ink, she swiftly penned several lines, then blew on the ink to dry it before folding the paper. Upon hearing the rustling of the paper, the proprietress cleverly inquired, "Will you deliver it yourself, or shall I assist in sending your message? If you choose to go, be mindful of the timing. I shall see nothing and know nothing." "Thank you," Mu Yinjiu replied, glancing out the window towards the back courtyard of the proprietress's home, then nimbly leaped out. When the proprietress turned to look outside, she beheld the silhouette of Mu Yanjiu, cloaked in an unfinished garment, vanishing down the alley behind her home. With a sigh, the proprietress settled at her sewing machine, beginning to organize the fabric, her movements brisk as she cut the cloth with precision. At the inn, Mu Yanjiu entered without attracting anyone's attention and ascended the stairs quietly. Spotting a young attendant delivering tea, she approached and inquired, "Excuse me, could you tell me which room houses a person named Wu Wang?" The attendant, noticing the half-finished cloak draped over Mu Yanjiu, realized he had never encountered such a guest before. Regardless, he remained courteous and replied, "It is the first room on the left, just ahead by the street." "Thank you," Mu Yanjiu said before departing. The attendant watched her retreating figure. Having worked at the inn for some time, he had seen many types of clientele, especially those from foreign lands who often regarded people of his station with disdain. Yet, this was the first time he had encountered someone so polite. Oh no, it was the second time, for the first had been with Wu Wang, the very individual Mu Yanjiu had just inquired about. Remembering how Wu Wang had treated him with such courtesy, despite being utterly inscrutable, the attendant noted the significance of this interaction, allowing him to answer Mu Yanjiu's question with clarity. He pondered to himself, there is a saying that rings true: birds of a feather flock together. A person as gracious and respectful as Lord Wu Wang would naturally attract like-minded individuals. With a smile, the attendant then knocked on a door, announcing, "Esteemed guest, your tea has arrived." The door swung open lazily, revealing a rotund gentleman adorned in finery, who grumbled, "Why the delay? How long must I wait? My sincerest apologies. Esteemed guest, it is my fault. Please, do forgive me." The attendant bowed slightly, presenting the tray of tea above his head with a tone of deference. "Humph. I am in a good mood today, so I shan't hold it against you. Ensure that you bring some exquisite signature dishes shortly." The man adjusted his sleeves, taking the tea tray with a huff. "Certainly. I shall attend to it immediately. Please bear with me for a moment." The attendant lowered his gaze, a look of relief and servility gracing his features. Mu Yanjiu swiftly arrived at the door of the room. Before she could knock, the door swung open, revealing Li Shuang behind her veil, who exclaimed with delight, "Miss, please come in. I cannot linger. What I needed to convey is inscribed within this," she said, handing over the folded paper. "Please take your time to peruse it carefully." Chapter 99, Reporting Measurements. I cannot linger. For what I need to convey is inscribed within these words. Please read it carefully and proceed with caution. Should you encounter danger that you cannot withstand, allow Qiu Chang to assist you. Mu Yanjiu produced the neatly folded paper and handed it to Li Shuang, reflecting on the scene she witnessed the previous night. Unable to restrain herself, she patted Li Shuang on the shoulder and shared a few more words. Li Shuang had already removed her hood, her bright, sparkling eyes resembling a crescent moon. A warmth enveloped her heart, dissipating the worries, fears, and exhaustion that had plagued her over the past few days. With a cheerful smile, she exclaimed, "Rest assured, miss. I feel like I am increasingly adapting. I have not forgotten to exercise daily, and I am now acutely aware of my growing strength." However, this very realization led her to discover the loneliness and monotony of the world of the strong, vast, and desolate. Yet, she had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of strength. Now that her mistress had grown powerful, she yearned not to be a burden, but to stand alongside her, to accompany her, thereby enriching her experience of the world of the strong. "That is good to hear. I must take my leave now. Do take care." Mu Yanjiu expressed her lingering concern, apprehensive that this carefree, innocent girl might fall prey to unforeseen dangers due to her lack of vigilance. "I will be cautious," Li Shuang assured her. Silently, Mu Yanjiu returned to the tailor's shop. As she gently leaped into the room, resting a hand on the window sill, the quiet sound of her landing startled the proprietress. Upon recognizing her, the woman exhaled in relief. "You have finally returned. You were supposed to finish the measurements within 15 minutes, and now only 2 minutes remain. Quickly, come over so I can measure you," the proprietress said, unfurling a measuring tape. "No need for measurements. My height is, and my measurements are." Mu Yanjiu accurately stated her dimensions. "Oh, so you were prepared," the proprietress replied with a smile, jotting down the details. "Very well, I shall have them ready overnight. You may send someone to collect the garments tomorrow morning." "All right," Mu Yanjiu nodded in agreement. After the proprietress set down her pen and lifted the curtain, she followed Mu Yanjiu outside, wearing a warm smile and praising, Bai Lu, do bring more people next time." Everyone you brought is so charming and beautiful. It makes my work a delight. I will, Bai Lu replied with a smile, then pointed to 2 bolts of fabric, saying, I will take these. Please craft 2 sets according to the measurements I provided. Certainly. The proprietress beamed with joy. Without hesitation, the proprietress leaned closer to Bai Lu and whispered, From the sound of your friend's voice, she does not seem to be from our Wulong kingdom? Bai Lu chuckled softly, glancing at Mu Yinjiu and meeting her gaze. Indeed, she is not from our Wulong kingdom. Once the two had concluded their whispered conversation and approached with smiles, Mu Yinjiu regarded the proprietress and said with poise, I apologize for any offense earlier. No worries at all. The proprietress responded, understanding the situation and waving her hand dismissively. Bai Lu assumed that the people from Ling Kingdom were more reserved compared to their own, thinking that Mu Yinjiu was uncomfortable with the proprietress's measuring methods, which explained the prolonged duration. Chapter 100. What a coincidence. Thus, Bai Lu paid no heed to it and cheerfully remarked, Well then, madam, we have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Please ensure that the riding attire is ready for us. Of course, you can rest assured that I will handle it. The proprietor assured with a pat on her chest. All right, we shall be on our way. Bai Lu waved her hand and, alongside Mu Yinjiu, walked out of the shop. Take care, you two. The shopkeeper bid farewell as they exited. With ample time still at hand, Bai Lu warmly and amiably guided Mu Yinjiu through half the town, acquiring numerous items along the way. They halted at a stall selling hairpins, where Bai Lu, after a glance, picked up a white floral hairpin and compared it to the white flower adorning Mu Yinjiu's hair. She suggested, Yinjiu, I've noticed you often wear that white flower. This hairpin bears a striking resemblance, and its subtle elegance complements your personality splendidly. Would you care to try it on? Upon leaving the palace gates, Mu Yinjiu had encouraged Bai Lu to address her by name, fostering a sense of familiarity. Bai Lu readily embraced this, rendering their current interaction quite natural. Indeed, it's quite lovely, Mu Yinjiu concurred with Bai Lu's keen eye, recalling that after Aunt Rong's passing, Li Shuang had only a simple hair tie for her hair. She thought this might be a fitting gift for the young girl. Thus, she inquired, How much for this hairpin, good sir? The vendor, beaming with pride, extolled, You ladies truly have discerning taste. This is the treasure of our shop. And it is but a modest 10 taels of silver. Imagining Li Shuang's delight upon receiving such a gift, Mu Yinjiu promptly made the purchase without hesitation. Bai Lu, however, felt this was somewhat exorbitant and contemplated negotiating the price. Unfortunately, Mu Yinjiu had already settled the payment, leaving Bai Lu with no choice but to yield and hand the hairpin over to her. Mu Yinjiu carefully wrapped the hairpin in a handkerchief and tucked it away, just as she was about to suggest they depart. However, she noticed Bai Lu standing still beside her. Turning around, she spotted 2 elegantly attired women approaching, arm in arm. One woman donned a pink gown, its hem embellished with exquisite butterfly patterns that danced gracefully as she moved, resembling a myriad of colorful butterflies in flight. She affectionately leaned against a companion clad in a pale yellow gown, her delicate features imbued with a charming playfulness that rendered her both lively and endearing. This was the enchanting lady from the previous evening's dance, the most favored little princess of the Wulong Kingdom, Bai Heng. The other, adorned in a fairy-like gown, was a princess from the Hui Kingdom whom Mu Yinjiu vaguely recognized from an event in the Ling Kingdom, presumably named Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao, in her ethereal attire, possessed finely sculpted features, with gentle, crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with warmth, a delicate nose, and a complexion that radiated a soft, rosy hue. Her lips resembled delicate flower petals, and as she stood there with the breeze caressing her gown, she appeared as though an otherworldly fairy had descended from the heavens. Bai Lu was taken aback upon spotting Xiao Tao alongside her sister Bai Heng, yet her surprise quickly morphed into delight. What a coincidence! Sister Tao and Hunger are also out shopping, and here we meet. Xiao Tao, with a radiant smile, initially expressed astonishment at recognizing Mu Yinjiu. However, upon reflecting on why she might be in the Wulong Kingdom, understanding dawned upon her. Indeed, what a delightful coincidence. She replied,